Upon her abrupt arrival in this unfamiliar realm, she was confronted with the pressing responsibility of caring for the beloved consort's child. Lady 15 expressed an overwhelming sense of pressure. Yet, the infant prince's charm compelled her to acquiesce, albeit reluctantly. What? Not just one, but henceforth, she was to assume the role of mother to 3 children? This challenge was utterly formidable. Hey you, the handsome butcher next door, what are you staring at? Don't think that your good looks will spare you from my haggling. Mu Hui felt an excruciating headache, but more pressing was the fact that she had no time to indulge in such discomfort. Lady 15, one last time, please assist me. A woman grasped her wrist, rendering her thoughts incoherent. In her daze, Mu Hui found herself questioning whether this wrist truly belonged to her. Compared to her well-manicured fingers, these hands were noticeably more coarse. Yet, she could not deny that, judging by the wrist's youthful appearance, this woman appeared significantly younger. More importantly, this woman cradled a newborn baby in her arms. Gazing at the stunning figure before her, adorned in a white satin robe, Mu Hui felt an urge to search for hidden cameras, as if she were caught in a surreal production. Lady 15, help me take the child out of the palace. I know you have a plan. You have always prepared for contingencies. You must have a way to assist me in this endeavor. The woman continued, her urgency palpable. Although Mu Hui was not particularly fond of films, her work in the media industry had acquainted her with several celebrities. She had connections with some of the most renowned figures in the industry, and this woman, even in her natural state, outshone them all. As she witnessed the tears welling up in the woman's eyes, it was evident that they were genuine, not artificially induced. Staring intently at the woman, her name naturally surfaced in Mu Hui's mind. Zhai, the recently bestowed Ming consort. Named after the midnight hour of her birth, the emperor had conferred upon her the title Ming upon learning of her pregnancy. Thus, it stood to reason that the infant she held was the emperor's son. As a modern-day businesswoman, Mu Hui found her mind inundated with this chaotic information. Her company had previously invested in palace dramas, and she had perused their outlines. Back then, she had even questioned the creative team about the appeal of such absurd narratives. Their response had been simple. If it sells, it suffices. She had nodded in agreement, knowing that profitability was paramount. Thus, she had signed off on the project. During filming, as the owner, she had visited the set. Yet now, she found herself ensnared in this bewildering reality, feeling as though the ground beneath her was crumbling. Zhang Zai, the Ming consort, appeared to be in her 20s. What kind of world was this, where such a young girl bore children? Observing the infant with its rosy, wrinkled skin and fine lanugo, she wondered if the child was too delicate. She felt a tremor in her arms as she held the fragile being. Mu Hui's mind was a tempest of disarray, yet her prolonged exposure to illness had rendered her perceptive. She was acutely aware that the body she inhabited was afflicted with a high fever, leaving her feeling hot and her head pounding. Despite her grave condition, she understood that she could not acquiesce to the woman before her. Under normal circumstances, attempting to carry the prince out of the palace would be tantamount to courting death. It was likely that before she even reached the palace gates, she would be pursued by hundreds of imperial guards, each wielding a blade, and she would be reduced to mere minced flesh. Since the child has been born safely, perhaps he is destined for greater fortune, she mused. Mu Hui steadied herself, contemplating the return of the child to Zhengzai. Although her gesture felt slightly perfunctory, she recognized her immediate need to find a tranquil space to reflect on her thoughts and ascertain her current predicament. Until she grasped her own situation, she had neither the strength nor the inclination to meddle in the affairs of others, a task she had never particularly relished. I will not survive the night. I have labored to ensure his departure. You promised that my child would be yours, that you would care for him well. Zhang Zai wept, her face a portrait of sorrow as she gazed at the serene infant yet refrained from reaching out to embrace him. Clearly, she understood that once she held him, parting would become an unbearable task. Mu Hui observed Zhang Zai, inhaling deeply. Outside, the imperial consort's chamber was eerily silent, devoid of any presence save her own. Even as a newcomer to this realm, she comprehended the truth in Zhang Zai's words. A consort who had just birthed the emperor's only son held an esteemed position. Yet, the absence of company suggested that all were awaiting something inevitable. They knew what was to transpire, leaving her scant time to act. They have allowed you to give birth, which signifies their desire for this child, Mu Hui articulated in a low, measured tone. Indeed, I understand, Zhang Zai replied, her lips curving into a radiant smile that illuminated her previously pallid face. Mu Hui had always considered Zheng Zai strikingly beautiful, but in that moment, her bright smile caused her heart to stir. She found herself enchanted by the woman's beauty. Suddenly, vivid images of Zheng Zai's smiles flooded her mind. Whether clad in simple garments or later adorned in resplendent attire, the essence of her pure, luminous smile remained unchanged. Despite their brief acquaintance, the sight of that smile invoked a warm surge within her, stirring a sense of compassion. If you take him outside now, he will never return. Thus, he will never ascend to that throne, Mu Hui stated, grinding her teeth as she fixed her gaze upon Zheng Zai. Mu Hui was not of this world. She hailed from the 21st century. The era she found herself in was unknown to her, yet she was educated enough to understand that no prince had ever been successfully retrieved once taken from the palace. Once removed, the registry could only record the prince as having perished. No one could bear the burden of losing a royal child. The tales of Bao Qingtian belong to the realm of fiction, and even within those stories, the prince was taken to the home of the 8th prince, and the emperor, lacking an heir, had installed the 8th prince's son as the successor. Such a scenario could only be deemed a fantasy, if it were truly to descend into the realm of the common folk. Who could substantiate that this child is indeed a prince? The courtiers would prefer to elevate a member of the royal family, rather than accept a so-called prince of unknown origins. At this moment, Zheng Zai was anything but composed. She could not afford to be anything less. She understood that by taking the child out of the palace, she would not only be unable to evade the perilous pursuit, but would also jeopardize the child's claim to the throne. "You are truly a fool," Zheng Zai remarked with a smile, gesturing towards the wooden box beside her. "Inside are some silver notes and unmarked jewelry and treasures. I know you are far more astute than I. You can provide a good life for the baby, though I regret putting you through this trouble." "You are far wiser than I," Mu Hui replied, her expression darkening. What trouble was she speaking of? Was she genuinely concerned about inconveniencing herself? It was clear that she had made preparations and had left Mu Hui with no opportunity to decline. Moreover, she had no intention of allowing her son to return to that chair. Zheng Zai laughed, this time with understanding and reassurance, accompanied by a multitude of unexpressed emotions. Mu Hui cradled the young prince along with the box and stealthily slipped away from the palace. Just as Mu Hui had remarked, Zheng Zai was indeed clever. She was aware of the unfolding events, at least in terms of the arrangement at that moment. Thus, Mu Hui's departure from the Jingtai Palace, where Ming Fei resided, was rather uncomplicated. As she stepped outside, she faintly perceived a glow of crimson emanating from the inner chambers. Mu Hui paused, a sudden realization dawning upon her. She contemplated rushing back, but ultimately, she gritted her teeth and withdrew. This was Zheng Zai's choice. What she dreaded most was the prospect of returning with the child, only to ensnare herself in a trap. Chapter 2. Heritage. Mu Hui did not linger, nor did she take advantage of the chaos to leave the palace. Such folly was beneath her. With a fire raging within the palace and the demise of the imperial concubine, the newborn prince had gone missing, leading to heightened vigilance throughout the imperial city, as the guards were wary of anyone attempting to smuggle themselves out. Her plan was to find a concealed spot to hide, allowing the situation to settle before devising a means of escape. Naturally, she did not return to the quarters of the original owner of her body, known as 15th daughter. Although she held a rank as a palace made with her own separate chamber, it was teeming with people. To return with the child would be akin to walking into a trap. Therefore, she opted for her alternative refuge, the Cold Palace. Regardless of the era, the Cold Palace was always situated in a remote corner of the imperial compound. Carrying the young prince to this forsaken place was no simple task at any moment. Should the child unexpectedly cry out, the tranquility of the night could be shattered, bringing upon her great peril. With utmost caution, Mu Hui cradled the infant, adhering to the mental map crafted in her mind, skillfully evading crowds, until she finally reached a secluded side hall deep within the Cold Palace. She dared not place the prince down, terrified that he might wail, so she sat there, lost in thought about her precarious situation. Mu Hui had once been a formidable woman in the modern world, a powerful figure at the helm of Mu Media, having taken on the mantle of leadership at just 15, following the tragic loss of her parents. She had fought tooth and nail to secure her father's legacy against predatory relatives, navigating her way to the present with survival instincts that rivaled those of the women in this palace. She was acutely aware that she had just succumbed to a lonely death in a quaint Swiss village. To her astonishment, she had awakened in the body of another, a needlewoman named Duanmu Hui, more commonly known as 15th daughter, in an unknown dynasty. Before she could fully grasp her circumstances, she was summoned to the Jingtai Hall. It seemed that the original owner of this body was also unwell, and her recent fainting spell had provided an opportunity for Mu Hui's soul to take over. If merely becoming a court maid were not enough, why, upon her arrival, did she find herself embroiled in such turmoil? A child? The only son of the reigning emperor? And the boy's mother had taken her own life. She could easily envision the arduous life that awaited her. Was she truly bound by her promise to take the child out of the palace? Perhaps such an endeavor would lead to their mutual demise. Had the esteemed empress considered this? The infant in her arms made a soft sound, not a cry, but as if to remind Mu Hui of his presence. Startled back to reality, she gently lifted the baby. Although she had been married, she had no children of her own. Once, she had desperately longed for a child, enrolling in numerous parenting classes, preparing for the arrival of a newborn. Yet, she had never been able to bear her own offspring. In the end, she had passed away alone, consumed by her suffering. The baby cooed again, and suddenly, it struck her. The child had not yet been fed since his birth. Pondering this, she glanced around, realizing that the original owner of her body was also quite meticulous. Although she could not light the lamps at night, she was aware that in the small hole beneath the Kong, there lay some fried rice noodles, a few pieces of dried meat, and even some charcoal, along with a modest charcoal stove. Amidst the dilapidated Kong cupboard and the crooked door, wrapped in a heap of tattered cloth, lay the seasonal garments, heavily encased in oil paper. She first retrieved a cotton robe and fashioned a cozy little nest for the child, placing the baby inside. Once the child was settled, Mu Hui cautiously ignited the stove in the dark, boiling water and preparing to cook the rice noodles. As the mixture thickened, she allowed it to cool slightly before gently squeezing the rice soup out, feeding it slowly to the infant. Although the rice soup offered little in terms of nutrition, the urgency of the moment rendered such concerns trivial. It was the only sustenance she could find, the sole food available for the child. Observing the baby savoring the meal, Mu Hui felt a tumult of emotions within her. What was she to do with this child? He was, after all, the only prince in existence. The death of Zai, in essence, was merely a common ruse in palace intrigues, an act of leaving the child while disposing of the mother. Thus, if she could hand this little one over to the empress, his life would be paved with golden opportunities. In the years to come, he might ascend the throne as the new ruler. Yet, Zai had summoned the ailing Fifteen Niang in the dead of night, making everything painfully clear. Contemplating Zai's smiling face and gazing at the sweet, obedient baby, she realized she could not make that simple, self-righteous decision. Even as her mind rationalized this course, another voice within her cried out no. Mu Hui, in her current form, was known as Fifteen Niang, with the full name Duanmu Hui, born into a humble family of officials. Like her, she had lost both parents at a young age. However, Fifteen Niang's plight was even more tragic. Her mother had passed away at her birth, and her father followed suit when she was merely 5 or 6 years old. Yet, Fifteen Niang's fortune had a slight edge over Mu Hui's, though her parents were impoverished. The stringent family laws of the time led her to be taken in by her uncle's family. Her uncle, Duanmu Jing, was a minor official in the Ministry of Internal Affairs. The head of this ministry was none other than the emperor's only full-blooded brother, the princely. Duanmu Jing was a shrewd individual who ingratiated himself with the prince's chief steward, thus securing a comfortable livelihood for the Duanmu family, though they were not particularly affluent. Reflecting on this, Mu Hui felt the truth in the old adage, a common man is innocent, but the guilt lies with the one who bears the wool. Her misfortune stemmed from the substantial inheritance left by her parents, which had estranged her from her kin. Fifteen Niang's fate took a pivotal turn at the age of 15, as her uncle sought a suitable match for her. For a woman, marriage was the simplest means to alter her destiny. However, considering her uncle's status, what prospects could he possibly find for her? The notion of social compatibility still prevailed in the 21st century, and given Fifteen Niang's background coupled with the absence of a dowry, her options were limited. Of course, in a contemporary setting, Her beauty might have offered her a chance to change her fate. Encountering a wealthy and handsome suitor on the street was not entirely out of the question. Yet, in this era, such opportunities were scarce, leaving her reliant on her uncle and aunt's goodwill. It must be said that her uncle treated the orphan daughter of his brother quite well, genuinely wishing to provide her with the best within their means. By fortunate coincidence, due to the close ties with the Wangfu, Duanmu Jing inadvertently overheard the steward mention that the prince wished to select a bride for the recently pacified fifth-rank general. Upon hearing this, Duanmu Jing promptly bestowed a generous array of gifts upon the chief steward. Thus, the favor of fortune smiled upon him, as the fair 15th lady was promised to the bandit king who had just been reconciled by the court. Chapter 3. 15 Niang. 15 Niang possesses a keen intellect, a trait that can be attributed to Duanmu Jing. As the ancients have said, a woman's lack of talent is considered virtue. However, Duanmu Jing allowed 15 Niang to study alongside her cousin during her formative years, learning to read and write. While this may seem inconsequential, a girl's ability to read and perform arithmetic does offer some advantages in managing household affairs and finances. Yet, allowing her access to frivolous literature raises concerns. Given that the Duanmu family enjoys a comfortable life, as long as 15 Niang fulfills her duties, her leisure activities are of no concern to them. Although Duanmu Jing himself lacks formal education, the Duanmu lineage is one of minor officials, historically serving within the Ministry of Internal Affairs. While the family does not invest in books, they possess a few volumes, albeit tattered and incomplete, the origins of which remain a mystery. From a young age, 15 Niang has grown up reading those fragmented texts. Perhaps the effect of such reading has warped her mind. She had resigned herself to a life of mediocrity, akin to her aunt, albeit with a tinge of regret. The abundance of literature has rendered her discontent with a mundane existence. Now, she finds herself confronted with the prospect of marrying a bandit king seeking amnesty. Rather than feeling elated, she plummets into despair, believing that even a marriage to a minor official would provide greater stability. What does it matter if he holds the rank of a fifth-grade general? Does her uncle not understand that those who surrender to such bandits seldom meet favorable ends? One moment they are welcomed, the next, when they no longer serve a purpose, they are discarded. This fate is indeed more tragic than that of a minor official's wife, as it hangs over her like a sword poised to drop at any moment. Even with limited intelligence, she yearns to survive. Yet, can she voice these thoughts to her uncle? Will he comprehend her plight? 15 Niang is not inclined towards death, nor does she wish to be associated with a bandit king. She strives to devise a means of self-preservation. In this regard, she demonstrates considerable intelligence. Her years of study have not been in vain. If she does not wish to wed a bandit king backed by the Prince of Li, she must seek an individual of even greater stature to render the bandit king powerless. Duanmu Jing, a minor official in the Ministry of Internal Affairs, has long been responsible for selecting palace maids. From an early age, Duanmu Hui exhibited her intelligence. Consequently, when Duanmu Jing found certain textual tasks tedious, he enlisted 15 Niang's assistance. Thus, she became well-versed in the procedures, quietly inserting her own name into the mix. Just as the bandit king arrived to propose, the imperial edict summoning 15 Niang to serve in the palace also arrived. The bandit king stormed out in a huff. The chief steward's face darkened, and Duanmu Jing and his wife were left in stunned silence. None of this was within 15 Niang's control. She understood that this was her choice, and thus, she must bear the consequences. With a small bundle containing little more than empty promises, she entered the palace. She realized that, from that moment onward, she was entirely alone and would need to rely solely on herself. Mu Hui reflected on the events surrounding 15 Niang's entrance into the palace, as if watching a film replay in her mind, and could not help but sigh. Women, regardless of the era, face countless unavoidable predicaments. For instance, is it better for 15 Niang to marry a bandit king or to serve as a palace maid? In truth, neither option holds any appeal. Yet, must one not choose the lesser of two evils? 15 Niang's instincts were not mistaken. Marrying a bandit king seeking amnesty is indeed a most ill-fated decision. Without delving into other matters, One need only reflect on the ultimate fates of the 108 heroes of Water Margin to grasp the gravity of the situation. Hence, it is indeed prudent for Miss 15 to seek her own salvation. Should she marry the Bandit King, it is conceivable that not only she but also her uncle's family would face dire consequences. Conversely, if she were to escape, both her uncle and aunt would be equally ill-equipped to confront the royal household and the Bandit King. Moreover, it would be imprudent to assert that her entrance into the palace was misguided, as the royal family and the Bandit King would dare not question the integrity of their selection process for palace maids. After all, the Prince of Li oversees the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and none would emerge unscathed from such scrutiny. Furthermore, the notion of her fleeing is fraught with peril. Having never lived independently, she possesses little in the way of pocket money. The prospect of escape fills her with trepidation. Ironically, within the palace, should she navigate her circumstances astutely, survival may not prove insurmountable. Reflecting on Miss 15's emotional journey, Mu Hui is inevitably reminded of her own experiences at the tender age of 15. Truth be told, prior to her parents' departure from this world, she was blissfully naive, unable to fathom the completeness of her situation. Her intellect and resilience burgeoned only after the loss of her parents, as she wrestled with the vicissitudes of life, emerging ever more formidable. Thus, Miss 15 exhibits remarkable sagacity. Her desires and aspirations are distinctly defined. Had her parents not departed so abruptly, leaving her to confront the chaos of existence unprepared, she might have, like her affluent peers, prioritized indulgence and revelry. Shaking her head as she gazes at the young prince, whose blush is yet to fade, Mu Hui sighs softly. The emperor, now in his 50s, has shared a lifetime of companionship with the empress, who has borne him no children. Despite her barrenness, the emperor harbors no resentment towards her. More critically, this empress bears a striking resemblance to the favored concubine of the Ming dynasty. In recent years, numerous palace maids have fallen pregnant, yet none have successfully delivered their offspring. Many have succumbed to the treachery of red flour soup or have been unjustly cast into the cold palace, resulting in the tragic demise of both mother and child. This accounts for the absence of any princesses in the palace. Ironically, as long as the disturbances do not reach the emperor's attention, he feigns ignorance, as if nothing untoward has transpired. From Miss 15's recollections, Mu Hui discerns that whenever a noble or concubine perishes within the palace, the empress exhibits an unusual gentleness towards the emperor, which brings him joy for several days. Thus, Mu Hui cannot help but harbor a malicious thought. These two regard the palace maids merely as tools for their own ends, oblivious to the sins they commit. Indeed, do those in power comprehend the nature of their transgressions? For Miss 15, entering the palace represents a springboard for her future independence, a means to sever ties with her uncle and carve her own path. Consequently, she remains aloof, focused on her own existence. Moreover, she is acutely aware that the Prince of Li governs the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and should she exhibit even the slightest ambition to ascend the social ladder, both she and her uncle's family would face annihilation, having tarnished the dignity of the royal household. Thus, when inquiring about the talents of her peers within the palace, Miss 15 discreetly revealed a modicum of her own skill. Her aunt, an exceptional seamstress, has imparted her expertise to Miss 15, who has absorbed this knowledge from an early age, honing her craft with diligence. Thus, it was only natural that she was assigned to the embroidery room within the palace. Being from the esteemed Duanmu family, which belonged to the imperial household department, she was well aware that the embroidery room was comparatively modest in size within the palace. Consequently, upon entering the embroidery room, she became oblivious to the affairs of the outside world, quietly dedicating herself to her craft. Even after completing her assigned tasks, she would seek additional work to hone her skills further. As a result, she distinguished herself from her peers, as she rarely engaged in the mundane chores typically expected of junior palace maids. The elder matrons seemed to take note of her unique potential and focused on cultivating her professional talents from the very beginning. Chapter 4. Midnight in the Needlework Room. Alongside the gentle 15th Miss, there was also the sweetly charming Zheng Zai. Zai possessed a mild temperament, and her craftsmanship did not quite match that of 15th Miss. primarily because 15th Miss preferred to hide away in the needlework room, avoiding the outside world. As long as she diligently toiled, she could evade a multitude of chaotic affairs. Zai, on the other hand, evidently garnered greater affection from their aunts. Both she and 15th Miss were the most cherished little maids among their cohort. One was industrious yet unambitious, while the other radiated sweetness and charm, evoking fondness. Thus, after a brief adjustment period, the two were soon assigned to the same dormitory. Zai, lively and innocent, would often urge 15th Miss to lift her gaze from her work, to smile more often, and to take moments to rest. 15th Miss, however, merely wished for a few years of tranquil existence, biding her time until she could leave the palace, and perhaps even save some money in the process. Therefore, she was not solely a diligent worker, as Zai suggested. From her very first day in the palace, she had been seeking an escape route. After all, how else could she have discovered such a secluded chamber within this cold palace, serving as a refuge? Although Zai hailed from a family of the imperial household, she had always been delightfully naive and romantic. The reasons for her entrance into the palace were never questioned by 15th Miss, as every family had its own motivations, and she preferred not to meddle in the affairs of others. Nonetheless, Zai persistently endeavored to win her favor, engaging her in trivial conversations, leading Mu Hui to believe that 15th Miss possessed a remarkably tender heart. On the surface, she appeared as composed as herself, yet her heart was far softer. Having shared a residence for over a year, despite 15th Miss's outward stoicism, Zai remained the sole source of warmth in her life within the palace. For 15th Miss, anyone who could offer her warmth would receive her utmost loyalty in times of need, be it her uncles and aunts or Zai. The needlework room was laden with endless tasks. Although the imperial and empress's ceremonial garments were beyond their purview, the sheer volume of everyday attire was overwhelming, not to mention the multitude of concubines and noble ladies. The garments of these palace maids were primarily crafted by the workshops of the weaving bureau. Otherwise, even if the needlework maids had 10 hands, they would never complete the workload. Of course, the palace maids in the needlework room held ranks, determining which noble ladies' garments they could create. 15th Miss, being diligent, was able to sew for the noble ladies shortly after her arrival in the palace. Within a year, she was already making garments for several concubines. Yet, even a single piece of everyday attire for a noble lady required painstaking effort. Completely handcrafted, not only did it need to be exquisitely embroidered, but it also had to fit precisely and boast an outstanding design. Initially, 15th Miss approached her work with a humble demeanor, focusing solely on her tasks. However, as time passed, she genuinely found herself devoid of time and energy for ostentation. In Mu, we could only feel fatigued on her behalf upon recalling her memories. With such exhaustion, who had the leisure to concern themselves with the palace's intrigues? The garments of these noble ladies could not afford the slightest imperfection. Thus, any change in the figures of the noble ladies, including the empress, could potentially ruin months of hard work. Naturally, alongside diligent workers like 15th Miss, there were also individuals like Zai, who ventured out to take measurements for the noble ladies. A petite palace maid with a sweet smile often flits about the old emperor's side, engaged in the most intimate of tasks. And it is no surprise that she has ascended to such heights. Now, as Mu Hui reflects, a chill rises from the depths of her heart. Is this the affection those aunts have for Zai? Or is this what Zai's family desires? Coming from a similar background in the inner court, why did she choose this role? It certainly offers a swifter ascent than merely being assigned to a palace as a junior maid. Mu Hui notices that whenever she contemplates this, a sense of evasion stirs within her. Perhaps she understands deep down, yet she refuses to believe it and does not wish to dwell on it. For the aunts truly care for the 15th lady, and she does not want to consider otherwise. On the day Zai departed, she clutched Mu Hui's hand tightly. For the first time, Zai's eyes were filled with sorrowful tears. The 15th lady felt a pang of discomfort and believed she ought to say something to Zai. After a long moment, she gently uttered, "If you wish to live, do not bear child." Zai bit her lip and smiled at the 15th lady, remaining silent. At that moment, the reflection in Mu Hui's mind dulled. Zai must have sensed it then. Indeed, Zai had not smiled in years. Meanwhile, the 15th lady continued to immerse herself in her own small domain, diligently tending to her duties, gradually climbing from a lowly maid to a managerial official. The 15th lady believed this progression was undoubtedly linked to Zai, yet she accepted it silently. Their connection was minimal, but they shared an understanding. She hoped that all Zai needed to do was wait, to remain obedient beneath the Empress, conveying no ambitions of her own. If she could navigate these waters, she could ultimately survive until the Emperor or the Empress passed away. Mu Hui failed to grasp the significance of such an existence, but for the 15th lady, this was their very purpose. To live was the greatest significance for them, akin to an obsession for the 15th lady. Everything changed with Zai's unexpected pregnancy. Whether it was truly an accident, neither Mu Hui nor the 15th lady wished to delve into. It held no meaning for them. The greatest dilemma they faced was whether to keep or discard the child. Discarding it was straightforward. One could simply confess to the Empress, and with a bowl of safflower soup, everything would be resolved. Moreover, it might win the Empress's favor, as she already held a soft spot for Zai. Otherwise, amidst the many in the cold palace, why was Zai not among them? Yet Zai wept, merely gazing at the 15th lady. This was the first time she had summoned the 15th lady since becoming a noble, though no words were exchanged. The 15th lady understood that Zai desired this child. They had both entered the palace at 15 and were now 20. In this era, they were considered of advanced age. If they did not conceive soon, they might lose their chance altogether. However, which was more important, life or the child? For the 15th lady, who held a deep reverence for life, of course, life took precedence. Yet, for Zai, who had just discovered her pregnancy, the child became paramount. One admirable trait of the 15th lady was her refusal to impose her beliefs upon others. For instance, she believed that Zai was mistaken, yet she remained silent, merely gazing at her until she was certain that Zai was not jesting, before nodding and stepping back. Thus, Mu Hui perceived Fifteen as more endearing than herself. Though she appeared aloof, she harbored goodwill towards everyone. Her benevolent uncle and his family, her kind aunts, and Zai, who had shown her kindness. As long as someone had exhibited goodwill towards her, she would strive to assist them within her means. She even chose to overlook the possibility that these individuals might not be virtuous. For Fifteen, such considerations were inconsequential. In contrast, Mu Hui reflected upon herself. Since the age of 15, she had always anticipated the worst in others, and she recognized that she did not possess the same charm as Fifteen. Chapter 5. Loyalty assisting Zai in retaining her child, though challenging, was not insurmountable. Lady 15, having been oblivious to worldly affairs for 5 years since entering the palace, had cultivated a certain network. The events of yesteryear had gradually faded from memory, and even her aunt had visited her. Though the past incident was not mentioned, the mere fact that her aunt came to see her signified that time had healed old wounds. Moreover, her status had incrementally improved, bringing with it a wealth of resources. Various gossips circulated, and even if she wished to remain uninformed, there were those eager to share the latest tidings with her. The palace, after all, was not so vast that tales from a decade prior would be considered ancient history. Furthermore, among the few esteemed families within the Ministry of Internal Affairs, even the minor officials were interconnected, each unwilling to relinquish a valuable piece on the chessboard. Lady 15 soon formulated a plan. It was noteworthy that, over 2 decades in the palace, no child had ever been born. While numerous servants had found themselves with child, it remained an open secret within the palace, undisclosed to the ministers and the imperial clan outside. The emperor's lack of an heir posed a significant source of instability for both the ministers and the noble families. With so many princes, which one would they support? For the royal family, every clan aspired to nurture a phoenix tree, even if they themselves had none. They could not allow others to succeed. Thus, in recent years, the court had been rife with undercurrents. Ministers still harbored hopes that the emperor might father a son. For the royal families, losing one hope was preferable to witnessing a rival ascend. Therefore, the moment Zai's child became public knowledge, the empress would find herself in an untenable position should she act against it. In her pursuit of securing her own position, She too would need to safeguard Zai and her child. Understanding the crux of the matter, Lady 15 felt confident in her ability to protect Zai's offspring. During a grand assembly, where ministers and noble women gathered in joyous celebration, Zai stood beside the empress, serving as her unjealous emblem. As merriment filled the air, Zai fainted beside the imperial physician's wife. The physician's wife, hailing from a family of medical practitioners, instinctively reached out to support Zai while checking her pulse. Naturally, congratulations were soon in order for the empress, for regardless of which palace bore the child, it would be regarded as hers. As she spoke, the noble women and ministers alike cried out, "Heaven bless our dynasty." Even former emperors, officials, and royal families were moved to tears. Zai, for being a mere consort, ascended to the status of a revered concubine and relocated to the Jingtadian. In an instant, she became the most esteemed figure at court. Both Zai and Lady 15 were acutely aware that this entire spectacle was a fade. The empress remained passive only because all eyes were upon her. The emperor, yearning desperately for an heir, held no true affection for Zai. As long as Zai bore a child, be it a son or daughter, any offspring would suffice. In the emperor's estimation, Zai was likely no more significant than the pet dog he often cradled in his arms. Thus, both Lady 15 and Zai secretly hoped for a daughter, believing that a girl might afford Zai a glimmer of hope. Thus, the adage that the heavens do not align with human desires holds true. As the midnight hour approached, it became evident to all that the child born at that time would undoubtedly be a boy. It was then that the Lady 15 became increasingly anxious in her preparations for escape. Now, as Mu Hui reflects upon Lady 15's memories, she perceives that the lady's unspoken intention was to take the child, Zai, with her. Indeed, upon further contemplation, it is evident that Lady 15 was quite astute. Abducting Zai would be far simpler than attempting to flee with an infant. As Zai's birth drew nearer, Lady 15's anxiety intensified, leading to her sudden illness after years of good health. Had it not been for this turn of events, Mu Hui might never have had the opportunity to traverse into this realm. If Lady 15 were in this moment, she would surely devise a means to escape with Zai, rather than becoming entangled in thoughts of delivering the child to the empress in pursuit of stability. Certainly, she would not relinquish the child to the empress, for that embodies Lady 15's loyalty to Zai. The little one, having consumed his fill, exhibited exemplary behavior, stifling a tiny yawn as his delicate pink mouth opened slightly, and his small eyes squinted into mere slits. His hands, resembling diminutive chicken claws, balled into fists, gently brushing against his lips, as if he wished to cram those tiny fists into his mouth. Witnessing this brought a smile to Mu Hui's face, though not her first encounter with a newborn. This particular child was the only one she could hold and observe with such abandon. Everyone knew she had no children, especially after her divorce. When her colleagues welcomed new offspring, she would buy gifts for visits, only to have the children presented to others, as if they feared her emotional turmoil. What they failed to realize was that such gestures only deepened her sorrow. Henceforth, whenever someone else bore a child, she would simply send a representative, ensuring a more comfortable scenario for all. Looking at this child, one could not help but feel a sense of pity, born into a world where his mother had perished. And his father. Did Zai and Lady 15 truly desire this? To leave behind a potential future monarch, with the imperial couple unprepared for the responsibilities of parenthood. What could they offer this infant? Even if he were to ascend the throne, what would it matter? Reflecting on the history she had studied, many emperors became tyrants, each intent on reclaiming what they believed they had been denied. Thus, it was imperative for Zai and Lady 15 to send the child away from the palace. The throne held little value for them. However, this loyalty between Lady 15 and Zai posed a dilemma for Mu Hui. Did she, merely by occupying Lady 15's body, inherit such a legacy? This notion troubled her greatly. She lacked such noble sentiments. In the 21st century, who would act with such allegiance? Chapter 6. Decision. The Cold Palace was one of the escape routes that the 15th lady prepared upon her entry into the palace. One of many, but not the sole option. It served as a contingency plan in case she found herself unable to endure. Contrary to its name, the Cold Palace was not truly frigid, at least, It had not always been so. After the emperor ascended the throne, it was a place of considerable activity for a time. The empress, known for her intolerance, quickly began dispatching newcomers to the cold palace within days of her elevation. Any palace maid who caught the emperor's favor would soon find herself sent there under some pretext contrived by the empress. The once small cold palace became overcrowded as a result. Eventually, the palace maids began to hang from the beams, leading to all manner of rumors. Those who wished to escape their fate were said to take their own lives there. Yet, whether they truly desired to live or die was a truth known only to those in power. After a few years of turmoil, the empress gradually tempered her wrath, and the cold palace fell into desolation once more. By the time the 15th lady and her companions arrived, the cold palace had become akin to a haunted house within the imperial complex. With the arrival of the 15th lady, the whispers grew increasingly bizarre and morbid. Consequently, over the years, whenever someone was rumored to be sent to the cold palace, the palace maids would rather dash headlong into death than accept such a fate. As a result, the guards would take great care to avoid that area, resolutely refusing to conduct searches there. The provisions that the 15th lady prepared revealed her meticulousness and attention to detail. To the casual observer, nothing seemed amiss, but as Mu Hui sat there, recalling the items hidden away, she felt an overwhelming sense of admiration for the 15th lady. Food, charcoal, a brazier, silver notes, and small coins, and a few sets of commoners' clothing. Of course, Mu Hui had not yet realized that this was one of the escape routes that the 15th lady had prepared upon her entry into the palace. It was but one of many. Indeed, a challenging life can forge resilience. Mu Hui pondered this and shook her head gently. She cradled her infant, affectionately rubbing her face against his tiny cheeks. She realized that she had erred. She should have hidden her child here and, after some time, slipped him away unnoticed. Indeed, was she not lacking in foresight? Would the 15th lady have executed the plan more adeptly? If it were her, could she have saved them both? The baby giggled, his small hands tenderly grasping Mu Hui's face, perhaps tickled by her affection, leaving him uncertain, eliciting only laughter, his hands instinctively patting her. Mu Hui had attended parenting classes, learning that newborns are largely oblivious to the world around them. Their perceptions are predominantly shaped by sound and tactile sensations. They delight in the gentle caresses of adults upon their skin. Having never had the opportunity to practice, she now cradled a child and experienced firsthand the joy that erupted from a mere touch. Mu Hui took a deep breath and pulled the child close to her chest. She had once met death, passing away in solitude, devoid of kin or friend at her side. She succumbed to her tragic end amidst loneliness and excruciating pain. Even with a lifetime's worth of wealth at her disposal, what solace was that? She had no one to whom she could entrust her heart. What could be more tragic than this? Now she has a child, the child's mother, who has just immolated herself in her chamber. This act was intended to sow chaos, providing her with the opportunity to escape. So, does this mean that the baby is indeed hers? If she manages to flee successfully, then this child is undoubtedly hers. But what will she do if she takes him and faces pursuit? She has never underestimated anyone since she has come to this place. Even if it is in another's body, she does not wish to perish easily. Do you wish to be an emperor? Mu Hui asked gently, gazing at the infant. Although the newborn could hear her voice, could he comprehend it? He merely yawned, his frail little hands forming fists, which he brought to his mouth to nibble, then raise high, unconsciously patting Mu Hui's lips. Mu Hui understood that the baby's actions were instinctive, yet she preferred to believe that he had thoughtfully silenced her. She believed this was the answer and thus resolved that he was her son from this moment forth. He is her son, and no one shall take him away. Exiting the palace is no simple task. Mu Hui cannot afford to take risks, nor can she jeopardize her son. Therefore, in the following days, she began to prepare earnestly. During this time, she deeply fell in love with this remarkably obedient child. In her childcare lessons, she had learned of various ailments afflicting newborns. Yet this little one exhibited none. When she fed him rice porridge, he obediently consumed it, yawned, and then drifted into a deep slumber. Despite his frailness, he was truly easy to care for. She even named him Little Bao. Though the name may seem commonplace, she wished to call him her treasured little one. This was the reason the heavens had granted her a second chance, to bestow upon her a healthy body and a child. What reason did she have not to cherish him? Thus, for little Bao's sake, she must swiftly seek a path out of the palace. She could not allow him to continue consuming that nutritionally deficient rice porridge. Yet, despite her urgency, she understood that some things require patience. The outside world was fraught with danger. Venturing out would be tantamount to death. During the few days of respite, she crafted 2 suitable outfits for little Bao. Seeing him dressed in a charming onesie, Muhui could not help but smile alongside him. Is this what it feels like to be a mother? Even when little Bao passed gas, she found it endearing. How could such a phenomenon be so magical? Thus, in all her endeavors for little Bao, her heart brimmed with joy. Moreover, her affinity with the body of the 15th lady grew ever stronger. In her previous life, aside from her professional pursuits, her culinary skills were her greatest asset, honed through rigorous training post-marriage. Her in-laws were traditional, and her tenacious nature compelled her to excel at everything. During family gatherings, she would return home to personally prepare several dishes, bringing pride to her in-laws. To avoid being perceived as one who could only prepare a few specific dishes, she put great thought into her culinary creations. However, when it came to needlework, she had seldom had the opportunity to practice. To make a few cloth diapers for little Bao, using scissors posed no challenge, but when she picked up a needle, her hands trembled uncontrollably. Finally, relying on the memories of the esteemed 15th mistress, she tremulously crafted a few pieces of cloth for diapers. She profoundly recognized that 15th mistress truly deserved her reputation as a skilled court official, even with Midnight's support. Without her craftsmanship, Midnight would not have been able to elevate her status. At this moment, she not only inherited the physical form of 15th mistress, but also her talents. While she may not have fully assimilated her skills, possessing even a fraction of them sufficed for her needs. Furthermore, she believed she possessed advantages over 15th mistress. Unlike 15th mistress, who lacked experience in childcare, she excelled in it. In truth, she had not endured significant hardships in her youth. As the youngest and the sole girl among her 2 elder brothers at her uncle and aunt's home, she was afforded a degree of leniency, even if care was not expressly provided. Upon entering the palace, she secluded herself within her limited domain, possessing only a vague recollection of Midnight, while remaining entirely oblivious to other noble mistresses. Clearly, she had never bothered to look beyond her immediate surroundings, as they held no relevance to her. Of course, had it been otherwise, 15th mistress would not have survived in the palace. Yet, it was precisely this disposition that instilled fear in her regarding childcare. Despite her inherent kindness, she had never enjoyed social interactions, a trait cultivated since childhood. In stark contrast, Mu Hui had once yearned fervently for children, to the point of obsession. She had lost count of how many parenting classes she had enrolled in, and it was widely known that she adored children, yet she had none. Now at last, she had her precious little treasure, and she devoted herself wholeheartedly to nurturing him. She firmly believed that the amalgamation of 15th mistress's memories and her own intellect would ensure the safe upbringing of her child, guiding him to adulthood beyond the palace walls. Chapter 7. The cautious 15th lady. At this moment, Mu Hui could not help but feel grateful to the 15th lady. Had she not begun seeking a path to escape the palace from the very day she entered, her preparations would not have been so thorough. The items she had gathered reveal much about her character. The 15th lady is indeed astute. She understands that the man she once spurned was none other than the Bandit King. To endure until the Bandit King was deposed was undoubtedly the most favorable outcome. However, should that not come to pass, even if the Bandit King has taken a wife and sired children, her chances of a prosperous life upon leaving the palace at 25 would be slim. Thus, her options were either to thrive within the palace or to seize an opportunity to escape. The disappearance of a palace maid would hardly raise suspicion. In fact, people vanish from the palace every day, and everyone is aware of it. They have grown accustomed to it, resulting in no investigations and no notifications to their families. How could one explain such occurrences? Countless cases exist where one is neither seen alive nor found deceased. The 15th lady served in the embroidery room, where while the palace's possessions were limited, they were not entirely accounted for. Moreover, palace maids could not dress in rags, hence they were provided with seasonal garments. Though she began as a humble maid, her remarkable skills allowed her to sit and work diligently since her arrival. While she wore the clothes issued by the palace, their wear was minimal. By the time new garments were distributed, her attire still appeared new. Nonetheless, she would not retain the new clothing. Instead, she opted to wear the old to avoid drawing attention from those around her. She would don a new attire, yet remove any palace insignia, adding some scraps to create a reasonably fine outfit suitable for the common folk. Over the years, she preserved her garments, and once she established certain connections, these modified clothes were entrusted to familiar young eunuchs to be sold at the market. Even the poorest of palace maids wore decent materials, coupled with her exceptional craftsmanship. Her business thrived. This endeavor provided her with a modest source of income. Otherwise, her small box of savings would not have accumulated so much silver. Remarkably, she had not wasted a single piece throughout the years. Seasonally, she prepared 2 sets of clothing here for emergencies. Thus, there were garments for Mu Hui to alter diapers, transform into frocks for the child, and cotton robes for the little one's nest. Contemplating the silver notes and coins the 15th lady had saved, Mu Hui could not help but sigh in admiration. All the silver notes she had prepared were 50 taels each, although a thick stack was cumbersome to carry. Considering that 50 taels was a moderate denomination, they were not conspicuous when presented. In stark contrast to the several 1,000-tael dragon head notes given by Zai, she questioned whether she would have the audacity to use them. It is crucial to remember, a common man is innocent, yet bearing wealth is a crime. The 15th lady was acutely aware that she was embarking on a perilous journey. Thus, she meticulously contemplated each step she would take. A vulnerable woman, devoid of kin, burdened with an infant and abundant wealth. What means did she possess to safeguard herself? Rather, she risked plunging both herself and her child into even more treacherous circumstances. In terms of the fragmented silver, Mu Hui was well aware that the quantity amounted to precisely 50 taels, comprised of small silver coins. These were easily concealed and readily expendable. Thus, one could see that even in the preparation of the silver for their impending departure, the 15th mistress had exerted considerable effort. What manner of temperament must one possess to maintain such composure? Most notably, her preparations commenced at the tender age of 15. Intrigued, Mu Hui delved into the memories of the 15th mistress, recognizing that the exchange of silver notes stemmed from the sale of garments outside the palace. However, it was perplexing how such fragmented coins could have originated, especially given her status as a female official who managed affairs in the sewing chamber. Typically, the rewards bestowed upon her by her superiors and the tributes from subordinates were quite substantial. Moreover, she engaged in her own business endeavors, making it unlikely for her to possess such items. The memories swiftly provided clarity. The majority of this fragmented silver had been acquired through exchanges with young palace maids and eunuchs. She often encouraged them to save rather than squander their modest earnings. Consequently, she would deliberately offer them complete small ingots or the gold and silver tokens bestowed by the palace in exchange for loose change, advising them that having small denominations would lead to frivolous spending, while larger sums would be cherished and easier to preserve. Additionally, she had a penchant for generosity, often giving 1 tael when others received 9 coins. This not only endeared her to those around her, ensuring their fondness wherever she went, but also subtly transformed her larger silver reserves into fragmented coins without drawing notice. Mu Hui understood the implications of the 15th mistress's actions. The silver issued by the palace bore official markings, some even bearing the insignia of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. The gold and silver tokens were unmistakably palace-issued, and should she ever escape, they would be tantamount to a death sentence when presented for use. The fragmented coins, however, were devoid of any identifying marks and thus offered unparalleled convenience, merely a few coins at a time. Regardless of when they were produced, they would not incite greed. Furthermore, she instructed the eunuchs who could leave the palace to exchange the fragmented silver for smaller denomination notes totaling 50 taels. This approach was far more discreet than trading large ingots of palace silver or gold tokens. No one would suspect anything amiss. It was the possession of marked palace tokens that would raise concerns. Thus, one could appreciate the brilliance of the 15th mistress's strategy. She cultivated goodwill without arousing suspicion, all while accomplishing her objectives. With such a solid foundation laid by the mistress, Mu Hui finally felt a flicker of hope for her and Xiao Bao's future. Yet, her solitary dilemma remained: how to effectuate their escape. She could easily exit the palace on her own. The 15th mistress had devised several viable plans for such an eventuality. However, the challenge lay in departing with Xiao Bao. While she had formed connections within the palace, she understood that at this juncture, the stakes were not merely life and death. In such perilous times, trust was a luxury she could not afford. Moreover, the more individuals who were aware of her intentions posed a risk to Xiao Bao and her entrusted confidant. In truth, Mu Hui even sensed that there had been moments when the 15th mistress herself had wavered. She could sense that, at a certain moment when she first inhabited the body of the 15th lady, there was a turmoil within her. Yet, as she claimed the vessel, what the 15th lady exuded was not fear, but rather a sense of release. Before long, Mu Hui could no longer perceive the essence of the 15th lady, as if she had entirely relinquished her hold and departed completely. In the face of temptation and the yearning for life, if even the 15th lady had experienced such turmoil, how could she possibly trust those who had once been close to her? Chapter 8. A way out without external assistance. How could she manage to smuggle the infant away? The narrative from Justice Bao presented some potential inspiration, yet Mu Hui promptly dismissed the notion. In that tale, the young prince was fed liquor to pacify him, allowing him to be concealed within a food box and subsequently delivered to the residence of the 8th prince. Setting aside the question of whether alcohol might have adverse effects on a child, what if it caused permanent harm? This was now her son, and she could not afford to expose him to such risks. Moreover, where could she possibly procure alcohol or a food box sufficient to contain infant? Mu Hui gazed silently at the newborn swaddled in a large cotton robe, relieved that Sister 15 had prepared seasonal garments for him. She had arranged a cozy little nest for the child, fully aware that she could not allow him to grow accustomed to being held constantly. If he were to become accustomed to that, he would inevitably cry when not cradled, a perilous situation in their current environment. Furthermore, once she left the palace, she would need to work and could not always hold him. Fortunately, she had attended infant care classes, and the lessons remained vivid in her memory. After creating a safe environment, she made a concerted effort to refrain from holding him, adhering to a schedule for diaper changes and feeding. The child seemed to adapt, spending most of his time sleeping after feeding. Even when he soiled his diaper, he merely uttered a few sounds, and upon realizing that no one responded, he quieted down. Whenever Mu Hui found the time, she would attend to his needs. At times, Mu Hui would observe the little one from a distance, acutely aware of his discomfort, yet feeling powerless. Resting her chin upon her hand, she could only surrender to her emotions. In those moments, she finally comprehended the words of her infant care instructor. This was not merely a training of the child, but a trial for the parent. Even though he was not her biological child, she felt a pang of anguish each time she witnessed his struggle. Perhaps the rice porridge lacked sufficient nutrition. These past days, aside from becoming somewhat fairer, the infant had not visibly gained weight. This realization pained Mu Hui deeply, for she knew she must devise a solution quickly. Even the rice porridge must be made from freshly cooked rice to provide adequate nourishment. The water produced from the pre-ground rice flour could hardly be deemed sustenance. While Mu Hui wrestled with her internal conflicts daily, she remained attentive to the news from outside. This did not imply she could venture out to gather information. Rather, the cold palace was not as desolate as it seemed. Although many feared this place, there were those audacious enough to come and go during daylight hours. While they did not approach her vicinity, Mu Hui could still hear the sounds from outside. Each time this occurred, she would anxiously clutch the infant to her chest, hiding in the shadows, awaiting the cover of night. Sister 15 had chosen this location, a secluded annex against the palace wall. She selected it for its spaciousness. From the outside, it appeared easily observable, yet upon entry, one would realize that the absence of window paper and the slanted door created blind spots. Without stepping inside and conducting a thorough inspection, it would be nearly impossible to uncover its secrets. The interior was indeed capable of concealing individuals. Furthermore, due to the lack of door panels and window coverings, a segment of an indeterminate, faded ribbon hung from the beam directly facing the entrance. It was evident that the lowest section had been severed, and the reason for this was all too apparent. Thus, even in broad daylight, upon reaching the entrance and observing the ribbon, no one would dare to take a step closer. Moreover, once inside, the atmosphere was even more stifling. She had been there for 5 days, and each day, she could hear the echo of footsteps and hushed whispers. Yet not a single soul dared to approach her even slightly. Mu-Hui was suddenly struck by the realization that people were indeed entering and exiting this place. Their hurried movements indicated that it was merely a thoroughfare. The implication was clear. There existed a passage that could lead her away. With this understanding, her heart found solace. In the quiet of the following dawn, as the first light of day began to break, she cautiously emerged, cradling her baby, and began her search along the palace walls. Typically, at this hour, aside from the cleaning servants, no one would be about. Given that this was the cold palace, it was even less likely for anyone to come here. Of course, the dead of night would have been more opportune. The rumors of hauntings in the cold palace were not new, and thus, no one would venture there after dark. But she had no light. Even if she did, she would not dare to ignite it. Hence, she could only seize the fleeting moments of dawn to seek an escape. As she circled the palace walls, she found no hidden openings or escape routes. Had she miscalculated? Were they merely here to hide treasures? Looking down at the ground, if treasures were indeed concealed here, they would likely be hidden in an inconspicuous side hall, not buried in a pit. The cold palace was neglected, and the back courtyard was overgrown with weeds. Mu-Hui treaded carefully, wary of leaving any traces that might betray her presence. Gazing at the ground, she momentarily glanced back at the path she had taken, then returned her focus to the thicket of weeds. If she, with utmost caution, had left marks, then how could those who traversed this path daily not have done the same? Standing still, she gingerly parted the tall grass. Some broken blades caught her attention. Stepping on one, she followed the direction of the severed grass, moving forward without looking ahead, simply tracing the path of the broken stalks. Eventually, she found herself in another side hall of the cold palace, a place she had passed through previously without entering. Indeed, no one had stipulated that secret passages must exist outdoors, but once inside the hall, she felt the challenge magnify. Previously, she had assumed such openings were remnants from the construction of the palace walls, but crossing into the hall implied that it was a secret passage, one that was beyond her capabilities to navigate while carrying her child. She hesitated to enter the hall, noticing the absence of footprints within. A layer of dust lay undisturbed, indicating that previous visitors had also been exceedingly cautious. A single misstep would surely reveal her presence. Silently, she retreated, carefully retracing her steps along the faint footprints, opting not to follow the route she had taken that morning, but instead adhering strictly to the path marked by the other's tread, slowly making her way back. This time, she attentively examined the ground of her own side hall. Contemplating returning her infant to his nest, she gently draped a piece of white gauze over his face and lightly swept the ground to stir up dust, concealing the traces of her recent passage. Retreating to a corner, she observed the ground once more. There were still some marks, yet they were far less conspicuous than if she had been wholly unaware of the need to obscure her footprints. Looking back at Little Bao, he was diligently grasping the veil covering his face, clearly uncomfortable with it. Witnessing his struggle against the white fabric, Mu-Hui could not help but chuckle softly. This boy was undeniably becoming more autonomous. However, this very realization made her feel the need to exert more effort, for as he developed a stronger personality, what if he were to reject the notion of being a compliant child in the future? Would they then face the consequences together? She refrained from assisting Little Bao in removing the veil, understanding that if she helped him once, he would become aware of her attention and subsequently develop a temper. Thus, she often chose to quietly observe him instead. Eventually, Little Bao managed to pull it off, letting out a long sigh of relief before turning his head and drifting into slumber. Now, regardless of hunger or the need to relieve himself, he remained remarkably composed. When hungry, he would simply part his lips while keeping his eyes shut, uttering soft sounds. When nature called, the process was even simpler. He would relieve himself and then giggle a few times. On one occasion, after a significant release, he had even let out a foul-smelling fart. And as he wrinkled his nose, it seemed he too felt a touch of embarrassment, smiling at himself. Chapter 9. The eyes of the mechanism. Mu Hui returned to her previous spot, reflecting on the footprints she had just observed. They belonged to a man, each stride remarkably wide, suggesting a person of considerable stature. The footsteps were powerful. This could not possibly be a eunuch. If he were not a eunuch, the only other men permitted to roam the palace would be the guards. A guard, unlike a eunuch, could freely exit the palace. So why had he come here? To steal? Surely, they had better methods. Teamwork would serve them far better than this. Mu Hui shook her head. This was not her concern. What mattered was how she could utilize this passage to escape. Little Bao could not remain in this predicament any longer. Glancing at the little one nestled in his nest, bubbles forming as he slept, Mu Hui's heart melted. She finally understood why new mothers could speak endlessly about their children, and why several had told her they could watch their offspring for hours, marveling at how such a remarkable child could be their own. When she had first heard this, it had seemed unbelievable, but now, as a mother herself, she was in awe of the wonders of creation. She could genuinely gaze at little Bao for extended periods, utterly captivated, unable to tire of the sight. Even watching him nibble on his tiny fists brought her immense joy. She ground her teeth in frustration. She could not leave little Bao alone in this place. Yet, carrying him while searching for an escape route seemed daunting. Mu Sigid, recalling how resolute she once was, now rendered indecisive by such a small creature. Shaking her head, she diverted her gaze and began preparing for her escape. In truth, she had been preparing for days. The following morning, Mu Hui returned to that secluded hall, retracing the man's footsteps, armed with a makeshift broom crafted from scraps of cloth. At the hall's entrance, she scrutinized the interior. Not a single footprint marked the floor within. Just as she had observed the day before, a layer of dust lay undisturbed. How had that man managed such stealth? Of course, she could replicate it. She simply lacked the time. Having resolved to flee, she dismissed any further contemplation. Her objective was to depart. Naturally, she had to ensure that her footprints remained untraceable. At this moment, she had sewn small pockets into her close-fitting attire, discreetly storing the banknotes within. It was essential to avoid placing them all together. A clever thief would detect the uneven distribution at a glance, especially in the summer. Given the season, she also had to be mindful of moisture. However, she had no choice. She could not carry an excessive amount of baggage. She needed to escape, all while cradling a newborn. Thus, she could only take the essentials. A small bundle was secured around her waist, containing unwrapped clothing, some silver coins, and the jewelry gifted by Zai. The banknotes were tucked into the neatly sewn pockets, and she donned the commoner's attire prepared by 15. After ensuring it was unremarkable to the eye, she fashioned her hair into a woman's chignon with a silver hairpin. Finally, she placed little Bao into a sturdy cloth pouch she had sewn from cardboard, cushioning his head with cotton for support. Little Bao was comfortably secured within the bundle, which she then fastened to her chest. Now she expresses her gratitude for the parenting classes, as they have provided her with a semblance of calm amidst the chaos. Little Bao joyfully coos in response to such affectionate treatment. Evidently, he is a child easily pleased. Mu Hui gently kissed the crown of little Bao's bald head, inhaling deeply, realizing that this was her child, and from now on, their lives were intertwined. Mu Hui's attire reflected her resolute determination not to return. She was determined to venture out today. However, after searching thoroughly, she found nothing. She was not disheartened. If it were so easy to find, it would not be shrouded in mystery. Mu Hui never believed in luck. Thus, she eschewed shortcuts. Her circuit around the space was merely to familiarize herself with her surroundings, after which she stood in the center of the hall, silently surveying her environment. Chinese architectural culture emphasizes the beauty of symmetry, where every element possesses both yin and yang, complementing each other. Consequently, this side hall mirrored the one where Mu Hui and others had stayed for several days. She was well acquainted with the previous one, and now her task was to identify the differences. Her primary focus was on the side hall's rear wall. The passageway could only be in that direction, as it also constituted a palace wall. She had scrutinized this area earlier, but discovered nothing. Returning to the wall, she gently patted little Bao's swaddling, tilting her head to examine the wall. Soon, she narrowed her eyes, shifting her gaze from the wall to the ground. The wall was too conspicuous. Anyone would instinctively focus on it rather than the floor. Consequently, the floor bore dust. This was likely not to conceal footprints, but rather to obscure the surface beneath. She draped a thin veil over little Bao's mouth and nose. With one hand covering her mouth and the other wielding a makeshift duster, she delicately swept the ground. This time, she uncovered what she had been seeking, yet the question remained. How could she escape? This entrance, how could she possibly open it? Surely, she was not to witness ancient mechanisms in action. She felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Realizing she could not resort to searching for a broken candlestick or a shattered bowl, as in the mindless historical dramas she had watched. Resigned, she lifted her head to see if there was anything that could serve as a mechanism. There were no candlesticks or broken bowls here. This was the royal palace. Even in a secluded part, such items would not be found. Only towering beams and tattered drapes remained, as if untouched for centuries. Walls could function as a mechanism. Such items must be in proximity to the secret door and be utterly fixed in place. The material could not merely be a cloth strap that could be pulled to open. Mu genuinely felt as though she had stepped into a Cliché D historical drama. Yet the pressing question remained. How could she escape? Little Bao, feeling uncomfortable, allowed a few whimpers. Mu glanced down at him through the sheer fabric. He was adorably making faces at her, his hands bound within the swaddle, unable to pull the veil aside, only able to squint, as if attempting to break free from his confines. Realizing that this was futile, he tilted his head upwards, feigning a smile, seeking assistance. Mu chuckled, leaning down to plant a kiss on his smooth head through the veil, soothing him into silence. These days, she found herself in a state of wonderment. After all, should not a newborn possess hair? Why then did her little treasure lack this trait? He had only the finest down, and though it might be a pale shade, it was still hair. She could not harbor any prejudice against babies with sparse locks. Moreover, he was her own precious child. You do have a bit of an odor, but that is of little consequence. We shall soon be on our way. Once they stepped outside, she would find a spot where she could offer him fresh rice soup, followed by a soothing bath. Mu let out a gentle sigh, casting aside the broom, and instead cradled her little one in her arms, continuing to search for something that might serve as a hidden treasure. Chapter 10. New problems. The beams were bare, devoid of any adornment. The drapery did not count. This fabric appeared as if it would disintegrate upon a mere tug. Were it to be frequently pulled, it would undoubtedly bear the marks of such actions. Wait, the drapery was fastened with something. She smiled, gently twisting the copper ring affixed to the column, its sheen subtly glinting beneath the fabric. Invisible unless one ventured behind the pillar. There were two copper rings, both gleaming with an identical golden hue. Which one? The entrance lay between the two. If she were to err like those characters in Cliché D television dramas, would she be ambushed? Left or right? Mu cast another glance at Xiao Bao, extending her right hand to delicately twist the copper ring on the left pillar facing her. At last, a dark void materialized on the ground, faintly illuminated from within. She could discern a neatly arranged flight of stone steps. A sigh of relief escaped her lips as she affectionately kissed the slightly odorous Xiao Bao. She did not descend immediately. Instead, she used a broom to clear the footprints she had just made upon entering. Though she knew that no one could verify fingerprints at that moment, she still wiped the copper ring with her sleeve before cautiously making her way down. Upon entering the passageway, reminiscent of scenes from television, enormous oil lamps flickered on either side. A sudden thought struck her. What if this path did not lead outside, but rather to the abode of some royal relative? However, there was no turning back now. She could only twist the copper handle at the base of the passage to restore everything to its original state. When Mu emerged into the light, fortune smiled upon her. She found herself in a dilapidated temple rather than the residence of a noble. She sealed the passageway behind her and hurried away, eager to distance herself from the sight, lest she be discovered too soon. Nevertheless, a woman with a newborn, without any form of identification, still faced a precarious predicament. Determining her direction, she recognized that she was in an abandoned little temple outside the imperial city, yet still within the confines of the capital. Longing for the conveniences of modernity, she wished for a counterfeit identification card, a simple task in her time. It was likely that in this era, the lampposts bore no signs proclaiming the issuance of such documents, for there were no lampposts at all. Having emerged, she unwrapped the cloth bundle and stowed it away. The style was not suited for this time. Thus, she rearranged the package she had tied around her waist to her back. Xiao Bao was cradled in her arms, resembling any ordinary woman stepping out into the world. Previously, she had divided her meager silver into several portions, as she was well aware of the adage not to place all her eggs in one basket. Some coins were hidden within Xiao Bao's swaddling. She would not, like the foolish characters in her dramas, hang a money pouch from her waist to invite theft. Well, perhaps they were not foolish, but rather the writers lacked wisdom. They insisted it was necessary for the plot. It was certainly a consolation that her male lead would not point to a fish pond and declare, "That is my gift to you." Well, this was not the fault of the actors or writers, but rather the producers. She couldn't help but ponder how these individuals failed to grasp the wisdom of sacrificing a child to catch a wolf. Shaking her head, she navigated the familiar streets of the capital, guided by her memory, steering clear of the usual haunts of the Duanmu family and visiting a small market instead. She indulged in a bit of food, and of course procured a small bowl of rich rice soup for Xiao Bao. Watching the little one savor the meal brought tears of joy to Mu Hui's eyes. This is a humble eatery located within a small gathering. It offers simple meals, with a large pot steaming coarse rice nearby, complemented by a pot of braised vegetables. For merely 2 coins, one can enjoy a generous bowl of coarse rice topped with the savory vegetables. Naturally, free rice soup is available here. Mu Hui was drawn to the sight of the elderly proprietor ladling out rice, with steam rising from the soup, prompting her to approach. Although it may not be the finest white rice, it is noted in literature that coarse rice soup possesses greater nutritional value. The grandmother observed Mu Hui not partaking in the meal and instead feeding her child with a rice soup, her eyes misting with emotion. She sighed softly, advising, "Do not cry. Weeping during confinement can strain your eyes. It is common to lack milk. Once you settle down, consider purchasing a ewe. A modest portion will suffice and sustain you." Mu Hui smiled at the grandmother and continued feeding her child. "Your husband must also be a scholar heading to the capital, correct? These days, accommodations in the city are scarce, particularly during the examination year. It is always like this. Why did you not stay home and avoid this hardship?" With nothing else to occupy her, the grandmother, having no business that morning, sat down to chat with Mu Hui. "Is there no one at home?" Mu Hui, fluent in Shanghainese, contemplated speaking in the local dialect. The grandmother nodded, asking if she hailed from Jiangnan. "Indeed," Mu Hui affirmed. "Jiangnan produces talented individuals. Your husband is surely destined to excel. Just look at this child. It is evident you two are blessed." The grandmother offered her some comfort and, after a moment, retrieved a gourd from the back. After rinsing it with boiling water, she filled it with rice soup and placed it beside Mu Hui. "You should eat first. Take this gourd of rice soup with you. If you finish it by noon, come back for more. It is free." Mu Hui felt a surge of gratitude, realizing that, at last, she had found a glimmer of hope in this desolate place, for the people here were kind. She promptly produced some copper coins, handing them to the grandmother. She had recently sold a cotton garment for 15 coins. Although she did not lack for money, she felt compelled to do something to convince the market-goers of her foreign status. Indeed, there was no official documentation for her. The grandmother accepted the coins without pretense, gently teasing the child. She had not eaten herself, so she asked the grandmother to wrap her meal in a lotus leaf. The grandmother, assuming Mu Hui intended to take it home for her husband, sighed again and added a small scoop of white rice before neatly securing the package. "Come back after you have eaten," she advised Mu Hui. With a grateful smile, Mu Hui embraced her child and departed. As she walked, her mind raced with thoughts. The grandmother's words had reminded her that this was indeed an examination year, and she could easily pose as the wife of a scholar. However, even the wife of a scholar would require identification. Although it would not be referred to as such, it was known as a household registration. The ancient household registration system was far more stringent than the contemporary one, including collective penalties. If one household faced repercussions, all within the same neighborhood would suffer consequences. Registrations were issued by the locale of one's origin. Generally, if one did not travel far, the registration was of little practical use, aside from tax obligations and legal matters. It was seldom required. However, should one wish to leave the county, not only was registration necessary, but one would also need a travel permit issued by the county office, detailing one's identity and purpose, complete with an official seal. Without this, one could not even leave the county town or secure lodging at an inn. At this moment, Mu finds herself unable to seek refuge in a quaint inn for a moment's respite. Chapter 11. Buy one get two free. Mu hesitated to take immediate action. After departing from the marketplace, she pondered her next move, calling for a carriage to take her to the East City. She chose this route because East City was in proximity to the Duanmu residence, and she could not afford to be seen. However, along the edge of East City lay a row of modest inns, frequented by impoverished scholars from the capital. Due to their affordability and the occasional success stories of those whose ancestors had once thrived, a multitude of inns sprang up along the street, gradually forming a small community. She instructed the driver to take her there and quietly observe from the carriage. The examinations had yet to commence, and the area bustled with activity. Visits among friends and literary gatherings were abundant. She suddenly questioned whether she had arrived too early. Perhaps she should wait until the exams concluded to seek out the unfortunate scholar who had fallen on hard times and could not afford to return home. But could she truly wait? Lacking an identity, she did not even dare to pass through the city gates, as her intentions were all too apparent. Moreover, she could not stay at an inn. What was she to do? As she grappled with her dilemma, a commotion arose outside the carriage. She cautiously lifted a corner of the window curtain and beheld a man, pallid as parchment, slumped against the wall beside a small shop. Two young boys, looking forlorn, crouched beside him. "Boss, this is too cruel. Brother Zhang, I have already summoned a doctor, waived his rent for these past days, and provided food and drink for his little ones. Sir, since you feel such sympathy for this father and son, why not settle their bill?" A brief silence ensued. The shop was notably dilapidated, inhabited solely by destitute scholars. Only those utterly impoverished would reside there. Witnessing others being expelled due to illness right before the exams stirred a natural empathy, yet asking them to cover the cost was an insurmountable burden. Eventually, the crowd dispersed, leaving the ailing Mr. Zhang and his children behind. The man lacked the strength to move, and naturally, the children would not stir without him. Muriez gazfliqued, and the carriage quietly departed. After a moment, she glanced back to find the man relocated to the city wall. As the shopkeeper and the passing examinees sought to alleviate their discomfort, if assistance could not be rendered, it was better not to see. Muri smiled. This was precisely what she desired. She halted the carriage beside the ailing man and gently touched his forehead. He was not feverish. The more she observed, the more she feared that his condition was dire. Indeed, the shopkeeper was no fool. He had already offered medical assistance and waived the rent. If recovery was possible, he surely hoped that this man would succeed in the examinations, thus providing him with a chance for prosperity or at least a chance to recoup his losses. Otherwise, why would he continue to invest money? Most importantly, if the man were to perish in his establishment, would he ever find another tenant for that room? The two boys gazed up at her, one appearing 3 or 4 years old, the other merely 1 or 2, both adorably thin and clearly malnourished. They dare not speak, only watching her with wide eyes. Mu Hui, unwilling to squander time, instructed the driver to assist her in lifting Scholar Zhang into the carriage. She placed the younger boy by her side and hoisted the 2 children aboard. As the carriage resumed its journey, she instructed the driver to take them to a better medical facility. "Brother," the younger boy exclaimed, pointing at Xiao Bao. Moments earlier, when Mu Hui had placed Xiao Bao aside, he had leaned in closer for a better look. "Yes, brother," Mu Hui responded with a smile. Lifting Xiao Bao once more and securing him to her chest, confident that soon she would no longer have to hold him in her arms. "I'm also a brother," the little one declared, pointing to his own nose. Mu Hui burst into laughter, finding the young boy utterly charming. "It smells delightful," he remarked again, his small nose wrinkling as he glanced around. "Ah, you must be hungry," Mu Hui suddenly remembered. Recalling the rice dish, she had no appetite for that morning and had subsequently packed away. It should still be warm. She quickly retrieved the lotus leaf package, opened it, and placed it before the two children. "Eat up. Are you going to sell us?" The older boy finally spoke. "What did you possibly sell us for?" "Hurry and eat," Mu Hui retorted, casting him a sidelong glance. Noticing a slight issue with the lotus leaf package, she realized they had no utensils, no chopsticks or spoons at hand. However, the resourceful little ones managed to open their father's travel bag, revealing a small cloth pouch containing 2 wooden spoons. It was evident they had prepared for their extended journey. "Auntie, aren't you eating?" the younger one inquired, clearly more talkative. "No, you two eat," Mu Hui replied, her lips twitching slightly at being addressed as any. It was rather unappealing, but it was what it was. She had already glimpsed the scholar's household registration and travel permit within the bag. The children had barely taken a few bites when the carriage came to a halt, signaling their arrival. She carefully set the food down as she disembarked and helped the children out, allowing them to eat beside her. She then directed the driver to bring down Scholar Zhang, discreetly tucking the pouch containing the household registration and travel permit into her own bundle. Scholar Zhang was barely holding on, and it was hard to believe he would survive. After all, it would be quite distressing to witness a person's demise. More importantly, what would become of the children if he were to pass? She sought the registration and permit, yet taking that would mean abandoning the children, which felt rather ungracious. "Madam, it's best not to squander your silver. You have so many children to care for," the kind doctor remarked, observing the 2 little ones munching on their meal, while another nestled in her arms. Her heart ached for them. Surely, she could not simply watch as he languished away. She felt compelled to speak to the children. Mu Hui glanced at the 2 youngsters, cherishing their meal, and felt a pang of bittersweet emotion. "Madam, it is getting late," the doctor sighed. Acknowledging that he was indeed a commendable physician, others might have hastily expelled them, fearing the death of a patient would tarnish their business. Gently, Mu Hui called the 2 little ones over, still unaware of their names. Considering Xiao Bao, it seemed Scholar Zhang would not awaken again. It appeared they would be with her from now on. Smiling faintly, she decided that since her own was named Xiao Bao, they could be called Dabao and Air Bao, Big Treasure and Little Treasure. Mu Hui called out softly, and indeed, the 2 little ones raised their heads in unison, gazing around in confusion before turning to look at Mu Hui. They simultaneously put down their spoons and hurried over. "Hold your father's hand and say farewell." Mu Hui sighed gently, thinking that at the very least they should be allowed to bid him adieu. "Farewell?" Er Bao paused for a moment, staring with wide, dark eyes at Mu Hui. "It means to hold your father's hand." Mu Hui tenderly placed Er Bao's hand in that of Zhang Xiukai, and then took Dabao's hand, placing it alongside Er Bao's in Zhang Xiukai's grasp. Chapter 13. The bride. The miracle did not occur. Ultimately, Zhang Xiucai did not awaken. However, his departure was serene, as if he were aware of Mu Hui's presence and confident that she would care for his children. The anxiety that had previously marred his expression by the city wall was replaced by tranquility and peace. This brought Mu Hui considerable solace. Her hand rested upon his, and she silently vowed to Zhang Xiucai that she would raise them well. Dabao, being the elder, could no longer hold back his tears. Mu Hui gently wiped them away, refraining from any loud lamentations. The doctor at the clinic, a kind soul, requested 2 taels of silver from Mu Hui before going out to procure a modest coffin. He summoned a few individuals who then laboriously carried it away. They first went to the yamen to obtain an exit permit. A deceased person cannot remain in the city, especially in such sweltering heat. The doctor accompanied her, providing a certificate that attested to Zhang Xiucai's death from illness. While there, she also registered the household of Xiao Bao under Zhang Xiucai's name. It was then that she learned Dabao's name was Wenchong and Er Bao's was Wenjun. Thus, she decided to name Xiao Bao Winnie. Due to the funeral arrangements, they finally managed to leave the capital safely. Mu Hui let out a gentle sigh of relief, softly patting Xiao Bao in her arms and kissing his little bald head. Whispering, "We have made it out." "Mother," Bao suddenly called out, having unconsciously referred to her as such. It's all right. You have your mother." Mu Hui had come to realize that more important than the household registration and travel permits was the fact that she had children. She was not merely a solitary woman with one child, but a widow with three, who would connect her to the runaway palace maid. The Bao sat quietly in a corner of the carriage, observing them in silence. Mu Hui found herself at a loss for words. What could she possibly say? How could she explain the future to a 4-year-old or articulate why she had appeared and chose to adopt them? These matters seemed too intricate to convey. Zhang Xiaocai's coffin was temporarily placed in the cemetery outside the city. In truth, she would have preferred cremation, for possessing his ashes would be far more manageable than dealing with a decaying corpse. However, adhering to local customs, she allowed those assisting her to make the arrangements. She burned joss paper before the coffin and led to Bao and Bao in bowing their heads, bringing the ritual to a close. The cemetery was a hope that one day Zhang Xiaocai's spirit would return home. His resting place was merely temporary, requiring no payment. A simple offering of wine to the gatekeeper sufficed. She had contemplated using this opportunity to flee the capital under the pretense of returning Zhang Xiaocai to his homeland. But would his fellow villagers recognize her? The travel permit listed her as Yin, Zhang Xiaocai's wife, married in his hometown. To return under another's name posed a considerable risk. "Where are we going?" Bao tugged at Mu Hui, noticing that everyone had departed. "I do not know. What shall we do from here?" Mu Hui replied, kneeling before the coffin. She was a widow clad in mourning attire, while Xiao Bao was also dressed in pure white, signifying his grief. Now that Bao had inquired, she realized it was time to contemplate her next steps. At this moment, she presented herself as a destitute widow, having just concluded the funeral rites. She could not afford to appear affluent, for such a display would draw undue attention and invite criticism regarding her financial capacity to provide a proper burial for Zhang Xiaocai. Lacking wealth, she was compelled to remain nearby the capital, seeking employment and renting a modest dwelling to establish a semblance of stability. In a few years, when the winds of fortune shifted, perhaps she could contemplate a more favorable future. "Madam, nightfall approaches. You must take the children outside," urged the old steward, who had just received a bottle of wine and a small sum of money from her. Observing the modest attire of the widow and her children, it was evident they were not of means. The sight of these orphans kneeling before the coffin was heart-wrenching, prompting him to intervene. The ancestral hall was laden with a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. Even in summer, it exuded an eerie chill, rendering it unsuitable for the young children to linger. Mu Hui nodded in acknowledgement, rising to thank the old steward. She gently pulled the Bao and Bao to bow once more before the coffin before stepping outside. Once emerged, she had to confront the future. A soft sigh escaped her lips as the infant in her arms began to coo. For the past few days, she had kept him swaddled close, and their bond seemed to deepen. The little one waved his arms joyfully. He had been well fed, growing plump and fair, though his hair had yet to sprout. Mu Hui gazed at her son, planting a kiss on his smooth crown, then turned to examine Bao's dark locks. She reached out, finding the coarse strands quite tangible, and a smile graced her lips. "What have you been eating for such splendid hair?" she mused. "Isn't Xiao Bao's hair just as delightful?" Bao, eager to see, hopped closer. While almost bald, truly a source of concern, Mu Hui chuckled, squatting down to allow Bao to touch Xiao Bao's fine fuzz. Xiao Bao, still not a month old, beamed at Bao with an innocent grin, oblivious to the world around him. "He likes me." Bao, a natural optimist, reciprocated the smile towards Mu Hui upon seeing Xiao Bao's delight. "You are his brother. Of course, he adores you." Mu Hui found herself growing increasingly fond of Bao. It seemed her choice of name for him was indeed apt. He possessed a touch of whimsy and a hint of treasure. At that moment, hearing Mu Hui's words, Bao's eyes sparkled with joy, completely unbothered by the somber circumstances of his father's recent passing. This lightheartedness was part of his innate disposition, and being so young, it was unreasonable to expect him to grasp the complexities of life and death. He had just shared a moment of sorrow with his brother, but quickly returned to his cheerful self. Mu Hui turned her gaze towards Dabao, offering him a smile as she approached to ruffle his hair. Dabao leaned in, tousling Xiao Bao's hair before playfully rubbing his own and then air Bao's. Furrowing his brow, he earnestly declared, once he can eat solid food, his hair will surely grow. Perhaps, Mu Hui replied, her voice tinged with uncertainty. She struggled to recall whether the emperor had a full head of hair. As for Zes' hair, it was indeed quite lustrous, but then again, what if this mischievous child inherited his father's traits? Living in the capital was rather costly, and in the future, she would have to provide for all three of them on a single income, making life in the city quite arduous. Since your father is here, we should stay a bit closer to him. How about we go to a nearby town and rent a house? She inquired of Daba. Daba was taken aback. At merely 4 years of age, he was utterly perplexed and could only scratch his head in confusion before nodding hesitantly. Mu Hui smiled and gently patted his head. Her respect for Daba's opinion was not genuine. Rather, she was accustomed to taking the lead. Her discerning gaze revealed that she may not hold the same affection for Daba as she did for Erbao. Yet as she took on the responsibility of caring for Zhang Xiaocai and his children, she did not wish to live a life of perpetual politeness. She aimed to help Daba gradually recognize that they were a family, instilling in him a sense of duty towards his 2 younger brothers as the eldest son. By involving him in decisions, she believed he would gradually align with her expectations and slowly forget that she was not their mother. Chapter 13. Settling down indeed. She did not harbor the same maternal affection for Erbao and Dabao as she did for Xiaobao. Holding Xiaobao close to her heart filled her with warmth. Yet her feelings for Erbao and Dabao were somewhat lacking. Having made a decision, Mu Hui exhaled with relief. With Xiaobao secured against her chest, she grasped one hand of each child. Beside the ancestral hall, 3 paths diverged, leading to 3 small towns. Although Fifteen Niang had never visited these towns, she possessed a keen sense of direction and was aware of their distinctive characteristics. Contemplating her options, she glanced at Dabao and Erbao, pondering which route to take. Erbao stared intently, visibly torn as he focused on the 3 roads. Dabao, though equally indecisive, managed to exhibit a semblance of strength, pointing toward the middle path. Let us proceed then. In truth, Mu Hui had also intended to take the central route, as it was the main thoroughfare to the capital and the largest among the 3 towns. She had just realized that she could not remain in the capital due to the multitude of people who knew her there, especially Fifteen Niang as acquaintances. However, venturing into remote areas was not feasible either. For one, living conditions were inconvenient, and for another, she firmly believed that the greatest secrets often resided within bustling cities. The more secluded the location, the more likely it was to attract attention. She harbored no illusions that those in the palace would allow them to roam freely, particularly the queen, who would not rest easy until she laid eyes on Xiaobao's remains. Thus, remaining close to the capital, amidst the hustle and bustle, where numerous travelers passed daily, would afford her a greater chance of concealment. Moreover, she was no longer a solitary woman with a child. She was a widow of stature, accompanied by 3 children, which elevated her level of security. Is it far? Erbao, having traveled by carriage with Mu Hui for the past few days, expressed reluctance upon realizing there was no vehicle in sight today. Not far, but with your little legs, it may prove somewhat tiring. Mu Hui chuckled lightly. She cherished Erbao's innocent demeanor. It epitomized the outlook of a child, reflecting that in his heart, she was indeed his mother, and there was no need for formality between them. To be honest, Mu Hui was not particularly keen on walking either, but she had instructed the coachman to return to the capital. These days, she had been alternating between different drivers, akin to hailing a taxi. She would reach her destination, express her gratitude, attend to her business, and then call for another carriage. Although she understood that if someone truly sought to investigate, there were many leads available, and a determined person could certainly uncover the truth. However, the abundance of leads rendered the task nearly impossible to trace. This was a deliberate strategy on her part, leaving behind various threads for anyone who might pursue her. "Mother, I'm not short-legged. I am just small," Erbao exclaimed, bouncing with energy. "Indeed, let's take our time. If we come across a carriage, we shall ride," Mu Hui replied with a smile. No, riding requires money. De Bao interjected sternly, demonstrating his continued politeness toward her. It matters not. Truly, if we walk too far and fall ill, it will cost even more. Mu Hui gently laughed, swinging the hands of her two children. Realizing this, her heart lightened for the first time in days. Perhaps due to the gentle motion, Xiao Bao, nestled in her arms, felt the soothing rhythm and began to coo contentedly. Mu Hui ceased to reach out to him, instead lowering her gaze to observe his foolish expression and gently pressed a kiss upon his little bald head. The little one, satisfied, squinted his eyes and nestled into the folds of the cloak, reveling in the comforting sensation. It appeared that since his birth, he had never expressed discontent, which made him easy to care for. The bustling town of Tongcheng, though not as grand as the capital, exuded a certain vibrancy. The streets thronged with people daily, and the abundance of inns was remarkable. Upon entering the town, Mu Hui pondered. She could not simply approach strangers to inquire about available lodgings, especially since she currently could not use money. She needed to convey that she was a destitute widow, rather than a wealthy matron capable of renting an entire courtyard upon her arrival. Mu Hui first sought out a modest inn, noting that the woman at the entrance, likely around 40, was engaging with passing merchants in hearty conversation, her laughter resonating brightly. Her experience told her that those who spoke loudly and swiftly tended to be straightforward in nature. While not an absolute rule, such individuals were generally easier to interact with. Approaching gently, Mu Hui refrained from speaking, merely offering a slight bow to the woman. The previously lively atmosphere fell silent at once, as the grieving widow stood there, clad in mourning attire, unsure of what to do next. Is there something you need, dear sister? The innkeeper approached, her voice intentionally softened, yet being naturally boisterous. Even her lowered tone resonated, making little Bao somewhat uncomfortable. Having been accustomed to silence since birth, he had found these recent days of clamor rather unsettling. Despite the noise, those who noticed their plight as a mother and child would often lower their voices when near them. However, at that moment, the innkeeper's voice nearly roared in his ears, prompting him to wail loudly in protest. This was the first time Mu Hui had witnessed little Bao cry. Momentarily stunned, she hurried to console him. But her efforts only intensified his sobs, large tears streaming down his cheeks. His cries unsettled Mu Hui's heart, and she finally comprehended the sentiment behind the saying that seeing a child cry can evoke tears in others. Please, don't cry, don't cry. You wish to stay here, right? Very well, very well. The innkeeper nearly wept herself, exclaiming before the door, seemingly forgetting her business. Mu Hui remained in shock. She hadn't even spoken, yet the woman had already agreed to let them stay. Observing the still wailing Bao, she marveled at his talent for eliciting sympathy. What do I call you, dear sister? The innkeeper called out to the crowd, easing Mu Hui into conversation as she ushered her inside. My late husband's surname was Zhang. Mu Hui smiled softly in response. Oh, Sister Zhang. My family name is Tang, and they call me Aunt Tang. The innkeeper briefly introduced herself before continuing, straightforward in her manner. Sister Zhang, you know, as business people we believe in auspiciousness. I can allow you to stay, but must be in the side room of the back courtyard. It is primarily a storage space, though sometimes weary travelers take refuge there. I'll prepare it for you, provide bedding, and perhaps even fix up the window with paper. What do you think? Thank you ever so much, Mu Hui replied gratefully. Mu Hui nodded immediately. This was far preferable to staying in an inn, where the rooms were scattered and the children could easily run about, leading to potential mishaps. In the backyard, however, it was relatively more pleasing. Although the area was populated with various individuals, apart from the occasional itinerant vehicles and livestock, the guests residing at the front would seldom venture to the rear, thus ensuring a certain tranquility. Chapter 14. Labor of heart and mind, please tidy up first. I will have someone bring food and supplies shortly. The innkeeper's wife sighed softly, gently stroking the Bao's head before stepping out. Mother, this place is wonderful, Bao exclaimed, bouncing on the calm. Although this was a humble dwelling made of thatch, it was spacious and cool. However, Mu Hui was acutely aware that she must relocate before winter. While it sufficed for summer, it would be uninhabitable come the cold months. The Bao, Do you not like it here? Muy inquired, glancing at the dazed Bao beside her. Not at all. Can we really live here? For Bao. This was a splendid arrangement. A large room where only their family occupied the entire con. It was somewhat rudimentary, yet they would have to make do for the time being, as they could not secure a rental immediately. Be good and keep an eye on Bao. Ensure he doesn't wander off, Muhui cautioned, surveying the surroundings. This was merely a storage room adjacent to the livestock quarters, and the backyard was bustling with various laborers and merchants coming and going. She was apprehensive about Bao, her precious little rascal, getting lost amidst the crowd. Little Bao, having noticed the absence of attention, had ceased his crying, though he still sniffled. Have you been holding little Bao like this all along? The Bao asked, feeling a twinge of sympathy for his younger brother. Yes. I suppose I should let him down now. Muhui assessed the area, finding little to tidy. With a Kong brush, she swept the surface and sprinkled some water on the earthen floor, which had not been tiled. Sweeping was futile, so she opted to dampen the dust to render it more compact. She finally set down the burden and released little Bao, placing him on the freshly swept Kong. His cotton robe had been used as a makeshift carrier, and now little Bao lay uncomfortably on the hard surface. Yet, he felt a sense of relief from being freed and seemed quite content. When he can walk, I will be able to keep an eye on him. Za Bao stit solemni. Very well. Eat well. Muhui gently patted his small face, noting his pallid complexion. Over the past few days, his appearance had improved significantly compared to when she first met the brothers, yet he still looked quite unwell and emaciated. Mother, I want to see little Bao too. Bao eagerly jumped, demonstrating his eagerness to be included. All right, but you must behave. The yard is full of strangers. You can only stay close to me or your brother. Do not wander off with anyone else, no matter what they offer you, understand? Muhui remained concerned for Bao, realizing she could not treat the Bao as an adult entirely. She pointed sternly at the Bao, and you, aside from me, must not follow anyone else either. The Bao and Bao, rarely witnessing Muhui's seriousness, nodded in unison, affirming their commitment not to stray. Little Bao, feeling quite at ease, turned his little head from side to side, as if nodding in agreement, appearing utterly adorable. The sight made Muhui smile. After having restrained him all day, it was only fair to allow him some freedom. It was time to change his diaper and feed him some rice soup. Little Bao smells terrible, Bao remarked, wrinkling his nose as he sat beside them. The freshly changed diaper of the little one was quite odorous, yet Muhui adeptly assisted in the change, subsequently fetching water to cleanse the child's bottom. Truth be told, the little one was remarkably well-behaved, remaining calm and composed without shedding a tear. Once his bottom was cleaned and he donned a comfortable diaper, he appeared even more at ease. After a yawn, he began to gnaw on his tiny fist. Muhui was puzzled by this behavior. She had only heard of children sucking their fingers. It was said that applying a bit of chili to the fingers would deter them after a single experience of the spice. Should she consider applying such a remedy to the entirety of the little one's fist? Sister Zhang was still occupied when the proprietress arrived, carrying a large bundle of bedding, followed by another individual with a similarly hefty load. Tang. Muhui promptly tidied up the diaper and offered an embarrassed smile to Aunt Tang. Your third child is truly lovely. Aunt Tang waved her hand, instructing them to set the items down and assist her in arranging them before finally taking a seat. Having both been mothers, they found this to be quite a routine matter. Muhui glanced at the frail little one, contemplating Aunt Tang's rather exaggerated compliment. Nevertheless, for a newborn, such appearance could be deemed normal, perhaps. Aunt Tang affectionately caressed the chubby second child beside her and turned to Muhui, gently reassuring her. I understand you are facing difficulties. Stay here for now, and do not worry. Aunt Tang, what about the rent here? Muhui, having lacked the opportunity to inquire earlier, hastily posed a question now. This room was likely the least expensive in the entire inn, yet she was unaware of the usual rates for rooms of such standard. Indeed, the inn charged by the day, and even a room converted from a storage space would incur the same daily fee. Given her current circumstances, she ought to be concerned about the price. Neglecting it would attract unwelcome attention. This space was not originally intended as a guest room. Previously, it served as a resting place for porters, a spot where a few could recline without requiring meals from the establishment. Thus, it was free of charge. However, on tanhestita, even if she did not charge rent, the mother and her children required sustenance. If she were to provide everything without compensation, what would become of her in the long run? That simply cannot be. Without allowing Aunt Tang to finish, Mu Hui swiftly interjected. She was not one to take advantage of others. The recent bout of crying from the little one had already left her feeling embarrassed, as if she were compelling Aunt Tang to take them in, which severely challenged her principles. She was not one to easily accept the goodwill of others, firmly believing that a momentary gain could lead to lifelong complications. Aunt Tang smiled, relieved to see Mu Hui's resolve. Although she felt sympathy for the family, she could not afford to offer unconditional support, as she too had a family to provide for. While I may not know the particulars of your situation, your attire speaks volumes. You appear to be a widow with such a small child. I understand your hardships. However, as the saying goes, one should not provide aid to the point of fostering dependency. I can assist you in the short term, but not indefinitely. How about this? You can stay for now, and I am quite busy at the inn. Contribute as much as you can, and you shall not go hungry. However, while assisting at the inn, you cannot dress as you currently do. There are certain conventions to observe. Don't you agree? Aunt Tang was quite forthright. She could waive the rent, but the cost of food would need to be earned by Mu Hui herself. Moreover, she could not appear in public clad in such heavy mourning attire. As a shopkeeper, who would willingly enter her establishment dressed in such somber garb? Mu Hui nodded thoughtfully and expressed her gratitude, stating, "Thank you, I shall change. However, may I assist from the back?" She alluded to her reluctance to step into the front, fearing encounters with acquaintances. Who could say whether the portraits from the 15th had been distributed? Should she encounter someone familiar, it would indeed pose a dilemma. Of course, yet to Aunt Tang, this carried a different connotation altogether. Wearing mourning garments, it would ultimately be rather inappropriate for her to show herself publicly. Chapter 15, No Action. No life, you have spoken the truth. The tasks ahead are indeed laborious. Aunt Tang hesitated, for the work that awaited was arduous, typically reserved for robust women engaged in menial labor. Observing Mu Hui's delicate frame, she felt a pang of compassion. It is worth noting that although the guests' garments seldom required laundering at the establishment, the daily change of bed linens and blankets constituted a heavy burden. Given that little Bao was still an infant, Aunt Tang could not bear to see Mu Hui, during her confinement, subjected to cold water for scrubbing and washing. "I am fine. I can manage," Mu Hui replied with a smile, her determination evident in her voice. Aunt Tang nodded, considering it settled. As she prepared to leave, Mu Hui grasped her arm. "Aunt Tang, I can sew. Could you assist me in finding some work? I cannot remain here indefinitely." Aunt Tang had previously mentioned that their stay was free of charge, yet Mu Hui understood that her labor would not yield payment. She needed to earn some money to eventually move out. Aunt Tang's impression of Mu Hui grew more favorable. She was not one to take advantage of others, but rather a woman intent on earning a living to support her son. She gently patted Mu Hui, acknowledging her resolve, albeit with a soft sigh. It was impossible not to sigh. Mu Hui's appearance was indeed pallid, her frame reduced to little more than bones. Although the previous Mistress 15 was not overweight, she was not emaciated either. Her health had been robust. As a lady-in-waiting engaged in delicate work, she had enjoyed a life of relative comfort. Even after recovering from her illness, she bore only a slight pallor, unlike Mu Hui's current gauntness, which was self-inflicted. This condition was not a reflection of her intellect, but rather her character. Mu Hui had not endured hardships since her birth. As a child of the 80s, she was the sole offspring, and her family, even before her father ventured into business, had lived comfortably. Once her father entered the trade, her upbringing became even more refined. Following the sudden demise of her parents, her greatest asset was, paradoxically, her financial stability. She possessed the means to maintain a quality of life above the ordinary. Those acquainted with her understood that while she might exhibit flexibility in various matters, her standards regarding food were extraordinarily high. Since childhood, she had preferred fasting over consuming anything she did not relish. During busy days, even when dining at a lavish restaurant, she would refuse to eat if the meal did not meet her expectations. Only in dire circumstances would she reluctantly take a few bites, ensuring her survival without indulging further. This unfortunate habit, along with her tenacious spirit, had accompanied her into the body of Mistress 15. In recent days, her sustenance had consisted solely of rice soup shared with little Bao, occasionally nibbling on a dry pancake accompanied by pickled vegetables, just enough to stave off starvation, while neglecting all else. Consequently, the once well-nourished figure of Mistress 15 had been reduced to a state of emaciation, bearing a visage of suffering. Her condition surpassed even that of her elder and younger siblings. Ironically, this transformation aligned perfectly with the image she was to portray as the widow Jean. Presently, devoid of a mirror, she was acutely aware that even Aunt Tang, were they to meet face to face, would find it challenging to recognize her in her current state, who could reduce themselves to such a condition in mere days. Thus, in Aunt Tang's eyes, how could she not feel pity for Mu Hui? Mu Hui, accompanied by her 3 treasures, has finally settled down, and Aunt Tang's shop is bustling with activity. Though it is a small establishment that doesn't change bed linens daily, it also serves meals, even those who do not stay at the inn come to dine. The fare consists of large pot dishes, akin to the stews Mu Hui encountered in the capital, though slightly superior in quality. The simplicity of the meals attracts a steady flow of customers, which means Mu Hui finds herself constantly washing vegetables and dishes, feeling as though she is reliving her past life of endless laundry. Additionally, she must tend to her 3 treasures. The Bao and Air Bao, though well-behaved, are still children and prone to dirt and mischief. Xiao Bao, the youngest, requires constant attention, needing to be fed rice soup every hour. At such a tender age, he cannot be strapped to her back for long, and leaving him alone on the Kong is perilous. Thus, she realizes the gravity of her situation. Indeed, being a poor widow is far more challenging than she had anticipated. Before long, De Bao and Air Bao have plumped up, resembling healthy children, while Mu Hui herself grows increasingly gaunt. Here, drink this quickly. Aunt Tang observes her plight with growing sympathy. Each mealtime, she served De Bao and Air Bao first, then feeds Xiao Bao, only managing to eat a few bites herself in the midst of her chores. After the evening rush, while others can finally catch their breath, she remains tirelessly at work. By the light of the stable's torch, which burns throughout the night, she diligently sews until the early hours. She must wash the children's clothes and diapers before she can finally rest. Rising before dawn, she helps prepare the shop for the day, gathering ingredients and tending the fire, leaving her no moment of respite. Aunt Tang, watching her struggles, grows to admire Mu Hui's resilience, convinced that she is not merely seeking to take advantage of her kindness, but is indeed a strong woman. What? Mu Hui is still washing bed linens? With so many guests checking out today, she has even more to wash. To keep an eye on Xiao Bao, she can only wash at the door. The moment he cries, she glances over, losing track of time and place, unable to see Aunt Tang. Xiao Bao cannot survive solely on rice soup. He is growing too thin. Sister Kai has a ewe, and I've arranged for her to bring some fresh goat's milk daily. It won't cost much. Just drink a bowl, Aunt Tang insists, bringing a jar and pouring a bowl for Mu Hui. The goat's milk, freshly boiled and still steaming, is unprocessed, and its strong odor nearly makes Mu Hui retch. Please no, I can't, she pushes it away. You're still in confinement. If you continue like this, your health will deteriorate, and what will happen to the children? You must drink it for their sake, Aunt Tang persists. Mu Hui feels tears welling in her eyes. It is not that she is unwilling to eat, but rather that she genuinely cannot stomach it. She has considered cooking for herself in the kitchen, but being a guest under someone else's roof, she worries that it would be inappropriate to do so. Yet she knows Aunt Tang speaks the truth. If she doesn't eat, she will indeed collapse. However, the thought of drinking goat's milk is unbearable to her. I cannot endure this taste, Mu Hui finally admits, revealing her true feelings. Holding her nose, she downed the concoction, considering it a remedy. Aunt Tang reflected that the flavor was indeed not something an ordinary person could tolerate. Otherwise, Sister Kai would not have so readily offered it to her, as it served no purpose for her to keep it. Seeing Aunt Tang's resolve, Mu Hui had no choice but to accept. She pinched her nose, closed her eyes, and took a sip, only to promptly spit it out. Years of habit could not be altered in an instant. She cast a reluctant glance at Aunt Tang and smiled, suggesting, "Perhaps I should eat a bit more at dinner. Let the children have this, for I know it is beneficial." Aunt Tang, feeling helpless, could only pat her on the back, her hand resting on the prominent scapula, which only fueled her frustration. "You are this thin, yet you refuse to eat," she thought, deciding to leave her be and stepping outside. Chapter 16, Nurturing Drink This. "And from now on, you'll have a bowl every day. The rest is for your brother, all right?" Muhui said, rising to fetch the jar of goat's milk and 2 bowls. She poured a bowl for each of them. Having read the information, she knew that the particles in goat's milk are 3 times smaller than those in cow's milk, earning it the reputation of being the golden elixir of dairy. Although she could not partake, it was essential that Dabao and Airbao drink it. "It's not tasty. Even mother won't drink it," Airbao protested, shaking his head resolutely. In truth, he had never tasted goat's milk. Had he seen Muhui drink some and seemed to enjoy it, he might have been tempted to try it himself. However, witnessing her grimace and retch after a sip convinced him that it must be something undesirable, and he was determined not to drink it. "Even if it's unpalatable, you must drink it. It's beneficial," Muhui exclaimed, her frustration evident. She felt a pang of unlovability, embodying the archetype of a stepmother. Yet, if she truly aspired to be a nurturing mother, she would need wealth and leisure, qualities she lacked, as she barely had time to sleep, making her temper all the more difficult to maintain. Dabao picked up his bowl quietly and, without much expression, began to drink. Unlike Airbao, Dabao had a clearer memory of their past, recognizing that the best days of their lives had been during the time spent with Muhui, who had diligently cared for them. He trusted that her insistence on them drinking was rooted in genuine concern for their well-being, so he drank silently, casting a disdainful glance at Airbao, who had suddenly become finicky. Earlier, when hunger gnawed at him, Airbao hadn't shown any signs of being choosy. Seeing his brother drink, Airbao hesitated, still resistant. Naturally, he had forgotten the pangs of hunger, and now that he had food and drink, why should he consume this? Muhui wiped her hands and stood up to cradle Xiao Bao, feeding him the goat's milk with a small spoon, taking advantage of his innocence while he was unaware of the taste. However, Xiao Bao, though still oblivious to Muhui's intentions, possessed a sense of taste. Accustomed to rice soup, he rejected the goat's milk, spitting it out immediately. After wiping his mouth, Muhui gently patted him, considering it a light reprimand. Xiao Bao felt the urge to cry. Ever since his last bout of tears, he had become slightly more prone to weeping. Yet, Muhui promptly corrected him, placing him on the bed and ignoring him until he had cried enough. Despite the turmoil in his heart, akin to a fire raging within, he was not permitted near Dabao or Airbao. After enduring this several times, Xiao Bao returned to his previous disposition of being less prone to tears. Thus, he merely yelled a couple of times to express his discontent, and upon seeing that no one paid him any mind, he acquiesced. When Muhui observed his lack of resistance and attempted to feed him again, he angrily expelled the milk. Now, emboldened with more strength, his tiny pink tongue emerged, clearly expressing his dissatisfaction. Muhui numbly wiped his mouth as she prepared for the 3rd spoonful. Xiao Bao, realizing that this was the only food available, resigned himself to his fate and swallowed. The first gulp was challenging, but it soon became easier, and before long, he finished the small bowl. Muhui lifted him gently and patted him on the back, noticing he let out a burp. She kissed his little head before setting him down and turning her attention back to Airbao. The second child wished to pinch his nose, yet lacked the strength to hold the bowl with one hand. After some contemplation, he called out, "Brother, please help me pinch my nose." The elder sibling, however, was disinterested, casting a sidelong glance at him. With no other option, the younger one took a deep breath, lifted the bowl, and gulped down the contents. He quickly finished, setting the bowl down. His little face flushed crimson as he held his breath while continuing to drink the goat's milk. It was quite a feat, demonstrating his impressive lung capacity. Muhui smiled, planting a kiss on his forehead as a sign of encouragement, then turned to the elder child, bestowing a kiss on his small face as well, before returning to her chores, having already lost some time. The elder sibling squatted by the washing basin, vigorously scrubbing a large bedsheet. Observing this, The younger child eagerly joined in, though their tiny hands were more of a hindrance than a help. Nevertheless, Mu Hui refrained from intervening. After a moment's thought, she fetched a basin, filled it with some straw ash, and placed the unwashed bedsheet inside, allowing the two children to stomp around barefoot to avoid catching a chill. She even added some warm water to the mix. The younger child treated it as a game, pulling his brother's hand as they jumped together. The elder boy hesitated at first, but being a child himself, he soon found it amusing, and they both laughed as they leaped about. Watching them, Mu Hui acknowledged that while she had yet to develop a maternal bond with these two boys, it was undeniable that they were well-behaved and endearing. After allowing them to play for a while, she noticed the water had cooled and instructed them to get up and change into dry clothes. She resumed her tasks, finding that after being soaked and jumped upon by the two little ones, the bedsheet was much easier to wash, which boosted her efficiency. However, she was utterly fatigued and could only lower her head to continue her work. Dinner consisted of a large pot of hearty stew accompanied by a small basket of flatbreads, a quintessential northern dish. The stew simmered below, while the breads steamed above. This meal was a step up from the usual fare, as Aunt Tang, unable to bear the sight of the staff's monotonous diet, had arranged for something better for them. Mu Hui felt genuinely grateful, surmising that Aunt Tang had noticed her struggle with the goat's milk and wanted to prepare something more palatable for her. However, being from the South, she found it somewhat challenging to adapt to northern cuisine, especially as a notoriously picky eater herself, which made her feel rather vexing. She decided to feed the youngest first. The little one had been fed twice in the afternoon and had reluctantly grown accustomed to it. He obediently finished his portion and then turned his head to the side, feigning death, a new tactic he had learned to express his dissatisfaction. Yet, the way he pouted and turned away brought to Mu Hui's mind the concept of tsundere, often discussed online. Each time he did this, she couldn't help but find him utterly adorable. After watching him for a while, she turned around only to discover that neither the elder nor the younger child had eaten. The younger one was staring longingly at the pieces of meat in the pot, his hands propped up on the table, head resting on his hands. The elder sibling sat upright, exuding the demeanor of a responsible older child. "What's wrong? It's time to eat." The elder boy nudged the small round basket of flatbreads towards her, clearly indicating that she should take the first piece. Mu Hui smiled, recalling that in her childhood home, there was a similar custom. Her parents would not sit at the table until it was time to eat, and she too could not begin until they did. This was a tradition, yet she later discovered that many of her friends' families had abandoned it. A glance at television dramas revealed the absence of such customs as well. After her marriage, she occasionally dined at her in-laws' home, where she participated in the preparation of meals. When she emerged from the kitchen, her in-laws would patiently await her at the table. Naturally, she would invite them to eat, but it was merely a gesture of politeness. Over time, she forgot that she was expected to uphold the tradition. "Be good, eat." She refrained from saying that they need not wait for her, perhaps realizing it was time for them, as her husband's parents, to impart proper upbringing. Chapter 17. Home Bao took a pancake and promptly handed it to Bao. Bao, filled with glee, swiftly grabbed a pancake, raising a small spoon. "Mother, it's time to eat." How delightful. She was once again amused, watching them. Then she noticed Xiao Bao, upon hearing the noise, turned his head in curiosity. However, he couldn't see and could only try to inch closer, but being so small, he could only bob his head like a little turtle. "Not eating?" Bao observed Mu Hui holding the pancake, but not bringing it to her mouth. Mu Hui fixated on the corn cake, pondering that if it cooled down, it would be even less palatable. She broke off a piece and put it in her mouth. The cornmeal lacked stickiness, so in typical preparations, some bean flour or white flour would be mixed in. Aunt Tang, of course, would not have added white flour here, opting for bean flour instead, yet it still scratched her throat. She chewed with effort, but found it difficult to swallow. Bao, ever obedient, poured her a bowl of water. But the water was rather unpalatable as well. She struggled to wash down the corn cake with it, feeling it was rather peculiar. "Mother, is the corn cake not tasty?" Bao took a bite and found it quite fragrant. Mu Hui offered each of Bao and Bao a slice of meat, although it was served in a small basin. The amount of meat inside was hardly more than a fingertip. The slices were thin, with a greater proportion of fat than lean meat, which should hold some allure for the children. She stared at the basin for a while, then picked a slice of eggplant with its skin. I forgot to mention, this was a dish of 3 delicacies from the earth. It should have been a dry pot dish, yet it was prepared as a stew. Honestly speaking, this dish, served in an ordinary household, would be considered quite good. The addition of some pork belly allowed the fat to seep into the potatoes, green beans, and eggplant. The potatoes were stewed to a soft consistency, the eggplant tender and flavorful, and although the green beans had nearly disappeared, they were indeed imbued with flavor. However, if Mu Hui had made this dish, she would never have allowed the ingredients to become unrecognizable. For instance, the eggplant she picked up was merely a strip of skin. She placed the skin on the pancake and took a gentle bite. Though it was just eggplant skin, it was certainly not tough or gritty. It was oily, and eggplant naturally complemented oil. Paired with the dry corn cake, it truly lacked further enhancement. But for someone as discerning as Mu Hui, she found it excessively oily and salty, the corn cake overly dried, and the ratio of bean flour incorrect. What are you staring at? Hurry and eat while it's hot. If the pancake cools down, you won't be able to bite into it. Mu Hui did not wish to utter falsehoods. Yet to speak the truth in such a bustling environment would jeopardize her standing with the cooks in this courtyard. She served more meat to her 2 silly sons, urging them to eat quickly. Mother will eat too. When it came to charming gestures, none could rival Bao, who eagerly selected a piece of meat and placed it into Mu Hui's bowl. You are so good. You should eat quickly too. She returned the piece of meat back to Bao's bowl, then searched the basin once more, uncovering the last piece of meat. Though small, it was still meat, and she placed it into Bao's bowl. In her struggle for survival, she could no longer afford to forego sustenance. She took another slice of eggplant, placed it atop the flatbread, and savored a bite, treating the eggplant as a condiment akin to spread on toasted bread. Although she had never been fond of toast, the imperative to live prevailed. She diligently finished her flatbread, letting out a sigh of relief. Her task was accomplished. Tears nearly brimmed in her eyes, as life had become increasingly arduous. Mother, why do you resemble a medication? Little Bao chimed in. Can't you speak a little less? After uttering those words, Mu Hui regretted them, for she was well aware that regardless of his verbosity, little Bao was perpetually busy, leaving her little time to converse with him. With a deep sigh, she gently patted his small face. Once we have our own home, I will prepare delicious meals for you. Even tastier than this. Little Bao's eyes widened in surprise as he found today's meal quite delightful. Oh, my dear, you have a long life ahead of you. Each day promises more delectable dishes. Mu Hui smiled, reflecting on the days gone by. Little Bao relished his meals every day, finding each dish extraordinarily appetizing. Were it not for the goat's milk today, she might have doubted his sense of taste. Indeed, when contemplating culinary delights, China was replete with them. Little Bao tilted his head, envisioning the tantalizing array of future meals that awaited him. What splendid scenes might they conjure? Stop daydreaming and finish your meal, De Bao urged, having completed his own flatbread. Little Bao hastily resumed eating, reluctant to waste the remaining food in his bowl. He dipped his flatbread into the oily broth, his face smeared with grease, which led Mu Hui to believe he possessed the makings of a true gourmet. Dipping corn cakes into the broth was indeed the proper technique, a skill he had mastered without anyone's instruction. After the meal, she busied herself with the dishes, entrusting De Bao to entertain Little Bao and Xiao Bao for a while. She moved to the adjacent kitchen to boil water, which was always readily available for guests wishing to wash their faces or enjoy hot tea. However, someone had to supervise to avoid wasting firewood, as it had previously been a shared responsibility. After Mu Hui relocated to the backyard, she took advantage of the situation. Feeling guilty for her frequent use of hot water, she endeavored to contribute more. In truth, no one would mind her using extra hot water in the inn. After all, it was an establishment meant for guests. Yet, Mu Hui remained wary of criticism. Thus she exerted herself to be diligent. Having finished the dishes and tidied the kitchen, she summoned De Bao and Little Bao, bathing them in the kitchen. This habit had only formed since her arrival. Initially, Little Bao had questioned her daily washing ritual, recalling that he had bathed just the day before. Now, Mu Hui genuinely appreciated having a son like De Bao, who spoke little and followed instructions, embodying a certain charm. Fortunately, Things had improved. Little Bao had grown accustomed to it, relishing the water play as he splashed about with his brother, finding it quite enjoyable. Mu Hui first used a towel infused with soap to cleanse their bodies thoroughly before allowing them to play in the water for a while. She then sat by the door, occupied with her tasks, and when the time was right, she dried the children and escorted them to their room. "When will we have our own home?" Dabao suddenly inquired as he lay down. "I am uncertain. It depends on how much I can earn from my needlework. And I must also consider the rental prices here." Mu sighed softly. She yearned for her own space where she could cook and enjoy the privacy of taking a bath. Living in this backyard, such desires felt like mere fantasies. Regarding meals, it had been mentioned that her food was covered, but if she refused to eat and insisted on preparing her own, it would be a slight against their generosity. As for bathing, it posed safety concerns. She dared not wash here, for the backyard was bustling with activity, and throughout the night, large torches blazed near the stables, making their dwelling feel rather precarious. Although the windows had been fitted with new paper, she had experience from filming period dramas and was familiar with the trick of breaking window paper with one's breath. Thus, she resorted to tacking a piece of clothing over the window. During the day, she could leave it open, but at night, she secured it to ensure that even if someone were to pierce the window paper, she would have an additional layer of privacy, protecting her from prying eyes. Even so, she only dared to fill a basin with water and wash herself in the shadows. After all, this was not her home, and she could not allow herself to feel at ease. The notion of having her own home was quickly becoming a distant dream. Regarding the buffet, I recall that it was a Taiwanese-Japanese style. I generally do not favor Japanese cuisine, but what sets this establishment apart is its la carte service. Each dish is prepared fresh, unlike the typical self-serve style where meals are cooked in bulk, leading to a lack of care and flavor. The chefs take pride in their craft, ensuring that each portion is made with respect for the culinary art, rather than the disdainful approach of cooking a large pot of food without regard for taste. Additionally, the la carte system greatly enhances the atmosphere, preventing a chaotic flow of patrons. This is precisely why I hold a fondness for this establishment. Chapter 18, A Home at Last. In my willingness to assist Bao endeavored to showcase his capabilities, yet was gently restrained by Mu Hui, who merely bestowed a soft kiss upon him before rising to attend to her tasks. With the daylight hours consumed by an overwhelming workload, she was acutely aware that many responsibilities were intentionally foisted upon her. Nevertheless, she felt unable to decline, as she was a guest in this household, akin to a temporary worker in a state-owned enterprise, and thus, she felt compelled to express gratitude through diligent labor. The words of her colleagues were thrust upon her, leaving her no choice but to comply. With her head bowed, she toiled relentlessly, driven by a desperate desire to earn more and leave this place. She sought neither to offend nor to appear foolish. Opportunities, it is said, favor the prepared. After spending 18 days in Aunt Tang's backyard, the day of wage distribution arrived, though it held no significance for her, as she had been informed from the outset that she would not receive any pay. However, Aunt Tang still summoned her forward. Sitting at a distance, cradling Xiao Bao and lost in thought, she found herself in a dimly lit corner where it was difficult to see what work she could do. Dabao and Air Bao stood close by her side. Dabao had become quite vigilant, ensuring he remained near Mu Hui, steadfastly guarding against anyone seizing the opportunity to take him away. In truth, no one had attempted to abduct them during this time, for they rarely ventured beyond the courtyard, and the inhabitants were either laborers or impoverished patrons, who among them had the leisure to carry out such an act. As the wage distribution progressed, Aunt Tang eventually handed Mu Hui a small pouch of money. The contents of that pouch were not significantly different from what others received. Reflecting on her 18 days of labor, all that was presented to her were mere coins. Although in an era where 2 coins could afford a meal, the reality of this payment left Mu Hui somewhat speechless. Well, Mu Hui hurriedly declined, reminding Aunt Tang of their prior agreement regarding her unpaid status. Accepting payment now would feel disingenuous. Previously, I was uncertain of your capabilities, and thus I stated you could contribute as much as you could. There would always be a meal for you and the children. Now that everyone has witnessed your willingness to work, I cannot feign ignorance. What is due to you must be given. Aunt Tang pressed the pouch into her hand and then produced another, smaller one, stating, "This is your payment for sewing." The second pouch, though diminutive, carried greater weight, containing silver coins. Naturally, it felt less burdensome to accept this, as it represented the fruits of her tireless efforts. A glance at the two pouches clearly indicated that sewing was far more lucrative than laboring in the fields. After receiving her money, the others departed. She expressed her gratitude to Aunt Tang and prepared to return to her quarters, but Aunt Tang offered to carry Xiao Bao, accompanying her to the backyard. Mui, possessing a keen intellect, settled the children before turning her attention to Aunt Tang. "Have I done something wrong?" "No, you have performed splendidly. However, have you considered renting a place of your own? This would allow you to engage in more sewing, thereby increasing your earnings while also caring for the children." Aunt Tang hesitated for a moment. "Have I overstepped?" Mui closed her eyes briefly, quickly grasping the implication. Having once been a business owner herself, she realized she had taken on too much. In a large company, such a newcomer would serve as a breath of fresh air, but in Aunt Tang's small workshop, such a newcomer could disrupt the delicate ecological balance. Thus, it was clear that she must be the one to leave. For Aunt Tang, it was inconceivable to dismiss her longtime associates, nor could she afford to exhibit even the slightest hint of dissatisfaction. At this moment, one must acknowledge that Aunt Tang truly exemplified the qualities of an exceptional leader. In merely 18 days, she had discerned the intricacies of the situation and promptly devised a strategy. However, inaction was not an option. Residing here without contributing would be untenable. With a smile, Aunt Tang gently patted her and took a deep breath. "I have a courtyard in the alley behind, and the northern room has just become available. It is perfectly suited for you and your daughters. If you cannot cook, you are welcome to join us for meals. Tomorrow, I shall take you to the ready-made clothing shop." They expressed great satisfaction with your craftsmanship. "You will no longer need to engage in those trivial tasks, allowing you more time to earn additional income." "Thank you." Mu Hui sighed with relief. It was her desire to leave, and Aunt Tang's offer to rent them a house was indeed fortuitous. She would finally have her own space. Yet, observing Aunt Tang's demeanor, she felt a pang of guilt. "Aunt Tang, I apologize. You have done remarkably well," Aunt Tang replied with a wry smile. She could not retain Mu Hui, for doing so would jeopardize her employees. Yet she understood Mu Hui's yearning to stay. Surely, the thought of not contributing would weigh heavily on her heart. Thus, all she could do was provide Mu Hui with the means to depart. Yet, concerned for her children, she could only arrange for them to stay in her own residence. The following morning, Aunt Tang led them to the less orderly courtyard at the back. The northern room served as the main house, a spacious area with a central hall suitable for dining. Adjacent was a small kitchen, which delighted her immensely. She could finally prepare her own meals. "The west room belongs to your Aunt Lu," Aunt Tang explained. "She resides there with Ernyo, who is apprenticing at the casket shop in the market and is nearing completion of his training. Aunt Lu, a widow from a young age, supports herself by laundering clothes and has raised Ernyo alone." Aunt Tang introduced her neighbor, gesturing towards the eastern room, which had previously housed a family but was now used for storage. "If you have any items you no longer require, you may place them there. Is Sister Tang here?" At that moment, a woman in her 40s entered, clad in coarse cloth, her hair neatly arranged. Her demeanor suggested she was Lu Aunt. She carried a large cloth bag, evidently having just returned from collecting laundry. "This is your Aunt Lu," Aunt Tang said. "And this is Zhang's wife, along with her two children, De Bao and Air Bao. And our little Bao." She playfully teased the baby in Mu Hui's arms, though the child merely turned away, continuing to sleep. Understandably, after frequent disturbances from Air Bao, he had grown accustomed to such antics. Ordinary disruptions no longer fazed him. "Aunt Tang, we agreed that when the northern room became available, you would rent it to me so I could arrange a match for Ernyo." Lu Aunt did not acknowledge Mu Hui, but instead cast a disapproving glance at Aunt Tang. "If you are dissatisfied, you may seek a more orderly courtyard." Aunt Tang replied coolly, lifting Air Bao. In recent days, she had developed a good rapport with the three children. Little Bao was too young, and De Bao was rather dull, leaving Air Bao as the most endearing among them. "Sister Tang." Aunt Lu was evidently displeased, and who wouldn't be? She had been contemplating renting the vacant north room to facilitate her son's marriage. thereby allowing her family to possess a small courtyard entirely to themselves. However, with the unexpected arrival of Mu Hui, Sister Tang made it abundantly clear that should they be unwilling, her family could simply relocate, as her property was never lacking tenants. It was no wonder that Aunt Lu found herself in a state of distress. Chapter 19. Craftsmanship. Fifteen Niang. There is no need to purchase bedding. I've asked Akai to prepare it for you, and it will be delivered shortly. Do you know how to cook? Aunt Tang completely disregarded Aunt Lu's presence and spoke directly to Mu Hui. In recent days, she had begun addressing her as Fifteen Niang instead of Lu Saw. The bedding and such from her were of little value, and since Mu Hui had been using them, it allowed them to save some money during this move, as these small items could accumulate substantial costs. Yes, I can manage basic cooking. It's sufficient for taking care of the children, Mu Hui replied with a smile, not wishing to boast about her culinary skills, as she had no desire to take on the role of a chef. Very well, I'll arrange for a set of utensils for you, Aunt Tang said, surveying the area. The previous guests had just vacated, leaving behind some items. But Aunt Tang found them unsatisfactory. After all, those who rented her rooms were impoverished, and if they deemed such items worthless, what use could they possibly serve? No, I have a little money. Mu Hui genuinely wished to avoid incurring too much debt to Aunt Tang. Enough, those items hold no value for the inn. If you can make use of them, keep them, and when times improve, repay me. Aunt Tang waved her hand dismissively and handed her key. She then kissed Bao, saying, there aren't too many children to play with here, so you must behave and not cause trouble for your mother. Bao pondered for a moment, thinking he had indeed been quite well behaved. Observing Aunt Tang's expression, he gave her an adorable smile, eliciting hearty laughter from her. Mu Hui, however, noticed Aunt Lu's face turning pale and sighed inwardly. At that moment, she felt indifferent, believing she wouldn't reside there for long. Soon, she would take her children to a comfortable, independent courtyard. Thus, Aunt Lu was merely an irrelevant passerby, of no concern to her. As Aunt Tang promised, she swiftly delivered their bedding and also prepared a set of kitchenware along with essential living supplies, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and some vegetables and grains. Though these were not luxurious items, they were sufficient to establish a household, and Mu Hui truly felt that Aunt Tang was a kind-hearted individual. Indeed, perhaps truly good people do exist, even though she had not encountered any in her previous life. Or perhaps she was among the affluent, accustomed to comfort, and thus unaccustomed to accepting such humble assistance from others. She had never offered such help to anyone, so she could hardly consider herself a good person. Dinner consisted of flatbreads, but not ordinary ones. As mentioned before, she was from the South and did not particularly enjoy wheat-based foods, though her ex-husband had a fondness for pizza. During their 2 years of marriage, she had mastered the art of pizza making taught by a genuine Italian pizza master. There was no oven here, but she was unfazed. After her divorce, she developed a genuine interest in gastronomy, investing substantial sums into culinary clubs. Ultimately, she became a member of a gourmet association and forged friendships with various culinary masters. This pursuit became her favorite activity post-divorce. Subsequently, due to her amicable relationships, she learned a variety of techniques, acquiring quite a repertoire of skills. Once, a renowned chef, inebriated, bestowed upon her a chef's hat, proclaiming her a chef without formal qualifications. While uttered in a drunken stupor, it nonetheless served as an acknowledgement of her culinary prowess. This, of course, only heightened her discerning palate, creating a vicious cycle where, despite the offerings from grand establishments, she had become accustomed to masterpieces crafted by culinary virtuosos. Even the most exquisite dishes prepared by lesser chefs could no longer satisfy her. Consequently, she resorted to bringing her own meals, as hiring a top-tier chef to cook for her was an unattainable luxury. Thus, she found herself in the kitchen, laboring over her creations. Eventually, exhaustion would overwhelm her, and she could eat no longer, relying on intravenous nourishment. Presently, her health is stable, and she need not endure a life of starvation. With limited ingredients at her disposal, only a modest amount of flour, primarily cornmeal, and a bit of coarse rice, she also had an abundance of vegetables, plentiful and inexpensive during the summer months. Though devoid of meat, She possessed a jar of lard. She combined the lard and salt to knead 2 layers of dough, incorporating cornmeal in the lower layer, while the upper layer was adorned with various vegetables. Some sauteed and others raw. She rolled it thin, cooked in a pan, and sliced it into a crosshatch pattern before serving. Accompanying the dish was a corn chowder. Though lacking butter and milk, the cornmeal and sheep's milk sufficed. Indeed, when presented with the meal, her children, the Bao and heir Bao, sat in stunned silence, transfixed by the table. It was evident that their upbringing had instilled in them the virtue of patience, as they understood that they must wait for her return to dine. She sat down, took a corner of the flatbread, and placed it on her plate, serving each of them a bowl of corn chowder. Traditionally, corn chowder is crafted from fresh corn kernels, boiled, blended into a smooth paste strained, and then simmered with cream and sugar, finished with a sprinkle of fresh kernels. However, for Mu Hui, using cornmeal to make flatbreads and noodles was less than satisfying. Her version of corn chowder was far simpler. It involved ing, a mixture of cornmeal and coarse rice flour with cooked scallion oil and salt, then blending it with sheep's milk to create a fine paste, omitting sugar altogether. The resulting flavor was rich and complemented the flatbreads perfectly. Heir Bao took the first bite of the flatbread, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed at Mu Hui, astonished by its deliciousness. With a gentle tap on his forehead, she urged him to eat swiftly. The Bao, having sipped the chowder, found it reminiscent of rice porridge. After a taste, his mouth fell agape in wonder, questioning how such a flavor could exist. The sauteed cornmeal, combined with the sheep's milk, produced a harmonious blend. "Mother, is this what you mean by having such delightful meals every day?" Heir Bao exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. "There will be even more delectable dishes to come." Mu Hui smiled, gently taking a bite. The base of the corn cake was delightfully crisp, while the thin layer atop had been cooked to perfection by the steam, brimming with flavor. It was soft and fragrant, infused with the essence of various vegetables. How delightful it was, for now there were no chemical fertilizers. The vegetables were all organic ones she had once purchased at a premium. Each mouthful was a symphony of pure vegetable taste. "I believe this is even more delectable than meat. Wie macht der Bao Ernest ly? What is so appealing about meat?" Mu Hui rolled her eyes. Although the ingredients available now were indeed splendid, in terms of variety, they paled in comparison to the 21st century. She reminisced about their sea voyages, where whatever they caught would be transformed into a culinary competition, each striving to create a more exquisite dish, with more appealing presentations and innovative ideas. Just thinking about those days filled her with joy. Thus, for her, pork was merely an accompaniment, a means to enhance flavor. Chapter 20. The gluttonous Heir Bao, the succulent meat, was undeniably delicious. Heir Bao firmly opposed, as he had a profound fondness for meat. Primarily, his life had been devoid of ample opportunities to savor it. "All right, tomorrow when I deliver goods, I shall procure some meat," Mu Hui smiled, for she would not skimp on her son's nourishment for the sake of frugality, and besides, she could afford it. Although she could indulge in her own cooking, her limited ingredients meant she had merely sampled a bit more than others, merely to relish the flavor. Mother's culinary skills are exceptional. The meat must taste even better. Heir Bao mused eagerly. "Could you refrain from speaking?" Daba, exasperated, turned to Mu Hui. "No need to buy meat. It is quite expensive. Enough. Eat quickly. I am boiling water. You both must finish promptly, so you can bathe afterward. Mother, do you have to deliver pancakes to Grandma Tang and the others every day?" Heir Bao, unable to contain his curiosity, pondered how such delightful pancakes, of which Mother had made so many, were largely given away to others. The realization struck him that throughout his life, they had only received food from others, never having given any themselves, which astonished him. "No need. Today is the first day of moving in, and we must present our neighbors with a gift. It won't be necessary in the future," Mu Hui explained, though then added, "Heir Bao, being stingy will not earn you friends." With that, she lightly tapped Heir Bao and took her dishes outside. Once Mu Hui had departed, Daba also gave Heir Bao a light tap, his gaze stern, though he said nothing. Heir Bao, feeling intimidated, lowered his head and continued eating hastily. As Mu Hui entered the kitchen, she encountered Aunt Lu and her son, Ernie Yu. It was her first time seeing Aunt Lu's son, compelling her to pause and nod in acknowledgement. "This is Sister Zhang," Aunt Lu introduced with some reluctance. Sister Zhang. Ernie Yu, a young man with prominent brows and eyes, appeared to be around 18 or 19, exuding sincerity. "Brother Lu, I look forward to your kindness in the future." Mu Hui, unsure how to interact with such a person, took a gentle step back and nodded again. "Did your sister make those pancakes? How can they be so delicious? They're even better than those from the pancake vendor," Ernie Yu exclaimed, with an open demeanor. Mu Hui had never ventured out in the town to know who the pancake vendor was, so she merely smiled at them and carried her dishes into the small kitchen. Having just moved, there was much to be done. She had various small items to organize and lacked the energy for idle chit-chat. The kitchen dishes needed tidying, and the vegetables had to be sorted properly. Contemplating the changes she needed to make, she realized that with such a large stove, she had nearly faltered in her pancake making earlier. She pondered whether she should consult someone about creating a small cooking area and acquiring a few small frying pans, saucepans, and the like. Lost in thought, she was suddenly jolted by Bao's piercing scream. Xiao Bao was crying. Daba and Bao dared not intervene, watching helplessly. She observed, noting it was neither a result of soiling nor hunger. What could be the matter with him? Mu Hui looked at Daba. Little Bao is truly not a crybaby. Yet now she is weeping, her entire body flushed with tears. She dares not approach, instead watching from a distance alongside Big Bao and Second Bao. Who could have anticipated such a sudden outburst? Big Bao is equally perplexed. Could it be that their delectable meals have elicited her sorrow? "Mother, can we not share a little with her?" Second Bao, grasping the last piece of flatbread, gnaws at it, showing no inclination to offer a morsel to Little Bao, despite his lack of teeth. "All right, Big Bao, have you finished? You may go take a bath now." Second Bao, "You've eaten enough. Remain still for a while before bathing." Mu Hui glances at Second Bao's round belly, her forehead adorned with beads of sweat. Second Bao nods, perhaps feeling slightly fatigued from his feast, and lies beside Little Bao, chatting with her while steadfastly refusing to relinquish that final bite. Mu Hui finds herself at a loss for words. Should she really inform him that eating while lying down is ill-advised? Yet, her thoughts drift towards whether she should prepare some hawthorn water for him. Life in their new abode is a whirlwind of activity for Mu Hui. Initially, she believed Second Bao was merely afraid of hunger. Thus, she ensured that he always finished the last bite of his meal, adamantly refusing to waste any food. Mu Hui thought that with time, he would understand that there was an abundance of food at home, and she would never allow him to go hungry. However, no matter how much she prepared, he clung to the mindset that it is better to burst than to starve, battling to finish every last morsel. Consequently, Mu Hui often found herself seizing the food from his hands, fearing he might truly overindulge. Eventually, she began to regulate the portions she cooked, forbidding him from overeating. But would Second Bao simply acquiesce? Certainly not. He gradually befriended the local children, joining them in their outdoor escapades, engaging in horseplay, mock battles, climbing trees, and splashing in the water. Of course, they too would climb trees and wade into water, but their purpose was to collect bird eggs and catch fish and shrimp. When Second Bao carefully returned with various bird eggs, eager for Mu Hui to prepare them, she was at a loss as she had never encountered such broken eggs before. She recalled that wild birds could harbor diseases, and if something went awry, who would be to blame? The thought weighed heavily on her mind. Yet, seeing Second Bao's expectant little face, waiting by the stove, she knew she would have to relent. Frustrated, she contemplated giving him a good scolding, but ultimately couldn't bring herself to do it. In the end, she acquiesced to his request, though she cautioned Big Bao against climbing trees, fearing the presence of snakes or the return of a protective mother bird ready to peck at their eyes. Second Bao eagerly assured her that he would not venture up the trees for bird eggs again. Big Bao cast a disdainful glance at him and remarked to Mu Hui that they were far too small to climb. And it was actually Second Bao who had convinced older friends to retrieve the eggs for him. This time, Mu Hui felt no anger. Instead, she recognized Second Bao's resourcefulness. As long as the other children were agreeable, she had no objections. With green onions mixed in a flour, she broke the eggs, adding some seasonings to create a savory pancake. which she instructed Big Bao to take to their friends who had helped gather the bird eggs. Only a small piece was given to the second child, who was no longer so delicate. With a cheerful demeanor, she happily held it in her hand while accompanying the elder sibling to share pancakes. True to her nature, she preferred not to overwhelm the food with excessive condiments, as it would obscure the essence of the dish. Yet, lacking the courage to sample what type of egg it was, she resorted to adding more seasoning to mask its original flavor. The thought of the various colorful eggshells scattered on the ground sent a shiver down Mu Hui's spine. Her decision to make pancakes stemmed from the hope that a longer cooking time at high temperatures would effectively sanitize them. Initially, she believed this was an isolated incident. However, just a few days later, the second child returned with a wild beehive, eagerly looking at Mu Hui and asking, "Can we eat this too? Is it edible?" Chapter 21. Mischievous child Mu Hui, without a moment's hesitation, pursued Bao around the courtyard, determined to prevent him from foraging for bird eggs. To her astonishment, he returned with a wild beehive instead. Was this truly the behavior befitting a 2-year-old? Even if she might have coaxed other children into similar mischief, they too were just children. If something were to go awry, what could she offer to their parents in compensation? The Bao quickly pointed at Erniu, suggesting they sell him off, claiming that it was Erniu who had instigated the act, and that he had done so willingly. Thus, Mu Hui ceased her chase of Bao and focused her gaze on Erniu, realizing he was someone else's child and could not be chastised. Instead, she turned to Bao, admonishing him against engaging in any dangerous activities. Even standing beneath a beehive posed a risk, as wild bees could indeed be lethal. Bao nodded earnestly, assuring her he would refrain. However, for a gluttonous child like Bao, one prohibition merely led to another misadventure. If he was forbidden from seeking bird eggs, he would simply accompany Erniu to find a beehive. And when his mother forbade him from that as well, he would pursue yet another target. It seemed there was never a time he escaped unscathed. His enthusiasm for discovering edible treasures was unrelenting, and upon returning, he would await his treats. Consequently, Mu Hui came to recognize an extraordinary array of peculiar items brought home by her children. Eventually, Mu Hui realized her error. She ought to have curtailed their explorations from the outset, extinguishing their desires before they could flourish. Driven by her passion for culinary arts, she would discipline them and then delve into researching the peculiarities they had gathered. She endeavored to prepare delectable dishes, and in truth, the entire family found joy in this endeavor. This enthusiasm also inspired others, as Mu Hui would prepare these treats for Bao to distribute among his friends. The neighborhood children, none of whom were particularly affluent, rarely had access to snacks or treats. Mu Hui made small portions for them to share, allowing each child a taste. This was sufficient to elevate Bao and Bao's popularity among their peers, who became more inclined to heed Bao's coaxing and collectively seek out food. The roots of their behavior lay in their recent move to the shared courtyard, where a sycamore tree stood. In the colder northern climate, the tree bore its seeds later in the season, and upon their arrival, the final batch was still clinging to its branches. Every day, Ernie would climb the tree to harvest some seeds for their mother to use as food. For the Liu family, this was a means to save on provisions. After all, Ernie was approaching adulthood, and Liu Auntie aspired to save money for his future bride. Liu Auntie was a spirited woman, and upon Mu Hui's settling into her new home, she had intended to bring her some pancakes, prompting her to ask Ernie to share half of the harvested seeds with them. As Mu Hui gazed at the vibrant green seeds, she found herself at a loss for how to proceed. In the 21st century, these seeds could be sold. However, she had no idea how to prepare them. She had only learned about the renowned sycamore seed rice during elementary school, and even then, she was not particularly discerning. Back then, her mother had dismissed it as food for the poor, which had silenced her curiosity. Now, as an adult, though available in supermarkets, she lacked the desire to partake in it. So what was she to do with this bounty? "Mother, what are these? Can they be eaten?" The two younger siblings, Bao and Dabo, were tightly huddled together, observing Ernie as he climbed the tree to pluck the seeds. They regarded these seeds as no different from the leaves and questioned their edibility. However, they had heard whispers of their delightful taste. Mu nodded, cautiously plucking a leaf and tasting it to assess the flavor before determining her course of action. The season was nearly over. The sweetness had begun to wane, yet the aroma had intensified, and it possessed a pleasing chewiness. She gathered several seeds and fed them to Erbao, offering a few to Dabo as well. "They are quite delectable. Can this be used in cooking?" Erbao eagerly inquired after finishing his morsel. "Indeed, but I have never prepared it before," Mu Hui responded, her confidence wavering as she contemplated the seeds. Fixating on the elm seeds, she decided to give it a try. Washing them thoroughly and following a recipe that called for 1 part cornmeal to 9 parts elm seeds, steaming them in a bamboo basket. However, she found it peculiar. Would steaming them truly enhance their flavor? She was uncertain about the old soup mentioned in the recipe, so she decided to experiment with a vinegar-based sauce instead. After observing the mixture for quite some time, she felt it resembled a side dish rather than a staple. With more elm seeds at her disposal, she prepared elm seed pancakes and a vegetable soup. Out of courtesy, she delivered some of her elm seed rice and pancakes to the Liu family, as it was only polite to reciprocate the gesture initiated by Erniu. Meanwhile, the Liu family was also enjoying elm seed rice. Yet they remained preoccupied with the struggle for basic sustenance, a stark contrast to Mu Hui's self-imposed culinary challenge. Mu Hui's elm seed rice was steamed over boiling water and promptly removed once the water reached a rolling boil. Serve in a coarse, white porcelain bowl. It appeared as vibrant and fresh as if just harvested from the tree. To her surprise, it retained a remarkable amount of the original flavor. The elm seed pancakes offered a different experience altogether. After salting and squeezing the moisture from the seeds, she mixed them into a batter of eggs and cornmeal. Adding a bit of water, the pancakes turned out thin and tender, with the drained elm seeds providing a delightful chewiness that harmonized with the fragrance of the eggs and corn, creating an indescribable aroma. Aunt Lu, of course, scorned Mu Hui's efforts, believing that consuming elm seeds was meant to conserve grain, and here she was pairing them with oil and eggs. Was that not wasteful? Anyone could make something taste good. The essential point was that for the impoverished, what was the need for such deliciousness? If her dishes were so scrumptious, wouldn't that mean there would be less grain to go around? However, such thoughts reflected a housewife's perspective. For Erniu, who had never appreciated elm seeds before, Mu Hui's cooking revealed their delightful potential for the first time. He wondered if she could indeed make anything taste exquisite, even if he casually offered her a handful of leaves. This sentiment was not unique to Erniu. Dabo and Erbao shared the same astonishment. They had seen Mu Hui, who was unfamiliar with elm seeds, transform them into something so delectable. What else could she possibly achieve? While Erniu hesitated to ask her directly for more ingredients, Dabo and Erbao were not so reserved. They played with the local children, which was more a quest to forage for edible treasures than mere play. For Dabo, it was a means to save money, while for Erbao, it was a novel adventure, akin to testing the limits of Mu Hui's culinary prowess. Each time a new discovery is made, he eagerly squats beside Mu Hui, asking with enthusiasm, "Mother, can you make this? How about that?" Consequently, for the sake of this delightful and gluttonous child, Mu Hui must strive to familiarize herself with unfamiliar ingredients. She samples each one, contemplating the perfect combinations. Reflecting upon it, she realizes that her days are indeed filled with challenges. She believes that her second child is truly on the path to becoming a gourmet, his discerning palate maturing with each passing day. Chapter 22. Entanglement. Mu Hui and her 3 cherished treasures have settled into the quaint town. Over the course of 4 months, not only has the eldest become a leader among the local children, but the second has also gained considerable influence, thanks to their culinary prowess. Their standing is now unassailable. After these 4 months, Mu Hui feels as though she has truly found safety. If she had wished to escape, she fears she might have traversed every inch of this country by now. Yet, having resided here for 4 months, she walks the streets unnoticed, enjoying a life that feels remarkably content. Of course, she is not without her troubles. She has come to understand the saying that a widow attracts more trouble. Now, she can indulge in food, and her health has considerably improved, allowing her beauty to resurface. Although she does not overly adorn herself, some qualities are inherent. Even while living in modest quarters and caring for 3 unfortunate children, she manages to present herself impeccably. Her hair remains perfectly styled, and despite preparing 3 meals a day, she carries no lingering odors. In truth, she stands apart from the other women in the vicinity. She seldom raises her voice, and indeed, she rarely speaks at all. When necessary, her words are soft and measured. Though she is neither mute nor unsmiling, there's an undeniable distinction about her. This uniqueness draws the attention of unsavory characters whenever she ventures outside. Though they dare not approach her directly, their presence is irksome. Generally, Muhui pays them no mind, keeping her gaze downward as she passes. However, their behavior has recently escalated. It seems that the ringleaders have become emboldened, engaging in increasingly inappropriate antics. This has driven Muhui to the brink of wishing to rid herself of them entirely. She could certainly do so, yet even after 4 months, she cannot afford to stand out so starkly. Hu Ying, calls out the inn's young attendant, a Kai, from outside. The commotion has reached such a level that Aunt Tang has heard of it and requested a Kai to assist with errands. Recognizing Mu Hui's adeptness in navigating social dynamics, she has also discerned that Aunt Tang holds a measure of respect within the community. Consequently, she often sends food and provisions Mu Hui's way. Understanding the difficulties a widow faces in raising children alone, she implores Mu Hui to remain indoors, thus securing the entrance to the courtyard, which is locked tight. Without a familiar face to call, Mu Hui would not open the door. Akai, I feel terrible troubling you so often. Muy precis had embarrassment, particularly since she is currently unable to venture out to procure groceries. It's no trouble at all, Hu Ying. Were you planning to cook today? After assisting her with her belongings, Akai always receives a portion of food in return, making him particularly fond of running errands for Mu Hui. I must go buy vegetables today, Mu Hui replies with resignation. Although Aunt Tang has provided some grains, their household is devoid of vegetables, compelling her to make a trip to the market. Oh, then I shall accompany you. It is better with 2, Akai suggests, momentarily taken aback but quickly recovering. Mu Hui contemplates this and nods in agreement. I want to go too, exclaims the eldest. I want to go as well. The second chimes in, rushing to the forefront. What are you two going for? Why haven't you gone out to play today? Mu Hui was at a loss for words, if she quickly recalled that ordinarily, at this hour, these two would be out searching for delicacies. The children of this small town have all been nurtured into varying degrees of food enthusiasts. How is it that they remain at home today? Could it be that the treasures of the town have been squandered by this group of spendthrifts? We have already pilfered all the honeycombs nearby. Bao expressed his helplessness. It was Nio Ge who stole them, and you were merely watching beneath the tree. Bao Gazette. The honeycombs were transformed into honey paste, which was used to steam rice cakes for breakfast, their aroma capable of luring children from surrounding streets. However, the quantity was far too meager, as half needed to be shared with Ernyo's family. Thus, the bee larvae could not be prepared in the usual manner of deep frying. Instead, Mu Hui crushed them, adding some green beans and snow cabbage, stir-frying it into a savory pickle. Though the original form was unrecognizable, the flavor left Bao and Bao utterly astonished, prompting them to consume a little more than half a bowl of rice. Only what belongs to someone else can be considered stealing. That which is unclaimed is merely taken. Mu Hui sighed, waving her hand to secure Xiao Bao once more to her chest. She took on the tasks that needed to be done before following Akai. Rarely was Xiao Bao given the chance to go out, or perhaps he could be seen as pitiable. Mu Hui was exceedingly busy. Besides preparing 3 meals a day, she also had to assist Bao in challenging himself. Additionally, she had to complete a considerable amount of sewing work daily. Otherwise, who would believe that a widow with 3 children could manage to feed them so well? She disregarded the importance of oil, salt, and eggs, unlike Lu Guofu, who could only afford to split a single coin for her son. Therefore, she had to produce work equivalent to her expenses. Even so, she was criticized for being extravagant and lacking in calculation. Thus, during the day, Xiao Bao often found himself lying in the pit alone, playing, unless he awaited the return of De Bao and Bao, who would accompany him for a brief chat or playtime. At other times, he could only amuse himself lying on the Kong. Consequently, he often felt quite lonely. Now bound, he quickly understood that they were going out. and his little chubby fingers pointed excitedly towards the outside, his eyes sparkling with joy. The market was not far away. Being a small town, even at its most bustling, it could only stretch so wide, just a few steps to avoid those one did not wish to encounter. Fifteen Niang, you've come out. The local ruffian, Hey Pai, indeed appeared. Hey Pai was the town's notorious troublemaker, a rather uncouth character who had previously snatched snacks from Dabao to give to his companions. Considering he would steal from children as treats, one could hardly harbor any expectations regarding his character. Consequently, those confections led him to become acquainted with Mu Hui, and he began to pester her daily. Mu Hui looked down in silence, maintaining her pace, deliberately ignoring Hey Pai. In truth, Hey Pai was also reluctant to approach. He had once attempted to pull Mu Hui's arm and, for reasons unbeknownst to him, had stumbled. After another failed attempt, he remained perplexed and dared not try again, primarily because he could not afford the loss of face. Hence, he could only follow along, refraining from extending his hand. Finally arriving at the tailor shop, she handed over her work, acquired some fabric, confirmed the delivery time, and carefully placed her earnings into her bosom. Lowering her gaze to the elder and younger children, she suggested, "Shall we go grocery shopping? What would you like to eat?" "Anything is fine," exclaimed the elder, hastily covering the younger one's mouth. "Let's have short ribs. It's been ages since the younger one has tasted them, hasn't it?" Mu Hui observed the younger child's face turning crimson from being muffled and chuckled softly, gently pulling the elder's hand away to prevent suffocating the younger one. Chapter 23. The new butcher. After 4 months, they had truly become a family. Bao had a fondness for meat, while Dabao was cautious about spending money. One was endearing, the other sensible, and Mu Hui felt that she was gradually evolving into a motherly figure. Bao nodded vigorously, clearly feeling the affection from his mother. As before, she held her 2 sons' hands and made her way to the market, accompanied by Hey Pai and Akai. Akai earnestly wished to shield Mu Hui from Hey Pai, but he found the prospect of standing alongside Hey Pai rather daunting. He could only follow closely behind Mu Hui, carrying the fabric she had selected from the stalls. "Fifteen Niang, what small ribs are you buying? Let me send them home for you. I can have Lu the butcher deliver them." Hey Pai interjected, pushing Akai aside as he stepped forward with a grin. Mu Hui, feigning ignorance, continued to stroll happily with her sons, pondering what else to purchase besides the small ribs. With the cold weather setting in, it would be prudent to stock up, thus sparing her the need to venture out for groceries daily. "Anything will do," Bao thoughtfully replied, content with the prospect of small ribs, while leaving the rest to chance. "What about Dabao? What does Dabao wish to eat?" Mu Hui genuinely did not know Dabao's preferences, as he always responded nonchalantly. Whatever she prepared, he would consume. He had never been particularly finicky. In truth, he had little aversion to food and rarely refused anything. She believed that individuals should possess their own tastes. While not being picky was commendable, being indifferent was indicative of a lack of standards in life. And she would not allow her sons to be so complacent about their existence. "He is fine with anything," Bao chimed in immediately. Mu Hui lightly tapped Bao on the head with the hand that held his, admonishing him for his petty behavior at such a young age. Always eager to annoy Dabao, however, remained unfazed, maintaining his usual vigilance, albeit directed towards Hey Pai. Mu Hui did not feel the need to console Dabao. In her eyes, Hey Pai was a minor annoyance, irksome, yet not egregious enough to cross her limits. If he truly vexed her, she would not hesitate to assert herself. After all, how had Hey Pai ended up on the ground in the first place? It was all about subtlety. He had to fall without realizing it, and without suspicion. Such finesse was necessary. Of course, this was not something to be executed in front of so many people. For now, she would play the role of a weak widow. Upon arriving at the market, the first stall she encountered was the butcher's. Typically, she would not purchase meat first, as it was impractical to carry meat while selecting vegetables. She preferred to acquire her vegetables first and save the meat for last. However, before she could voice her intentions, Hey Pai spoke up first. "Where's Lu the butcher?" Mu Hui then noticed that the normally short and stout Lu the butcher was nowhere to be seen. In his stead was a towering figure, approximately 6'3", a veritable giant. His height was equivalent to that of 2 of the former Lu, and his age was indiscernible, obscured as it was by a wild and tangled beard. At that moment, Mu Hui mused that if she were to cast a new version of Romance of the Three Kingdoms, this man would undoubtedly be the perfect choice to portray Zhang Fei, as his appearance was remarkably fitting, though he should be slightly leaner, given his height. His bulk would not be as pronounced. Buying meat? The man thundered, causing Mu Hui's ears to ring, not to mention disturbing the peacefully sleeping Xiao Bao in her arms. Xiao Bao, now 4 months old, had begun to take on the semblance of a chubby infant, nourished by Mu Hui's enriching combination of goat's milk and grain soup. His small hands and feet were segmented, resembling tender lotus roots, and his skin, pale as snow, seemed to embody the essence of midnight. Apart from a few strands of yellow hair atop his head, this child was truly remarkable. When carried outside, anyone unaware would undoubtedly exclaim, "What a beautiful girl." If only he had hair, they would say. Each time they heard this, Mu Hui, De Bao, and Air Bao would hang their heads in resignation, feeling powerless to clarify that this was indeed their son, and that his hair would one day grow. Over time, Mu Hui grew accustomed to it. A hairless child was still a son, and if he had less hair, they could always adorn him with hats in the future. Thus, under the adoration of the family, Xiao Bao thrived, becoming a cheerful child by the age of 4 months, grinning at everyone he encountered. When he smiled, his large eyes would squint into crescent shapes, resembling a benevolent elderly woman. De Bao and Air Bao found endless amusement in him, often playing with him on the Kong upon returning home. However, there was one thing to note. This little fellow simply could not cry. A child who rarely wept would unleash an unending torrent when they did. It was akin to the verse that states, "A man does not shed tears lightly, only when his heart is truly pained." When he truly cried, no amount of coaxing from Mu Hui would suffice. Moreover, she was uncertain how to console him. She would only hold him when he was not crying, hoping to teach him that crying would not earn him a comforting embrace. The outcome was distressing for Mu Hui, De Bao, and Air Bao. If they held him, they feared spoiling him. Yet if they did not, the child genuinely felt aggrieved. Consequently, when Xiao Bao cried, all three were rendered helpless, staring blankly at him by the Kong. Thus, a consensus emerged. They should strive to prevent him from crying. Then came the incident with a new butcher, whose loud shout abruptly roused Xiao Bao from his sweet slumber. Even adults, when suddenly awakened, might react with irritation. What more could be expected of a 4-month-old infant? Xiao Bao was instantly incensed, bursting into tears. He was indeed well-nourished, and had recently begun sampling egg yolk, albeit only a quarter of one at a time. Nonetheless, he possessed considerable strength, and his cries were resonant. Mu Hui felt an urge to cover her ears. The volume was overwhelming. De Bao and Air Bao glared at the newcomer, seething with indignation. Their small stature prevented them from seeing Xiao Bao, heightening their frustration. "Hey, woman, why don't you soothe him? His crying is ruining my business." The butcher barked, not relenting as he shouted again. "Xiao Bao chef vi intensive," his forehead and ears turning a rosy hue. Mu Hui worried that if it were summer, the heat might cause prickly heat to erupt on his scalp. "Sir, could you please lower your voice? You're frightening our Xiao Bao." Air Bao fumed, breaking free from Mu Hui's grasp and defiantly confronting the giant. Mu Hui quickly pulled Air Bao back. A single finger from this man could easily crush him. Furrowing her brow at the now crimson-faced Xiao Bao, Mu Hui felt overwhelmed. She realized that if she did not soothe him soon, she might truly be failing him. With no other recourse, she leaned down to kiss Xiao Bao's little bald head, while simultaneously urging De Bao and Air Bao to maneuver around the giant and prepare to leave. Yet the man did not step aside. He leaned down to glance at Xiao Bao again, retracting his head slightly, lowering his voice as he inquired, "Aren't you going to comfort him? Please step aside." Mu Huijin was quite exasperated. She had no intention of stirring up trouble. It was not that she was fearful, but rather that she was disinclined to entangle herself with such individuals. Her primary focus was on nurturing her 3 children, leaving her no time to engage in futile disputes. However, at that moment, she found herself utterly distressed by the cries of her little one. "I shall compensate you with a piece of meat," she offered. The butcher seemed to realize his own misstep. After all, he had not truly harmed them. His actions had merely frightened the child. He sensed their desire to depart swiftly and reflected upon his own error, turning to cut the meat. Chapter 24. The chef's talent. You are truly rude. Fifteen Niang, fear not. I shall defend your honor. Hype sprang forward, having recently been intimidated by the giant, and witnessing the latter's polite demeanor only reinforced his belief that this was an easy target. Who are you? The burly man inquired, his meat cleaver still in hand, though he had ceased his butchering. You don't even know who I am? I am your black lord. Did the butcher Lu not inform you that you are to deliver money to me daily? You dare to conduct business in the territory of the black lord without even knowing the rules of the underworld? Your audacity is remarkable, Hype proclaimed, growing bolder with each word. Your man? The giant ignored Hype entirely, turning instead to Mu Hui. Don't spout nonsense. Fifteen Niang is the wife of a scholar. Although terrified, Akai felt compelled to defend Mu Hui's honor. He cast a glance at Mu Hui, who still wore a small white flower in her hair, a sign of mourning. How could he fathom that Hype was worthy of Fifteen Niang? What business did he have meddling here? The newcomer, a butcher, feigned confusion and asked, "What does this have to do with Mu Hui?" However, this was of no concern to Mu Hui. She kept her head down, leading her eldest to Bao, while Air Bao sidled away. Xiao Bao, under Mu Hui's tender kiss, had quieted, his small face wet with tears, appearing both pitiful and adorably naive, shattering Mu Hui's heart. She held tightly to Bao and Air Bao, offering them a smile and another kiss. Mu Hui wished to avoid further distress for Xiao Bao. Bao and Air Bao turned a glance at the giant, and suddenly, Bao pointed at Hype, declaring he is a bad man. He stole my cake. Mu Hui shot Bao a stern look, hastening her steps. If Hype was a villain, then the giant was no saint either, driving away wolves only invited tigers. A foolish act that would only render her more vulnerable. Thus, she paid no heed to the unfolding drama between the giant and Hype, not even sparing them a glance. As she walked away, Mu Hui focused on the market, where the sweet potatoes looked splendid, freshly unearthed and still caked in dirt. Nearby, farmers had brought exquisite white mushrooms, a rarity in autumn. To her delight, she also spotted a vendor selling small fish, which were quite inexpensive. These tiny fish, once cleaned of their insides, washed, dusted with flour, and deep-fried, served as a delightful calcium-rich treat for children. However, Mu Hui preferred to use them to prepare fish paste, a dish that evolved from the traditional shrimp paste of Hubei, her former mother-in-law's favorite. Though she found the classic recipe rather pungent, she had modified it to be more palatable, even if her mother-in-law still favored the traditional flavor. Now in this place, Bao and the others would occasionally bring home small fish and shrimp, and since the quantities were few, they would share with friends. With the prospect of acquiring a large batch at a bargain price, Mu Hui felt inspired to cook, envisioning them as side dishes for porridge in the morning or as a sauce for braising tofu and wood ear mushrooms. The chef's instinct prevailed. Procuring fresh ingredients was the most joyous endeavor. Her spirits lifted significantly. She also asked the lady selling peppers for a few cloves of garlic, her mind busy contemplating the evening's menu. After much deliberation, she found herself in a quandary once more. In this town, there exists but a single butcher shop. She now returns to procure meat, seemingly in hopes that the newly arrived butcher will provide her with some. Furthermore, it remains uncertain whether the two have concluded their quarrel. Alas, she finds herself reminiscing about the former butcher, Lu, who was portly and amiable. When she purchased meat, Lu would generously offer her the larger bones, often leaving a bit of meat on them when no one was watching. What to do? Surely, we cannot venture to another town for meat. She inquired of Bao and Air Bao, lowering her gaze. Let us simply forego meat, Bao replied nonchalantly. Mu Hui couldn't help but chuckle. Bao was evidently retaliating against Air Bao. However, the latter, being a simpleton, had likely forgotten by now. He had been earnestly discussing ingredients with Mu Hui, even inquiring about selection and preparation. Mu Hui now believed Air Bao possessed the potential to become a renowned chef, as he had an inherent love for food. Air Bao, oblivious to Bao's jab, was feeling dejected himself, for he adored meat. After much deliberation, he lifted his head and conceded, "Let us skip it today. When winter arrives, We can make some sausages and cured meats that will last a long time. This way, we won't have to worry about the availability of meat. Mu Hui felt a pang of sadness. She pondered the character of the new butcher. If he proved unsatisfactory, she could always ask Aunt Tang to procure meat. Aunt Tang typically bought half a pig, and with her demand for hearty dishes, it would suffice for their needs. They could then prepare sausages and cured meats for the children, eliminating the need for daily purchases. Indeed, that would be delightful. Bao exclaimed, his imagination ignited. Although he had never tasted sausage, he had savored cured meat once, a gift from Aunt Tang, on the occasion when Mu Hui prepared cured meat rice. He had declared it the most exquisite dish he had ever encountered. Very well, we shall not eat meat today. Upon our return, I shall prepare sweet potato cakes for you, and perhaps a vegetable pancake as well. The sauce from last time should be ready, which will surely enhance the flavor of the vegetable pancake, Mu Hui said, her spirits lifted by the thought of Bao and Bao's endearing nature. Indeed, Mother says it will be delicious, and it surely will. Bao nodded vigorously. The three of them exchanged knowing glances, affirming their decision. And rather than passing the butcher's shop, they exited through another route, entirely unconcerned with the happenings at the meat shop. Akai, however, found himself glancing back repeatedly, eager to witness the commotion. Yet, as Mu Hui spoke, his own hunger grew, leading him to believe that enjoying the delightful sweet potato cakes and vegetable pancakes held greater importance. Despite his backward glances, his feet resolutely followed Mu Hui and the others. They gathered for lunch, as previously mentioned, frying sweet potato cakes, pan-frying vegetable pancakes, and boiling mung bean soup with noodles. The vegetable pancake was essentially a refined version of a popular dish, crafted from finely shredded cabbage, mixed with flour and seasoning, and combined with the cabbage shreds. Traditionally, it would include bonito flakes and seaweed powder, but Mu Hui adapted as necessary. Having recently acquired small fish, she fried a few, crushed them, and mixed them into the batter as a substitute for bonito flakes, omitting the seaweed powder altogether, as she did not particularly enjoy that flavor. In addition to the cabbage shreds, she also incorporated some shredded radish and black fungus. With the ingredients prepared, she placed them in the pan. Ultimately, this dish proved to be a wholesome staple. With a focus on minimal oil and an abundance of vegetables, the dish was initially intended to feature succulent pork belly. However, as it was unavailable today, I opted for a delicate egg crepe as the base, allowing it to simmer gently over low heat until cooked through. Upon serving, I brushed on a delectable teriyaki sauce crafted by Mu Hui and sliced it in a decorative lattice pattern before presenting it at the table. The bean sprouts, lovingly cultivated by Mu Hui herself, are a testament to the affordability of legumes in this region, though she does not particularly favor them. Thus, she transformed them into bean sprouts, providing an additional vegetable option. Both Bao and Bao relished the soothing bean sprout soup. As the vegetable pancakes are not particularly filling, she enriched the soup with a few strands of hand-cut noodles. These noodles are prepared by cutting the dough into pieces, briefly boiling them, rinsing in well water, and finally adding them to the clear, fragrant bean sprout soup, which has quickly become a favorite among Bao and Bao. Chapter 25. The Annoying Hair Akai. I apologize for the simplicity, Mu Hui said apologetically to Akai, glancing at the lunch spread before them, noodles and vegetable pancakes, with potato cakes serving as the dessert, prepared with goat's milk and honey and deep-fried. It still felt rather meager. Not at all. These potato cakes and pancakes are truly delectable. What did you use to make them? Akai's greatest joy at this moment was to take the time to assist Mu Hui with her tasks. She would treat him to a meal, and everything seemed to taste exquisite. Despite being made from vegetables, the vegetable pancakes, paired with egg crepes and sauce, were simply delightful. The noodles, too, were served in a clear broth with thick strands that were enticingly chewy, and the bean sprout soup was devoid of any unpleasant noodle odor. As for the potato cakes, he found himself at a loss for words. It was merely the freshly purchased sweet potatoes, accompanied by some cabbage. Akai, I truly appreciate your efforts, Mu Hui smiled. She explained the cooking method to a young lad, but even if he understood, it was unlikely he would venture to the stove to cook. Now, she genuinely felt that modern individuals were fortunate. There were so many helpful tools available. If one couldn't julienne vegetables, no problem. There were kitchen processors. If one couldn't make pancakes, no issue. There were electric griddles. If one struggled with seasonings, there were semi-finished products. Thus, as long as one grasped the method, even a novice could create something presentable with the right tools. She was now sincerely working to reclaim the foundational skills she had once possessed, and she could now adeptly fry beautiful pancakes in that large pot. Bao truly had a penchant for food. Everything seemed delicious to him. The potato cakes were meant to be the last course, yet Bao was the first to reach for them. Though small in stature, they were quite hot, and he was prepared to eat a second one, even before Bao had finished his first noodle. Mu Hui was at her wit's end. She gently knocked his hand away, relocating the potato cake and neatly arranging the noodles in a corner of pancake in front of him. Bao did not mind. He alternated between sipping soup and nibbling on pancake with admirable order. He was no longer the same Bao from 4 months prior. He had developed his own preferences. Although the vegetable pancakes and noodles were delicious, they no longer astonished him. He ate with a sense of calm. Nearby, Bao lay watching with wide eyes, his little hands waving, tugging at Bao's clothing, as if he might burst into tears. At just 4 months old, he could not yet sit up, but thanks to Mu Hui's attentive feeding, he could already roll over. Lying there, he pulled at Bao, who ignored him. Xiao Bao pussy, doing hada. But Bao remained indifferent. Bao, you can't eat without teeth, Bao said, not entirely ignoring him. He turned slightly, holding his pancake, offering a half-hearted comfort to his little brother, akin to amusing a puppy. Bao could now prop himself up, but could not rise or chew. Otherwise, he might have reached out to take a bite, which would have made Bao cry, for he had a fixed portion and was not allowed to overindulge. Bao was much more considerate. Unlike Bao, who held food in his hands, he used a small wooden spoon to carefully cut his food. Seeing Bao's pitiful expression, he promptly stopped eating. Wiping his hands with a napkin, he pulled Bao into his embrace. Although he could not lift Bao, he could still hold him snugly against him while seated on the con. As Bao noticed his proximity to the table, he attempted to reach for a plate, only to be gently reprimanded by Mu Hui, who tapped his hand with her chopsticks. It seems that child development experts suggest that when infants show an inclination to grab food from a plate, it signifies their readiness for solid nourishment. Should I feed him? After a moment of contemplation, I resolved to wait until he is 6 months old. Observing that Bao was unable to eat, she took Bao in her arms. Having just received a light reprimand, Bao turned his head in discontent upon seeing Mu Hui's playful gesture, yet quickly returned to her, extending his hand to show her his discomfort, eliciting laughter from Mu Hui as she affectionately kissed his bald head. In truth, Bao does possess some hair, fine. Dark strands graced the back of his head, though the crown remained sparse, adorned only with a small tuft of lighter hair. From the front, he resembles a baldy, but viewed from behind, there is still a modest amount of hair, albeit not much. This fact caused Mu Hui some concern, as it resembled a typical Mediterranean hairstyle. She pondered whether her little Bao would one day echo the sentiments of the comedy skit about seeking local support from the central government. However, she mused that ancient hairstyles might effectively avert such a fate. Despite her worries regarding Bao's hair, the sight of his shiny head, with only a few fine strands, brought her amusement. She found herself delighting in kissing his baldness, feeling an endearing closeness. However, Bao was preoccupied, reaching out to Bao, who he recognized as his kindest ally in the household, eagerly beckoning for some food. Mu Hui held him a bit further away, cherishing this rare moment of playtime with him, though her reality was that time slipped away from her daily. From the moment she awoke until she closed her eyes to sleep, she was engulfed in a whirlwind of responsibilities. Holding Bao also meant changing his diaper and feeding him. Now, as she gazed at him, it struck her how swiftly he had grown. The once meek and frail Bao seemed to have transformed overnight, making her realize how much she had overlooked him. Regrettably, Bao showed no regard for her feelings, straining to escape her embrace, eagerly waving to Bao for assistance. Mu Hui burst into laughter at the sight of Bao, whose drool flowed freely, reminiscent of a cartoon bulldog, his chubby cheeks nearly aligned with his chin, rendering him irresistibly adorable. This little fellow had indeed gained considerable weight. Could this be deemed a success? Mother, why does Xiao Bao still lack hair? Bao finally lifted his head from the plate. He had hair, albeit sparse. Mu Hui emphasized this by gently pressing her face against Xiao Bao's head. Alas, it was both thin and yellow. He certainly appears to have gained weight, Bao observed. Indeed, Mu Hui felt a pang of discomfort as Xiao Bao persistently struggled in her arms, determined to break free. It seemed this little one had gained a considerable amount of strength, making it a bit challenging for her to hold him. Yang, why not consult Aunt Tang? She knows many home remedies. If Xiao Bao is still bald, she must have some solutions, Kai finally suggested. I have inquired, she replied. Grandma Tang said that shaving Xiao Bao's head would suffice. However, upon reflection, it seems impractical to shave a scalp that is already devoid of hair, does it not? The second child swallowed the last bite of the cake and eagerly spoke up. Mu Hui glanced at the round head of the youngest and then at the second child, contemplating whether to have him get a haircut. It filled her with trepidation. The second child, speaking with a sense of entitlement, expressed his reluctance. Although he did not appreciate his mother's affectionate gestures towards the youngest, he remained the most caring older brother after their mother and eldest brother. The youngest child was quite fine as he was. The eldest child also set down his wooden spoon, finding no fault in the youngest being bald. When venturing outside, he noticed other little children who were not as well-developed as the youngest, questioning the significance of hair. Mu Hui nodded in agreement, acknowledging that children's scalps are still tender. One could never know the skill of the barber. Should anything go awry, there were no Western doctors around to assist with sutures. The youngest child felt the urge to cry again. With the cakes gone from the table, he ceased to struggle and nestled into Mu Hui's embrace, his chubby face resting on her shoulder, resembling a bulldog even more. Chapter 26. The Reckless One Mother. What shall we do with the mushrooms? Bao inquired, lifting his head from the bowl of soup, noticing the absence of the freshly purchased mushrooms on the table. Let us have porridge for dinner. We can prepare a delightful sweet potato porridge. I will also make garlic mushrooms and a shrimp paste stir-fry with cabbage. That should be quite delicious. Mu Hui replied with a smile, confident that she could satisfy Bao, even without meat. Yang, you still have children to raise. Should you save some money? Akai remarked, finishing the last spoonful of soup, but unable to restrain himself from voicing his concern. Do not worry, they are still young. In a couple of years, when Debeo and Bao start school, I will save a bit, Mu Hui reassured him. Well, as long as you have a plan, Akai nodded. Despite his fondness for Mu Hui's cooking, he realized how little she earned. Even if she were not a widow, such lavish meals would be imprudent, especially with so many children to support. Mu Hui glanced at Xiao Bao. It seemed she indeed needed to economize, at least in the eyes of others. After all, her earnings and expenditures were quite apparent to everyone. It was clear that she could not continue living in such a manner, in the bustling world around her. Survival alone was a challenge. Yang, your culinary skills are remarkable. Have you considered working as a chef in a restaurant? That would save a considerable amount. Akai suddenly proposed. The notion of working in a restaurant as a chef was enticing, as it could yield substantial profits. Not only would it provide a better income, but the scraps from the kitchen could also contribute significantly to their daily expenses, allowing the children to enjoy better meals. No, I would go mad making the same dishes every day. Mu Hui immediately rejected the idea without hesitation. Although she was not a formal chef, she possessed the temperament of one. The chefs she knew were all executive chefs at prestigious establishments. An executive chef is responsible for creating new dishes, while the actual cooking is left to sous chefs. She was merely an enthusiastic amateur, enjoying the craft. To make a living from it merely for the sake of profit, she would rather spend her days sewing, even if it meant straining her eyes. Every day, the same dishes? Bao chimed in. Oh, right. You haven't been to a restaurant yet. Once Mother has some money, I will take you to one. There, the menu is self-service, customers order, and the chefs prepare the meals. Some signature dishes might be made hundreds of times a day. How dreadful. Mu Hui shuddered at the thought. To prepare the same dish hundreds of times in a single day while ensuring each one is identical. What is the point? That dish must be delicious, Bao remarked, his perspective evidently different. Mu Hui pondered this. The skill of a chef is indeed honed through rigorous practice. She had benefited from the privileges of wealth. bypassing the intermediate stages, yet her foundational skills were still lacking. However, given her current circumstances, with only a single knife and a large pot, she felt her fundamental skills had progressed significantly. Yet, despite this, becoming a chef was still out of the question. Lost in thought, she was suddenly interrupted by a commotion outside. Could it be that Hype had returned? Mu Hui furrowed her brow and stepped outside, holding Xiao Bao in her arms. As fate would have it, Aunt Lu was just pushing Aaron Yo into the house. Upon seeing Mu Hui, Aunt Lu's determination intensified as she forcefully shoved Aaron Yo inside. Mu Hui understood the reason behind this, having lived in close quarters for 4 months. Aaron Yo often came over to assist her with fetching water and playing with the Bao and Air Bao. To her, Aaron Yo was akin to a younger brother, and she would occasionally prepare delicious meals to share with the Lu family. She considered this to be normal neighborly interaction, yet she was unaware that the young Mrs. Sure was merely 20 years old and had not truly borne 3 children. The distinction between having and not having children is significant for women, and Mrs. Sure maintained a fine figure and delicate skin, exuding a grace that set her apart from the common women of the market. This naturally made her a source of temptation for the young lads in their late teens. Aunt Lu, as a devoted mother, was acutely aware of her son's inclinations and would never consent to such a union. In her eyes, even if Mu Hui were not a widow with 3 children, she would still refuse. A woman who could not manage a household or save money was simply a spendthrift. Thus, when Hei Pai previously approached Mu Hui, Aaron Yo had rushed out to help, only to be struck by Hei Pai's underlings. Consequently, every time Hei Pai caused trouble, Aunt Lu kept a close watch on Aaron Yo, preventing him from stepping outside. Mu Hui had no desire to attract the attention of such young ruffians. Her former husband had been of the same immature ilk. In 2 years it sufficed for her to resolve never to endure a life where she could not distinguish whether she was a wife or a mother. Fiveling Xiao Bao. She walked to the entrance of the courtyard, which had previously been left unlatched but was now kept closed due to Hei Pai's presence. Fifteen Niang opened the door. Came Hei Pai's unmistakable voice from outside. Akai emerged with a carrying pole. Despite his frail appearance, he felt he could not take advantage of Fifteen Niang's hospitality. Behind him trailed the Bao and Air Bao, their eyes filled with vigilance. Mu Hui hesitated, noticing that today, Hei Pai's tone was different from usual. Should she open the door? She cautiously approached the main door. Open the door. As she drew near, the door was suddenly slammed, accompanied by the loud voice of the new butcher, who seemed incapable of lowering his volume. Xiao Bao, already alert, leaned forward at the sound, only for the door to crash again, prompting him to wail. He had been feeling uneasy from hunger and neglect, and, after being startled twice in one day, his pent-up grievances erupted. Regretting her decision to bring him out, Mu Hui realized she should have left him behind. Xiao Bao had never experienced a day filled with such distress. She opened the door, glaring at the intruders. Hei Pai stood beside the new butcher, who immediately appeared small and grotesque in comparison. Of course, Hei Pai was already of an unsightly disposition. Why is he always crying? The new butcher queried, glaring at Xiao Bao. What gives you the right to bang on my door? Mu Hui could no longer contain her anger, shouting at the burly man. At that moment, her disdain for Hei Pai faded, replaced by a burgeoning annoyance towards the newcomer. Can you sue the child? The burly man shot her a disdainful glance before using his large hands to hoist Xiao Bao from Mu Hui's arms, though it felt more like a theft than a helpful gesture. Mu Hui never anticipated that the giant would seize her child so abruptly. In an instant, she was caught off guard, and little Bao found himself in the giant's grasp. The giant made grotesque faces at the child, who, instead of crying, glared back defiantly. It was primarily because he had never been held aloft in such a manner. Thus, he was not comforted, but rather rendered speechless with fright. The Bao and Air Bao stood dumbfounded, gazing up at their brother, unsure of how to respond. Look, I hold him. The new butcher was reveling in his triumph, oblivious to the absurdity of his own croaky voice. Finally, little Bao regained his senses and began to wail with all his might. This time, he no longer rejected Mu Hui. He wept profusely, reaching out for her embrace. Mu Hui yearned to rescue him, but the giant loomed too high, making it impossible for her to reclaim her child. Thus, she resorted to other means, delivering a forceful kick to the new butcher, a method often employed by modern women to free themselves from ruffians. However, her footwear was not the stiletto heels designed for such an act. Instead, she wore embroidered shoes, limiting her to using the tips of her toes, which merely elicited a ticklish sensation for her adversary. "Put my son down." Mu Hui, exasperated, could only scream in fury. Chapter 27. I do not eat vegetarian. The burly man hastily returned the now crimson little Bao to Mu Hui, evidently startled. He had never witnessed a child cry so fearfully, and the sight of such a small being turning red from distress was utterly terrifying. Little Bao was finally back in Mu Hui's embrace, no longer screaming with all his might, his veins bulging in fury. Instead, he wailed loudly, transitioning from sheer terror to heart-wrenching sorrow. Having returned to the warmth of a safe haven, he nestled against Mu Hui, tears flowing freely as if they were of no consequence. Mu Hui, cradling Lil Bao, stepped back through the door and shouted at Akai to close it. She truly regretted the presence of such a person. How could he dare to take a child without consulting the mother first? Poor Hype stood there, completely forgotten. Hey, I came to apologize. This is my compensation for the child's snack, the burly man bellowed, forcing the door open, making it impossible for Akai to shut it. Give it to me. The Bao suddenly dashed out, reaching for him. A small handful of silver coins was placed into Bao's hand, but he immediately recoiled and commanded the burly man, "Let go." The man glared at the Bao, thinking this little brat is burning bridges after crossing the river. Mu Hui was on the verge of losing her composure as little Bao cried as if he might suffocate at any moment. What was she to do? He had never cried like this since his birth. Feeling utterly overwhelmed, she began to walk around the courtyard with little Bao in her arms, gently kissing his forehead and murmuring soft words of comfort. Yet, little Bao only cried harder, his sorrow escalating. The burly man re-entered, intent on taking little Bao again. But this time Mu Hui resolutely refused to let go. Little Bao clung tightly to Mu Hui, terrified of being taken away once more. The burly man, now at a loss, glanced at the Bao and Bao, who had hurried over. "Shall we play high jump with Uncle?" he suggested. "No way." The Bao firmly lifted his head, decisively rejecting the idea. Bao, still bewildered, was trying to comprehend the situation, leading the burly man to mistakenly believe he had consented. Consequently, he promptly scooped up Bao and tossed him playfully in the air. At this, Mu Hui felt her breath catch in her throat, too frightened to even cry out, fearful that a moment's inattention would result in Bao falling. Little Bao, who had been crying heartbreakingly, caught sight of his brother's squeals. He began to peek through his tears and soon forgot his sorrow, drooling and watching with wide eyes. Eventually, he started waving cheerfully at the burly man, clearly indicating, "I want to try it." Bao, initially fearful, was emboldened, undeterred even by the sight of a wild beehive. However, after a few tosses, when he was finally set down, he promptly rushed to the garbage bin to throw up. Mu Hui handed little Bao to Akai, no longer concerned for Bao, and swiftly grabbed the shoulder pole Akai had just used, swinging it at the burly man. Mu Hui was not a delicate flower. Otherwise, she could never have tossed Hype aside, leaving him bewildered. She had always relied on herself, harboring a fear of being bound by others. As her coach had once said, to prevent others from being cruel to you, you must be relentless with yourself. Though she could not genuinely perform a shoulder throw on the burly man, she was certainly capable of wielding a weapon skillfully to inflict harm. Her coach was an experienced individual, well aware of the innate physical limitations faced by women. They devised various unexpected scenarios and trained her to respond instinctively to these techniques. In truth, she performed admirably. The burly man initially dismissed her as inconsequential, easily evading her first strike, only to find himself decisively felled by her second thrust. Little did he realize that the initial attack was merely a feint, intended to lower his guard and ensure a successful hit. Seizing the opportunity as he fell, her third and fourth strikes landed squarely upon his shoulders and back. The dark-skinned man, having squatted at the entrance out of sheer boredom and apprehension, found himself caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, his eyes widening in astonishment. He suddenly concluded that it had been wise not to provoke Fifteen Niang. Even the newly arrived butcher had been taken down, leaving him to wonder about his own fate. Mu Hui, a rational thinker, had initially been driven to action by the fright of her two children, but after delivering 4 or 5 blows, her reason returned, and she gradually retracted her pole. Begone! The burly man remained seated, dazed, glancing around and probing his shoulder and back until he finally touched the spot where he had been struck. He replayed the recent events in his mind, incredulous that he had been bested by a woman barely taller than his elbow. "Are you all right, sir?" De Bao, ever the kind-hearted one, inquired, likely influenced by the fact that the burly man had previously given him some silver without retaliating. He firmly believed that if this man had truly intended to fight back, his mother would surely prevail. Mu Hui, disinterested in the scene unfolding before her, swiftly turned her attention to Bao. "How are you? Did you finish throwing up? I told you not to eat so much. Look what happened. You got sick from a little jolt. What would you like to eat now? I'll make you something." Bao had indeed just eaten his fill, and the sudden vigorous motion had caused him to feel nauseous. After emptying his stomach and rinsing his mouth, he stood for a moment, feeling slightly dizzy yet hungry. "You should lie down for a while," Mu Hui suggested, noticing the pallor of his face. She decided it was best for him to rest, lifting him gently and carrying him back inside. Xiao Bao, in Akai's embrace, was restless, tears still glistening on his cheeks. He enthusiastically waved at the burly man, showing no signs of having been frightened moments before. The flower butcher genuinely felt unfortunate. He had just chastised the dark-skinned man for collecting protection fees, intending to educate him. What sort of adult takes food from a child? His intentions had been noble, leading the dark-skinned man to apologize to Mu Hui. However, having failed to deliver the apology, he inadvertently offended the children and was subsequently struck by their mother. Where could he possibly seek justice in such a tragic turn of events? Xiao Bao, typically not one to cry, had found a semblance of joy once more. "Sir, your voice is too loud. You might frighten the other little babies." De Bao's gentle demeanor was evident in his soft-spoken words. "Is this your home?" the burly man remarked, appreciating De Bao's maturity for such a young child. "That belongs to Grandma Lu, and Uncle Ernyo lives there. No one resides in that direction. Our family occupies this row," De Bao meticulously detailed. "What is that smell?" A fragrant aroma wafted from the kitchen, elusive in its essence. The butcher twitched his nose, sensing a hint of a rich bone and tofu soup. With a deep breath, De Bao responded with unwavering certainty. "Is it delicious?" The burly man furrowed his brow. Bone and tofu soup was far from his preference, particularly as a broth. He favored hearty meat and generous sips of wine, questioning who would indulge in a soup made from bones. "My mother is an extraordinary cook. Her bone and tofu soup is exquisite. She adds tiny dried fish and her homemade sauce. It's truly delectable." Perhaps it caught Bao's attention after he vomited. He seems to crave it now. "Sir, why not return later? Fifteen Niang is quite upset at the moment. We can discuss this afterward," Asai suggested politely while cradling Xiao Bao. He felt that although the newcomer butcher displayed some rudeness, there was no real malice in his actions. Chapter 28. To live is to eat. The butcher had the inclination to pat De Bao on the back, for he was the most amiable member of the family towards him. However, De Bao was simply too short. Even if he crouched down, it would seem rather foolish to do so. Once everyone had departed, Akai placed Xiao Bao on the Kong and asked Bao to keep him company before returning to the shop, as he had already squandered too much time. Bao was finally enjoying the tofu soup he had longed for, while Xiao Bao continued to gaze longingly from his position. "As for the bon," he handed the spare ribs and silver over to Mu Hui. So, they had come to make amends? As Mu Hui dealt with the spare ribs, her mind finally cleared. Observing the small piece of silver, her already sharp intellect connected the dots. Nevertheless, she held no regrets. Her actions were motivated by the fact that he had frightened Xiao Bao, causing Bao to vomit. A reckless hand deserved a reprimand. She considered it a lesson for his parents to impart to him. The spare ribs wrapped in paper were exceptionally fresh. Mu Hui would not let pride prevent her from accepting them, especially since they were compensation from Hype and not from a new butcher. She immersed the spare ribs in ice-cold water for a while, dried them with a cloth, and then soak them in cold ginger water infused with ginger slices. Every type of meat possesses its unique aroma, as residual blood can impart a foul scent if not properly managed during cooking. Typically, blanching is employed to eliminate blood residue, which is suitable for soups. However, since the spare ribs were intended for braising, blanching would render the meat tasteless. Soaking in cold water could also serve to remove the blood, though timing is crucial. If left too long, the meat would lose its freshness. As a Southerner, Mu Hui favored a robust flavor profile, preferring to marinate the meat before braising or roasting, ensuring delicious results regardless of the method. That uncle is not bad, just a bit foolish, Dabao remarked while observing Mu Hui marinate the meat. Opportunities for conversation between Dabao and Mu Hui were scarce. Typically, when Mu Hui was cooking, Bao would linger nearby, leaving little room for dialogue. Refrain from speaking to strangers. You don't even know their surname, yet you dare to call him uncle. What if you're abducted? Mu Hui seized the moment to impart wisdom, reflecting on the face of that burly man. She conceded that he did not appear to be malevolent. Yet, one must understand that such simpletons can be more perilous than true villains. One fears not the godlike adversary, but the comically inept ally. Therefore, when forging friendships, one must discern carefully. Otherwise, one risks dragging oneself down. That uncle doesn't seem like a bad person, Dabao said, staring blankly at Mu Hui, the profundity of her words eluding him. Very well, you need not grasp it now. Just remember this. Ponder it in the future when you have the time, and you shall understand. Must the spare ribs be prepared in this manner? Dabao inquit, seeking conversation as he watched Mu Hui's hands at work, frowning at the ribs being soaked, the sanitized white cloth absorbing the moisture, before the entire piece was brushed with seasoned sauce. Unlike Bao, he relished observing Mu Hui in the kitchen. He would prefer to play with Bao. This was the first time he had seen Mu Hui so engrossed in her culinary endeavors, and it felt remarkably different. The small ribs are truly exquisite. One glance reveals they are homegrown pigs raised on the land. The meat, a lovely shade of pink, signifies its freshness. However, freshly slaughtered pork is not immediately consumable. It requires time for the undesirable substances within the meat to completely decompose before it can be enjoyed. Thus, marinating the ribs now and later braising them will yield perfection. Mu Hui's eyes sparkled with delight at the sight of the ribs, radiating happiness. Does her mother share the same fondness for food as Bao? Dabao felt a pang of confusion. How could one be so joyous over a mere piece of rib? He suddenly recalled that earlier at the market, Mu Hui's eyes lit up at the sight of fresh sweet potatoes and mushrooms. Indeed, do you not relish food? Crafting the most delectable dishes makes one appreciate the beauty of life. Each day brims with an abundance of delicious offerings. How fortunate! Having washed her hands, Mu Hui playfully pinched her son, advising him not to act like a little adult. If he were to taste Granny Tang's cooking, he would truly understand what happiness is. In truth, she wished to express that in her final days, she could only receive intravenous fluids. Each morning, the sight of the 4-drip greeted her, and during that time, her desire for food had vanished. For a terminal cancer patient, having an appetite feels like a falsehood. The presence of delightful food signifies one possesses a healthy digestive system and the capacity to live healthily. This is Mu Hui's understanding of life. Of course, she comprehends Dabao's perspective. She once savored exquisite meals, yet her understanding of food remains somewhat superficial. She adores eating, genuinely reveling in fine delicacies. However, she had never contemplated preparing them herself. Culinary skills are a byproduct of 2 years of marriage. At times, she considers their marriage quite absurd. They were classmates in middle school and remained friends. In modern parlance, he was Mu Hui's male confidant. They did not later discover their love for one another. To her, their marriage felt akin to an act of defiance. Moreover, it seemed her ex-husband had not matured since the day they met. His demeanor appeared perpetually stuck at 12 years old. Due to his picky nature, there was a period when they harmonized quite well, critiquing the culinary skills of various chefs together, a refined mischief of their youth. However, Mu Hui had previously dined on meals prepared by their family as housekeeper. When discussing marriage, she had never considered relocating, wishing to remain in her own home. Yet, her ex-husband objected. He refused to return to his parents' house and insisted on purchasing a 2-bedroom apartment, asserting they should live in their own world. To Mu Hui, this felt like childish play. Indeed, their 2-year marriage resembled a game of make-believe. Even so, Mu Hui possessait la compulsive nature. Though there may have been no love between her and her ex-husband, there was a sense of familial affection. Over the past decade, she had grown accustomed to indulging him, ultimately enrolling in classes to hone her skills. In those 2 years of marriage, while she may have experienced failure, she truly discovered love. Thus, she holds a deep fondness for air bao, as the act of eating always brings a sense of happiness. For instance, after recently vomiting lunch, when asked what he desired to eat, he promptly expressed a wish for tofu soup, inquiring of Dabao, asking 10 or even 11 times. The response remains consistently the same. Anything is fine. This truly does not resemble her son at all. Chapter 29. The new neighbors Dabao remained silent. He not only recalled the flavors of Grandma Tang's cooking, but also remembered the hardships they endured before Mu Hui's arrival. Thus, the present days felt akin to paradise. He refrained from expressing his culinary desires, for he believed that as long as he accompanied her, every meal would be delightful, rendering the act of ordering unnecessary. Do not underestimate a 4-year-old's intellect. Adversity has always been the finest teacher in life, and he contemplated far more than the naive air bao. This knowledge only deepened his sense of fear. For him, the sudden emergence of a mother figure, who treated them with such kindness, raised questions. Why? Mu Hui was indeed aware of his thoughts. Dabao seldom referred to her as mother. At times, she pondered whether he still remembered their biological mother or, more poignantly, where she had vanished to. Had she perished, or had poverty driven her away? Ultimately, she chose to remain silent. If she were dead, there was little to say. Initially, Mu Hui believed their biological mother had passed on, for her household registration and travel permits remained intact. A living person would surely require such documents. Thus, she felt unencumbered in taking the children in and raising them as her own. Yet, after 4 months of acclimating to this era, she discerned that if the woman had eloped, seeking a comfortable abode to hide away in and care for herself, those documents would be of no consequence. It was clear that a runaway would not need any identification. Did she really think that someone like her, arriving from the 21st century, could survive without an ID? In truth, as long as someone was willing to take them in, what need was there for documents? In modern times, those who were abducted rarely possessed identification. However, Mu Hui disliked this hypothesis, for she detested the thought of a woman emerging years later to claim Dabao and air bao as her own, turning her into the villain. The mere contemplation of this scenario unsettled her. Yet, if she were to keep Dabao and air bao at a distance, it would feel as though she had abducted someone else's children. Consequently, she resolved not to inquire further. Since she had already taken on the role of their guardian, they were her children, regardless of their biological mother's whereabouts. As long as she treated them well, she would be justified in her actions. If that woman were to reappear one day, and the children chose to leave with her, she would let them go. After all, she still had Xiao Bao. Surely her little one would never abandon her. Yuanyong. As Mu Hui finished marinating the meat and tidying the kitchen, she was engaged in conversation with Dabao when Aunt Tang's voice echoed from outside. She quickly wiped her hands clean and hurried to the door, mindful of the respect that was due to their landlady. However, she had no time to greet Aunt Tang before she noticed the towering figure who had just been ejected, followed by the bitter expression of Akai. Yet who was Mu Hui? She steadied herself and smiled at Aunt Tang. Aunt Tang, what brings you here? It's nothing. This is the new butcher who has come to town. He bought Lu's shop, but the house isn't ready yet, so he has no place to stay. He asked me about renting the East Room, and I brought him to see it. Aunt Tang, true to her nature, conveyed the entire situation succinctly. Yuanyong smiled briefly, stepping aside to allow the door to open. This residence belonged to Aunt Tang, and she truly could not express any discontent. Moreover, the reason the East Room remained unoccupied was due to its previous tenants, a family of 3, who faced an unimaginable tragedy when their child suddenly passed away. The mother descended into madness, and the grief-stricken father returned to his hometown with his deranged wife. What transpired thereafter remains a mystery. Consequently, the East Room has been left vacant ever since. Mu Hui and Aunt Lu seldom ventured into the East Room, even as a storage space. They were reluctant to utilize it, although she never explicitly forbade Bao and Bao from playing there. Her lack of mention rendered the East Room a subject of indifference for them. Children are inherently curious, yet when not prompted, they tend to overlook such places. Now, it seemed this giant intended to rent the East Room. However, even if it were merely the East Room, she was disinclined to share a courtyard with a reckless individual who indiscriminately held other people's children. Should she consider relocating? Yet upon reflection, perhaps it was best to remain, for this gentleman was likely a temporary resident. Initially, when she provided better nourishment for the children, it sparked much discussion. Changing residences would undoubtedly invite even more rumors. She disregarded their chatter and returned to her quarters with Bao. Bao, having finished eating, lay resting. Naturally, he grasped little Bao, who was perched beside him, engaging in conversation to express the immense burden he bore to prevent little Bao from crying. Little Bao, drooling, listened vacantly, leaving uncertain whether he comprehended. Having just eaten, he lay there. Mu Hui gazed at Bao in silent exasperation. It seemed he only exhibited vitality when seeking food. At all other times, he relied heavily on his large pillow. What was most vexing was that he was not even plump, resembling Bao closely. Indeed, he possessed the physique of a true foodie. "Mother, I am unwell," Bao declared, feigning weakness. Upon hearing his voice, little Bao stretched his neck in search of familiarity, then rolled over, successfully turning to find Mu Hui and his beloved elder brother, waving enthusiastically at them. Of course, his gaze remained fixed on Mu Hui, yearning for her embrace. Yet if she did not oblige, he was equally content to have Bao join him on the bed for playtime. Mu Hui gently patted her younger son's chubby cheek before taking Bao's bowl outside to wash. Bao hurriedly grabbed a cloth to wipe the table, casting a sidelong glance at Bao, who, despite having finished his meal, failed to take his bowl to the kitchen or tidy the table. Feeling slightly embarrassed under his brother's gaze, Bao promptly sat up to engage little Bao in play. In truth, playing with little Bao meant simply sitting upright, allowing little Bao to lean against him, thus preventing him from endlessly rolling around on the bed. Bao offered little Bao a smile, tidied the table, washed his hands, and then joined them. "Is Grandmother Tang here?" Bao inquired, curious about the commotion outside. "It seems the East Room is to be rented to a new butcher," Bao replied, tossing a colorful little cloth ball, crafted from leftover fabric with a bell attached, towards little Bao, who found amusement in its gentle ascent and descent. However, Bao forbade little Bao from grasping it, fearing he might simply shove it into his mouth. Little Bao nestled against Bao, watching Bao throw the ball, his chubby cheeks quivering with delight, though he could not contain the drool. Bao instructed Bao to help little Bao wipe his mouth while he continued to toss the ball for little Bao's amusement. "A butcher?" As the second child busily wiped the drool from the first child's chin with a white handkerchief, he inquired, "The gentleman who just threw something at you may have overheard me mention that the house to the east is vacant, and thus went to rent it from Grandma Tang." The first child replied, "Oh, that gentleman seems rather kind, albeit a bit foolish." The second child nodded eagerly and added, "Does that mean no one will dare to bully us anymore?" The first child remained silent, for the younger sibling was eager to pounce on him in an attempt to seize the ball. Chapter 30, Past Memories Today, marks the first update. As Mu Hui washed the dishes in the kitchen, she was suddenly reminded of her ex-husband. It's quite amusing to note how much he resembled their second child. When it came to meals, he had to finish every last bite, and once done, he would collapse onto the sofa like a lifeless fish. Whenever she mentioned him, he would resort to his charming antics, rendering her utterly powerless against him. Her ex-husband was a classmate from middle school, and they continued together through high school and into university, where he persistently followed her. Despite sharing so many years of education, he never attended a single day of class. His singular aim in life seemed to be to live off others without purpose. Initially, they were merely friends, with him indulging in his lavish lifestyle, which had little to do with Mu Hui. They were friends, and as long as they were happy, the lack of employment was inconsequential. Thus, they lived like friends for over a decade. He truly regarded her as a friend, and she became acquainted with each of his girlfriends. However, the rogue had a habit of keeping his relationships short-lived, with none lasting beyond a month. This infuriated Mu Hui, prompting her to exclaim, "Are you serious? If you introduce me, I might take it seriously." Yet, the mischievous lad would counter, "How can I know if she is suitable for me without introducing her?" Frustrated, Mu Hui placed him on her blacklist and ignored him for a month, having no time to indulge this childlike behavior. Eventually, she felt it was time to marry. She began blind dating, genuinely yearning for a stable relationship and a shoulder to lean on. More importantly, she desired to have her own children, as she no longer had family and wished to establish a home anew. Hence, her search focused on mature and stable companions. There were indeed suitable candidates around her, and she wished to cultivate something meaningful, aspiring for a tranquil happiness akin to her parents' life. Unbeknownst to her, that young man had caught wind of her intentions. With minimal effort, he began accompanying her to and from work. When she fell ill and required him for, he made his way to her office. Lying on the sofa while receiving treatment, casting her pitiful glances, she felt too embarrassed to send him away. After all, he was a friend of over a decade. Their social circle was relatively small, and soon enough, everyone learned that the only wayward son of the Zhong family had set his sights on her. Reflecting on their long friendship, Mu Hui realized that despite his behavior with others, he had always treated her well since the day they met. Thus, she proposed, "Let us either get married or allow me to marry someone else." Consequently, they tied the knot. During their 2 years of marriage, he truly did not contribute much. The notorious playboy, Zhong de Xiao, was infamous before their marriage, and when news of their union spread, many in their circle were skeptical. A strong woman paired with a frivolous second-generation rich kid. One could only imagine the hurdles and entanglements that would arise, especially considering their transition from over a decade of friendship to a marital bond. Between them, there were no barriers, the in-laws were relatively young, and there was only the ex-husband as their sole offspring. From their tone, it seemed that if the ex-husband could not inherit the family business, it would not be a significant issue. With the myriad of management companies available today, they could establish a trust fund modeled after foreign practices, allowing him to live comfortably. However, should she bear a child, they would not mind taking care of their grandson for a few more years. Thus, the in-laws treated her with utmost kindness and respect. As for the prodigal son himself, although he had not conducted himself well before marriage, in the 2 years following, he had not indulged in any romantic escapades. His penchant for playfulness had merely shifted to other pursuits. While he remained a wastrel, still unwilling to take his job seriously, his transformation had moved his parents to tears. At times, she found it hard to recall the issues that had once plagued their relationship. It was she who had initiated the divorce, and although her ex-husband had created quite a fuss, they ultimately parted ways. Yet, despite their separation, they maintained a semblance of friendship. It was only when she discovered her illness, while sorting through her assets, that she felt profound sorrow. She understood that the company could be entrusted to a management firm, but the absence of a trustworthy supervisor left her heart heavy with despair. In the end, she could only sign her ex-husband's name. Compared to others in her life, he was the only one she could truly rely on. "Why are you daydreaming, Huinong?" Aunt Tang entered abruptly, startling her. "Yes, Aunt Tang, what is it?" She wiped her hands and turned, smiling. "It's nothing. This is the butcher. There was a misunderstanding before, but Akai informed me of the situation. The butcher assures you he meant no harm, so please do not take offense." It appeared Aunt Tang's house had been rented out, and her good spirits prompted her to play peacemaker. "Before you hold someone else's child, perhaps you should consult the adults," Mu Hui remarked lightly to the butcher. Even the second child recognized him as a non-threatening figure, and Mu Hui was keenly aware of this, so she chose not to press the matter too seriously. They would be neighbors henceforth, yet she remained concerned about his reckless behavior in picking up her son. Such conduct was unacceptable. "I understand. I promise I won't indiscriminately hold your child again, especially the little one," the butcher quickly affirmed, feeling awkwardly cramped in the kitchen due to his large stature. So he stood outside the door. However, his presence blocked the light and cast a shadow over the room, creating a rather oppressive atmosphere. "By the way, Huinong, the soy sauce you made for me last time was marvelous. I would like to order some more. Here is the money for the ingredients. Thank you. Tang, who had been in business, initially attracted repeat customers with her straightforward, low-profit approach. However, upon tasting her cooking, she inquired if it were possible to enhance the dishes without changing the chef. Even if it were a large pot of food, it should be made more delicious, as it could serve as one of the restaurant's specialties. What could move we do? She understood Aunt Tang's intentions, but knew she could not replace the chef or hurt his pride by altering his recipes. Therefore, she devised a special seasoning soy sauce, which was not quite soy sauce, but rather a compound seasoning. It was somewhat akin to a Western chef's special broth, crafted from large bones and various vegetables simmered together. However, she could not afford to make it as concentrated as theirs. Thus, it resulted in a thick sauce resembling soy sauce. The chef could use it as a seasoning, determining the quantity as he saw fit. In recent months, Aunt Tang's shop has seen a significant improvement in business. Naturally, Aunt Tang would not allow her efforts to go unrewarded. She does provide compensation, albeit a token amount. After all, she must continue to live in this area and does not wish to offend anyone over a trivial sum. Of course, Aunt Tang is not the type to be unreasonable. Otherwise, she would not have enlisted Kai's assistance with various grains, which serves as her expression of gratitude. Tang, the butcher called out, realizing that she had not yet departed. She had merely rented a room, but was it necessary to stand at her kitchen door? Clearly, calling upon Aunt Tang indicated that she sought something from her. Chapter 31. The gourmet gathering Tang, Aunt felt quite hesitant to speak up, casting a troubled glance at them. After some contemplation, she finally said, Huinio, the butcher Hua wishes to share meals at your home. What does that mean? Mu Hui was perplexed. She understood the concept of sharing meals, but did she truly know him well enough? Furthermore, cooking for such a large individual would require considerable effort and resources. I told him that your situation is rather tight and proposed that he contribute 500 won a month. I can provide offal, bones, and leftover meat for free. The butcher Hua chimed in eagerly from outside. 500 won was indeed a generous offer. It was enough to purchase a hearty meal, while 3 meals a day would typically cost around 181. However, realistically, if they ate at home, the actual expenditure would be less, especially when considering both adults and children, and a balanced mix of meat and vegetables could keep individual costs well below that mark. Perhaps the butcher assumed his appetite was larger than it truly was, thus inflating the figure nearly threefold. The prospect of having meat and offal available piqued Mu Hui's interest. Providing meals to someone was preferable to working as a chef in a restaurant. It would also allow her sons to enjoy better food without drawing the scrutiny of the neighbors. I am uncertain of your appetite. How much food should I prepare each day? She was not easily swayed by temptation. If there are vegetables, 3 bowls suffice. Without vegetables, perhaps 5 bowls, he specified, referring to their soup bowls. If we serve rice, our family typically pairs it with 2 dishes and a soup. Would you consider that having vegetables or not? Mu Hui frowned, recalling her ex-husband's perspective. He would often refuse meals consisting of 2 dishes and a soup. What if this butcher shared the same mindset? She did not possess a pot large enough for such a task. That would depend on what dishes are prepared. If it's braised pig's trotters, I could eat an entire pot without needing other dishes, he replied. Mu Hui took a deep breath, contemplating the pricing again. As she was unsure if their tastes would align, she refrained from giving a definitive answer. She had no fondness for braised trotters, primarily because it was time-consuming and left no leftovers. Cooking at once would be an extravagant waste of firewood. You two can discuss the details. Tang, Aunt exhaled in relief. She was pleased that someone was willing to rent the East Room. With time, the previous incidents would fade from memory. Even the rental prices for the North and West rooms could rise. Moreover, assisting the butcher with meals would significantly ease Huinio's burdens. 500 won was equivalent to half a string of cash, covering their family's monthly expenses. Even if the butcher had a hearty appetite, he could still contribute to Huinio's household. She regarded this as a mutually beneficial arrangement. That evening, the main dish was braised short ribs. Mu Hui prepared rice by dicing sweet potatoes and steaming them together with the rice until perfectly cooked. Once done, she would withdraw the heat, using a wooden spoon to fluff the rice, then cover the pot tightly with a cloth, allowing it to simmer in the warmth of the hearth. She began preparing the dishes. First, she sauteed the garlic mushrooms and shrimp paste cabbage, culminating with the braised short ribs. As she cooked, the residual heat from the hearth allowed the rice and sweet potatoes to meld into a fragrant and resilient dish. As the dish was served, the enticing aroma was such that even plain rice could tempt one to consume an entire bowl. She divided the meal into 2 portions, signifying that the butcher's share constituted the entirety of what was meant for the 3 of them. Naturally, she did not deliver it to his room. Instead, she placed his plate on the stove, instructing DeBeo to fetch the butcher to serve himself, while she took only her family's portion and returned to her quarters. The sweet potato rice was indeed quite filling. Mu-Hui only served herself a small spoonful, originally intending to have porridge for dinner. Here, the absence of nightlife meant that after a brief period of work post-meal, one would inevitably retire for the night. What was the need to eat so much? However, preparing porridge for someone else felt inappropriate, so she decided against allowing the children to indulge excessively. Each was served a small bowl of rice with a piece of rib placed atop, drizzled with a modest spoonful of sauce, reminiscent of Japanese eel rice. The sweetness of the braised rib sauce perfectly complemented the fragrant sweet potato rice. DeBeo had taken on the demeanor of a connoisseur, donning a cloth around his neck. He cautiously took a spoonful of rice, savoring it, and, after a gentle sigh, he carefully placed the rice drenched in meat sauce into his mouth, chewing slowly as if to relish every nuance of flavor. Mu-Hui smiled, observing Erbao, who, like DeBeo, also wore a cloth around his neck. Yet his table manners left much to be desired. He was currently gnawing on a rib. Despite the wooden spoon provided and the fact that she had cut the rib into small pieces, he still preferred to grasp it with his hands, resulting in his face being smeared with sauce. "My dear, you are my son. Must you act as if you have never encountered a rib before?" Mu-Hui was genuinely at a loss for words, gently tapping him and wiping his face and hands clean before returning the wooden spoon to his grasp. She then placed some mushrooms and greens on his small plate. "Delicious. This tastes different from the last time." Erbao's eyes sparkled. The previous meal featured sweet and sour ribs, while this time they were braised. The sweet and sour ribs had a firmer texture, offering a satisfying chew, whereas the braised ribs were tender and infused with flavor. Mu-Hui chuckled. Indeed, the boy had a discerning palate, able to distinguish between the 2 preparations. "Why aren't you eating?" DeBeo noticed Mu-Hui's bowl contained only plain rice. She had initially considered making porridge, as sweet potato rice porridge would undoubtedly be delightful. Perhaps she could prepare it for breakfast tomorrow, accompanied by a fried egg. Mu-Hui was not reluctant to eat the ribs. Rather, after a long day, she found it difficult to indulge in such rich fare. She took a slice of mushroom and placed it in her mouth, smiling at the undeniable deliciousness of the pure, natural ingredients. Even in her past life, where she procured so-called organic ingredients, nothing could compare to the quality found here. "Is it good?" Erbao quickly devoured a large piece. This was his first experience with mushrooms, primarily because it was Mu-Hui's first time cooking them. Although she had not entirely diminished his affection for ribs, he had immediately added mushrooms to his list of beloved foods. DeBeo, methodically alternating between bites of vegetables and rice, swiftly finished his meal. He obediently used the wet wipes Mu-Hui had set aside to clean his hands and face, completing his dining etiquette. "It is truly wonderful, my son. This is how it should be." Mu-Hui has never been short of praise, and indeed, DeBao now possesses an impressive demeanor. Erbao, however, disregard DeBao, as he finds himself in a state of inner turmoil, ultimately lifting his head. Chapter 32. Conflict. Mother, I still wish to have another bowl of rice, but I'm torn between wanting plain rice and having it with gravy. What should I do? Then perhaps you should forego it. You need to rest soon. Mu-Hui glanced outside, noting that night had fallen. However, upon seeing Erbao's expression, she quickly added, "You can finish your vegetables. It would be a pity to leave them uneaten. Isn't the rice also worth saving?" Erbao remarked, noticing 2 pieces of ribs along with some mushrooms and greens remaining on his plate, feeling somewhat satisfied. While munching on the vegetables, he eyed the still warm rice, contemplating the half bowl left, feeling a twinge of regret. Today's meal was indeed delectable. He considered himself a thrifty child and thought it inappropriate to waste. Mu-Hui observed the substantial amount of rice still in the bowl. After some contemplation, she took some oil and a stone pestle, greasing it lightly before pouring the rice in, gently mashing it. She intended to prepare some rice cakes. If she made them today, they could be sliced and pan-fried for breakfast tomorrow, which would surely be delightful. Traditionally, rice cakes are crafted from glutinous rice. However, during her university days, she had enjoyed a simpler version made from regular rice in the cafeteria. Although the rice she had now was not of the best quality, the addition of sweet potato puree would enhance it, and oil would ensure it was well cooked, so it should not be unpalatable. As expected, after a short while of mashing, the rice became sticky. She initially intended to leave some rice grains intact for texture when slicing tomorrow. However, Bao found the process amusing and eagerly took over, mashing it vigorously. Seeing this, Hui decided to leave him to his play, considering it a source of entertainment for the children, while she tidied up the dishes and resumed her work. Bao, still quite young, soon grew weary from his exertions. Bao then took over, mimicking Hui's earlier gentleness and diligence in mashing. By the time Hui finished her chores and returned, the rice had transformed into a smooth paste. After washing her hands and applying some oil, she retrieved the rice dough, kneading it until it was entirely smooth and devoid of any grains, then gently rolling it into a thick, round cake. She placed it in a basket and lowered it into the well. "What is that?" a voice called out suddenly. Hui nearly dropped the basket into the well, exasperated by the sudden intrusion of neighbors. "Since there is an abundance of rice, I have made rice cakes that can be fried for the children as breakfast tomorrow." She adjusted her tone to be more even. "You have so much rice, why not share?" "I'm still hungry," the butcher interjected, raising his voice. "Your portion alone is equivalent to what 3 of us would consume. 500 coins are insufficient," Hui responded calmly. Observing the butcher holding a tray that was completely devoid of food, not even a drop of broth remaining, and thought to herself that indeed 500 coins were not enough. "This is not merely a matter of money. You cannot deny me my meals," the butcher protested, displeased. "I did not deny you your meals. You stated that there were vegetables. Today, I prepared 3 dishes, which should count as sufficient variety. Therefore, I served you 3 generous bowls of rice. Now, if you claim you're still hungry, I must reconsider the proportions of vegetables to rice. Our family's meals typically require about 300 coins. If I were to manage your meals as well, it would be a waste of time, and I need to make a profit, hence 500 coins simply will not suffice." She stated clearly that money was not an issue. She would willingly provide a couple of silver coins for a month. However, she insisted that such a meager amount of food was insufficient. Hui felt utterly unable to communicate with this person. Did she truly require just a couple of silver coins for a month's worth of meals? It seemed unnecessary. Today's meal would serve as a gesture to welcome him to his new residence. As for sharing meals, she preferred to decline. Her primary occupation was sewing garments for others. With a forced smile, she secured her basket and returned to her main house. "Hey woman, can you?" The butcher glanced at the tray, genuinely perplexed as to why he wouldn't be provided with a meal. He cast a look at the well. He had yet to taste the rice cakes. The following morning, Hui was roused from her slumber by the thunderous knocking at the door. She was exceedingly fatigued, only finding sleep when utterly exhausted, which ensured her sleep quality was quite high. Each morning, she would rise with unwavering determination to drag herself out of bed. She had no choice. If Xiao Bao grew hungry, he would cry, and Bao would need to relieve himself. Although Bao was exceptionally well behaved, he would still leap barefoot from the bed at Bao's call to fetch the chamber pot, leaving 2 small, black footprints on the bedding. Thus began her mornings in a flurry of chaos. Even though she had grown accustomed to it, being awakened by the pounding at the door was a first. With Xiao Bao crying, Bao fussing, and Bao rushing to open the door. "Woman, do you not know how to be a mother? Let the children." "Don't come in." Hui was truly incensed. "I had no intention of entering," came the slightly irritated reply, though the voice was now more distant. Bao rushed back in, dragging Bao's chamber pot to the edge of the bed, making a determined effort to climb back up, having learned to step onto the large cloth at the side of the bed, even giving it a few rubs. Hui understood Bao's sensitivity and chose not to dwell on such trivial matters. Instead, she purchased a piece of coarse cloth, dividing it into 2 strips. each measuring 2 feet wide and 4 feet long, to lay alongside the bed. This way, even if the children dirted themselves outside, it would help keep the area cleaner. Naturally, it was primarily to prevent such mornings. When the bedding was not covered, dirt was simply wiped away. She couldn't bear to see small footprints on the quilt every morning. Thus, she recalled the bed skirt she had seen in her childhood. It was only natural to apply the same concept here. Uncle Hua had brought a large quantity of pig intestines. Were they tasty? Zhao Bao, while helping Air Bao into his clothes, gently patted the slightly whimpering Xiao Bao and inquired. Air Bao, whose eyes were already a bit bleary, widened them at the mention of food. What? Pig intestines, they smell a bit foul, De Bao remarked, wrinkling his brow, yet he showed no signs of disdain. Never mind. Whatever mother makes is delicious, right? Right, mother? Air Bao's face was filled with anticipation. Get dressed. Mu Hui truly wished to say nothing more. There were people waiting outside, and she hadn't even combed her hair or washed her face. Life felt immensely tragic. She hurriedly rose, donned her outer garment, fastened the buttons, and after ensuring there were no errors, rushed to groom herself and wash her face. Everything was set in place. In reality, no more than 5 minutes had elapsed. A widow raising 3 children has little time to indulge in self-adornment like those in America. Yet for those waiting outside, it felt as though an eternity had passed. However, he dared not raise his voice any further, although his whispers were far from quiet. Chapter 33, An Unexpected Feast Today, as second update. He chuckled. Madam, this is the pig intestines from this morning. The butcher, with a broad smile, presented a string of pig intestines tied with straw. Isn't this something that is reserved daily? Indeed, pig intestines have their admirers. They are a renowned dish in Chinese cuisine, appreciated in various regions. From Shandong's 9-turn intestines to Sichuan's stir-fried fat intestines, it is a delicacy that, despite the common folks' apprehension and preparation, is invariably pre-ordered by restaurants. How could he have slaughtered the pigs early in the morning, opened a morning market, and returned with the intestines so soon? I thought to myself, if I don't want it, can they still force me to eat it? The butcher, full of bravado, quickly softened his tone, saying, regardless, I shall offer you half a guan. However, if your son wishes for something each day, I will deliver it first thing in the morning. Would 3 bowls suffice for 1 meal? Uncle Hua, we had agreed to let go of the shared meals. Mu Hui responded, fully aware of his intentions. He was essentially apologizing by bringing the pig intestines. Although it remained unspoken, the sentiment was clear. Yet, she had never anticipated that she would compromise herself over such a trivial amount of pig intestines. Therefore, she spoke plainly. However, these intestines were well prepared and appeared remarkably fresh. She recalled dining with a connoisseur in Guangdong at a pig slaughterhouse. They would arrive at 4 in the morning, and the restaurant resembled a makeshift tent. Yet, the parking lot was filled with luxury cars. It made sense. Being out in the countryside, indulging in pig offal was not a luxury afforded to just anyone. Here, pigs were slaughtered at midnight, and the freshest offals were delivered directly to the kitchen, prepared in the simplest manner, piping hot, and served immediately. The result was surprisingly delectable. Originally, she was not fond of organ meats, but after that experience, her perception shifted entirely. The pig liver noodles she concocted became her ex-husband's favorite dish. Even post-divorce, whenever he craved it, he would visit her home for a bowl of noodles. Gazing at the intestines, she thought that if she did not attend to them soon, they would lose their appeal. After some deliberation, she considered that they sometimes indulged in pancakes, steamed buns, and dumplings rather than just rice. That might pose a bit of a challenge. How much would you need to make for me to be satisfied? The butcher expressed his concern. Mu posed, reflecting on it. For dumplings, she typically only made small soup dumplings or zilong bao, a modest basket accompanied by vegetable soup, which sufficed. However, if it were for the butcher, she would need to prepare at least 7 or 8 baskets, which may not even be enough for him alone. It felt excessively cumbersome. Buns would suffice as well. I am not particularly picky, the butcher insisted, revealing his simplicity in sustenance. With the pig intestines in hand, Mu Hui proceeded to the kitchen. The breakfast porridge had been prepared the night before, with rice soaking and simmering in the stove. The fire was still warm. She had boiled the porridge beforehand and sealed the stove, allowing it to cook slowly throughout the night. As a result, the rice's essence had been drawn out. Since the porridge had not been stirred, the sweet potato pieces remained intact. Without disturbing the porridge, she ignited the stove to begin cooking. First, she sliced the glutinous rice cakes made the previous day into thick pieces, pan-frying them in a lightly oiled skillet until both sides turned golden, then transferring them to a bamboo platter. The bamboo trays were meticulously crafted by Mu Hui with the assistance of a Kai, who, being adept in bamboo weaving, fashioned several deep bamboo trays, perfectly suited for the purpose of oil absorption. Seizing the opportunity of the hot pan and sizzling oil, she proceeded to fry 5 eggs. Had she been dining alone, she might have opted for a simple sunny side up, but knowing the children's preferences, she chose to incorporate soy sauce. The egg whites were fried until slightly crisp, and a gentle drizzle of soy sauce infused the air with an enticing aroma. She then retrieved some homemade pickled vegetables from a jar, mixing them with sesame oil to complete the breakfast. After serving herself and the children, she placed the remainder, much like the previous day, on the stove. However, upon surveying the breakfast spread, she hastily prepared 2 thick pancakes, crafted from a batter enriched with yesterday's fried fish and sprinkled with chopped green onions. Uniquely, these pancakes were fried to a substantial thickness, nearly the size of the fried eggs. Once cooked, she placed them alongside the eggs, garnishing with shreds of pickled vegetables before retreating to her room with her breakfast. The butcher, no longer needing to be called, chose to eat directly in the kitchen. With half a pot of porridge remaining, he served himself a bowl and took a generous sip. The sweet potato melted in his mouth, its delightful flavor sliding down his throat before he could savor it fully. His gaze then fell upon the 2 unfortunate pieces of glutinous rice cake, golden brown and accompanied by a small dish of earthy yellow powder. Without hesitation, the butcher poured the powder over the rice cake and devoured a piece whole. The cake seemed to disintegrate in his chopsticks, softening and elongating rapidly. If he did not act quickly, it would tumble to the floor. The rice cakes were, in fact, thin, crispy shells on the outside, while the inside was as tender as a soup dumpling. The yellowish powder was a blend of ground peanuts with just a hint of sugar, not overly sweet, yet profoundly aromatic. The combination of fried delicacies with sugar was a match made in heaven, an indescribable delight that brought tears to the butcher's eyes. Why had that woman only given him 2 pieces? Upon seeing the fried eggs and pancakes, he hesitated, pondering if there was a deeper intention behind this pairing. Would his careless eating tarnish the woman's thoughtful gesture? Contemplating this, he held his plate and called out through the window, "Woman, how should this pancake be eaten?" "Place the egg between the 2 pancakes and add the pickled vegetables," came her indifferent reply through the closed window. "Mother, why don't we have pancakes?" The second child complained immediately. "Can you even eat them?" "All right, shall we have pig intestines for lunch?" The second child, always the good-natured one, inquired eagerly. I prepared them. I'll make roasted sausages for you at noon and braised intestines for dinner," Mu Hui confirmed, nodding. She had procured a whole set of fresh pig intestines, cleaned and ready for roasting, ensuring they would be exquisitely tender. By evening, they would simply be boiled, cut into pieces, and prepared as a tangy stir-fry. "Hey, woman, why did you only give me 2 pieces of rice cake?" The butcher lingered, placing his plate on the windowsill, following her instructions. 2 pancakes, with 2 eggs nestled in between, accompanied by pickled vegetables. Behold, the thickness resembles that of a meat sandwich, yet surpasses it considerably. He does not mind, for his mouth is ample. As he opens wide and takes a bite, a third of it vanishes. He chews haphazardly. The flatbread is indeed somewhat crisp, while the egg, with its yolk in a semi-liquid state, adds to the experience. The flatbread emanates a fragrance of wheat and fish, while the egg brings forth a savory aroma. The shredded pickled vegetables serve as the finishing touch, and for a moment, all flavors meld harmoniously. Yet each layer of aroma steadfastly preserves its individuality, refusing to be overshadowed. The butcher is on the verge of tears. The past 30 years of meals have truly been in vain. Chapter 34. The busy housewife after the meal. It was time for the eldest and second child to venture outside to play, and the butcher was also preparing to leave. Observing the children, the butcher, out of neighborly affection, inquired, Would you like to watch me sell some meat? What is so entertaining about selling meat? The second child tilted his head and asked. It's quite amusing, really, haggling over prices, and I get to throw in some bones, the butcher replied, though he soon realized there was little fun in it. Yet, in a bid to appear friendly, he continued, but that one do, you mentioned that whatever is unsold should go to my mother. She can make the most delicious dishes. Instantly, the second child firmly disagreed. Of course not. Besides, I'll be in trouble with my mother if I say that. Today, don't bring anything back. It won't be fresh by tomorrow, Mu Hui remarked, not out of sheer kindness, but rather because her own supply of vegetables was already ample. Bringing back more would mean extra work for her, as her kitchen was already cluttered with various pickles and sauces. She sighed, thinking of the unnecessary burden, and glanced at the butcher, stating, the intestines are only half cleaned. You can take them to sell. They want to be fresh by tomorrow, she reiterated. And please, refrain from bringing back so much in the future. It's wasteful if we can't eat it all. The butcher nodded obediently, accepting her words, though he knew some items would likely remain. Do your utmost to avoid leftovers, Mu Hui wished to express more thoughtfully, but considering the unreliability of these individuals who brought back heaps of goods, her frustration surfaced, and she couldn't help but raise her voice. Unbeknownst to her, her tone mirrored that of the butcher's wife. The butcher, deterred by her demeanor, picked up the second child and tossed him onto his shoulder, while he scooped up the eldest, and the trio exited happily. Mu Hui posed, realizing she hadn't heard the eldest agree to accompany the butcher. Yet, it mattered little. They would likely engage in foolish play with the other children in town, and watching the meat sale was just as well. With the children absent, her own responsibilities loomed large. It was a rarity for a mother of 3 to find leisure. The youngest, who refused to lie down and play on his own, required her to strap him to her back as she headed to the kitchen to wash dishes and tidy up. She set aside half of the clean intestines, dividing them into 2 portions, one for lunch, as she had just mentioned, to prepare grilled sausages. This required fresh intestines, cleaned thoroughly with flour, then cut into sections and seasoned. For dinner, the intestines would remain whole but needed blanching. Much like the twice-cooked pork, they would first be boiled with ginger slices until nearly cooked, then removed, cut into thumb-sized pieces, and later stir-fried with onions and bell peppers. Once she had prepared the ingredients, she washed her hands and began to tidy the house. No matter the time, she could not tolerate a disordered home. However, with 3 children, even the cleanest house would always carry hints of milk and urine. She opened the windows for ventilation, stored the bedding back in the cabinet, and swept the Kong and the floor. With these tasks completed, she still had the children's clothing to wash. With 3 children, one of whom was still an infant, the daily chore of washing clothes and diapers was utterly exhausting. Soon, the yard was adorned with freshly laundered garments and diapers. Once she finished these tasks, there was no time for rest. As a widow, she, too, had to earn a living to support her family. Even if she can now afford to provide meals for the butcher, she must make it known to her neighbors that she is saving money for her children's education and future marriages. Thus, she too must earn a living to support her children. Currently, her occupation involves sewing garments for a ready-made clothing shop. In fact, the owner of the embroidery shop next door had inquired if she could embroider, and while her skills are exceptional, she hesitates to accept. Having spent so many years in the palace, many have witnessed her exquisite embroidery. The techniques she employs are as distinct as DNA, evident to those well-versed in the craft. Therefore, despite the attractive offer from the embroidery shop owner, she refrains from taking on that work, finding the task of sewing clothing far simpler. At this moment, the clothing shop caters to the lower and middle classes. Those who pursue her would unlikely search through a ready-made clothing store for a piece that resembles her handiwork. This, comparatively, offers her a degree of safety. Certainly, sewing garments is far more lucrative than the laundry services provided by Aunt Lu, though it demands considerable effort. Whenever she has a moment to spare, Mu Hui busies herself with her needle and thread. Aunt Lu, having returned from collecting laundry, approached her as she sat in the courtyard sewing. This butcher seems rather peculiar, she remarked, asserting her opinion. Over the past 4 months, Mu Hui's relationship with Aunt Lu has not been particularly close, yet out of neighborly courtesy, she remains polite. Aunt Lu, who launders for affluent families, enjoys sharing gossip, and Mu Hui appreciates having such a neighbor, as she learns much without stepping outside. Thus, she tolerates her, even if Aunt Lu speaks 10 words, to which she responds not a single one. Now, as Aunt Lu comments on the butcher, Mu Hui can only smile in response, a gesture sufficient to encourage Aunt Lu to continue her chatter. She fetched a large basin, drew water from the well, and began washing the clothes while indulging in gossip. The butcher has been in our town for 20 or 30 years. How could he suddenly stop working? Aunt Lu mused. He claimed to have saved some money and bought a piece of land in the countryside, wishing to relax a bit. Just think, his son is not suited for schooling, and he previously intended for his son to take over the butcher shop, which is a respectable business. Yet, inexplicably, he transferred it to someone else. How odd is that? Aunt Lu, having lived in the town for years, is, in fact, an outsider. Otherwise, she wouldn't still be renting from Aunt Tang. However, she has settled in and considers herself a local. Mu Hui contemplates this as well. Although the small town appears prosperous, the native residents lead rather ordinary lives. Not everyone can be a butcher. One must possess a license. Otherwise, why has there been only one meat vendor in town for so many years? The butcher's trade is not merely about selling meat. They're primarily responsible for slaughtering pigs. The reason the butcher brings a fresh batch of intestines in the early morning is that he has been busy slaughtering pigs since dawn. It is not just one. Even in typical restaurants that raise their own pigs, only butchers are permitted to carry out the slaughter, in addition to providing red envelopes. They also receive innards and other byproducts that are of little use to them. Butchers maintain relationships with local pig farmers to purchase pigs. Those who raise their own typically slaughter one each day, prioritizing larger clients before selling the remainder retail. In a place that is not particularly affluent, it is unlikely that anyone would buy meat every day. In fact, the meat available at the stall usually amounts to no more than half pig. Pork head, pig liver, and intestines are generally reserved in advance, as there is only a limited quantity from a single pig. Without prior reservations, one would find it nearly impossible to procure these delicacies. Thus, this constitutes a lucrative business. The butcher, who has no sons capable of pursuing an education, began teaching his child the art of butchery at an early age. It is perplexing that he has now handed over his shop to outsiders. You must find this curious as well. Aunt Lu, noticing Mu Hui's contemplative expression, felt a sense of pride. What have you heard? She inquired, intrigued by Mu Hui's apparent interest. Mrs. Lu, however, refused to divulge any information and insisted on hastily packing up her belongings, as if pursued by a tiger. This morning, it was rumored that the black-skinned individuals were circumnavigating the meat shop, indicating that this person is not to be underestimated. Chapter 35. What does it matter to me? Mu Hui chuckled, pondering the simplicity or complexity of her situation. Could she truly manage it? The house rented by others was not her own, so why should she even inquire? After all, she was merely a neighbor who provided meals for others. It was not a lack of vigilance on her part. Rather, she found it utterly implausible that those pursuing her would disguise themselves as butchers. Was it due to a lack of evidence? What a farce. All they had to do was locate her uncle, and with a mere acknowledgement, the matter would be resolved. There was no need for theatrics like masquerading as a butcher to unearth minute clues. The pursuit of her was secondary. The primary focus was on the young prince. The longer this dragged on, the more individuals became privy to the situation, complicating matters further. A competent spy would first investigate the periphery, and upon gathering sufficient intel, would discreetly abduct them in the dead of night. Much like what transpired in the Eastern Room, they would craft it into a mystery, a ghostly affair that instilled fear and spread like wildfire. This was their modus operandi. To have such a grand individual in this small town was certainly intriguing. From a moment he effortlessly hoisted air, bow onto his shoulder, and then picked up the bow, it was evident that he was skilled. Perhaps he too had a story, seeking refuge like herself. With that in mind, what was there for her to be conflicted about? Are you not afraid? What is there to fear? He pays for my cooking, and our lives do not intersect. Moreover, from his return of our money yesterday, it is clear he does not prey upon the weak or vulnerable. Mu Hui spoke softly. Upon hearing this, Aunt Lu found it reasonable and nodded in agreement. Indeed, today we can resume our lives with him here, like a guardian at our doorstep. Mu Hui smiled again. Indeed, it was a small blessing to have him around. At the very least, with him here, the local ruffians would think twice before causing trouble, which brought a significant sense of safety. She continued to focus on her work, striving to accomplish as much as possible before the children returned for lunch. What if he is a notorious bandit? Aunt Lou suddenly remarked. Really now? Why would a bandit come to our little town? Surely, they would seek a remote place, purchase a grand estate, and live comfortably. Mu Hui nearly burst into laughter. This was a notion she had not considered. She was certain he possessed a past shrouded in secrecy. Yet, it was unlikely to involve any official misconduct. After all, butchers required certification from the authorities, and an individual with a tainted background would not dare to undertake such a profession. Furthermore, bandits were typically affluent. They would not amass their wealth only to become butchers. Thus, she and Aunt Lou engaged in a light-hearted conversation until nearly noon, at which point Aunt Lou had to return to prepare lunch. With Erignon not dining at home, she would simply reheat some leftovers. However, Mu Hui could not afford such leniency. The children required proper nourishment, and she was not one to take shortcuts. With the gluttonous butcher in the mix, she found herself busier than Aunt Lou. She hurriedly prepared the midday meal. Reflecting on it now, she realized the butcher was rather commendable, at least with him around. She had someone to watch the children, allowing her to be more productive. Typically by this time, De Bao and Air Bao would have returned and caused a ruckus around her, making it nearly impossible to work. On ordinary days, she might have simply made some flatbreads and a soup, letting lunch pass without much fuss. The methods for making flatbreads were numerous yet simple. Amidst the myriad changes, the essence remains constant. Compared to the complexities of cooking rice or preparing dishes, it is significantly simpler. Yet considering the hearty appetite of the butcher, making pancakes, steam buns, dumplings, and the like is impractical. It is labor-intensive and costly. Thus, preparing a pot of rice seems the most reliable option. As Mu Hui's rice neared completion, the cheerful voices of children wafted in from outside, signaling that it was time for her to stir-fry. She prepared a bowl of cabbage stalks mixed with vermicelli and a bowl of traditional braised tofu, with grilled sausages as the main dish, though these must be freshly cooked. Lacking a small grill, she resorted to placing a cast iron pan on the stove to cook them all at once, serving them on a plate. Cabbage appears to be available year-round, yet Mu Hui does not particularly enjoy it. However, here, she had little choice but to consume it. Nevertheless, she was not one to simply acquiesce to her circumstances. If her old helper were to abandon her, Aunt Lou would undoubtedly inform the entire town of her extravagance. After one attempt, she decided never to try again. Originally intended for pickling, she recognized that such a dish could not be made continuously, as pickles are not meant to be a staple. Hence, she had to devise alternative methods. She finally sliced the cabbage stalks along the grain, pairing them either with shrimp paste or spicy shredded pork, ensuring that they were complemented by a selection of fresh vegetables to enhance their flavor. Today, given the robust flavor of the grilled sausages and the homemade tofu, fried and then braised with ear mushrooms, carrots, and shrimp paste, she opted to slice the cabbage finely, blanch it, and mix it with vermicelli and spinach for a refreshing salad. As was her custom, she served the portions meant for her mother and herself, leaving the remainder on the stove. The butcher's children, De Bao and Air Bao, played in the courtyard, and Xiao Bao, spotting them, waved cheerfully. The butcher paused momentarily. "Why are you cooking without him?" Yes, we returned late. I apologized, mother. We should have come back earlier to play with Xiao Bao." Air Bao quickly came to his senses and rushed over to apologize. "It is of no consequence." Mu Hui smiled, appreciating that Air Bao was indeed a worthy son. While she prepared the meal, De Bao and Air Bao had been entertaining Xiao Bao. She had not anticipated that De Bao and the others would be absent today, having carried Xiao Bao all this while. The smoke from the grilled sausages was indeed quite substantial, yet Xiao Bao remained remarkably resilient, making no fuss. She felt little inclination to engage with the butcher. After all, a widow's life is fraught with gossip, and she was already criticized for discarding vegetable scraps. Engaging in conversation with a man was hardly advisable. Even with Aunt Lou supervising in the yard, she preferred to limit her interactions, merely stating, "The food is on the stove," before ushering the children inside. "Hey, could you not make me eat at the stove? I am not a servant," the butcher shouted from outside. "Quickly eat. The sausages will become fishy if they cool down, and they will also toughen, making them difficult to chew. Mu Hui set down the tray and hastened to instruct a bao and air bao, ignoring the shouting from outside. She busied herself with Xiao Bao, checking his diaper, concerned that he might be frightened. To her surprise, despite the commotion, Xiao Bao exhibited remarkable calmness, straining to look outside with an adorable, curious expression. After changing his diaper, she washed her hands and held Xiao Bao to feed him goat's milk, all the while noticing that he was fixated onto Bao and air Bao, his eyes wide with fascination. When Mu Hui glanced back at them, she realized they had yet to eat, a thought that struck her as well. She herself had not yet picked up her chopsticks. She refrained from saying, "Don't wait for me. You may start eating." Such customs were never upheld in her household since childhood. With a smile, she set down her spoon and picked up chopsticks to place a slice of sausage onto her rice. Then, she served each of them a piece as well. "Let's dine. Mother is eating." The Bao and air Bao, "Please take your wooden spoons," she called out before they began their meal. "Good children." Mu Hui smiled again, focusing intently on feeding the little one. Chapter 36. A heavy heart. Children typically require nourishment every 3 to 4 hours. Now, that little Bao has grown. His appetite has notably increased. What once sufficed as a few spoonfuls now demands nearly half a bowl. It is no exaggeration that for infants, the standard 120 milliliter bottle is seldom filled to more than a third at a time. Newborns usually consume about a quarter of the bottle, around 20 to 30 milliliters. This necessitates small, frequent meals to gradually strengthen their bodies. Little Bao has already had some egg yolk, and after drinking milk, he busies himself with play. Mu Hui has just returned to her seat, lifting her bowl. "Mother, Uncle Hua's business is thriving today. He sold all the meat in one go," air Bao cheerfully remarked between bites. Mu Hui found herself intrigued. Typically, air Bao's conversations during mealtime revolved solely around food, so it was unusual for him to discuss someone else's business. Nevertheless, she held no interest in the affairs of others. Were the grilled sausages truly delicious? Regrettably, they lacked a small grill. The best way to enjoy them would be to roast and eat simultaneously, with a plate of raw sausages sizzling on a heated iron plate, releasing an enticing aroma. Consuming them while hot would undoubtedly be a delightful experience. As Mu Hui spoke, a tinge of regret surfaced. Many dishes taste best when freshly grilled. However, she reconciled with the thought of perhaps preparing a copper hot pot, where one could enjoy both hot pot and barbecue simultaneously with a circular grill. Yet, upon reflection, she dismissed the idea. She had already garnered a reputation for being unable to manage her household effectively, and pursuing culinary delights could further tarnish her name. It was widely known that while she possessed cooking skills, her own consumption was modest. Her focus was on providing well for her children. Yet, sensing a negative trend, she decided against it. Regardless of the circumstances, a woman's reputation remains paramount. "It's already quite delicious," the Bao remarked after swallowing a mouthful of rice, speaking leisurely. Achieving the utmost flavor is the true respect for ingredients. Mu Hui cherished the Bao's mature demeanor, gently patting his head. She turned to air Bao, whose mouth was inevitably smeared with rice. She tenderly wiped it away, placing the morsel onto the plate before him. She added some cabbage and vermicelli to his bowl, knowing that when meat was present, he tended to overlook the vegetables and tofu. "I will eat it. I promise I'll eat it later," air Bao mumbled, then insisted, "Mother, you should ask me why Uncle Hua's business is so successful." "Very well. Why is his business so flourishing?" Mu Hui, unwilling to stifle her child's desire to express himself, inquired, though her mind was elsewhere. She served herself a piece of tofu, purchased 2 days prior. When fresh, it had been used to make cabbage meatball soup, where the meatballs were the main attraction, leaving the tofu as a mere accompaniment, thus resulting in leftovers. To avoid waste, she had fried the tofu cubes. Yesterday, she had prepared a bit for air Bao, making a sauce soup. Fresh tofu would suffice, and fried tofu could serve as well. However, yesterday, air Bao had eaten alone and hardly made use of the tofu. Thus, she had been troubled yesterday, pondering whether to add fried tofu to the small ribs she was preparing for dinner. Ultimately, the chef's heart prevailed, resolutely deciding against allowing the small ribs to be overshadowed. Consequently, today she transformed the leftovers into a simple tofu dish. Her mood was notably cheerful. She had rediscovered the advantages of teaming up with the butcher. For any food she could not consume would be graciously devoured by him. No longer would she live in fear of others' judgments, hesitant to discard anything. At times, she did experience distress while grocery shopping, particularly when it came to purchasing tofu. In modern times, she would go to the supermarket, taking only what she needed. Yet, in this place, tofu was sold by the block. The vendors cut it according to the markings on the board, with each piece measuring approximately 3 inches square and about 2 inches thick. She wished to inquire if they could simply cut half a block, given that her household was small and unable to consume such portions. However, the vendors were unable to oblige, as they had no means to provide change. Each piece was priced at a single coin, and she couldn't suggest purchasing half a block today and returning for the other half tomorrow. Who would they sell the remaining pieces to? With only 3 of them in the household, even a quarter block was insufficient for a tofu soup. She could not emulate the households that prepared tofu soup alongside fried tofu and steamed tofu balls, filling the table with various tofu dishes. Even if she dared to do so, her second child would certainly refuse. In truth, frying tofu cubes was a waste of money, as it consumed oil. Even if she fried them once, she would inevitably have to discard the leftovers within 2 or 3 days, rendering the effort futile. For her, it would be preferable to discard them and purchase fresh ones instead. However, Aunt Lou was fundamentally opposed to her lifestyle choices. She had even refrained from delivering vegetables to her. Discarding food would be a sin, and without the option to throw things away, she could only fry the tofu, ensuring it wouldn't spoil. Yet, no matter how many variations she created, tofu remained just tofu. If not for the butcher, she would have considered burying the fried tofu in the ground when Aunt Lou wasn't looking. Thus, the fried tofu, which had once caused her great distress, was now a source of immense relief. She felt extraordinarily lighthearted. She decided to saute it with ear mushrooms and carrots, perfectly seasoned with shrimp paste and enhanced by rich broth. The fried tofu became soft and utterly delicious. Muhui took a bite, nodding in approval, and served some to her eldest and second child, reminding them to enjoy it while hot. Most importantly, it was nutritious and complemented rice splendidly. In her view, grilled sausages were best paired with beer, serving as a delightful late-night snack. The second child noticed her distraction and considered tossing the wooden spoon, though he dared not do so. Despite never having struck them, he understood that Mu Hui was quite strict. Who knew how she might react if he threw the spoon? All right, you speak. Mother is listening intently. Mu Hui also noticed that her second child had stopped eating, realizing she had upset him. She promptly set down her chopsticks to earnestly listen to why the butcher's business was thriving. Because of me, exclaimed the second child joyfully, tilting his head with a smile. Mu Hui paused momentarily. She wanted to say it was because he was adorable, but the thought seemed rather sentimental. Besides, even if he was indeed very charming, who would focus on a child when purchasing meat? At most, one would glance while paying, casually uttering a compliment, yet their gaze remains fixated on the meat, fearful that the butcher might substitute the fatty cuts for lean ones. However, perhaps it is best not to voice such thoughts. Casting a glance at the eldest, I smiled at the younger. You wouldn't be assisting your Uncle Hua in shouting out, would you? Indeed, I informed the grandmother purchasing fatty meat that she ought to select lean cuts instead, for lean meat is far more delectable. Fatty meat serves merely to render oil, though pork cracklings are quite tasty in their own right. Additionally, I shared with a certain aunt that intestines are exceptionally delicious. They could be roasted or stir-fried with vinegar, allowing one to savor an extra bowl of rice. He also mentioned that bones can be simmered for broth, used in dishes that enhance their flavor immeasurably. Even the pig skin, he suggested, when braised and cut into fine shreds, can be stir-fried with cabbage stems and strips of green pepper, offering a delightful chewiness. It can be enjoyed simply drizzled with vinegar and soy sauce, requiring no further embellishment. The eldest, propping his head on his hand, appeared quite disheartened. Thus, did everyone purchase what others had deemed undesirable? Did Mother not proclaim that everything must be sold? The younger felt as though he was aiding Mother in her endeavor. Indeed, everyone has learned the ropes. They sell out daily. What does Uncle Hua have left to offer us? The eldest chastised the younger, having been troubled all morning, and now his frustrations finally erupted. Chapter 37. Obedience, everything is fine. I shall deliver the fine meat to you early tomorrow morning. A sudden roar echoed from outside the window, startling Mu Hui. She hurriedly opened the window to find a gentleman squatting beneath, holding a large basin, rice at the bottom and vegetables atop, indulging in his meal. She had indeed heard tales of individuals whose bowls were larger than face-washing basins, but she had never believed it until now, witnessing the reality before her, leaving her at a loss for words. She stared blankly at the basin, eventually recalling that it was the very one she used for kneading dough. A wave of confusion washed over her. Was she still to use that basin for dough? Uncle Hua, you possess remarkable strength, Bao exclaimed, peering out with astonishment. That was a clay basin, one that even the two of them could hardly lift when empty. Their mother rarely managed it either, as it was typically placed on the stove for kneading, requiring both hands to carry. It appeared quite laborious. Yet here was Uncle Hua, effortlessly cradling the basin in one hand while squatting there, an impressive display of strength. That explains the copious amount you consume. Zabao Gunke, his gaze fixed on the basin, occasionally glancing back at the small bowl of food before him. Uncle Hua found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Uncle Hua, eating in such a manner is actually quite unappetizing. Some dishes are meant to be paired with rice, which is the proper way. However, when everything is piled atop the rice, the distinct flavors of the meal are lost, Bao remarked, never needing a reply from others, simply voicing his own thoughts. Your mother has left me to dine alone in the kitchen, and that is even less enjoyable, Uncle Hua retorted, casting a dismissive glance at Mu Hui. Mu Hui, too weary to feel anger, reflected that she had merely mentioned the food was in the kitchen. She had not insisted he eat there. This man was indeed making unreasonable arguments. Yet, she thought it unwise to engage further with someone who was merely sharing a meal. She pushed aside Bao, and Bao promptly returned to his seat. Mu Hui lowered the window, focusing intently on her meal, as if she had not heard a word of their exchange. Hey, you cannot pretend not to see me. Why must I eat alone? The voice outside boomed, shaking the paper of the window. Mu Hui felt relieved that she had not opened the window, or else the entire table would be tainted with his saliva. Uncle Hua, you are merely asking me to pack the rice, Mu Hui said softly, swallowing a grain of rice before continuing leisurely. She chose not to shout. After all, he could hear her just fine. Indeed, you have said it yourself. I asked you to pack the rice, meaning I share my meals with you. When dining together, it is only natural to eat alongside one another. Mu Hui was taken aback. What did he mean by that? Had she not heard that sharing meals implied dining with the host? If that is the case, perhaps you should refrain from joining us. These past few days, I shall consider your presence as merely a fleeting distraction. She pondered for a moment. The incessant commotion was not ideal, especially with Aunt Lu's incessant chatter. She knew Aunt Lu would not defend her against any slander. Yet, if she were even slightly careless, rumors would undoubtedly spread like wildfire. Even if she was indifferent to her reputation, her children would still bear the brunt of it. No matter what they chose to do in the future, a mother must ensure that no one speaks ill of her. She could not allow them to face the world with shame. Hey, could you refrain from using this as a threat against me? Very well, I shall dine outside, came the response, as an irate voice echoed from outside, only to soften shortly thereafter, seemingly acknowledging the threat. The following morning, Mu Hui was awakened by the persistent knocking at the door, while Bao, barefoot, rushed to respond, inadvertently leaving the man waiting outside. The man erupted once more, Woman, do you not know how to care for children? How would you let Bao come out barefoot, unaware of the chill of the ground? Mu Hui was at a loss for words, gazing at Bao, who nimbly returned to the warmth of the bed. See, I told you to wear shoes. Now they claim I am incapable of caring for you. Bao, somewhat bashful, explained, I was merely concerned about Uncle Hua's impatience. His intentions were pure. The man's outburst startled Mu Hui, prompting her to spring from her blankets in surprise, and thus, Bao rushed to assist her. He truly was a good child, striving to help Mu Hui as best he could. What more could he do? If his urgency caused a bit of chaos, it was inconsequential. Mu Hui yawned, having worked tirelessly until exhaustion claimed her the previous night. Before resting, she had glanced at Xiao Bao, who nestled between Bao and Bao, a diminutive bundle of fatigue, with his older brothers safeguarding him on either side. Despite the ample space of the bed, this sight made her realize how considerate Bao and Bao truly were. Rising, she donned her clothes and fetched Bao's potty before tying up her hair and stepping outside. While the butcher, knocking at the door to announce sorrow, is rather improper, is it not? Mu Hui remarked, her tone far from polite. Typically, when one knocks to deliver such news, the dutiful offspring kneels upon entry, exclaiming, "Uncle, aunt, my father or mother has passed," followed by a bow and a departure. Mu Hui's words, though harsh, carried a weight of truth. Even if the family was absent, it did not imply the absence of relatives. Such statements were not easily digestible for most. Chinese culture holds a certain reverence for these matters. However, the butcher displayed little reaction, merely lifting the twine in his hand along with a small basket. "Yesterday, I heard from Bao that pig liver soup is nutritious. Have you prepared some for the children? You also boiled a few pig's feet, which I adore," he stated plainly. The implication was clear. The liver was for the children, while the pig's feet were for his own enjoyment. Mu Hui refrained from further chatter and fetched the items before quickly returning to wipe her hands and address him. 501. Shall you pay in full today or on a 10-day basis? She had been preparing meals for several days now, receiving nothing but a string of pig intestines and a small piece of liver in return. She still needed to purchase rice. "Oh, this amounts to 1 tael of silver. Covering 2 months," he replied hastily, producing a small piece of silver for her. It was clearly more than just 1 tael. He seemed rather unconcerned with such trivial sums. Yet Mu Hui was no ordinary person. She was reluctant to owe anyone a favor. Turning back inside, she retrieved a small scale, presenting it to the butcher. This time, she measured in hexadecimal terms. 1 tael equals 16 chien. After weighing, she discovered it amounted to 1 tael and 4 chien. Thus, he had overpaid her by 251. However, this was merely the official price. Typically, copper was valued higher than silver. For instance, the price for 1 or 2 silver coins is equivalent to 1 guan, which amounts to 1,000 won. However, in common practice, one can exchange it for approximately 1,100 won. By this calculation, it implies that the butcher has bestowed upon her nearly 1,375 won. Upon returning in the evening, she would bring back an additional 125 won, which I shall consider as your sustenance for 3 months, Mu Hui stated. The butcher appeared somewhat bewildered, struggling to comprehend Mu Hui's words. However, she quickly resumed speaking. "Never mind, return in the afternoon and purchase 20 jin of rice, 10 jin of white flour, and 5 jin of cornmeal. Ensure the rice is of superior quality." Mu Hui contemplated that it would be a pity for such a tall individual not to engage in purchasing rice. "Very well." The butcher, adept at his labor, affirmed his understanding with great enthusiasm. Chapter 38. "Well, I have no pressing matters. I shall take care of the little one." The butcher truly did not mind, for he believed that the child would receive better care with him than at home with Mu Hui. There was no need for concern to Bao and Bao. "We're going to visit Granny Tang today, and you shall accompany me." Mu Hui desperately sought a rational justification, yet she could not outright forbid them from going. However, she was genuinely reluctant to let them venture out. She could not quite articulate whether she was comfortable with the children interacting with the butcher or merely opposed to them learning the trade of meat selling. "What do we need to visit Granny Tang for?" Bao inquired, tilting his head in confusion. Was Granny Tang truly deserving of a family visit? Was the new year approaching? "I want to ask Granny Tang if she has a cradle suitable for Xiao Bao, so he can sleep independently, and you 2-1-T have to worry about squashing him and losing sleep. Moreover, he could sit in one of those wooden chairs, allowing him to play with me in the yard instead of either lying on the Kong or being strapped to me." "Oh, such things exist?" Bao's eyes widened as he glanced at Bao. "How would he know?" Bao replied, having spent his youth wandering with his parents and possessing no knowledge of home furnishings. "Is there any need to ask? I can make it. I will help you." The butcher immediately volunteered. "Xiao Bao 1T need it for long. An old one will suffice. No need to craft a new one. By the time you finish, Xiao Bao might have outgrown it." Mu Hui reflected. Indeed, this man was quite warm-hearted, a good soul, albeit one who could be rather bothersome. "Oh, there's no need for you to go. I shall retrieve it myself later." You want to be able to bring it back anyway. And Aunt Tang has her business to attend to. She has no one to spare for such errands. He truly seemed oblivious to the meaning of politeness. And with a wave of his hand to Bao and Air Bao dashed outside. Xiao Bao had ceased to cry, and they believed they were off to assist in procuring a bed and chair for him, thus considering themselves good older brothers. Not even a moment had passed, and Mu Hui had yet to agree to their venture. She could only pick up the poor little one, soothing him for a while before strapping him to her back. Her day was set to begin anew. By midday, they returned. Even Hei Pai joined them, though he merely dropped off a chair in the yard and sped away, not even glancing at Mu Hui. Meanwhile, the butcher had Air Bao perched on his shoulder, while he carried a wooden frame in each hand, with the Kai supporting a long bamboo frame that complemented the cradle. Fifteen Niang, this belongs to Aunt Tang's family. Several children have used it, and it works splendidly. Aunt Tang mentioned that there is no rush to return it. Her boys want to be marrying for several years yet. Akai placed the bamboo frame into the wooden structure, and thus an old-fashioned wooden cradle was completed. The cradle's outer frame and chair were crafted from elm, which was crucially heavy, ensuring the child's safety within. There was no risk of it toppling over due to the child's mischief. Furthermore, it was unclear how many years these items had been in use. Aunt Tang likely had polished it meticulously, the wood gleaming with an oily sheen. While it may not possess the aesthetic charm of modern cradles, in terms of comfort and practicality, a sturdy wooden cradle was indeed superior. Mother, is this correct? The second child wore an eager expression, having never experienced sleep. Dear, shall I lay out a blanket for you? Would you like to lie down? Upon observing the second child's demeanor, Mu Hui immediately grasped his intent. She recalled having seen such a cradle at a relative's home in the countryside during her childhood and felt an overwhelming desire to lie in it. She incessantly asked her mother if she had also rested in such a cradle as a child. After receiving a confirming reply, her yearning only intensified. However, there was a small baby already nestled within, and she could not possibly ask for the baby to be removed so she could take its place. Thus, upon seeing the second child, she was reminded of her own past and promptly exclaimed, "Is that true?" "Of course. Why would it not be? It sounds delightful." Mu Hui smiled, genuinely enchanted. "What about the armchair? You should be able to sit in it. Why don't you try it out for your brother?" She found the second child to be exceedingly delightful, and in comparison, he seemed to resemble her son even more, reflecting her own traits in every aspect. The second child dashed eagerly towards the armchair, his excitement akin to that of a child receiving a toy for the first time. Mu Hui suddenly realized that she had not purchased any toys for them. Over the past 4 months, aside from nurturing them to plumpness, she had done little else. Merely feeding them seemed insufficient. She felt a pressing need to bring them joy as well. At that moment, she felt a pang of guilt toward them. "Aren't you cooking?" The butcher, evidently oblivious to Mu Hui's maternal affection, bluntly interrupted the moment. What could one say to a glutton? A glutton differs from a gourmet, as the latter savors culinary delights with an appreciation for culture, while a glutton's singular focus can be summed up in one word: eat. In 2 words, delicious. Faced with such a character, what could she possibly say? Thus, she resolved to prepare a meal. "If not, I can help you hold the baby." Although the butcher did not dare to directly reach out, he expressed his willingness, lowering his voice yet still managing to be heard. "No need to be polite," Mu Hui replied, turning to carry the baby while heading to the kitchen. The boiled noodles from breakfast could not be served again at noon, so she decided to make fried noodles instead. Since she was already making noodles, she had rolled out a bit extra in the morning, boiled them, drained, rinsed off the excess starch with cold water, and laid them out to dry under a clean cloth in the courtyard. Now, she heated oil in the pan, whisked 4 eggs with a dash of cold water, stirred them briefly in the pan, then removed them. Next, she blanched some greens and set them aside. She heated vegetable oil combined with 1/3 of cooked oil, added the noodles to the hot oil, stir-frying them, then incorporated the eggs and greens, finishing with a generous spoonful of garlic sauce, filling the courtyard with an aromatic garlic fragrance. Mu Hui's garlic sauce was truly delectable. Even a simple bowl of plain rice could become a hearty meal with just a touch of it. No matter which dish it accompanied, it made everything particularly appetizing. Akai firmly decided to stay for dinner. Soon, Akai was called in to assist, which simply entailed setting up a small table in the courtyard, adorned with 4 colorful side dishes, and bringing in a bowl of fried noodles, the very bowl the butcher had used for his meals. Akai, you will dine with the butcher. And the rest soup. Take your time. Muhui smiled lightly before hastily entering the room. The soup was a simple concoction of bean sprouts and dried shrimp. In truth, the broth of bean sprouts was inherently flavorful. However, the addition of dried shrimp served to provide essential calcium for the children. This also imparted a savory quality to the soup, rendering additional salt unnecessary. When she emerged with the soup, the 2 individuals remained untouched, glaring at one another. Chapter 39, What S Wrong? You want tea, let me eat. Akai clutched the dough-mixing bowl tightly, clearly unwilling to relinquish it to the butcher, who was visibly agitated. The 2 were locked in a standoff. This is my bowl for eating, thus it belongs to me. The butcher was infuriated. Had it not been for the presence of the 2 children playing nearby, he would have struck Akai. However, now his gaze fell favorably upon Hei Pai, and he abandoned his pursuit, deciding not to contend for food. This is my dough bowl, not your eating bowl. Mu Hui was exasperated. She placed a dish in front of each, first serving Akai a generous portion of noodles, then the butcher, instructing him to take from the array of side dishes on the table, which varied from salty to spicy, but advised against overindulgence as it could be too salty. The butcher promptly pushed his dish towards Akai and seized a large bowl, devouring its contents with gusto, evidently having decided that this bowl was now his. Akai glanced at his 2 bowls of noodles, then at the butcher's single bowl, feeling that Mu Hui's generosity was slightly unfair. The amount he had was enough to satisfy 3 normal appetites. He would have to tell Aunt Tang about this man's insatiable appetite later. Bao and Bao were playing with a rocking chair, their joyful laughter revealing that they had never experienced such a plaything, prompting Mu Hui to sigh softly. Although they had gained some weight, they had truly endured much hardship. Compared to their peers, they were still somewhat petite. This often filled Mu Hui with indignation. In her previous life, she had longed for children. Yet those who could conceive often could not provide for them. Were it not for her, she could scarcely imagine what would have become of Bao and Bao. Stop playing, it's time to go home for dinner, Mu Hui called out. Instantly, Bao and Bao stood at attention. Bao, feeling a bit shy, fetched a basin of water from a small bucket by the well, obediently washing his hands. Akai quietly returned indoors to eat. They truly are well behaved. Akai sighed softly. The butcher glanced over, but said nothing, returning to his meal. Although they had noodles for breakfast and would again for lunch, he was not particularly bothered. Having food was what truly mattered. He contemplated buying grain in the afternoon, pondering the mere 20 pounds, purchased in 10-pound increments, suggesting that it was due to her inability to carry it. When he bought, he intended to acquire a full sack. Casting a glance at Akai, he silently retracted his thoughts. After all, this person might very well contest him for food later in the evening. It was better to seek Hei Pai instead. After a while of playing with the cradle, Bao and Bao lulled Xiao Bao to sleep inside, and then they 2 settled down for their afternoon nap. However, Mu Hui could not rest. She had work to do and suddenly realized that helping others with their meals reduced her own working hours. Indeed, cooking was a considerable, time-consuming endeavor. For instance, she now had to work at the kitchen door, as the pig trotters required slow simmering. Without 2 hours, they would not be tender. She added some peanuts beside the trotters, knowing that once they were done, the peanuts would absorb the flavors, making them even more delectable than the trotters. While she was threading a needle and listening to the bubbling stew in the stove, a commotion erupted outside. She hurried out to see what was happening and nearly fainted from shock. Outside the door, the flour butcher was pulling a cart laden with large sacks, while a black dog, its head hung low, silently assisted in pushing the cart from behind. Its expression darkened. The flour butcher appeared quite cheerful, greeting passers-by and casually mentioning that he had gone to buy rice. Dabao's mother, I brought back the rice. Upon spotting Mu Hui, the flour butcher halted and struck a pose. How many people are in your household? Mu Hui stood at the entrance, suppressing her anger, and asked with an effort to remain calm. Is it just you, Dabao and Bao? The flour butcher, perplexed by her inquiry, replied, What do you mean? How many are in my family? That's my family I'm talking about. I'm asking about yours. She snapped, her face darkening. I only have my old father. But I don't know where he is now. He scratched his head, puzzled, and thought it best to first move the rice inside. You live alone, yet you bought so much food. Are you planning to raise pests? Mu felt she could no longer contain her frustration. Had she not made herself clear that morning? She had asked him to buy 20 pounds of rice and 10 pounds of flour. Was that not explicit? The flour butcher was taken aback again and turned to Black Dog. What does she mean? She says you bought too much. Black Dog, feeling the weight of the situation, could only respond meekly. I bought it all at once to save a trip. The flour butcher insisted. It will get infested, it will spoil, and then it will be inedible. You fool. Why don't you build a granary to store your provisions? That way, you wouldn't have to buy food for a lifetime. Mu Hui, nearly losing her sanity, revealed her volatile nature. Flower brother, let us return the grain. This is too embarrassing. Black Dog truly felt humiliated, surrounded and scolded by a young woman. The flour butcher pondered this. With so much food, it seemed that even collectively, they could not consume as much as he alone would. Thus, with a heavy heart, he turned and left. Ying, Aunt Lu, who had been observing for some time, approached only after the flour butcher had departed. Mu Hui felt an overwhelming sense of tragedy. Why had she taken in two sons, one of whom was a fool, and now had a neighbor who was a champion among fools? What kind of fate was this? Had such an individual been at her company, they would have been dismissed countless times. Had it been her ex-husband, he would have been beaten to a pulp. Had it been a client, she would have simply walked away, yet here she was powerless against this neighbor. He dutifully paid for meals and selflessly helped with various tasks, aside from his foolishness. She found it hard to be angry with him. Who could she blame for his foolishness? She felt deeply discouraged. Don't be upset, don't be upset. The Liu family is about to move away. Once they do, he can move in, and you won't have to be so bothered, Aunt Lu said, her smile ambiguous, leaving Mu Hui feeling slightly repulsed. When the flour butcher returned, he carried a basket containing 20 pounds of rice, 10 pounds of flour, and the various miscellaneous items Mu Hui had mentioned, all brought back in the correct quantities. Mu Hui accepted this. He was not a bad person, remembered things fairly well, and as long as he didn't act foolishly, he was quite decent. Mu Hui jasit herchativ, gathering her provisions as she resumed her tasks at the threshold of the kitchen. The butcher, having nothing else to occupy his time, chose not to indulge in an afternoon nap. Instead, he settled himself beneath the window of Mu Hui's abode, resolved to engage her in conversation. Chapter 40. How much do you charge to sew a garment? He casually inquired. Mu Hui glanced at his squatting position and felt a twinge of displeasure. It was akin to eavesdropping, and her previously settled mood began to resurface. Could you refrain from squatting beneath our wall? She remarked. He looked around and realized the absurdity of his position, especially since Mu Hui was no longer inside. Consequently, he shifted to sit on the threshold of Mu Hui's home, closer to her, providing himself with a semblance of a seat. Mu Hui remained speechless. She found herself at a loss with this particularly obedient and earnest man. Yet, she could not simply turn away, so she took a deep breath and lowered her head to continue her work. You still haven't mentioned how much profit you make from a garment? He pressed again. I typically do not sew for them. I merely assist in drafting the cutting patterns and then cut a piece for 5 won. Generally, I spend the first half of the month helping with the cutting, which is then distributed among various households to be sewn. In the latter half, I occasionally take on a few pieces to pass the time, Mu Hui replied, still focused on her sewing. The ready-made clothing shop operated much like an assembly line, allowing individuals to cut, and so their own fabric was not particularly efficient, and the sizes of the garments rarely matched. This area, being close to the capital, attracted a significant flow of people, and business at the clothing shop thrived remarkably. Before Mu Hui's arrival, there were already those who drafted patterns, others who specialized in cutting, and a group of women like Mu Hui who engaged in piecework. Naturally, the wages of these women were the lowest, merely providing pocket change for household expenses. Conversely, those who drafted patterns and performed cutting earned considerably more. Mu Hui had conducted her inquiries beforehand, and thus began accepting cutting work. It is noteworthy that without mechanical equipment, it was impossible to cut out 100 or 80 pieces at once. She could only claim that her hands were notably swift, And with the skills passed down from her mentor, Lady 15, coupled with her own ingenuity, she distinguished herself as one of the fastest and most proficient cutters. In 2 months' time, the shop owner inquired if she could draft patterns, which entailed creating diagrams for the garment components. Previously, all cutting masters relied on a standard template for their work. Consequently, those who specialized in pattern drafting commanded even higher wages, and their labor was considerably lighter. At this juncture, Mu Hui felt immense gratitude towards Lady 15. After all, she hailed from a background of needlework in the palace, and pattern drafting was a trivial task for her. Furthermore, she was adept at creating garments of various styles. Thus, Mu Hui began drafting patterns, a relatively easy task that occupied the initial 2 or 3 days of each month, after which others would use cowhide paper to cut according to her patterns, distributing them to various households for sewing, while the original patterns remained with the shop. In this manner, Mu Hui would spend the first days of each month drafting patterns, followed by cutting in the subsequent days, and in the latter half of the month, she would take work home to complete. In truth, she earned a considerable sum, as she possessed a valuable skill. However, therein lay the problem. Upon her arrival in town, her circumstances had been rather dismal. Even if she earned money, others did not perceive her as deserving a better life. This seems to be the plight of the lower middle class. When they see others thriving, discontent brews. Thus, even though Mu Hui did not lack the means for a decent meal, she had to acquiesce to the whispers of gossip. Is there enough for food? This was the butcher's primary concern. Indeed, she replied. Mu Hui was somewhat displeased, as though she had truly neglected to feed the children prior to his arrival. Before he came, she had consistently prepared a small meal of ribs for her beloved sons at least once a week, providing each with an egg and a cup of goat's milk daily. In the same district, there were few mothers as generous with their children's nourishment as she was. Oh, today I inquired about the eldest's schooling. The teacher mentioned that it would be premature for him to attend just yet, as enlightenment requires another year of waiting. However, if he wishes to play, he may join in the fun. I believe children should indeed pursue their studies, but allowing them to frolic at the academy first will ease their apprehensions for when the time comes to learn. Don't you think? Mu Hui looked up perplexed. Did this mean he intended to take their son to the academy to seek out the teacher? Was that correct? Rest assured, initially, it was said that Shu Xiu would cost 50 won per month, with books to be provided by themselves. Yet, the teacher, being quite amiable, mentioned that a yearly gift of preserved meat would suffice. As for paper and writing implements, I have arranged with the stationer to procure some second-rate items, which will do just fine for the children. Books might pose a challenge, but do not fret. Purchasing them is rather costly and impractical. I shall have someone search for alternatives. We will surely find something. He continued to ramble on. Did you not conduct any business this morning? I did, she replied. The teacher's wife and the stationer's wife came to buy meat, and I sent them some bones. I mentioned that our eldest, second, and youngest are to study. These are mere trifles, boasted the butcher. They are my beloved eldest, second, and youngest. Mu Hui genuinely wished for her own demise. Did he truly wish to tarnish his reputation to such an extent? Was it to be said that from tomorrow onward, in the eyes of the townsfolk, they would be regarded as one family? Certainly, they are your beloved eldest, second, and youngest. The butcher remained blissfully unaware of his misstep. Mu Hui truly wanted to express that sometimes one ought not to be overly enthusiastic. Excessive zeal can become a burden or even a detriment to others. However, how could she articulate this? Were she speaking to an ordinary person, she might have been straightforward, but addressing this simpleton, clearly lacking in intellect, would only serve to hurt feelings. Why don't you take a break? She suggested, feeling utterly drained and realizing that conversing with him had become futile. The frustration that burned within her was beyond mere words to describe. Rest? I still need to buy some wine. With pig trotters on the menu, one must indulge in a bit of drink. By the way, can you brew wine? I can make soy sauce, Mu Hui replied, her expression darkening. Oh, then I shall go buy the wine. The butcher sensed that Mu Hui was once again agitated, rising to leave, but accidentally colliding with the doorframe. Who could blame him for sitting on the threshold? The doorframe was rather low, and he had a habit of bowing his head upon entering and exiting. Today, however, he stood up from the threshold and inevitably bumped his head. drunk before even tasting. Mu Hui thought, feeling a sense of relief. I have a great tolerance for alcohol. The butcher retorted indignantly as he exited, genuinely believing that this woman possessed a rather intolerable temperament. Chapter 41. Braised pig trotters. Mu Hui no longer regarded the large iron pot with disdain. Indeed, at times, the use of an iron pot for cooking lent an exquisite hue to the dish. The slow, gentle simmering over a wood fire transformed the ingredients, and after 2 hours, it became quite a challenge to lift the pot, for the meat and bones separated effortlessly at the slightest touch. This time, Mu Hui opted for a larger, heated earthenware pot to serve the dish, instructing the butcher to carry it back to their room for them to enjoy. The gelatinous essence from the skin had been meticulously extracted, resulting in a delightful, jelly-like consistency upon cooling. With the meat simmering away, she prepared a few simple cold dishes, a smashed cucumber and a tossed leaf of cabbage. She reserved only 2 pig trotters, knowing that a single trotter could be divided into several pieces. 2 would suffice for the 3 of them. Upon returning to her room, the air was filled with the rich aroma of meat. Little Bao, already seated in a folding chair by the Kong, grasped the front rail and leaned forward eagerly. He had developed a fondness for the chair, relishing the opportunity to engage in conversation with his brothers on equal footing, even if his vocabulary was still limited to "eine." The Bao and Air Bao had already washed their hands, donned their bibs, and were waiting patiently with their small spoons. Having already fed Little Bao, Mu Hui paid him no mind and picked up her chopsticks, placing a peanut in her bowl before raising her head to address them. Time to eat. The Bao and Air Bao chorused in unison. Mother, it's time to eat. Good. Though it was a routine exchange, she remained resolute in instilling proper etiquette in them, ensuring they would not be labeled as unruly children when out in public. Ah, how wonderful it is to have Uncle Hua as a neighbor. Air Bao bit into a piece of meat, savoring the moment. Mu Hui felt tears welling up. All afternoon, she had been pondering her predicament. Indeed, what was she to do? The influence of the butcher was leading them toward becoming a family. Yet the children were oblivious to the complexities of their situation. As a widow, she was acutely aware of her societal standing. If word spread, what future would her children have? Would they ever find suitable spouses, let alone achieve academic success? Although she did not place much importance on passing examinations, she was determined not to stifle her children's potential. If they possessed the aptitude for scholarly pursuits, what right did she have to deny them the opportunity to study? Thus, she resolved to ensure that she would not cast a shadow of negativity over their lives. Tomorrow, I shall go and purchase some books to teach you to read. Shall I? You won't have to follow Uncle Hua to sell meat anymore. Mu Hui realized she could not prevent the butcher from moving away, nor could she refuse to share meals with him. She had to take the initiative herself. Hadn't Uncle Hua already spoken with the schoolmaster's wife? They would be allowed to attend the academy and listen to their brother's study, which would undoubtedly broaden their horizons. No, but they've paid for it. If you go and cause a disturbance while your brothers are studying, it would be detrimental. Mother can read too. I will buy 1,000-character classic and 3-character classic. I can teach you to memorize them and recognize all the characters within. What do you think? She understood that she could not teach them the classical texts, as the interpretations differed vastly from their modern understanding, and she feared misguiding them in their foundational knowledge. However, teaching them to recognize characters and memorize passages was well within her capabilities. Does Mother not enjoy us playing with Uncle Hua? Air Bao, for once, demonstrated a spark of insight. It is not the case. Uncle Hua is engaged in business, and while you play alongside him, he must also divide his attention to care for you. If he miscalculates the money or misreads the scale, it would be unfortunate. Mu Hui refrained from speaking ill of others. To be honest, De Bao is only 5 years old. No matter how understanding he may be, he is still so young. How could he possibly comprehend everything? We can assist. My brother is adept at counting money and has never made an error while helping Uncle Hua with transactions. My sweet tongue endears me to the uncles and aunts who even treat me to candy. Air Bao spoke with a proud smile. Can you count money? Mu Hui was genuinely unaware of De Bao's ability in this regard. Handling money requires a sharp mind, something not easily accomplished. Those who can perform mental calculations possess considerable intellect. Does this imply that she should nurture De Bao's talents diligently? I only know how to collect money. Zabao at meet bas fuli. Knowing how to collect money is acceptable. Later, mother will teach you mental arithmetic, Mu Hui replied, nodding. She had learned mental arithmetic from a young age, as her parents had hired a specialized teacher for her. While she may not have been faster than a calculator, it was essential for exercising her mind. Thus, mental arithmetic became a method that, once learned, is difficult to forget. Of course, she believed her natural aptitude in this area was lacking. She had never outperformed a classmate in calculations and had never received an award. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Mastering the method had altered her perspective on many things. Will you not teach me? Bao expressed his displeasure. I want to teach you. You are too playful and lack the calmness of your brother, Mu Hui playfully remarked. She had observed that the two children each possessed unique traits. Bao was very understanding and intelligent, yet in truth, Bao was even smarter. Chatty children tend to be clever, for their minds are highly active. For instance, when they go shopping, Bao, driven by enthusiasm, retains the information and can assist Uncle Huan in business with great eloquence. That is true intelligence. However, clever children can be somewhat troublesome, lacking focus. They only remember things they are passionate about, which does not guarantee that they will maintain their enthusiasm and perseverance, especially among intelligent children, as there are few who possess steadfast determination. Thus, she particularly appreciated the hunger-based teaching method. Bao's fondness for food stemmed from his childhood experiences of frequent hunger and limited access to good meals. Consequently, he now approaches food with unparalleled enthusiasm. Dining is an everyday occurrence, making it the easiest passion to sustain. After all, food enthusiasts and gourmets are often lifelong devotees, with few abandoning their love midway. However, mental arithmetic can be quite tedious, as it involves ceaselessly solving problems and calculating a series of numbers. Without practical applications, achieving significant accomplishments in it can be challenging. Therefore, she felt capable of teaching Bao while withholding instruction from Bao, making Bao perceive it as something intriguing and igniting a strong desire to learn, perhaps leading to unexpected outcomes. Agreed then. You shall not go to the shop tomorrow, but stay home to learn with me. Mu Hui smiled at Bao and gently offered him a piece of meat. Bao nodded obediently and continued eating. He finds visiting the shop rather amusing. However, should his mother request him not to go, he would not protest and would obediently comply. The second child, evidently anxious, quickly interjected, "What about me? What about me? You should focus on learning to recognize characters," Mu Hui replied, secretly amused yet maintaining an air of nonchalance. Chapter 42. The following morning, after breakfast, Mu Hui set out with the children to purchase books. Though the prices were steep, she felt a pang of guilt for not having bought anything for them during her time here. She realized her pretense of poverty was misguided, yet the thought of feigning wealth seemed even more burdensome. Upon arriving at the bookstore, she was momentarily dazed. She had never considered herself uneducated, as she was involved in the cultural industry. However, stepping into the store, she felt somewhat out of her depth, recognizing only a handful of titles among the myriad of books. She settled for a copy of the three-character classic and elementary learning, but found no children's picture books. Hoping to discover some storybooks, she was met with disappointment. The era was unfamiliar, and while she spotted the three-character classic and elementary learning, it did not guarantee the presence of other familiar works. She sought a collection of tales of 3 words and 2 claps, which contained stories imparting life lessons to children, but to her dismay, it was absent. She also looked for a book of strange tales, yet found none. There was a copy of the classic of Mountains and Seas, but she doubted her ability to translate it accurately. What if she misinterpreted it and the children were scolded by their teachers in the future? At that moment, she truly grasped the challenges of parenthood. She had intended to ask Bao what books he wanted, but when she glanced down, she saw the indifferent expressions of Bao and Bao. As soon as Mu Hui mentioned leaving, they fled with the speed of the wind. Suddenly, she recalled the scholar Zhang's books. In sorting through belongings, she had only found their identity papers. Not a single garment remained. But what was there to inquire about? He had been gravely ill, and anything of value had surely been taken by the shopkeeper. Ultimately, the most precious treasures were the 2 children. Yet no one would dare exchange their children for money. Dabao and Airbao likely still remembered their father, but those memories were probably not pleasant. Thus, upon seeing the books, they instinctively recoiled, leaving her feeling helpless. What would become of them in the future? Just as they exited the bookstore, they encountered the butcher, who seemed to approach with an air of warmth. She was unsure why, but it felt as though she could perceive the warmth radiating from him. Was it indeed late autumn? Uncle Hua, Airbao dashed forward, and the butcher promptly lifted him, effortlessly placing him on his left shoulder. Mu Hui glanced at the sky. It was still early. Why had he arrived so soon? Uncle Hua, the Bao greeted the butcher, sharing a bond forged by past encounters. Yet he cast a wary glance at Mu Hui. He was perceptive and understood that his mother preferred they not grow too close to Uncle Hua. How come you're here? Mu Hui felt conflicted about addressing the butcher. She had previously referred to the butcher Lu with respect, yet this man was a different story. Should she call him Brother Hua? She feared he might take advantage of the familiarity. She had deliberately tried to maintain distance, yet he was not reciprocating. Now that he was here, she could do little but remain silent and offer a greeting. I entrusted the butcher with the meat, curious to see how things would unfold. Have you purchased any books? This morning, Mu Hui mentioned taking the children out to buy books, intending to teach them some characters, far more productive than idly playing every day. She also wished to buy an abacus to teach the Bao mental arithmetic, aspiring for him to eventually run his own shop. The butcher, however, felt unwell all day. He believed he had communicated his preparations to Mu Hui, wondering why she had not trusted him. When he visited the meat shop, a patron inquired about the whereabouts of Dabao and Airbao. Dabao, being obedient, and Airbao, being clever, genuinely enjoyed assisting the butcher in selling meat, which was the true reason for their delight. In truth, few harbor dark motives to speculate about others. Everyone is aware of Mu Hui's diligent work ethic, and none would genuinely believe that the reputable Mu Hui would engage in anything untoward with the butcher. Naturally, should anyone wish to voice their opinions, they would not defend Mu Hui. Instead, they would simply listen quietly. The more gossipy among them might even exacerbate the situation, a common human tendency that is inescapable. As the butcher's thoughts grew increasingly sour, he lost the desire to sell, instructing someone to find a restaurant to collect the meat before coming over himself. Perhaps in his haste and irritation, he radiated a palpable heat. There were scarcely any books suitable for children, which left Mu Hui feeling somewhat regretful. Oh, then, let us procure the abacus, he declared, lifting Dabao into his arms. Uncle Hua, we can go by ourselves. You carry on with your business. Mu Hui felt somewhat speechless. Was this an attempt to compel her to utter harsh words? I am fine, the butcher asserted, as if it were a matter of course. Well, we are merely neighbors. I can handle these matters myself. Mu Hui found herself at a loss, her smile fading as she clapped her hands for the two children. Dabao promptly nudged the butcher, eager to descend. Even Airbao, though a bit mischievous, understood he ought not to do anything that would upset his mother, and hurriedly patted the butcher's head, wishing to get down as well. The butcher appeared somewhat taken aback. Numbly releasing Airbao, Mu Hui felt a twinge of compassion, but nonetheless bowed to him and led the children away. Although her voice was not loud, this was, after all, the street, and there were always those eager for gossip, their curiosity ablaze. Thus, one might ponder, was all of this merely the butcher's one-sided sentiment? The small town was not vast, and soon the whispers spread through every alley and street, filling Mu Hui with a sense of guilt. She recognized her misstep. Fully aware that the butcher was a kind-hearted individual, she regretted not communicating properly in private, instead placing him in an awkward position before the eyes of onlookers, an act unbecoming of her character. Indeed, Mu Hui did not perceive the butcher's actions as stemming from any affection for her. She genuinely believed that he was not so duplicitous and that his deeds arose purely from a compassionate heart. It was precisely this understanding that made her feel profound sorrow and guilt, for she felt she had let down a good person. Travelogue of Rizhao. This chapter was penned in a quaint inn in Rizhao. After marriage, my classmates have embraced the roles of home, children, husbands, and careers. Even when they embark on journeys, they must wait for the children's holidays, with everything revolving around the little ones. Thus, 2 decades post-graduation, None have truly managed to set aside their responsibilities for a moment of leisure. This trip marks our first venture together. A sudden realization among a few close friends that we had never traveled solely as a quartet. Yet, I confess to feeling a certain inner conflict. Many friendships have waned after a single trip, as travel often unveils numerous truths. And now that we find ourselves in the midst of middle age, our personalities have solidified. No one wishes to compromise any longer. However, over these past few days, our camaraderie has flourished, bringing us immense joy. We have discovered that our temperaments harmonize wonderfully. Each of us possesses a gentle disposition. Even with our unique traits, there's a remarkable tolerance among us, a willingness to accommodate one another, which has rendered our time together exceptionally comfortable. We have indulged in delightful meals, reclined on beach chairs by the sea, remaining still as we engage with our phones, taking selfies, and editing our photos before sharing them with one another, all the while laughing joyously. I can only imagine the bewilderment of other tourists witnessing four middle-aged women by the shore, not venturing into the water, but instead basking in the sun, savoring the sea breeze, and capturing photographs to attest to our seaside presence. Yet, I genuinely cherish this attitude towards life. We are here to unwind, seeking merely a few days of languid living. Chapter 43. Mu Hui felt a twinge of concern that the butcher, Hua, might be displeased and not return for lunch. However, as midday arrived, her preparations were complete, and Hua returned. In the courtyard, she set a table and arranged the dishes, placing a large clay pot atop a small charcoal stove, simmering a delectable stew made with slices of meat, tofu, and napa cabbage. She had also added some of her homemade fish sauce for seasoning. To prevent the food from cooling while eating outdoors, she had thoughtfully prepared the charcoal stove, ensuring the pot remained warm and bubbling, filling the air with an enticing aroma. A small bamboo basket held some corn cakes, serving as the staple of the meal. Of course, Mu Hui's corn cakes were a refined version, predominantly made from white flour with a touch of yellow soybean powder, resulting in a texture and taste far superior to the ordinary fare found elsewhere. Despite the inviting atmosphere, Mu Hui chose to refrain from conversation. She had made her intentions clear and did not wish to appear overly clingy, seemingly giving others a chance. With the meal set, she retreated indoors. The room was warmed by the heated Kong, allowing them to forego placing the stew on the stove. However, their appetites were considerably smaller, so they shared a single bowl of soup, the aroma wafting enticingly. At this moment, De Bao and Air Bao appeared somewhat distracted, amusing Xiao Bao, who giggled blissfully. While they seemed less engaged, their demeanor somewhat perfunctory. "Come to eat," Mu Hui called, though she hesitated to believe that the children had developed an attachment to Hua. Nevertheless, he treated them kindly, and perhaps in their young hearts, Hua had assumed a paternal role. Even when their father was alive, it was unlikely he could have matched Hua's affection, lifting them onto his shoulders and taking them to work or play. Though the time spent together might have been brief, it was undoubtedly significant for the children, especially the boys. "This afternoon, let us forego our nap. It's chilly, and we ought to burn some paper for your father and take him a warm garment," Mu Hui suddenly declared, as she served the children more food. De Bao and Air Bao paused, recalling their visits during the Ulambana festival and their father's memorial. Yet, they were puzzled. What relevance did this have in October? Regardless, they accepted their mother's words without question, nodding in agreement and returning to their meal. Mu Hui recognized that this would lead them to witness the coffin of a man who, in truth, held little significance for them. Was this truly their father? Nonetheless, she believed that taking action was better than doing nothing. "Should we purchase a plot of land and have your father buried outside the city? At least he would find peace in the earth, and we could visit him without the need for borrowing a cart from Grandma Tang." Mu Hui inquired further. "Do we have the money?" Air Bao propped his head on his hand, his sensitivity to financial matters rivaling only his love for food. Zhao Bao, Du, was attuned to the topic, though he concealed his thoughts. "I do have the funds. I had always intended to wait until you grew older to return your father's remains to his homeland, to let him rest where he belonged. However, reflecting on it now, it seems less meaningful. What do you think?" Mu Hui spoke candidly, believing that the late scholar's wish was to return home in grandeur. Even if he could not do so himself, perhaps the children could achieve it instead. However, as I reflect upon the future, awaiting the arrival of my eldest and second child, it remains uncertain how many years may pass. Perhaps it would be prudent to secure a suitable place now, allowing my eldest, when he possesses the means, to return in glory to his ancestral home. Although my second child is merely 2 years younger than my eldest, he is still regarded as the older brother. My eldest, in a moment of contemplation, scratched his head and, after much deliberation, declared, "I will heed my mother's wishes. Following the new year, I shall arrange for an auspicious date to conduct a proper memorial service, thus granting your father the peace of eternal rest." Murino did, signifying her agreement. She conferred with her children, not merely out of politeness, but with the understanding that they still cherished the memory of Scholar Jean. Acknowledging this, she recognized the necessity of obtaining their consent and understanding for many matters. Indeed, her desire to inter Scholar Jean was driven by her own selfish motives. If she were to purchase a small plot of land, news of her ability to afford a resting place for her late husband would undoubtedly circulate throughout the streets. After some time, when the butcher had vacated, she could find an excuse to seek out a secluded abode for herself, free from the scrutiny of others. After the meal, she instructed her eldest to entertain his younger brother while she stepped outside to wash the dishes, only to find that the butcher had finished his meal but remained seated in the courtyard. Silently, she began to gather the dishes, preparing to return to her task, when the butcher unexpectedly assisted her by moving the small stove. "No need, I'm merely shifting the fire," she replied. Noticing the charcoal embers had not yet burned out, she contemplated whether to utilize them for heating water, as the stove could still be used once sealed. The butcher, nonetheless, placed the small charcoal stove at the kitchen door, leaving her to carry it inside. This little kitchen, a dimly lit annex added later, had a small window at the back, rendering it rather dark. After Mu Hui's arrival, she gradually purchased yellow paper to brighten the walls, though months had passed, and the paper had faded to a deeper hue of yellow, casting the space into further gloom. She first tended to the fire before ladling out hot water to wash the dishes, executing her task with great care and artistry. Beautiful women seemed to radiate grace in all endeavors. Mu Hui, in her natural beauty, appeared almost ethereal under the soft glow of the oil lamp, her presence enveloped in a warm, serene veil. Yet, within the confines of this small, dim room, her solitude and plight became even more pronounced. "Are there whispers circulating?" the butcher inquired with a low hum. "As a father, I must consider my children. It would be too late if rumors began to spread." Mu Hui exhaled, feeling a genuine sense of relief. She believed that as long as dialogue remained open, there was hope for salvation. The butcher understood and recognized that the absence of such discourse now did not preclude its emergence in the future. Thus, she resolved to prevent any further gossip. He quietly retreated to the eastern room. In the afternoon, Mu Hui inquired with Aunt Tang about renting an ox cart to offer paper offerings for Scholar Jean, also informing the vigil keeper that she was nearing her financial goal and would soon be able to relocate Zhang from the communal graveyard to a small resting place on the outskirts of Tong County. While this was ostensibly for the vigil keeper's ears, she believed that the driver, Akai, had undoubtedly overheard her intentions. She would not speak carelessly, yet she would confide in Aunt Tang. Although Aunt Tang also refrains from idle chatter, she would undoubtedly come to inquire about her. At that moment, she could conveniently ask for her assistance in selecting a suitable location, thus rendering everything quite natural. In truth, visits to Scholar Jean were not infrequent. They had come during the Qingming Festival in April and during the Hungry Ghost Festival in July. In August, on Scholar Zhang's birthday, she had taken the children to pay their respects, presenting offerings with utmost sincerity. As a pretender to motherhood, she had fulfilled her duties without hesitation. Presently, she harbored no particular expectations from Scholar Jean. If he truly possessed any spirit, she fervently wished for his blessings to raise her children smoothly, allowing little Bao to lead a life of quiet ordinariness. Chapter 44, silently accompanying the children as they crafted gold ingots. She cradled the little one in her arms and gently guided his small hands to perform a few respectful bows before Scholar Zhang's coffin. Although she did not prompt the child to call him father, A sudden thought of Zai crossed her mind, and she wondered where her remains lay. Would the little one ever have the chance to visit her grave? Quinong, rest assured, your husband in the heavens will understand your sentiments. Ah, Kai softly consoled. Having heard of the morning's events, Mu Hui smiled faintly, sighed lightly, and tenderly stroked the head of her eldest. Let us bow to your father, and then we shall return. With solemnity, De Bao and Heir Bao knelt on the mat, earnestly bowing their heads to Scholar Zhang before rising obediently. Mu Hui quietly gathered their belongings, distributing the sacrificial offerings to the vigil keepers, along with a small bottle of wine. The vigil keepers no longer felt the need to be polite with Mu Hui, yet they received the offerings with both hands. You're always so courteous, they remarked. It is only right. Your presence provides him companionship, alleviating his solitude. Mu Hui sighed softly. This place, a mortuary, was only marginally better than a mass grave. The coffins here often lay undisturbed for years, with no visitors to pay their respects, let alone to relocate them. Thus, the only caretaker for these wandering souls was this vigil keeper. She felt her efforts were woefully inadequate. Upon returning to town and expressing her gratitude to Akai, she arrived home, where a heavy atmosphere enveloped everyone. The Bao and Heir Bao appeared dispirited. When they encountered the butcher, Heir Bao merely greeted him before retreating indoors. Only the youngest, Xiao Bao, had the heart to greet the butcher. Peeking out from behind Mu Hui, he vigorously waved his head, his hands bound, unable to reach out, left only to shake his head in frustration. Shall I hold him? The butcher gently inquired, patting the little one's soft head. Why do you not put a hat on him? He has no hair. He is due for milk, Mu Hui replied, stepping back and moving aside. Do we not agree on this at noon? Why must it be this way? Mu Hui felt a twinge of frustration. Returning indoors, she unfastened Xiao Bao and fetched warm milk, quietly feeding him. Now able to sit in a high chair, he still bounced excitedly, patting the front panel of his seat while pointing outside. Clearly, he was upset for not having been able to greet the butcher. Mu Hui lightly tapped him, prompting him to sit still, though when the wooden spoon neared his mouth, he hesitated to open it. However, his chubby hands were busy rubbing his round cheeks, contorting his little face in the process. This was his way of expressing dissatisfaction, and indeed, Heir Bao chuckled at his antics. De Bao gently patted his little hands, urging him not to torment his own chubby face as drool began to spill. Yet, in Mu Hui's eyes, their actions held little significance. She remained focused on feeding the goats milk. Finally, when the milk was finished, she poured each of them a bowl. Drink this first. I shall prepare dinner shortly. Just something simple, De Bao remarked, feeling fatigued, while carrying Xiao Bao must have been even more exhausting. Mu Hui genuinely felt that De Bao was a considerate son and affectionately patted him before heading to the kitchen. She truly did not purchase any groceries today. Early in the morning, she ventured out to buy books and an abacus for her children. After having lunch, she visited the columbarium, accomplishing nothing throughout the day. Observing her kitchen, she noted her aversion to wilted vegetables. Thus, she endeavored to make the most of what little she had. Now, all she could do was stare vacantly into her kitchen. The stew she prepared for lunch was a result of her depleted supplies. Now, even the thought of making stew again did not entice her. Upon further inspection, her kitchen was stocked only with pickled vegetables, preserved condiments, and a modest quantity of rice and flour. Ultimately, she decided to make sauerkraut pancakes, finally shredding the perfectly soaked cabbage, mixing it into the batter, and seasoning it accordingly. Each of her 3 family members could satisfy their hunger with just 5 pancakes. She made 6 for the butcher, also preparing a spicy soup for him, as it merely required flour and spices. She first took the children's portion back to their room, then knocked on the butcher's door, announcing, "Your meal is on the stove." Upon delivering her message, she deliberately walked back to her northern room and closed the door behind her. In truth, everyone was quite fatigued and their appetites were waning. The sauerkraut pancakes were just a thing to whet their appetite. The 2 children each devoured 2 pancakes, while she limited herself to 1, sipping a bowl of sheep's milk infused with tea leaves, which greatly improved her spirits. Observing them eat, the youngest child grew frustrated, banging on the small board in front of him to express his displeasure. The second child reached out to touch him, flashing a bright smile and tapping his spoon to indicate his teeth, contrasting with the fact that the youngest had none. Demonstrating, he took a bite, showcasing his teeth once more. Enraged, the youngest retaliated by tapping the second child's head. Naturally, after the act, he was reprimanded by Mu Hui, who enforced a rule that he must not strike his brother. The youngest pouted, on the verge of tears, but the eldest gently kissed him, prompting the youngest to stifle a sob. The eldest tenderly stroked the fine hair of the youngest, and he felt much comforted. Having finished her meal, Mu Hui cradled the youngest child, who had been by her side since birth. Today, upon seeing the coffin of Scholar Zhang, she was reminded of midnight. Now, gazing at her chubby little one, she felt a surge of emotion. Gently embracing him, she rocked him softly in her arms. In the afternoon, they all ventured out, with the youngest nestled on her back, missing his morning nap. Now, as she swayed him, she hoped he might fall asleep sooner. The youngest clearly relished Mu Hui's affection, thus refraining from throwing a tantrum, resting his little face against her bosom as he began to blow bubbles. Indeed, accustomed to adversity, he was adept at adjusting his mood. The eldest and second children merely glanced up before returning to their meal, their spirits somewhat dimmed. Thus, for their mother, it seemed the youngest was the most significant of all. For instance, during our time in Rizhao and Qingdao, we reached a consensus that the chefs in both locales were lacking. The male proprietor of the small inn we stayed at in Rizhao was a certified chef. The seafood we cooked back at the inn was quite palatable. However, when we dined at a street-side eatery, the experience could only be described as a waste of ingredients. In the subsequent meals, we once again purchased seafood for our esteemed chef to prepare. However, to speak candidly, although his culinary skills surpass those of a typical roadside stall, they still fall significantly short of our expectations. This sentiment was further amplified during our visit to Qingdao, where we failed to find a single establishment that met our discerning tastes. At the renowned Pichaiyuan, even the sight of grilled squid was enough to induce a sense of nausea. As for the rest, is there anything else? My close friends lamented that life felt tragically ironic, as even the grilled squid failed to measure up to that of Wuhan. Chapter 45. Southern steam buns. From the following day, Mu Hui began to dedicate half a day to teaching Dabao mental arithmetic, while instructing Erbao to recite the three-character classic. Rather than focusing on recognizing characters, her approach resembled that of reciting poetry, moving her head gently as she spoke. Dabao also participated, albeit by reading the characters aloud, showcasing a disparity in their progress. Mu Hui's expectations for Erbao were simply to memorize the verses, while for Dabao, the emphasis lay on recognition, understanding the characters themselves. Little Bao sat in a chair by the Kong, glancing left and right, making sounds of curiosity. Yet it remained unclear what she was expressing. Mu Hui chose to ignore her, as she genuinely felt the weight of raising 3 children as a woman was an arduous task. Initially, she believed that providing for their basic needs would suffice, but now, she found herself grappling with the notion of nurturing them into a brighter future. This endeavor involved not only ensuring they were well-fed and clothed, but also safeguarding her reputation, necessitating a careful approach to her actions to prevent any potential resentment from her children in the future. Moreover, with Lil Bao in tow, she had to navigate her responsibilities discreetly, which proved to be exceedingly challenging. From that day forward, Mu Hui embarked on a hectic routine of teaching her children while managing household chores. She also needed to consider her grocery shopping, acquiring meat or offal from the butcher early each morning. However, the household could not subsist solely on meat. The children required vegetables, fish, and eggs as well. She sincerely felt that since the butcher had joined their household, the quality of their meals had dramatically declined. The butcher consumed an excessive amount, and what once sufficed for a 3-dish meal now barely allowed for 2. When purchasing groceries, she had to contemplate the butcher's appetite, selecting items that would satiate him, which led to a monotonous diet. The previous elegance she sought for her children's meals had diminished. They had once enjoyed meals served on dainty plates, often wiping their hands with damp cloths. Now, after the butcher used her basin for his meals, the children's standards for utensils had evidently shifted towards a more unrefined approach. Despite this, her grocery purchases remained substantial, and she found herself increasingly inclined to buy items that could be stored, allowing her to shop every few days. In doing so, She found herself disdaining her own situation, realizing that one day she too might succumb to a mundane routine due to time constraints. However, upon reflection, she recognized that she had indeed transformed into a housewife. The previous days of merely playing house were behind her. Rather than obsessing over the latest culinary trends and disregarding costs to create the most delectable dishes, her focus had shifted to maximizing limited time to produce the most nutritious and economical meals, ensuring that her two younger children and herself were well fed, while also finding ways to earn some income. Though these matters seemed trivial, Mu-hui felt a growing preoccupation with the butcher. She found herself considering his preferences and gradually tolerating some of his habits. Even the behavior she once found most objectionable, his use of her basin for meals, had become something she could overlook. Was this merely a result of guilt? Since that day, the butcher of flowers truly began to keep his distance from them, no longer spouting nonsensical remarks about their treasures as he once did. He certainly ceased the absurdity of squatting beneath their window to eat. However, despite this newfound distance, rumors continued to circulate. Whispers of ulterior motives emerged, suggesting that such behaviors were indicative of hidden truths. Living in the same courtyard and sharing meals from the same pot inevitably breeds speculation. The more one attempts to feign ignorance, the more scrutiny one invites. It is akin to the modern media. Interpretations abound, and the veracity of claims holds little importance. One day, as Aunt Lou stepped out to gather her laundry, she stumbled by the well and fell, knocking out two of her front teeth and leaving her mouth bloodied. With no funds to repair her smile, she was unable to venture outside for some time. Yet, Mu-hui, possessing a kind heart, took it upon herself to prepare congee for Aunt Lou for several days. Everyone witnessed the accident, though the exact circumstances remained unclear. Mu-hui harbored grave suspicions that the flower butcher might have been involved, but she refrained from inquiring. What purpose would it serve? Perhaps it was best for everyone to simply live in peace. Eventually, the Liu butcher's family relocated, and the flower butcher followed suit. Nevertheless, he reached an agreement with Mu-hui to continue dining with them thrice daily, albeit with the understanding that he would leave promptly after his meal. Having previously resided there, it was no trouble for him. Aunt Tang's east room had also been rented out again, preventing the flower butcher from dining there. Eating outdoors during the harsh winter was unfeasible, so he was permitted inside to partake in his meals. Naturally, he was restricted to the main room, which was equipped with a square table and large chairs. Though the children found it less comfortable, they could at least learn some decorum, so Mu-hui let it be. However, the most troublesome issue arose with Xiao Bao. Previously, he would place his small chair on the heated bed, allowing him to be on the same level as everyone else and engage in lighthearted banter. Now, in the main room, where could he possibly position his chair? If placed on the floor, he would have to look up at everyone, a rather disheartening sight. Dabao sat high upon a large chair, uncomfortably straightening his back and extending his arms to reach his food, as if his life had taken a tragic turn. Meanwhile, Xiao Bao, pitifully craning his neck to observe them, evoked a shared sense of tragedy among them all. Mother, Xiao Bao is so unfortunate. Dabao resolved to speak on Xiao Bao's behalf. Shall I carry him? Mu-hui also felt a pang of sympathy. But they could hardly allow the flower butcher to eat at their heated bed, could they? As the final dish was served, it became evident that they no longer used bowls but rather large basins, a sight that filled Mu-hui with despair as she felt herself slipping into the role of the cafeteria lady. Today's steamed buns smelled delightful. The Bao eagerly changed the subject, having just brought forth a large basin of fluffy, steaming buns that looked utterly appetizing. Ah, the southern style? Creamy buns that are particularly soft. Mu-hui chuckled, sitting down and picking up her chopsticks to serve herself. Time to eat. Mother is eating, and Uncle Hua is eating. The Bao and Air Bao had now grown accustomed to calling out together, "Let us eat." The butcher nodded, reaching out to grasp a bun, which then vanished from sight. Upon reaching again, the once plump and white bun was crushed into a ball by his large hand, now reduced to the size of a small child's chubby hand. The Bao and Air Bao craned their necks to take a look, then turned their gaze to Mu-hui. "I told you, this is how buns are made in the South." Mu-hui felt a mix of embarrassment and indignation. Was it necessary to expose her inability to make traditional sourdough buns? Chapter 46. The worthless one, are you planning to relocate your husband's grave? Ever since the butcher dined with them, their relationship has somewhat thawed. He now resides on another street, in the grand residence of the former Liu family. As he traverses the neighborhood daily, no one is inclined to indulge in idle speculation. The atmosphere has grown more relaxed, allowing for casual conversation. For instance, even in the depths of winter, with thick curtains hanging at the door, it remains unlatched, permitting anyone to enter the hall and witness their interactions. It is about establishing a grave. Mu Hui corrected him, emphasizing the distinction between relocating and establishing a resting place. Oh, do you need assistance? My husband knows someone skilled in geomancy. Perhaps he could help find a suitable site? The butcher casually remarked. Really? Mu Hui found some belief in this. Although her options are limited, she wished to secure a proper resting place for Scholar Zhang within those constraints. Even if the location were not ideal, they could arrange some form of protection, ensuring it would not bring misfortune to Dabao and Airbao. Alas, within their circle, superstition was pervasive, and she too had succumbed to its influence. Of course it is true. The butcher felt a twinge of annoyance. Was he truly so unreliable? Generally, what he proposed was feasible. Will it be expensive? I do not have much to pay a geomancer. Mu Hui preemptively stated that a reputable geomancer could be quite costly, sometimes even more than purchasing land, and she could not afford to make such a misguided investment. The one I hire will not be expensive. Just prepare a meal to entertain them. A few side dishes, no need for a large portion. The standard serving from a restaurant would suffice. Over time, the butcher had come to understand Mu Hui's nature. She did not wish to take advantage of others, yet she was not one to suffer losses either. Thus it was best to speak plainly. The butcher appreciated this mutual understanding. It made their exchanges straightforward and devoid of fatigue. By the way, will you return home for the new year? Mu Hui recalled a pressing matter. What homecoming? The butcher genuinely did not comprehend Mu Hui's train of thought. How had the conversation shifted from geomancers to the new year? I plan to invite someone to perform a ritual after the new year, to ensure their father rests in peace. Therefore, I must discreetly secure a burial site before the holiday. If you're returning home for the new year, should I postpone my plans? Initially, Mu Hui intended to merely purchase a burial plot for Scholar Zhang, but upon hearing the possibility of hiring a geomancer, her thoughts became more animated. She certainly wished to execute this properly. She pondered whether to delay for others. Where would I go? My husband will come looking for me. Just prepare an extra pair of chopsticks. He does not eat as much as I do, but he is far more bothersome. I will compensate you for the inconvenience. Please do not take offense. The butcher felt a wave of frustration, stuffing an entire bun into his mouth, unsure whether to be annoyed with Mu Hui or that bothersome old man. As their familiarity grew, the butcher occasionally mentioned their old man. Yet he only referred to him as our old man, never clarifying whose he was. At times, Mu Hui instinctively felt that the old man might be the father of the butcher, yet the more she interacted with him, the more she seemed to doubt this notion. She was deeply aware that this was an enigma she could not unravel. Nonetheless, their reunion was of no concern to her. She felt a twinge of annoyance. Uncle, you cannot join us for the New Year's Eve dinner, Mu Hui stated earnestly as she set down her chopsticks. She truly did not consider him part of her family's celebration. Such customs did not exist in her world. Is that so? The butcher was genuinely taken aback, questioning her with surprise. Indeed, Mu Hui affirmed with certainty. The New Year's Eve dinner is the most significant meal for the Chinese, steeped in tradition. In many regions, married daughters are not permitted to return to their parental homes on New Year's Eve. When one speaks of a family gathered together, it refers specifically to those sharing the same surname. What would it mean for the butcher and his father to dine at her home on this occasion? Would it not stir the already settled rumors anew? What will we eat then? Aren't all the restaurants closed? The butcher, feeling frustrated, lamented that being denied food on New Year's Eve left him and the old man without sustenance. Prior to that, I can prepare a few dishes for you to take home and heat up, Mu Hui suggested, displaying understanding but remaining resolute in her refusal to compromise. Who will heat them? The butcher retorted. Perhaps you should hire a capable young girl to assist with simple household chores. The Liu family's residence is quite spacious. Someone must maintain it. You could pay her extra to come here daily to collect semi-prepared meals. This way, You and T need to visit for dinner every day. Mu Hui had indeed made a valid point. It occurred to her that while he could manage his own meals, he still washed his clothes himself. Since he was doing well enough, he might as well make his life a bit more comfortable. Right? I will ask the old man to bring Xiao Chong along. The butcher nodded, lost in thought, then returned his focus to his meal. Mu Hui, too, refrained from inquiring further about Xiao Chong. As long as he had a plan that did not trouble her, that sufficed. However, Mu Hui's steamed buns were not particularly filling, and soon the entire bowl was devoured. The butcher, still feeling unsatisfied, stared blankly at the empty bowl, then turned to the Bao. Did you eat enough? The Bao pondered seriously. He had consumed 2 buns, which was about his usual portion, yet he felt less full than normal. Not wanting to admit his hunger, he hastily sipped some soup, believing it made him feel better, and nodded. I'm full. Full of water. You'll be hungry again soon, the butcher scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at him before turning to Bao. What about you? I had 3. I'm truly full, Bao declared, keen to uphold his reputation as a foodie. Observing how the butcher squished a large bun into a mere morsel, he understood that these buns did not satisfy well. He quickly took 3 for himself, savoring them with the vegetables and soup, genuinely feeling satiated now. Please serve me a bowl of noodles. The butcher directed his gaze at Mu Hui, feeling it unreasonable to spend money yet leave hungry. In truth, Mu Hui had only eaten 1 bun, being a slow eater. She had finished hers only to discover the bowl was now empty. It was she who could have used more food. However, she furrowed her brow in thought. Bao, how many did you have? Bao extended 2 fingers, indicating that he had consumed 2. Mu Hui had just heard Bao mention that he had eaten 3. Consequently, the 3 of them had collectively eaten 6. This basin contained 3 tiers, with 5 buns in each tier, hence the butcher had consumed 9. Their mother had prepared a total of 15 buns. Can you calculate how many buns Uncle Hua ate? Mu je sois le cuisit hersons. Bao immediately held up 9 fingers, while Bao shouted out directly 9. Well done. Mu Hui, delighted, gently patted her 2 sons and turned her gaze towards the butcher. The butcher remained silent, pouring himself a bowl of soup and drinking it. What a world it is, spending money on meals, yet having to gauge others' expressions. Yet, he was still puzzled. Had he truly eaten 9? Chapter 47. The Hua family, there were leftovers from the meal, but Mu Hui did not support the idea of leftover food. Hence, Hua the butcher developed the habit of quickly finishing his meal and ensuring that every last morsel was consumed. Once all the dishes were cleared, he felt as if he had eaten his fill again, so he said nothing. Wiping his mouth with his sleeve, he prepared to leave when he caught sight of Xiao Bao drooling, mimicking his actions by wiping his mouth with his own sleeve. However, being so small, his sleeve inadvertently smeared across his nose, which amused Hua the butcher greatly. Mu Hui witnessed this spectacle, while she could turn a blind eye to Hua's antics. Seeing her son behave thus was a sight she found painfully hard to bear. De Bao and Bao also observed the scene, suppressing laughter. Zhao Bao, being the more responsible one, quickly jumped down from his stool and used a small cloth from Xiao Bao's chest to wipe his mouth, gently saying, Xiao Bao, be good. You must use a cloth to clean your mouth. A good baby loves to be clean and tidy. Xiao Bao, understanding the words, was delighted but, in his joy, opened his mouth wide, causing more drool to escape. Look at this. It's so difficult to teach good habits, yet bad ones are learned in an instant. Mu Hui promptly addressed Bao, seizing the opportunity for a little education, for she never overlooked such moments. Rest assured, I won tea, Bao immediately promised, promptly distancing himself from Hua the butcher. Feeling a loss of face, Hua the butcher left in a huff. At this moment, Mu Hui began to understand the man. He was not easily angered. He simply felt embarrassed, and by breakfast the next day, he would have forgotten all about it. She would prepare his favorite rice cakes then. Before the new year, a frail old man indeed arrived, and he was not a Hua but a Song. Are you the daughter-in-law of the Zhang family? The old man, Mr. Song, seemed to have a pleasant demeanor and was quite courteous upon seeing Mu Hui, extending his hand to offer her a small pouch as a greeting gift, a trinket of little significance. Mu Hui was taken aback for a moment, recognizing the shape of the object within the pouch, which she knew contained a bracelet. Since it was enclosed in soft silk, it could only be gold or silver. Such a gift was inappropriate given her status as a widow providing meals for others. You are too kind. I cannot accept this, Mu Hui replied, bowing slightly without extending her hand. Enduring the burden of feeding this glutton, you have truly suffered. The old man lamented, as if he were on the verge of tears, conveying a sense of heartfelt sorrow. After speaking, he tossed the pouch towards her, and at that angle, Mu Hui had no choice but to catch it. At that moment, she gazed deeply at Mr. Song. He could no longer be considered merely skilled, but rather a master in his own right. Mu Hui was not one to be petty. She accepted the gift, realizing there was no turning back. Who looks after whom? Meanwhile, Hua the butcher was still agitated. Humph. He scoffed, pushing aside the old man. Dabao's mother, this is Xiao Chong, who used to work with me. He is quite capable. Later, you can teach him how to heat the food. From now on, he will assist me. If you need anything, just call on him. Hello, sister-in-law. Xiao Chong quickly approached Mu Hui, bowing respectfully. Just call me Zhang Sa, she replied. Mu Hui felt a sense of discomfort as she heard him address her as sister-in-law. Xiao Chong appeared slightly older than Kai. However, judging by his physique and demeanor, it was evident he was not a child from a humble family like Kai. She couldn't help but cast another glance at the three of them. The butcher, Hua, remained true to his nature, but both Old Song and Xiao Chong bore a striking resemblance to the characters from martial arts novels, evoking the essence of wandering heroes. Could it be that Aunt Lu was correct? Was this man a retired bandit, eccentric in nature, who had taken to selling meat? Much like the character Zheng Guanxi from Water Margin, who outwardly was a butcher, yet secretly led a gang of thugs. What are you looking at? Hua the butcher discerned Mu Hui's bewilderment and called out to her, though he did not expect her to respond. After spending time together, she had grown accustomed to their interactions. If he was in a good mood, he might offer a reply or two to her inquiries, but if his mood soured, he wouldn't even spare her a glance. He was quite adept at entertaining himself. Dabao, Erbao, come out. The old man has gifts. Dabao and Erbao, who had been hiding behind the curtain, felt a bit bashful, but quickly rushed out upon hearing Hua the butcher's call. You should address him as Grandpa Song and Uncle Chong. Mu Hui hurriedly corrected them. What do you mean by old man? That sounds inappropriate. Grandpa Song, Uncle Chong. Dabao and Erbao responded in unison, bowing to the two men in a show of respect. Perhaps I should have sought a wife back in the day. If that brat had a mother, would he be so unruly? Old Song inquired, glancing sideways at Xiao Chong. Xiao Chong took a large step back, diverting his gaze to the elm tree, which appeared quite robust and would undoubtedly yield plenty of elm money in spring. His actions clearly indicated that he had heard nothing and knew nothing. Looking for a wife? You must be able to find one. While the butcher let out a scoff, expressing his utter disdain. How can I not find one? Back then, Old Song was about to protest, as if preparing for a confrontation with Hua in the courtyard. Enough, enough. The children are waiting for their gifts. Hua the butcher interjected, promptly retrieving the pouches from his sleeves, one for each child, with an additional one for Xiao Bao. You'll give these to your mother this evening. Save them for your future education. Without needing to look or ask, it was clear that the pouches contained silver. This made Mu Hui feel a bit embarrassed. It seemed excessive to present such a sum right away. Uncle Song, this seems inappropriate. These are not for you. While the butcher insisted, just accept them. He has plenty of money, and if I don't help him spend it, he wants to be able to. Can you eat now? While the butcher remarked, casting a glance at Xiao Chong. You need to help your sister-in-law learn to reheat the food. When the new year comes, we'll be counting on you. Xiao Chong readily agreed, showing no sign of displeasure. Mu Hui had grown weary of engaging with this self-absorbed individual, so she promptly headed into the kitchen, instructing Dabao to lead the others into the north room. What could Xiao Chong possibly assist with? Merely bringing the prepared dishes to the table. She had received prior notice and thus prepared 6 dishes and a soup, all in standard quantities, but had made over a dozen layers of pancakes. Sister-in-law, is there no wine? After Xiao Chong made 2 trips, he turned to Mu Hui, who was staring wide-eyed at him. He hurriedly explained that Boss Hua could not eat without alcohol. Now he had decided to abstain. Mu Hui waved her hand and handed him a bowl of bean sprout soup. It was a truly pure broth, made solely with a hint of salt, so clear it could be mistaken for water. Xiao Chong looked at the soup, shrugged his shoulders, and carried the bowl outside. Mu Hui suddenly realized that she had nothing to do, so she entered the house empty-handed. Chapter 48. The troublesome woman Old Song was playing with little Bao in the main hall, and it seemed the old man truly cherished children, as he was clearly delighted while holding little Bao. However, it would have been preferable if he refrained from tossing the child into the air. Evidently, the first person to throw a child skyward was inspired by this gentleman. Fortunately, this man had far more control, gently tossing and catching the child. Such playful antics can actually benefit a child's future character, fostering resilience, a fact endorsed by experts. However, precision is essential. Typically, both parents should participate using a blanket for tossing and catching, significantly enhancing safety. Just moments ago, Mu Hui had already discerned the old man's remarkable skill, and now, as she observed the rhythmic motions of little Bao amidst the throws, she felt a sense of ease that contrasted sharply with her earlier trepidation during the butcher's antics. Little Bao was laughing joyously, his glee resonating even outside. The old man beamed, his face lit up with delight, sharing in the laughter. Yet, there were others who harbored concerns, such as the watchful Bao, who furrowed his brow and anxiously monitored Old Song, his small hands reaching out only to retract. He dared not voice his worries, darting about in a flurry, likely the busiest one in the room. The butcher, meanwhile, cradled Bao, seated at the left side of the square table, offering critiques on the dishes laid out before them, entirely oblivious to Old Song's playful throws. Fortunately, they were all quite familiar with Mu Hui. They dared only to observe, refraining from pilfering any food. Upon entering, Mu Hui directed everyone to take their seats, naturally positioning Old Song at the head of the table. The butcher remained firmly in his place, likely having no intention of moving once he settled. Xiao Chong obediently took a seat at the lower end, but Mu Hui instructed him to sit to Old Song's right, while she and Bao occupied the lower end. As a guest, it was polite for her to accompany the host at the foot of the table. She understood that Xiao Chong was likely an underling of the butcher, akin to a servant. However, since the butcher had not banished him from the table, he was treated as a guest. Yet this left Xiao Chong so intimidated that he hesitated to sit down. Only after receiving a stern glare from the butcher did he quickly take his seat, though his rear barely touched the edge of the chair. "Is there no wine?" Old Song paid no heed to Xiao Chong's placement. He noted Mu Hui had seated herself. Yet after scanning the table for some time, he realized he had yet to see the item he had been waiting for. Thus, he finally spoke up. "What sort of drinking is there with children present? Come, let us eat." The butcher glanced at Mu Hui and promptly added, helping the old man by serving soup, arranging a small bowl, and then filling a dish with the old man's favorite braised ribs, placing it by the soup. He then retrieved a larger plate, setting a piece of bread on it, and pointed to the largest, coarsest earthen plate at the bottom, saying, "This is for discarding bones." "Is this the custom for dining here?" Old Song inquired softly after casting a glance at Mu Hui. He had noticed several plates of varying sizes beneath the small bowl, each serving a distinct purpose. Consequently, there was no large bowl for serving wine before him. Little Bao, perhaps having understood, nodded along with his brothers, his chubby little face quivering with each movement. Naturally, his pudgy hands were relentless in their pursuit of reaching the table, eager to grasp something. It was evident that Old Song was no ordinary man. Having raised the butcher to such a stature, he was indeed a formidable character. Little Bao nestled in his embrace, eluding any attempts to grasp him. Mu Hui observed the elderly Song struggling to feed little Bao, so she quickly rose to take him into her own arms and retreated to the inner room. It seemed that, with her presence, both Song and Xiao Chong would be utterly bewildered by the array of plates and bowls, so it was best for her to keep her distance. As she played with little Bao, she reflected on the fact that both Song and the butcher were men who reveled in their libations. Since the butcher was sharing meals with them, she had merely provided the food and had not contemplated the matter of alcohol at all. After this period, when the butcher dined with them, he would refrain from drinking in front of the children. Thus, she had never truly thought of him as a man who could not enjoy a feast without drink. The more she observed him, the more she found him to be a commendable character, gentle and kind-hearted. Clumsy he may be, yet such considerate men were indeed rare. Little Bao clearly relished the lively commotion outside, gazing eagerly at the curtain. However, Mu Hui had no intention of joining them. She preferred to play with little Bao in the inner room. Besides, although the sounds outside were intentionally muted, they were noticeably more cheerful than before. Mu Hui did not wish to impose any pressure on others, yet habits are deeply ingrained. Just as she could not dine alongside those who washed their chopsticks in the dishes, she respected others' ways of life, but would not compromise her own. Thus, when the butcher shared a meal with them, she would insist that the Bao and heir Bao adhere to certain rules, leaving it to the butcher to decide whether he would follow suit. As for the elderly Song, she would not impose her expectations on him either, and naturally, she would not feel anger towards him. By keeping her distance, she allowed Song and Xiao Chong to enjoy their culinary delights, which she considered a form of respect. Indeed, the butcher understood Mu Hui well and recognized that she would remain inside. Shortly thereafter, the Bao brought in 2 pieces of pancake and some vegetables, which were manageable for him to carry. If soup were added, he would have struggled. Following closely behind, heir Bao entered carefully with a bowl of soup. Though not full, heir Bao was exceedingly cautious, fearing he might spill it. Yet, this very caution made it all the more likely to wobble. Mu Hui hastily placed little Bao back in the high chair and hurried over to take the soup from him. In truth, Mu Hui was not particularly hungry. Her appetite was modest, and, after spending a considerable amount of time in the kitchen, anyone who lingered there for over an hour would have little desire to eat. Nevertheless, she was filled with joy at what her son had brought in. "Have you eaten?" she asked. "Yes, Grandpa Song loves pancakes." Uncle Hua was afraid he would eat them all, so he saved some for me and my brother, and for Mother too, replied heir Bao, ever eager to speak. "Did you not have any vegetables?" Mu Hui was taken aback. In the north, pancakes are typically enjoyed without any accompanying dishes. A small bowl of millet porridge with some pickled vegetables and a drizzle of sesame oil suffices for a meal. Mu Hui's approach, serving 6 dishes and a soup along with layered pancakes, was more characteristic of southern dining. Pancakes are usually the last to be served, presented only after one has feasted on food and drink. They're often brought out when a meal feels incomplete due to the absence of a staple food. Sharing a piece with each person, accompanied by a light vegetable soup, completes the dining experience. However, most individuals are unable to even afford a mere dime. They merely serve as decoration. She was aware of the butcher's habits, thus she served both the bread and the dishes together. Now, being informed that the bread must be fought over, it renders the 6 dishes she prepared utterly pointless. Chapter 49. Regarding New Year's dishes, they had indeed enjoyed the meal, yet Grandpa Song remarked that such exquisite dishes, without the accompaniment of wine, would be a travesty. Heir Bao immediately interjected, questioning why fine cuisine required fine wine, suggesting that otherwise it would be wasted. While it's true that good food pairs well with good drink, the purpose of wine is to whet the appetite and enhance the flavors of the dishes, rather than to consume wine merely for the sake of eating. That would be the true wastefulness. Mu Hui pondered this notion, acknowledging that they shared similar sentiments. Although heir Bao was still young, she felt it unwise to impart absolutes, such as, "Once you grow up, you may drink." That would be irresponsible. Instead, she preferred to convey to the child that moderation and balance are of utmost importance. "Can I drink too?" Heir Bao's eyes widened with curiosity. "Of course, but not now. Your mind is still developing. If you drink, you might become as foolish as Uncle Hua." "What then?" Mu Hui felt an urge to bang her head against the wall. She thought perhaps she should have simply stated that drinking was inappropriate. Indeed, one ought not to heed the words of experts blindly. Thus, she resolved to express her thoughts in a manner that heir Bao could comprehend. Heir Bao quickly grasped her meaning, nodding earnestly before turning to the Bao. "Brother, we want tea drink." Mu Hui smiled and glanced at the Bao, who seemed indifferent to heir Bao's words, playfully teasing Xiao Bao with a small cloth horse, as though he had not heard their exchange. "The Bao, why are you silent?" Mu Hui disliked the Bao's reticence. Perhaps it stemmed from her genuine affection for them, as if she truly regarded them as her own sons, prompting her to pay them greater attention. The Bao was astute. He learned characters and numbers with remarkable ease. Especially with mental arithmetic, a single lesson sufficed for him to remember the concepts. Furthermore, he could even teach heir Bao, imparting the knowledge flawlessly. As for recognizing characters, Although Dabao was familiar with the words, his writing skills were only passable. Calligraphy requires practice and guidance from a skilled master. However, Mu Hui herself was not proficient in writing large characters, and thus hesitated to instruct him. She refrained from purchasing him brushes and ink, allowing him to practice writing in a sand tray, which would at least prevent difficulties in correcting his form in the future. Yet Dabao struggled with memorizing texts. Currently, his recitation of the three-character classic was outperformed by the illiterate Erbao. She feared it was not that Dabao was incapable of learning, but rather that he harbored an aversion to studying, a subconscious reluctance to engage in learning. What should she do if Dabao refused to study? Surely, she could not allow him to follow the butcher and learn to sell pork. Their father had named them Wen Chong and Wen Jun, evidently hoping they would inherit the family legacy. Erbao's sentiments were well expressed. Dabao maintained his gentle smile. Have you had enough to eat? Mu Hui genuinely felt disheartened. Was this truly acceptable for Dabao? With such temperament, he might find himself unwanted even in a meat market. Yes, I'm full, Dabao replied with a smile, wiping the drool from Xiao Bao's mouth. Mu Hui felt a pang of frustration. She realized that merely attending parenting classes was insufficient. It had taught her how to care for an infant, but had not equipped her with the skills to handle a young child. Well, this was not merely a child, but a toddler. Was there even a nursery program for early childhood education in this era? As the new year approached, Mother prepared sausages and cured meats, planning to fry some traditional New Year dishes the following day. By the way, what would you like to eat for the New Year? Mother will make it as well. Mu Hui resolved to shake off her gloom and turned her attention to her Bao. In truth, she wished to inquire what dishes must be served during the New Year when both parents are present. She hoped to provide her children with at least one dish that would evoke memories of their parents' culinary delights. Indeed, it was quite challenging to recall what must be eaten. The second child propped his head on his hand and turned to Mu Hui, asking Mother, "What do you eat during the New Year?" Mu Hui paused, taken aback. In the southern regions, the variety of New Year dishes is abundant and exquisitely crafted, each requiring meticulous attention to detail and auspicious presentation. However, as she delved into the memories of the 15th daughter, this genuine northern girl found herself lacking in specific New Year dish ideas. Although this was an era unfamiliar to her, the customs from the memories of the 15th daughter closely mirrored those known to her from old Beijing. Dumplings on the first day, noodles on the second, and on the third, a delightful assortment of dishes. The fourth day brings pancakes and scrambled eggs. These are the nursery rhymes of celebrating the new year in old Beijing. Just listening to this reveals that typically, the common folk in old Beijing had rather limited fare for the festivities. The reason for this tradition stems from Mu Hui's recollection of a friend from old Beijing mentioning that one must not wield a knife before the 15th day. Thus, everything intended for the new year must be prepared before the 30th, resulting in limited options for the family over the subsequent days. Of course, there are cultural significances to each dish. They each have their own importance. However, in terms of practical execution, while these dishes exhibit their own unique characteristics, they lack the refined and diverse presentations found in the South. This observation does not refer to the affluent, but rather to the everyday lives of ordinary families like the Duamu household. Currently, Mu Hui is embracing the role of a humble individual, and when it comes to preparing New Year dishes, she's inclined to replicate her previous life's customs, despite their incongruity with her present status. More importantly, achieving such a feat is objectively unattainable. Are there supermarkets available to her? Can she summon friends to airlift the ingredients she desires from distant lands? Thus, she finds herself merely an observer. At this moment, all is well. The eldest child perhaps sensed Mu Hui's predicament and quickly interjected, assuming it was due to her financial constraints. We can still prepare a few dishes. Since we are here, let us adhere to the local customs, and Mother can also prepare a few southern dishes for you. After contemplating, Mu Hui resolved to make this New Year special, as it was her first spring festival since arriving here. She believed that outsiders would not have any objections to presenting a bountiful spread for her children. The second child had already begun to understand the distinctions between northern and southern cuisines. Previously, he had not considered regional differences in food, as he had arrived in the capital while still an infant, residing in the most modest of inns, which lacked any distinctive culinary offerings. His entire perception of gastronomy had been shaped by Mu Hui. Previously, he merely enjoyed the taste, but now he was aspiring to a more sophisticated appreciation of food. Now, upon hearing Mu Hui declare that she would prepare a variety of Northern and Southern New Year dishes, the little one was overjoyed. He had already experienced excitement when the family was curing meat and making sausages, and now his imagination was ignited once more. If only the youngest could partake in the meals. After indulging in his daydreams, the second child glanced at the youngest, whose eyes were wide with longing, filled with regret. The youngest drooled daily, yearning for the flavors he could not yet savor. Mu Hui felt no sorrow for the youngest. In her own childhood, she had the least affinity for the New Year dishes. Why was that? The aroma is indeed delightful at first, yet after several consecutive days of consuming the same dish, it transforms from a fragrant experience into a veritable nightmare. This sentiment resonates across regions. Every locale possesses a relatively fixed repertoire of festive dishes. As the new year approaches, each area has its obligatory culinary offerings. Just as mooncakes are a must during the Mid-Autumn Festival and zongzi are essential for the Dragon Boat Festival, these traditions have become entrenched. Consequently, when visiting different households, the dishes are, in essence, quite similar. Typically, these festive foods are prepared by every family in abundance prior to the new year, and they are seldom made in moderation. Celebrating the new year at home entails consuming these same dishes, and visiting others yields no respite from this culinary repetition. What else could it be but a nightmare? She is utterly convinced that as long as she draws breath, the most detested aspect of a new year for her beloved trio will undoubtedly be the festivities themselves. For during this time, she cannot dispose of the meticulously prepared food. Regardless of the variety presented, the essence of the food remains unchanged. How long can they endure this? The butcher called from outside, prompting Mu Hui to hastily wipe her hands and step out. Have you eaten? She inquired, feeling somewhat disheartened, as if she were merely the proprietress of a restaurant. Yes, we are heading back, he replied. Oh, Xiao Chong will stay behind to wash the dishes. If anything needs doing, let him take care of it. The butcher casually gestured toward Xiao Chong. It seems I truly ought to marry a wife. A woman's cooking is far superior to a man's, Old Song muttered to himself. Anyone can cook better than you, the butcher huffed, tugging at the old man as they prepared to leave. Even if my cooking is not the best, I still raised you, Old Song retorted loudly. Alas, the butcher sighed, glancing at Mu Hui. The old man usually skips breakfast, but you should still prepare some porridge. Porridge is hardly a meal. I want pancakes. The old man seemed incapable of speaking calmly to the butcher. Grandpa Song, we will have pancakes for dinner tonight, and we want to have them again tomorrow morning. Bao explained, tilting his head. Why not? Grandpa Song looked down at Bao. Because only a chef without self-respect would serve the same dish repeatedly. A chef of dignity would never allow the same food to grace their table on consecutive days. Bao earnestly recited Mu Hui's words. So your mother is a chef with self-respect? Grandpa Song grasped the meaning. Absolutely. Bao spread his hands proudly. And what will you eat? And what will I eat? Grandpa Song nodded, inquiring about their meal schedule. Mu Hui fixed her gaze on the butcher, wondering if he had even digested his previous meal before already contemplating tomorrow's. The butcher nodded and pulled Grandpa Song away. In the meantime, Xiao Chong had diligently collected and washed all the dishes. However, he was yet to grasp the intricacies of where Mu Hui preferred the dishes to be placed. Thus, various bowls and plates were piled on the stove, leaving him standing innocently in the kitchen. Well done. Thank you, Xiao Chong. You may head back now. I will take care of the rest myself. Mu Hui felt genuinely touched. After such a long time, it was the first instance someone had assisted her in tidying up and washing dishes. Indeed, she was not omnipotent. She too required help. Is there anything else I can do? Xiao Chong wondered, feeling as though he hadn't done much at all. Nothing more. I'm truly grateful. Mu Hui nodded. She realized she had never expressed such gratitude in her past life to those who helped her, including the devoted nanny who had always cared for her. Now, as everything fell upon her shoulders, she longed for that beloved nanny from years gone by. At that moment, She yearned for the day when she would have her own independent courtyard and could hire a little maid to help care for her children and attend to minor tasks. The next morning's breakfast was simple: pig offal noodles. During the new year, these awful dishes were plentiful, and she happened to be preparing meals for the butcher's family. She had indeed gathered a substantial amount. Most of the offal was marinated and hung under the eaves to dry. A small portion of freshly seasoned marinade was reserved for soup, which, when poured over the noodles, imparted an exquisite flavor. Mu Hui was uncertain of how much they could consume, and thus, she placed the noodles into the earthen bowl typically used by the butcher. She served each of the 3 individuals a bowl of soup. Then what? Did Old Song take his chopsticks and an empty bowl to serve himself? I have rolled out plenty of noodles. Once you finish, I shall cook more. Mu Hui felt increasingly at a loss for words. She subsequently fetched 3 bowls and retreated to her own room, believing that dining with the children would bring her greater joy. Why are you eating in there instead of here? Old Song finally accepted the noodles served by the butcher. You'll learn bad habits from him. The butcher grunted, deftly lifting a large portion of noodles into his mouth with a loud slurp. You'll learn bad habits too, Old Song retorted, mimicking the butcher by also slurping a generous mouthful of noodles. Mu Hui resolved to join them, genuinely concerned that the children might be led astray. She smiled at them before entering the room. The broth was rich and flavorful, and the children ate with delight. Mu Hui's only sense of achievement stemmed from the fact that neither child was picky with their food. It was truly wonderful. Not all children are so accommodating. Fifteen Niang, someone called from outside, forcing Mu Hui to set down her chopsticks and return to the kitchen. The broth had been prepared beforehand, and the noodles were already rolled out. After boiling the noodles and rinsing off the excess starch, she added the piping hot broth and served it. It was another large bowl, though she doubted it would be sufficient. Fifteen Niang, your cooking is simply delicious, Old Song complimented Mu Hui. Thank you, she replied with a smile. As she returned to her room, she suddenly pondered why the butcher, after consuming her meals for such a long time, had never once praised her. Turning back, she asked, Uncle Hua, is it tasty? The butcher was in the midst of eating, his mood sour as he wondered how long he would have to keep consuming bowl after bowl. Frustrated, he glared at the bowl that once belonged to him, feeling even more despondent. At that moment, Mu Hui called out to him, but he was so engrossed that he hadn't heard her. However, during these days, Mu Hui had managed to train him well. He had learned to respond to commands, and he promptly looked up, asking, What is it? Is it good? Mu Hui stood before him, her height nearly level with the seated butcher. He was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by her inquiry. Mu Hui felt she had erred once more. Indeed, there was little point in engaging with such a simpleton, and she turned to leave. What did she mean? The butcher's mind was as tangled as a ball of yarn, utterly lost. So, it seems you won't be finding a wife anytime soon, Old Song remarked, rolling his eyes and returning to his noodles, unwilling to enlighten the butcher about his misunderstanding. Xiao Chong chose to remain silent, unsure why, but instinctively found the situation amusing. This also reinforced the belief that one must be on good terms with their sister-in-law. Naturally, this conviction emerged yesterday. With just her presence, he has already ceased his drinking. It has completely captivated Xiao Chong. Truly remarkable. No one has dared to urge the boss to quit drinking, yet this woman, without any effort, has made it so the boss doesn't even mention it. Moreover, she forbids the elder from bringing it up. Her strength is extraordinary. Now, she can press the boss for answers and then immediately disregard him, all while the boss shows no signs of displeasure. He can only describe his feelings as admiration. Chapter 51. Sweet in the south, salty in the north. In the early morning, noodles were prepared because Mu Hui was truly overwhelmed with tasks. The new year was approaching, and the work at the clothing store was quite substantial, coupled with the need to prepare festive dishes and manage purchases. Additionally, she had to assist Scholar Zhang with the construction of a grave. Meanwhile, the butcher's family seemed to find themselves with little to do. The butcher had finished slaughtering the last pig and was now free to take a break. Traditionally, the new year is the busiest season for butchers, as every household desires meat. However, this was not a task that required a professional butcher, and for him, being called upon for such work felt rather unappreciated. Thus, he took his leave. With his time off, he could join Bao and the others in leisure activities. Old Song, even more fond of this work than he was, left the unfortunate Xiao Chong to become Mu Hui's best assistant. Xiao Chong was more than willing to lend a hand. At that moment, he resolutely stood by Mu Hui's side. With a single command from her, he would execute it flawlessly. To have survived for so many years under the watchful eyes of the esteemed butcher was no small feat, and Xiao Chong's intelligence set him apart. He was far more useful than the butcher, quick-witted and obedient. Once a task was assigned, there was no need for further instructions. He ensured tasks were completed swiftly and excellently, which deeply moved Mu Hui. She had rekindled the feeling of being a boss from her earlier days. She genuinely felt that if she were still in charge, she would be compelled to name him the best employee. Consequently, Mu Hui entrusted all purchasing duties to Xiao Chong and swiftly returned to her responsibilities at the clothing shop, anticipating his return to prepare the meals. As Mu Hui remarked, the New Year customs were primarily dictated by local traditions, and she had specifically consulted Aunt Tang. The customs of the 15th daughter's family were rooted in the capital, and even though Tong County was in close proximity to the capital, the saying 10 miles, 10 customs held true. Tong County had its own customs, albeit with minor variations. Culinary skills are inherently universal. Mu Hui understood this upon listening to Aunt Tang, and realized she could replicate the dishes without needing to memorize every detail. Of course, she had no intention of mastering the authentic flavors, as she was not particularly fond of them. Initially, she was quite particular about maintaining traditional tastes and achieving exact replicas. However, after encountering numerous culinary masters, her perspective underwent a profound transformation. In the words of a master chef, the most crucial aspect of a cook's craft is to create delicious dishes. The essence of flavor takes precedence over authenticity. The standard of authenticity depends on the chef's mastery. While this statement may be somewhat disheartening, it is an undeniable truth. Who would dare question a master? In time, Mu Hui's approach to cooking became less rigid. She recognized that preparing dishes she personally enjoyed was paramount. This was her current philosophy, understanding that certain foods were essential for celebrating the new year in this region. She would prepare them, yet she would infuse her own flavors rather than strictly adhering to traditional methods. Tong County, in truth, is a rather unremarkable locale, lacking distinctive characteristics. In this small courtyard, 3 families resided, none of whom were genuine natives of Tong County. Although Aunt Tang was considered a local, her ancestry traced back to migrations from the north. Thus, when one delves into what constitutes Tong County cuisine, it becomes increasingly ambiguous to define its true origins. In terms of taste, the notion of southern sweetness and northern saltiness is rather simplistic. Northern cuisine has largely evolved from Lu cuisine, which itself is not overly salty. Its rich cultural heritage emphasizes that dining is an art form. Many dishes from this region are, in fact, sweet. Conversely, in ancient times, the southern regions were often labeled as barbarians by the people of the Central Plains, struggling for survival in harsh environments, and thus tended to favor saltier, more robust flavors. For instance, Huaiyang cuisine, a significant representative of southern culinary arts, is characterized by its emphasis on rich oils and heavy sauces. The very essence of this description belies any notion of delicacy. When discussing sweetness, it is evident that each region possesses its own variety of sweet dishes, albeit with distinct interpretations. For example, in Jiangnan, sweetness is often derived from soy sauce, while coastal areas distinguish between fruity sweetness and honey flavors. Korean cuisine is known for its sweetness, primarily achieved through the infusion of fruits into their pickled dishes. Meanwhile, Japan, another coastal nation, offers a different take on sweetness altogether. Ultimately, the flavors of each region are influenced not only by local climate and geography, but also by the principle of utilizing available resources. Mountains yield mountain fare, and seas provide seafood. In an effort to avoid waste, local culinary cultures have flourished based on what is abundant and affordable. The nuances of taste, whether sweet or salty, are not inherently tied to geographical boundaries. The culinary offerings of Tongxin County reflect this sentiment, as it lies close to the coast and serves as an important transit hub for the capital region, resulting in a diverse array of ingredients, albeit at a premium cost. However, the joy of cooking remains for Mu Hui, who also prepares the New Year's feast for the local butcher's family, a task distinct from her usual meal preparations, as it requires the food to be served hot for them to take home, thus incurring additional costs. Naturally, Mu Hui inquires about their preferences to tailor the menu accordingly. Although she does not profit from this endeavor, she sets aside a portion of the purchased ingredients for her children, knowing the butcher would not object. Unbeknownst to the butcher, there are many intricacies involved in such festive meals. He simply leaves behind 10 taels of silver with the instruction, "Prepare whatever you like for us." Old Song nods in earnest agreement, prompting Mu Hui to dispense with any pretense. She hands the money to Xiao Chong, issuing a list for him to procure the necessary items, confident that the butcher would not accuse her of misappropriating his funds, especially since he has already paid 10 taels. The butcher is unlikely to be concerned about such matters. With her tasks delegated, Mu Hui returns to her work, although she views her current projects as mere pastimes. The arrival of the new year necessitates that everyone wears new garments, thereby boosting business for the tailoress shop. Consequently, the shopkeeper implores Mu Hui to take on additional work. Given their amicable relations, she obliges and has been laboring late into the night, determined to complete her tasks before Xiao Chong returns. As Mu Hui contemplates the matter of constructing a grave, she sets down her needle and rushes to find Old Song. "Uncle Song," she asks, "the butcher mentioned you might know someone skilled in burial practices. The Bao's father is still at the charitable hall. I wish to build him a proper resting place. Would that be too much trouble?" She is cautious not to be too direct, while she understands the butcher well. Her familiarity with Old Song is limited, and she feels compelled to approach him personally. "Rest assured," he replies with confidence, "the tailor has already spoken to me. After the Lantern Festival, someone will come to ensure the work is done swiftly and well." Old Song shook his hand dismissively. "Old man," the butcher exclaimed, "what did you say his name was?" Mu Hui was truly taken aback. Her hearing was perfectly fine, and she clearly understood what she had just heard. And then, at that moment, all she sought was confirmation. Chapter 52. The Philosophy of Naming What Isn't a Name? Are you truly so disdainful of this title? The elderly Song was filled with indignation, yet his little treasure nestled in his arms showed no fear. After all, he had grown immune to the boisterous outbursts of the butcher over the past few days. With wide eyes, he oscillated between gazing at the old man and the butcher, embodying a true expression of curiosity, a veritable gossiping cherub. "Is this really a name?" The butcher bellowed in frustration. "How can that be a name? Our naming convention is quite simple. The first thing one sees becomes the child's name. When my master found me, he first laid eyes on a pine tree. Thus I was christened Song Shu. When I found you, my gaze fell upon the new floral undergarments I was wearing that day, which were quite exquisite, adorned with beautiful patterns. Hence, you shall be called Hua Kutsai." Elder Song recounted the origin of his name to Mu Hui, inadvertently revealing the story behind the butcher's name as well. Mu Hui felt a genuine sympathy for the butcher, a towering figure. He had been retrieved by an unreliable master and adoptive father, and the timing of his rescue was undeniably poor, coinciding with the day the master donned his new floral undergarments. She pondered whether the butcher should lament the unfortunate timing of his abandonment or the dubious character of his rescuer. Effective. Unable to suppress her laughter, she quietly reclaimed her little treasure from the old man, discerning that the butcher was on the verge of losing his temper. To prevent a potential altercation that could endanger her child, she discreetly exchanged glances with her elder sons, who instinctively took a significant step back, signaling their intent not to be collateral damage. Once inside, she stifled her laughter, pounding the bed in mirth. Having assumed leadership of the company at a tender age, she felt compelled to project an air of maturity and composure. Consequently, whenever genuine joy or sorrow washed over her, she would retreat to conceal her laughter or tears. Little Bao, placed upon the bed, observed his mother's unrestrained laughter with wide-eyed innocence, captivated by the sight, having never witnessed such a spectacle before. The Bao and heir Bao lingered at the door, torn between peering outside and inside, captivated by their mother's exuberant laughter, each side equally enticing. Outside, chaos reigned, as it was obvious that the duo of Song and Hua were in the midst of a ruckus. The commotion was unmistakable, and they knew that their mother was hidden away, reveling in laughter. The butcher felt that his reputation was at stake, if he had one, that is. Soon, individuals from both the west and east rooms emerged, drawn by the commotion. It was indeed peculiar that they could not hear Elder Song's booming voice moments earlier. They gathered merely to witness the spectacle and speculate on how the butcher came to bear such a name. Yet, they failed to recognize that their little courtyard was rather confined. Fearing potential conflict, they congregated beneath the windows of the northern room to discuss, inadvertently allowing Mu Hui to overhear their chatter, which only deepened her amusement. Resolutely, Mu Hui chose not to wade into that murky water. Instead, she embraced her beloved youngest son and continued to laugh heartily. Life, indeed, is full of delightful surprises. Now she sincerely feels that little Bao is truly fortunate to have a mother like her. How clever she was in naming him, Flower Underpants. What a whimsical name. Ha ha ha. It was Xiao Chong who saved them by bringing back the groceries. Mu Hui hurried out, momentarily putting on a serious face, and instructed him to place the items in the courtyard, as many needed washing and sorting. In the neighboring houses, Aunt Lu and the new family moved in, peering out curiously. Ever since the butcher Flower joined forces with them, Mu Hui's household meals had elevated to an entirely new level. The aroma of meat wafted from the kitchen daily, filling the air with delightful scents. This deeply troubled the neighbors, as their own lives were quite frugal. And witnessing Mu Hui's family indulge in such lavish meals made them feel quite despondent. As the new year approached, an array of unfamiliar ingredients was displayed in the small courtyard. Just imagine 10 taels of silver. For Mu Hui's family, their monthly living expenses amounted to merely 300 coins, and that was under the scrutiny of being wasteful. In just a few days of the new year, they had consumed 10 taels of silver, a sight too much for the neighboring families to bear. Mu Hui, with Xiao Chong, began organizing the ingredients. While Air Bao squatted nearby, his eyes sparkling with curiosity, eagerly asking, "What is this? What is that?" De Bao, obediently observing, slowly extended his hands to help, methodically, despite his slowness. Old Song seemed particularly fond of Little Bao. As Mu Hui busied herself, he picked up Little Bao once more, playing and inquiring just like Air Bao. "What is this? What is that?" When the butcher was absent, he usually kept his distance, ensuring not to irritate Mu Hui. However, today, upon learning Mu Hui's name, he felt a mix of embarrassment and indignation, leading to a quarrel with Old Song before stepping outside. Mu Hui delighted in the freshness of the ingredients. Since the butcher had footed the bill, she felt encouraged to prepare an even more splendid meal. Now, she experienced a profound sense of joy as the new year approached. The dishes were laid out on the table, packed into several boxes to be sent back to the Lu residence, along with some cold dishes that Mu Hui had also helped to plate, instructing Xiao Chong to simply steam them until cooked. The sauce was prepared separately to be drizzled on at mealtime. The main dishes also required steaming, although the flavor might slightly differ from freshly cooked. Every effort was made to preserve the original taste. Xiao Chong had mastered the art of steaming. Once he understood the process, he no longer feared it and diligently assisted Mu Hui, alleviating her burden of doing everything alone. This deeply moved Mu Hui, making her realize that the butcher had a commendable subordinate. She regretted not having reminded him earlier to bring in such help, as it had made her life so much easier. "Can't we come for breakfast tomorrow morning?" Of course, when the butcher left, he had specifically inquired about the steamed dishes. Feeling a bit disheartened, wondering if breakfast could also consist solely of steamed food. Over the past few months, he had grown accustomed to Mu Hui's indulgence. "I've prepared dumplings for breakfast, New Year's dumpling for the first day, and noodles for the second. So, have Xiao Chong steamed dumplings for you tomorrow. I've already prepared the seasoning. The noodles for the second day are also cut and frozen. When the time comes, just have Xiao Chong boil the leftover dishes together to mix with the noodles." Mu Hui patiently explained, knowing she needed to maintain a good service attitude after purchasing such an abundance of ingredients. Moreover, considering his amusing name, Mu Huijin could not bear to lift her gaze to his face, fearing that she might inadvertently burst into laughter. Chapter 53. The New Year. Can Xiao Chong cook noodles? The butcher, a single-celled organism, remained entangled in the thoughts of the noodles from the morning of the second day of the new year. I reassured him, "Do not worry. I had instructed him to prepare cold noodles for you all. When the time comes, he can boil the leftover vegetables and mix them in, ensuring it will not taste unpalatable. Rest assured." Yet, she kept her head bowed. "Is there money to be picked up on the ground? Why are you looking down?" The butcher pondered. "I have not finished my work. Please take your time." Mui could no longer engage in conversation, so she circumvented him to retrieve Xiao Bao from Old Song. "I will look after the child. I can take him with me." Old Song truly could not bear to part with Xiao Bao. This child was far more entertaining than his own clumsy lad, who merely cried during his infancy. Unlike this little chubby boy, who seemed to find joy in everything, he was simply adorable. "He only wants me at night." Mui chuckled at him and brought Xiao Bao back. Although she had no objections to the old man entertaining Xiao Bao, the thought of how he had raised the butcher led her to believe that it was indeed more reliable for her to care for her son herself. Xiao Bao harbored affection for his mother and was resolutely unwilling to be taken away by Old Song. When Mu Hui extended her arms, he promptly leaped into her embrace, waving at Old Song to express his delight. "You little ingrate." Old Song expressed his vexation. Having held him all day, he found it disheartening that the moment his mother called, the child returned to her. "If he were to abandon me and follow you, then who would be the ingrate?" Mu Hui kissed her son and smiled at Old Song. "That's true." Old Song reflected and waved goodbye to Xiao Bao before heading back. The butcher waved at Bao and the others, urging them to come and pay their respects to the new year tomorrow. Mu Hui felt embarrassed to inform him that they were in mourning this year, thus from the first to the third day of the new year. They could neither accept nor pay New Year visits. However, it was better not to mention this. Otherwise, he would truly dwell on it endlessly. In the evening, they affixed white couplets at the entrance of the north room, and in the main hall before the spirit tablet of Zhang Xiuzai, they arranged offerings of food and rice. She instructed Bao and Bao to respectfully invite their father to partake in the meal. Meanwhile, she held Xiao Bao in her arms, burning gold ingots beneath, silently invoking the name of Ziyi. She was uncertain if Ziyi was aware, but at least she held Xiao Bao, her heart still thinking of her. She also allowed Xiao Bao to toss a gold ingot into the fire pit himself. Although it was indeed thrown, it was still placed by his own hand, and Ziyi would surely be pleased. The New Year's Eve feast for the four of them was sumptuous, featuring dumplings for the new year and a Southern-style family dish made with ham, meatballs, fish balls, winter bamboo shoots, and quail eggs. This dish should ideally be presented in a crystal plate, coated with a transparent sauce, placed at the center of the New Year's spread to evoke a sense of family reunion. But did they possess a crystal plate now? Even if they did, it would be an offering. Would she dare to use it? It could only be laid out in an open blue and white porcelain dish. She could not afford to be picky. At this time, even good quality blue and white porcelain was quite expensive. Their collection of plates and bowls was already ample, having been chastised by Aunt Lu countless times for being wasteful and pretentious. Indeed, living in a shared courtyard. Who were they putting on a show for by requiring numerous dishes for a meal? She was aware that her actions might come across as somewhat pretentious. However, upon reflection, she deemed it imperative to instill good habits in children from a young age. Thus, she persuaded herself with this rationale. With only 3 individuals present, Mu Hui opted for simplicity, preparing a modest feast comprising cheese-stuffed shrimp, a family-style platter, marinated delicacies, and the quintessential braised pork knuckle that northern folk crave, accompanied by a chicken soup. For dishes and a soup, along with a staple, constituted an ample spread for the 3 of them. Ideally, there should have been a whole fish placed centrally to symbolize abundance in the coming year, yet Mu Hui could not bear to see it. Therefore, while the fish was present, it remained untouched on the side. She desired the auspiciousness it represented, but wished to avoid its sight. In truth, the 4 dishes laid out included the marinated platter, which felt more like an afterthought, given the scant number of family members. Even if the children had hearty appetites, their consumption would be limited. She preferred the children to partake of the main offerings first. She delicately placed the cheese-stuffed shrimp into the bowls of her eldest and second child, urging them to indulge, for shrimp in the 21st century were quite a luxury, not often enjoyed by the average citizen. While this had not been a concern in her past, now, having spent 6 months in their current situation, It was indeed her son's first encounter with such delicacies, stirring a pang of bittersweetness within her. Hui had a penchant for baking seafood with cheese, although many of her coastal friends deemed it a waste. Yet, personal taste was subjective, and her affection for it was undeniable. While cheese was unavailable, she substituted it with goat's milk. To ensure the health of her children, she had arranged with a local goat farmer for daily deliveries of a large canister of milk. Although she did not pay, she had assisted the farmer with various pickles and sauces in return, resulting in their gratitude and an abundance of goat's milk sent her way, as it was seldom consumed by others. Consequently, Hui began crafting some goat cheese. This endeavor was not particularly challenging. It merely required time. Despite her endless chores, upon reflection, she realized that she was not as pressed for time as she had been when running her own business. Creating cheese and allowing it to mature was hardly a burdensome task. Initially concerned about waste, she now found the cheese perfectly suited for baking the large shrimp. The shrimp were exceptionally fresh. She split them down the middle, leaving the skin intact, sprinkled them with cheese shavings, and baked them briefly, resulting in an enticing aroma. Regrettably, she lacked a torch. Otherwise, she would have caramelized sugar atop them with a quick flame before serving. The caramelized flavor would have been exquisite. Nevertheless, for her eldest and second child, the dish was already a delightful revelation. They discovered a new way to enjoy shrimp. Previously, they had complained that her cheese had an unpleasant odor, yet now they found it unexpectedly fragrant and sweet. Hui chose to nibble on the cabbage leaves beneath the pork knuckle, not out of a reluctance to prepare vegetarian dishes, but rather due to a lack of suitable ingredients. The only green vegetable available was cabbage, along with various soy products and dry bamboo shoots. Thus, she laid the cabbage hearts at the bottom of the plate, placed the knuckle atop, and drizzled it with sauce. The vegetables were the tenderest parts, unscalded, and paired with the meat juices, they constituted a form of dipping dish. "Mom, aren't you going to eat shrimp?" Her eldest noticed Hui had not taken any, despite the 4 large shrimp in the dish. Clearly, she had not prepared any for herself, intending for each of them to have 2. "You all eat. I'm not particularly hungry," Hui replied, genuinely feeling a bit overwhelmed by the flavors. "Consider, shall we indulge in hot pot tomorrow? A delightful sauerkraut hot pot, to dispel greasiness and invigorate our appetites." "Mother, with such an abundance of dishes, how shall we ever finish them all?" The little one has grown accustomed to fresh delicacies daily, and now, observing their appetites, after consuming the large shrimp, they could likely only manage a couple of meatballs or fish balls before feeling full. Such is the nature of festive dishes. They are presented lavishly. They are often more for the eyes than for the palate. Not to worry, the family reunion dish can be repurposed for noodles, and we can enjoy it on the second day of the new year. The pork knuckle I braised ISN T2 tender. Tomorrow it can be sliced into chunks to accompany tofu. The marinated dishes can be diced and stir-fried with rice. Hui smiled as she comforted the children. Chapter 54. The name should be lie early the next morning. The door was once again knocked upon. The night before, Hui had taken the children out to enjoy fireworks and firecrackers. Although they no longer had a father, she was determined to give them a childhood filled with joy. She endeavored to provide them with all that children should experience. As a result, they had stayed up quite late the previous night. Of course, even if they wished to sleep, when the clock struck midnight and the firecrackers erupted, they would have been startled awake. Hui had anticipated this, and had thoughtfully stuffed large balls of cotton into Xiao Bao's ears and placed a hat on his head to cover them. However, when the cacophony outside began, Xiao Bao woke up and cried out loudly. The Bao and heir Bao had intended to stay awake to welcome the new year, but ultimately succumbed to the embrace of sleep. Hui herself did not have the habit of setting off fireworks at midnight, as her city had long since banned them. Therefore, when the Bao and heir Bao grew weary from play, she joined them in sleep, only to be roused at midnight. At that hour, she decided to cook dumplings and hot chicken soup for the Bao and heir Bao, allowing them to enjoy a few alongside some goat's milk. This was not only to celebrate the occasion, but also to help the children settle down for a better night's sleep. She also had to soothe Xiao Bao and feed him once more. By the time she returned to sleep, it was already 3 or 4 in the morning. The next morning, she was once again greeted by the sound of knocking at the door. Could the butcher not have a normal day? Dabao rushed out barefoot and in his thin clothing, seemingly impossible to catch. Meanwhile, Xiao Bao in his cradle began to wail loudly. An air Bao nestled into Mu Hui's arms, promptly declaring, "Mother, I need to pee." Mu Hui was no longer concerned about the butcher bursting in. He would only knock at the door. So, she took her time, though she felt a deep sense of frustration. Had Tishi made it clear the previous day? She had instructed them to steam dumplings for today, to be enjoyed with dipping sauce or perhaps drizzled with chicken soup. It all would have been delicious. Why then did this person still come knocking at her door? "Mother, hurry! Grandpa Song, Uncle Hua, and Uncle Chong have all arrived," Dabao exclaimed as he jumped back in. "Get dressed." Mu Hui kept her eyes closed. "Oh, I forgot to put on my shoes again." It seemed that Dabao had forgotten to feel shy that morning and leapt onto the Kong, with no choice but to rise. Mu Hui first took air Bao to the toilet and then hurriedly washed up. Outside, the Hua family was delighting in their own merriment, having brought their own stools to chat in the courtyard. Once she was ready, Mu Hui emerged holding Xiao Bao. She smiled at Old Master Song, exclaiming, "Happy New Year. Uncle Song, Happy New Year, Happy New Year." Old Master Song, well-versed in etiquette, quickly produced a red envelope and placed it in Xiao Bao's swaddling. He also handed one to Mu Hui, insisting they must accept it, declaring it to be New Year's money that could not be refused. Mu Hui had no intention of declining. She merely felt a sense of frustration. She smiled, performed a respectful bow, and turned her gaze toward the butcher. "Uncle Hua, we are mourning." Indeed, we have come to pay respect to Scholar Zhang." Little Chong, particularly quick-witted, stepped forward. "Yes, we are here to pay respects." The butcher nodded in agreement. Mu Hui truly fell at a loss for words. It was understandable. After all, she had forgotten that during the first year of mourning, friends and relatives would come to pay their respects on the first day of the Lunar New Year, and after the midnight hour, they were permitted to light incense. She had overlooked this custom. How could she possibly stop them from coming to pay their respects? All she could do was open the door, welcome them in, and allow them to light incense and burn paper offerings. As a family member, she felt obligated to offer them a modest breakfast. Thus, the three members of the Hua family found themselves gathered once more around the large table, each with a generous bowl of chicken soup and dumplings before them. She had prepared the chicken broth to be exceptionally rich, but for the purpose of dumpling soup, it required dilution and reseasoning. A large bowl, accompanied by sizable dumplings, brought them much joy as they ate together. "Xiao Chong, have you forgotten how to make dumplings?" Mu Hui was skeptical that their guests had come merely to pay their respects. They were undoubtedly there for breakfast. "No, they finished all the dumplings yesterday. You mentioned that the noodles were for tomorrow, didn't you? That's why they come today." Xiao Chong quickly raised his head, proclaiming his innocence. Now that they were enjoying the dumplings, he felt at liberty to speak the truth. "I have a small appetite." The elder immediately betrayed his son. "Didn't you say that dumplings and wine only make one hungrier? And since the midnight hour has passed, you made Xiao Chong prepare the leftovers, claiming it was tradition?" The butcher retorted sharply. "But you ate half of them, Xiao Chong, and I barely had any." The elder defended himself, insisting he was not the main culprit, maintaining he had consumed less. 100 dumplings over 2 meals, and you both devoured them? Mu Hui was genuinely on the verge of tears. She had crafted sizable northern dumplings, each as large as a small child's fist, having carefully considered the butcher's appetite when preparing 100. Now it seemed, these three had polished off the entire lot in just 2 meals. "You're not full? You made them too plain." The butcher looked up, somewhat aggrieved. Mu Hui took a deep breath. What did he mean by too plain? She had included river shrimp, fragrant tofu, and even a portion of fish paste in the meat mixture. During this festive season, with ample fish and meat available, was it still too much to include such ingredients in the dumplings? She had tasted them herself. They were exceptionally delicious, bursting with flavor, and would yield broth upon biting. Was there anything better than that? "Mother, do we still have dumplings left?" The second child immediately perked up, recalling how most of the dumplings had been taken away yesterday. Now that they had arrived again, were there still any remaining? "None left. So we have rice or steam buns for lunch." Mu Hui sighed, for without the ability to wield a knife, she could only prepare some staple foods that required no cutting. "Rice," the butcher eagerly replied. "Steamed buns. Old Song chimed in simultaneously. The butcher shot a glare at the old man and retorted, "She can't make steamed buns. A basket of those wouldn't satisfy anyone. My mother makes the most delicious steamed buns." The eldest child protested, having tasted his mother's cooking, declaring that what one could find outside hardly resembled steamed buns, but rather mere lumps of dough. "They are tasty, but not filling. If you want to be satisfied, wouldn't that tire your mother out?" The butcher still believed he was acting in Mu Hui's best interests. "On this festive occasion, thank you, but please spare me some good words." Mu Hui was truly exasperated. It was the very first day of the new year. "I love steamed buns. Please make some for me. I don't eat much." Old Song evidently has a profound fondness for steamed buns. "Very well, we shall prepare them for lunch." Mu Hui has already abandoned any thought of sending them back for a meal. This father and son have, after all, taken up residence with her. After dining, Xiao Chong dutifully washed his bowl, while Mu Hui set about making the buns. With the cold weather, the dough must rise, and the temperature must be meticulously controlled. Being a native of the South, Mu Hui rarely indulges in steamed buns. Her proficiency in making them stems from her late father-in-law's preference. He relished the southern milk buns, yet harbored concerns about the fluorescent agents in store-bought varieties. Thus, each time she visited, she would prepare some to freeze for them. Of course, she only made them when visiting her in-laws. She certainly would not go to the trouble of making them at home just to deliver them to her parents-in-law. She is not that virtuous. As for the dough, tradition dictates that during the 3 days preceding the Lunar New Year, one must refrain from using any metal tools. This means that for 3 days, knives, scissors, and needles must remain untouched. Therefore, the dough must rest in a bowl for a while before it can be fashioned into buns. Once prepared, the buns must also be allowed to rise. Truly, without several hours to spare, one cannot accomplish much, and there is so much to be made. Thus, crafting steamed buns is quite a cumbersome endeavor. She ought not to be soft-hearted and should heed the butcher's counsel. Steaming rice would be far simpler. Chapter 55. The feng shui master the Hua family continued to linger at Mu Hui's residence until the 15th day. Although Xiao Chong was unable to fulfill his task, he nonetheless assisted Mu Hui significantly. Under Mu Hui's rigorous training, he had indeed become quite adept. Nevertheless, she still felt considerably more fatigued than usual. The precious 10 taels of silver had been entirely consumed by them. It was remarkable how it had all been devoured. Despite the fact that she had purchased particularly expensive and high-quality provisions, the quantity was substantial. Clearly, on the following day, De Bao and Air Bao could no longer eat, finally grasping the meaning of excess. Consequently, during the last few days, they resorted to eating rice soaked in soup and merely ordered pickled vegetables. They had lost their appetite for anything of quality, while the 3 men of the Hua family could devour whatever was presented to them, relishing dishes such as noodles with minced meat and fried pancakes with eggs. They consumed whatever was offered, and upon seeing De Bao and Air Bao eating their rice soup, even though they were already full, they insisted on having another bowl, claiming they wished to savor the flavor. Thus, they even finished the pickled vegetables that Mu Hui had prepared. Mu Hui genuinely felt as though invaders had entered her village, conducting a thorough raid. However, just before Mu Hui could unleash her frustration, Old Song introduced the feng shui master. The master, Mr. Zhuang, arrived punctually on the morning of the 16th. Knocking at their door, Mu Hui did not dare to inquire about his full name, but she observed his attire, a green robe and a small hat, along with his slender figure and goatee, which conveyed a certain ethereal quality. Compared to the feng shui master she had encountered in her past life, he immediately exhibited an inherent advantage, completely captivating Mu Hui. In deference to Mr. Zhuang, after treating them to breakfast, Mu Hui promptly provided the birth date and precise time of death for Zhang Xiucai. This was an area in which she excelled. Where her parents passed away, she was still young and had opted for a public cemetery. As she matured and gained experience, she reflected on her earlier decisions, realizing they had been insufficient. Everything had to start anew, particularly since her parents had met untimely deaths, which could be considered a grave misfortune. Of course, her initial actions were taken to liberate her parents from their misfortune rather than for her own sake. "Master, my funds are limited, and the choices are scarce. Given their father's current state, I must consider the children. Is it possible to arrange a descendant formation to ensure that Dabao and the others face no hindrance? Although Mu Hui was not a local, her speech was somewhat halting, yet it perfectly matched her identity. Her words, though elegantly phrased, felt somewhat contrived. My lady, rest assured, I owe a great debt of gratitude to Brother Song. I shall certainly repay it. Even if you have purchased a cursed plot of land, I can transform it into a place of prosperity and fortune. Have no worries. Mr. Zhuang displayed no humility whatsoever. Although he appeared somewhat unreliable, his skills were undeniably solid. Countless individuals in the community sought him out, offering genuine silver and gold, yet found themselves unable to gain his attention. Old Song suddenly patted the phone, Shui master's shoulder, and Mu Hui winced in sympathy for him. Regardless, she was merely doing her best, and whether it would succeed was left to fate. After preparing a sumptuous meal, she took Mr. Zhuang to inspect the parcels of land she had selected. The outskirts were not far from their location, especially since they resided near the city gate. In essence, Mu Hui chose those particular plots for their proximity. Family ties, at times, cannot withstand too much strain. When distances grow, people tend to become complacent, desiring to visit frequently necessitated proximity and accessible routes. Any excuse to abstain was rendered void. Mr. Zhuang had examined everything meticulously, yet he refrained from employing a compass for comparisons. He merely tapped his fingers, lost in contemplation. He subsequently inquired about the birth dates of Dabao, Erbao, and Xiaobao. The details of the first two were readily provided, but there was a moment of hesitation before Mu Hui disclosed Xiaobao's original birth date. Indeed, the astrological chart of the young lad was beyond measure. Mr. Zhuang paused, recalculated, and gazed intently at Mu Hui. Is it true? Tell me, will the three of them pursue scholarly endeavors, martial arts, or venture into commerce? Mu Hui, seemingly intrigued, responded with keen interest. That will require meticulous calculation. The land has been chosen, yet it demands further refinement. Old Master Zhuang indicated the plot he desired. Mu Hui chuckled upon seeing that the old man had humorously selected the least favorable location. Her faith in people was unwavering. Indeed, she had begun to believe that this gentleman possessed extraordinary foresight, especially considering the auspicious fate of the emperor's sole heir, the future ruler of the nation. However, who was Mu Hui? She was a woman who had begun to establish her fortune at the tender age of 15, equipped with the astute sensibilities inherited from her mother. Consequently, when Mr. Zhuang spoke, she expressed genuine delight and immediately seized the opportunity, delineating that her son would either pursue scholarly studies or martial arts. She would not mind if they chose to engage in commerce instead. Once the decision was made, Mu Hui proceeded to acquire the land, intending for the butcher to accompany her, only to cast a stern glance that sent him retreating. She promptly instructed Xiao Chong to procure certain vegetables, generously providing him with silver as a token of her gratitude towards Mr. Zhuang, while asserting her role in the shopping endeavor. The intermediary, introduced by Aunt Tang, facilitated the process smoothly. The land was purchased and the necessary paperwork was completed at the yamen, where permission for burial required an official certificate. Once everything was in order, she hurried back home. Xiao Chong had returned with the vegetables and had cleverly prepared those he could manage. Mu Hui washed her hands and directed Xiao Chong to kindle the fire, having overheard that the gentleman was from the north and that breakfast consisted of noodle dishes. Observing his hearty enjoyment of the meal, it was evident that he had a penchant for pasta. He even remarked, "Noodles for breakfast already?" Such inquiries typically emanate from northerners, where noodles serve as a staple rather than a mere snack, unlike in the south where they are often relegated to a light meal. In this instance, Mu Hui had adapted her habits. She seldom permitted her children to consume noodles at noon or dinner unless pressed for time, with limited ingredients available during the festive season. Particularly before the 15th day of the Lunar New Year, she was compelled to make do with what she had. She resolved to prepare a more elaborate meal for lunch, as a proper gesture of gratitude, and even purchased a small bottle of wine as a matter of courtesy. This girl is delightful, with a most favorable countenance, Mr. Zhuang mused in the main room, diligently calculating with Dabao's abacus, all the while engaging in conversation. De Bao knelt on the long bench, intently observing old Zhuang as he deftly manipulated the abacus, though it remained unclear what exactly captivated his attention. Chapter 56. The Art of Hospitality. How about me? Am I good-looking? Bao craned his neck, the talkative child eager to assert his presence. You have a good fate. You shall become a prince in the future. The elder remarked with a fleeting glance, momentarily impressed. However, he soon lifted his small face, glancing left and right, then at the silent Bao beside him, and gently shook his head. Have you not consumed his mother's food? Thus no longer referring to it as poisonous tongue's abode, Old Song protested, as he had never praised anyone. In the realm of fortune-telling, no one dared to seek his counsel nowadays. His words seemed to bring misfortune, and none had ended well. Indeed, he had cursed them all to demise. Now, he surprisingly claimed that Bao would become a prince, and even declared that the little one he cradled was invaluable. Observing the drooling infant, it was hard to discern any such worth. Yet, he held some belief in De Bao's auspicious appearance, for in the elder's eyes, De Bao was the most properly formed among the three children. Mr. Zhuang chuckled, stroking his beard as he continued his calculations. Soon pinning down all that needed to be noted, he exhaled softly, then lowered his gaze to the fortune scroll. Both the elder and the butcher leaned in for a glimpse, yet none could decipher its contents, resembling mere scribbles. However, Mr. Zhuang examined it with meticulous attention, as if it contained gold. After a considerable time, he performed an act that left everyone in disbelief. He burned the fortune scroll, as though it were meant solely for his eyes. Old Zhuang, Old Song had yet to see, instinctively wanting to intervene, but his hands were occupied with the plump infant. The butcher beside Zhuang made no effort to stop him. Instead, he turned to embrace Bao. Uncle Hua, I can become a prince. Bao exclaimed joyfully. Becoming a prince won't allow you to eat the meals your mother prepares. What fun is there in that? The butcher replied casually. Does becoming a prince mean I can't have my mother's cooking? Bao retorted, flustered. Once you are a prince, can your mother still cook in the kitchen? That's true. However, when I grow up, I shall ensure my wife does the cooking, Bao declared proudly. Such ambition. Old Song interjected before the butcher could respond. Glancing at Bao, how old are you? Still relying on your father for meals? Isn't that what you do? The butcher countered, swiftly shifting the battlefield as the father and son began to bicker once more. Mu felt she had grown accustomed to this dynamic. Entering with Xiao Chong, she set the dishes on the table and smiled at Mr. Zhuang. I wasn't sure of your taste, so I prepared a northern-style meal. You are from the south? Mr. Zhuang clapped his hands, settling in with an air of mystique. Indeed. Thus, our family's flavor leans towards the south, Mu Hui responded truthfully. For she was indeed from the south, her palate inclined accordingly. The children, lacking distinct preferences, now followed her tastes. Of course, during the 15 days of the new year, they also indulged in southern flavors. Today, she had prepared something refreshingly new, captivating the eyes of all present, save for Mr. Zhuang. Mu Hui arranged several small plates on the Kong in the inner room for De Bao and Bao to dine, placing Xiao Bao in a nearby chair. She then emerged to assist Mr. Zhuang, personally setting the table with care. Mr. Zhuang, a man of worldly experience, was accustomed to such elaborate presentations, which were typically found only in the homes of southern magnates, aside from the imperial court. In the north, even among the nobility, such intricacies were seldom observed. They simply served one dish per plate, with attendants readily available to replace them. Old Song and the butcher Hua had grown accustomed to these dishes, yet they were taken aback upon seeing a wine bottle. How could there be wine? Old Song inquired eagerly. Mr. Zhuang, having worked hard, felt it appropriate to host with some semblance of hospitality, even if the wine was not of the finest quality. It was the thoughtfulness of the hostess that mattered. Mu Hui smiled and poured each of the four small cup. She had only instructed Xiao Chong to procure a pound of wine, which he had fetched from Aunt Tang's, who, knowing it was for her, ensured it was not watered down. Though the wine was ordinary, it was pure, and placed before the exquisite dishes, it truly radiated an enticing aroma. No wonder they hesitated to join us, while the butcher nodded. Mu Hui remained silent. Her invitation for De Bao and the others to come inside was not solely due to the wine, but rather because she disliked exposing them to such enigmatic discussions. She was open to her sons learning literature, martial arts, or even commerce, but she absolutely forbade them from studying fortune-telling. Though she held her beliefs, she would never allow her sons to delve into that practice. "The wine is too scant," Old Song observed, glancing at the warm bottle and the 4 small containers beside it. It was evident that there was barely a pound, insufficient even for rinsing their mouths. "Xiao Chong, go fetch some more." Xiao Chong immediately looked to Mu Hui for approval. She served Old Song a portion of food, advising, "Elder, partake of the dishes. Wine merely warms the spirit. Overindulgence dulls the palate and harms the spleen, bringing more harm than good. Indeed, I must also prepare some ritual instruments for the corners to ensure everything proceeds without issue," Mr. Zhuang said seriously to Old Song. Old Song was tempted to retort that Mr. Zhuang's preparations were of no concern to him, as he was not versed in such practices. However, before he could express this, Mu Hui interjected precisely. "You must also keep an eye on Xiao Bao. Should you drink too much, he dislikes the smell of alcohol, and you won't be able to hold him." "True, children do not appreciate the scent of wine," Old Song conceded, letting the matter drop as he began to eat. They had endured 15 days of New Year's dishes, and with no fresh vegetables available, they had grown weary of them. Yet, they conveniently forgot that their past celebrations had been far less enjoyable than this one. Human nature is such that once accustomed to higher standards, one finds it difficult to revert. Now that fresh vegetables were available, their cravings shifted from wine to food. Both Old Song and the butcher Hua, having spent their lives in the tumultuous world, found that after enjoying Mu Hui's hospitality, they felt as though their meals over the last 30 years had been in vain. Thus, their palates had become indifferent. Previously, they had no choice, and now they struggled to discern quality. For instance, today's offerings were celebratory dishes, colloquially referred to as restaurant fare. The dish in question is not one typically prepared at home, such as the squirrel fish, a classic representative of Shandong cuisine characterized by a sweet and sour flavor profile. However, within Shandong cuisine, the sweetness predominates over the acidity. As this dish migrated southward, the balance shifted, resulting in a greater emphasis on sourness. Many establishments, seeking convenience, resort to using ketchup, which is fundamentally incorrect. Mu Hui utilized red persimmons rather than tomatoes, as greenhouse produce was not yet available at that time. Traditionally, red persimmons are employed, as imparted by the master chef who taught her this recipe. The use of red persimmons ensures that sweetness prevails over sourness, for men generally do not favor sour flavors. Naturally, she prepared a small portion for the children, which leaned towards sourness, as they tend to enjoy that taste. Indeed, the elder gentleman and Mr. Zhuang promptly sampled a piece and nodded in approval, acknowledging the quality of the preparation. Chapter 57. Flavor you haven't eaten yet, Mu Hui exclaimed, although the old man had been praising her in recent days. This time his compliments bore a distinctly different tone. It was evident that he felt entitled to express his opinion. "I cannot comment on other dishes, as the brat and I seldom indulge in home-cooked meals. However, this particular dish is one we often enjoy. Your fish is fried to perfection." Disregarding the knife skills, which are generally comparable across households, the mastery of cooking time is quite elusive. Observe, with just a poke, the skin and flesh separate, indicating insufficient frying. Conversely, if the chopsticks cannot penetrate, it signifies overcooking. Your fish, as you can see, has a crispy skin while the flesh remains intact. Such skill. This old man possessed a unique authority on the subject. It was no surprise, as none of them could cook. They had to wait for their friend in colorful shorts to succeed, as their home boasted several chefs. These establishments were truly saturated with oil. "Did you prepare the sauce yourself?" Mr. Zhuang nodded, tacitly agreeing with the old man's assessment, and placed the fish into his mouth. Indeed, a traditional method taught by a Shandong chef. Mu Hui chuckled, suddenly pondering whether this so-called traditional technique was still relevant today. It seemed as though this era had lost its sense of history. Who could even ascertain the timeline accurately? It appears that providing meals for others is a waste of your talents. This skill is worthy of the finest establishments in the capital. Mr. Zhuang, known for his acerbic wit, was also a frequent patron of affluent households. He had tasted his fair share of exquisite cuisine. "That preparation lacks inspiration," Mu Hui remarked with a smile. Once a profession is made of it, the original essence tends to dissipate. You chose that location for a reason, didn't you? She added a bit more food onto Mr. Zhuang's plate, contemplating her lingering curiosity. During her paperwork, she was advised not to compromise her future for the sake of saving money. Although that place wasn't entirely a dead end, it was only marginally better than one. What could she say? She couldn't exactly reveal that it was a feng shui master's recommendation. As you mentioned, the site was chosen to benefit future generations. I have calculated your husband's life and death charts. Ultimately, he carries a misfortune. One might say he is a star of calamity. In life, he is distanced from kin, and his fate is one of early demise. Even if you were to secure him a place along the dragon vein, he would not be able to cultivate his own fortune in the next life. It would be wiser to focus on enhancing the fortunes of his descendants. Mr. Zhuang rolled his eyes, sipped his drink, and narrowed his gaze, his sharp tongue revealing itself once more. Hope for the next life is futile. Mu Hui did not perceive his words as harsh, though her brow furrowed. She certainly did not wish for Scholar Zhang to suffer such misfortune. His current life was already riddled with enough calamities. To deny him any hope for the next life seemed excessively tragic. Enhancing the fortunes of his descendants is his only path to survival, Mr. Zhuang mused, shaking his head thoughtfully. Mu Hui was momentarily taken aback, quickly comprehending that if Dabao and Air Bao were to achieve success, it would not be too difficult to petition for honors on behalf of Scholar Zhang. It was clear that Mr. Zhuang was no ordinary individual. Her respect for him deepened considerably. If you require anything, please do not hesitate to ask. Mu Hui promptly added more food to Mr. Zhuang's plate and poured him more wine, truly attentive in her care. I long for the savory pancakes my mother used to make, yet she departed from this world many years ago. The way she crafted them has faded from my memory. They were flaky and layered, each bite a delight. Since then, I have tasted many variations, but none have captured the essence of my mother's unique flavor. Would you care to try some? Mr. Zhuang spoke candidly, for he had assisted Mu Hui, and it seemed reasonable to request a small favor in return. What? Mu Hui suddenly realized the implications of her invitation for him to make a request, and he chose pancakes. While asking for pancakes seemed innocuous enough, especially in light of his assistance, the issue lay in the fact that he desired his mother's recipe. How could she possibly fulfill that? Taste is deeply personal. Who could truly know their family's flavor profile? Wasn't this a predicament? Might I inquire about your mother's place of origin? But who was Mu Hui to refuse? He had made a request, and she could hardly deny him, especially given his advanced age and his yearning for his mother's cooking. My mother hailed from Shaanxi, but I was raised in Shandong by my maternal grandparents. I have tried dishes from both regions, yet none matched the essence of my mother's cooking. The old gentleman was not trying to burden her. He genuinely wished to experience a taste of home. Both Shaanxi and Shandong are renowned for their noodles, yet they possess distinct characteristics. This was indeed a challenging situation for Mu Hui. Feeling torn, she thought, this truly is quite troublesome. I would simply like to give it a try, Mr. Zhuang said with a warm smile, genuinely curious but not overly expectant. Very well. I shall prepare a traditional Shandong meal for dinner. Though my repertoire of Shandong dishes is limited, I am somewhat confident in my abilities. Mu Hui replied with a gentle smile, not merely to repay the old gentleman's kindness, but to offer him a glimmer of hope. Mr. Zhuang felt a wave of happiness. The events of the afternoon progressed smoothly. He personally selected the necessary items for the ritual and arranged everything meticulously. Undertaking a burial is no simple task. It requires careful planning, the selection of an auspicious date, and consideration of the deceased's and living family members' birth dates. It is essential to honor both the departed and the living, and every detail matters, making it a process that cannot be completed in haste. Were it anyone else, Mr. Zhuang might have taken his time, dismissing any urgency, yet this time he approached the task with exceptional care and diligence, leaving no room for excuses. People assumed his meticulousness stemmed from Mu Hui's recent endeavors in preparing various Shandong and Shaanxi dishes, with pancakes as the staple accompaniment. Although the pancakes did not surprise the old gentleman, the genuine effort was evident, leading others to believe that Mu Hui's sincerity had touched him. However, Mr. Zhuang understood that his actions were not motivated by Mu Hui's culinary offerings. Rather, he was a practitioner of metaphysics. In broader terms, he wielded knowledge of the world's greater forces, navigating them with the grace of a national advisor. Yet at this stage, he dared not reveal his true identity. No one knew the origins of his teachings. He engaged in fortune-telling and acupuncture primarily for sustenance and out of boredom. Yet when an opportunity arose, he still yearned to make a difference from the shadows, hoping to ascertain whether he had been mistaken all along. Certainly, he ardently wishes to be correct, for he has just witnessed a remarkable miracle. Chapter 58. The fate chart. When he first glimpsed the birth chart of the little treasure, he merely found it pleasing, casually remarking upon it. However, he understood deeply that the significance of one's birth chart is rather minimal within the grand scope of destiny. It is not the paramount factor. Consider, the birth chart is determined by the year, month, day, and hour. In ancient times, each hour was divided into two, meaning that any child born within the same 2-hour period shares an identical birth chart. With so many individuals in the world, the number of children born at the same hour each day is indeed unfathomable. Thus, even if a destiny is deemed auspicious, it holds little weight. Can one truly expect the destinies of a prince and a beggar, born at the same moment, to be identical? Therefore, upon observing the little treasure's birth chart, he merely regarded it as favorable, without attaching significant importance to it. Similarly, the charts of the elder and second treasures were also commendable, which led him to think little of it at the time. He contemplated that perhaps Scholar Zhang's fate was being undermined by the extraordinary fortunes of his sons. A child with an exceptionally favorable destiny might overshadow the father's, and if there were only one son, the father could be entirely eclipsed. However, with 3 sons born on auspicious days and at auspicious times, Scholar Zhang's fate continued to weaken, as this is a matter of mutual influence. Consequently, upon the birth of his youngest son, who was destined for great wealth and honor, Scholar Zhang could no longer endure. Yet, upon returning to the Mu family, he realized that recalculating the fate chart required a holistic consideration of various factors: the timing of celestial events, geographical advantages, and human interactions, each element indispensable. Of utmost importance was his meticulous observation of the countenances of the second and elder treasures. When he turned his gaze back to Mu Hui's visage, he felt a sudden shock. For Mr. Zhuang, throughout his life, he had encountered numerous individuals with extraordinary birth charts, such as the one nicknamed Flower Shorts. Lacking a birth chart of his own, he instead calculated based on the day he was found by the old gentleman, marking his rebirth. In terms of destiny, this is referred to as the acquired fate. He had chosen not to have the old gentleman alter the name Flower Shorts, for sometimes destiny indeed aligns seamlessly with circumstances. He once mentioned to the old gentleman that aside from marital misfortunes, his life had been remarkably smooth. Even should he rise and revolt someday, he possessed the fortune to ascend to the imperial court. Yet, both the old gentleman and Flower Shorts were not inclined to seek out trouble for themselves, as they found the burdens of emperorship too cumbersome and preferred to avoid unnecessary excitement. This time, however, the old gentleman had sent someone across great distances merely to assist a down-and-out scholar in finding a burial site, lacking funds but providing meals instead. Wherever Mr. Zhuang went, he would be welcomed with generous hospitality, as his status warranted. Nonetheless, as he had conveyed to Mu Hui, the old gentleman had bestowed upon him great kindness, rendering such matters trifling. In truth, he had repaid the old gentleman's favor 8 centuries prior. Yet in recent years, his relationship with the old gentleman had evolved more into that of friends, enjoying a camaraderie that was effortless. Thus, he was more than willing to gather with the old gentleman occasionally, assisting him with minor tasks, which he considered inconsequential. However, this time, he found himself increasingly uncertain. Upon first meeting Mu Hui, he sensed an obscurity in her features that eluded his understanding. He is indeed a master of his craft within the realm. If he claims to be second in face reading, no one would dare assert they are first. At most, they might consider themselves as equal. Yet, for the first time, he finds himself unable to perceive clearly. Such a predicament can stem from only 2 possibilities. 1. A true dragon among men, a celestial figure whom mere mortals cannot comprehend. Or 2, a charlatan cloaked in a guise, fully obscuring his fate, rendering it remarkable that he could even catch a glimpse. However, he is adept at discerning those who wear masks, and evidently, Mu Hui does not possess such an illusion. Thus, he wonders why he cannot perceive her fortune. This realization imbues his journey with newfound intrigue. Having acquired the birth data of Scholar Zhang alongside the date of the sacrificial rites, Mr. Zhuang is once again astonished. Indeed, there are individuals in this world who are remarkably unfortunate. The dismal nature of his birth chart is nothing short of peculiar. Otherwise, he would not have selected such a dismal location, as a more favorable place would only exacerbate his plight. When Mr. Zhuang speaks to Mu Hui, he is candid. There is no path to rebirth for him. He can only arrange a prosperous lineage and set up a favorable feng shui for his coffin, nurturing it so that he does not plummet into the depths of hell, awaiting his son to secure a title for him, thus escaping into the cycle of rebirth and cultivating fortune in the next life. Upon examining the birth dates of the 3 children, Mr. Zhuang finds himself somewhat speechless. He begins to feel sympathy for Scholar Zhang. For him, if each child possesses greater fortune than he, it is an unparalleled tragedy. He is already a person of extremely poor fate, born to parents at odds, with no kin to rely upon. After finally marrying and having children, if their fortunes surpass his, perhaps separation might afford Scholar Zhang a longer life. However, as each of his children continues to thrive, he finds himself increasingly diminished. The youngest son, possessing an exceptionally auspicious fate, causes Scholar Zhang to pass away shortly after his birth. This is not simply a case of the children being the cause of their father's demise, but rather a testament to the father's own dismal fortune. Even a slight advantage in fate could lead to such an outcome. Moreover, when assessing the interactions among the 3 children, he discovers that, when viewed individually, the birth charts of the eldest and second child appear ordinary. Their fortunes are moderate, with all 3 talents falling within the realm of average fortune. Naturally, the second child's chart is marginally superior to that of the eldest. However, with the introduction of the youngest child's extraordinarily noble fate, the destinies of the elder too undergo a dramatic transformation, almost revolutionary in nature. Unable to contain his curiosity, he eventually examines the face of the second child, convinced that he is destined for royal favor. Unlike the flamboyant dominance of the one in flashy trousers, this child embodies the demeanor of a wealthy and leisurely noble. It is unmistakably evident upon his countenance. When he turns his gaze to the youngest, who is playing in the embrace of the elder, he finds himself equally unable to discern the child's features, leaving Mr. Zhuang hesitant to speak further. He bows his head to recalculate, employing a method he alone comprehends to draft a fate scroll. Upon completion, he observes that the destinies of the 3 children harmoniously intertwine before he ultimately incinerates the scroll. Scholar Zhang's fate reveals 2 wives and 3 children destined to outlive him. Thus, it appears that the current Fifteen Niang is his second spouse, though her birth chart remains a mystery, and he cannot discern her features. Moreover, as Xiao Bao could not discern clearly, he felt he had gained some understanding regarding various matters. However, he was hesitant to articulate this enlightenment. Some things are like that. Once perceived and spoken of, one might inadvertently disrupt the broader picture. He preferred to quietly set a strategy for Scholar Zhang, patiently awaiting the unfolding of events. Could this truly be fate? Chapter 59. The importance of graceful poise on the day of Scholar Zhang's burial. Mr. Zhuang personally donned a Taoist robe and arranged the incense altar, leaving those who accompanied him utterly astonished. It became evident that Mu Hui had chosen this site for a reason, one that was deeply heartfelt. Mu Hui felt particularly moved, realizing that she had not spent much. The customs in this profession are quite significant. When selecting a site and arranging the funeral, the family is expected to offer a monetary gift. This serves as a token of appreciation, albeit with an element of extortion inherent to the traditions. Nevertheless, it is an old custom that holds true. However, Mr. Zhuang himself was the first to speak, asserting that while this is indeed the custom, he had come to assist, and thus only placed a single coin in the red envelope. If he received more, he would take his leave, never to return. Consequently, with each step, Mu Hui carefully prepared a red envelope containing a single coin. Though she adhered to the customs, her expenditure was minimal. At last, Scholar Zhang was laid to rest. Although Mr. Zhuang did not demand a significant fee, procuring land and hiring bearers for the coffin still incurred costs. Moreover, the rituals could not be conducted with Mr. Zhuang alone. Several young Taoists were needed to assist. Thus, Mu Hui genuinely felt that funerals were an extravagant affair, one that drained financial resources significantly. Finally, everything was completed. The Bao, Air Bao, and Xiao Bao tossed the hemp caps from their heads into the flames at the grave, signifying closure. Mu Hui gazed at the bare grave. The gravestone yet to be completed. Mr. Zhuang was a perfectionist, even specifying the material, patterns, and inscriptions for the gravestone. In that moment, the grave lay stark and empty. Nevertheless, Mu Hui remained undeterred, quietly observing the sight, assuring herself, "I have done my utmost. I will care for the Bao and Air Bao. Rest in peace." Old Master Song accompanied them, taking Xiao Bao in his arms and bowing toward the grave. Although he had no acquaintance with Scholar Zhang, he had come to know Mu Hui and the children over these past days. Despite not knowing Zhang, he felt that the man resting beneath the earth was indeed fortunate, blessed with a beautiful and capable wife, as well as 3 lovely and endearing children, much more fortunate than himself. The butcher had remained silent throughout the proceedings. Now, he lifted Air Bao into his arms and placed a Bao onto his back. Both children were indeed fatigued, as they were Mu Hui's own sons. She insisted they partake in the rituals themselves, believing that Scholar Zhang would have wished it that way. Additionally, they were growing up and ought to embody the virtues of filial piety. Yet they were still children, and the weight of the responsibility was immense. Typically, Air Bao enjoyed being carried high on shoulders, but today he was too weary and requested Bao to switch places with him for a moment of respite. The Bao was preparing to move, but the butcher insisted on carrying him. Xiao Chong, wanting to offer to carry the Bao himself, refrained. He sensed that the eldest brother enjoyed holding them and decided not to contest that affection. "Let us head to Jinyuan Building," the butcher suggested to the equally weary Mu Hui. Mu Hui was taken aback momentarily, but quickly nodded in agreement. It was not that she was too exhausted to continue, but rather that there were many people present to assist, and no one had mentioned returning home for a cleansing drink. She has truly regressed, failing to consider even such trivial matters. She offered a faint smile to the butcher, but felt powerless to say more. Jinyuan Tower is the finest restaurant in the town, and the butcher had reserved the 2nd floor, ensuring everyone was seated comfortably. Naturally, Mu Hui would not allow the butcher to take on any further responsibilities. She took it upon herself to serve drinks to everyone as a gesture of her gratitude. Mr. Zhuang and the old man Song sat in the inner room, while Xiao Bao was tired and needed a relatively comfortable place to sleep. The Bao and Air Bao each perched on one of the butcher's legs, leaning against his belly, which, fortunately, had accumulated some flesh over the past few days, making it a reasonably comfortable resting spot for the 2 boys. As the dishes arrived, Air Bao struggled to keep his eyes open. This was their first visit to a restaurant, and a fine one at that. Apart from unnecessary glutinous rice balls and tofu served with the foul-smelling wine, the rest were signature dishes. "That fish is something my mother makes," Air Bao exclaimed upon finally spotting the squirrel fish, but he quickly wrinkled his nose, realizing it did not taste like his mother's. "They seasoned it with vinegar." Mr. Zhuang chuckled, lightly moving his chopsticks and raising an eyebrow, instructing the attendant nearby to fetch a knife. The attendant hesitated for a moment, but complied, for this was a refined area reserved for esteemed guests. When the knife arrived, Mr. Zhuang gently sliced the fish into small pieces, distributing 1 piece each to the Bao and Air Bao. Air Bao eagerly shoved it into his mouth. It was a bit hot, yet he was reluctant to spit it out. After a few cautious bites, he finally adjusted to the temperature and savored the flavor. The Bao, though feeling somewhat disheartened, thanked Mr. Zhuang and blew on his piece several times before taking delicate bites. "It's not as delicious as what my mother makes," Air Bao candidly remarked after finishing his portion. "Is it good?" Mr. Zhuang inquired. Air Bao pondered for a moment, reluctantly nodding in agreement. "It's good." They didn't use persimmons to make the sauce like your mother does, but the vinegar sauce is quite well balanced. This skill alone is enough to stand out among the rest. Mr. Zhuang seemed to be in high spirits, engaging Bao in a culinary discussion. The timing wasn't quite right for Fifteen Niang, he added. Old Man Song was also a devoted fan of Mu Hui, steadfastly supporting her. Yes, Fifteen Niang can only fry 2 fish at a time, while others prepare at least 4 or 5 in one go, Mr. Zhuang chuckled. Thus, Fifteen Niang prefers not to frequent restaurants, for to her, cooking is a passion. If she were to do it every day, she would go mad, the butcher laughed. Not everyone can be a chef. She possesses skill, yet lacks the temperament of a true cook. Mr. Zhuang burst into hearty laughter. What kind of temperament does a chef require? Bao tilted his head, gazing at Mr. Zhuang. To create exquisite dishes that allow more people to enjoy her cooking, while your mother only desires to cook for you. Moreover, she prepares only the flavor she herself enjoys, rather than catering to the masses. Therefore, when she trained as a chef, she likely only intended to cook for herself, never considering cooking for others. Mr. Zhuang picked up a piece of fish. It was perhaps a tad tough for him, but he frowned and took a bite nonetheless. Shall I have someone bring you a bowl of noodles? Just then, Mu Hui returned, noticing Mr. Zhuang's furrowed brow and the knife on the fish platter, and quickly inquired, "Come, try the taste." Mr. Zhuang hurriedly urged her to take a seat and savor the flavors. Mu Hui, having already discerned the fish was fried, saw no point in tasting it. Instead, she scooped a small piece of tofu with a spoon and placed it in her mouth, nodding slightly in approval. The chef's seasoning was exquisite, truly skilled. Mr. Zhuang nodded and sampled the tofu as well. It was well prepared, albeit slightly crumbled. Yet, as Mu Hui had noted, the seasoning was indeed remarkable, better than what you might create. He, however, lacked the time thus. Mu Hui, having spent many years alongside top chefs, recognized that such nuances, over-fried elements, and the delicately crumbled tofu were likely due to time constraints or perhaps the work of a junior chef, while the seasoning bore the hallmark of a master. "You are too rigid, overflowing with pride," he remarked, but nonetheless placed a piece of fish on her plate. Mu Hui was momentarily taken aback. Given her disposition, she would typically refuse anything even slightly amiss, especially since she wasn't hungry. But what was Mr. Zhuang implying? Was it a command for her to comply? No, one must learn to be more accommodating. One must adopt a softer stance. Chapter 60 in the days that followed. Mu Hui found herself constantly pondering the words of Elder Zhuang. What did it truly mean to soften her stance? She was not the type to be inflexible. Even in her previous life, despite her remarkable achievements, she had always understood that there were greater talents beyond her own. This was precisely why she chose to befriend culinary masters rather than those within her own circle. She prided herself on her understanding of social dynamics. Having grown up amidst wolves, where sheer stubbornness often led to one's own detriment. Yet, at this moment, Elder Zhuang implied that perhaps she had not fully retreated. Confused, she decided to set aside her thoughts and focus on her own endeavors. After Elder Zhuang and Old Song assisted Mu Hui in concluding the funeral arrangements, they each returned to their respective lives. Although she was unaware of why Old Song did not reside with the butcher, it was evident that his ability to stay for 20 days was already a concession to Mu Hui. He was indeed a man of affairs. From Mu Hui's years of observing people, she noted that while the elder was somewhat disheveled around his son, he occasionally revealed a hint of authority when interacting with Elder Zhuang. Xiao Chang, in the presence of the elder and the butcher, evidently preferred to avoid their company, opting instead to hide in the kitchen. Even during meals, when he found himself dining with them, he made every effort to minimize his presence, fearful of making a sound. Once the elder departed, Xiao Chang appeared considerably more at ease. It was clear that the elder had been a source of pressure for him. With his departure, everyone gradually returned to their normal routines. However, this routine brought great joy to De Bao and Bao as they resumed their activities at the butcher's shop. De Bao's skills in mental arithmetic had not gone to waste, as he diligently assisted the butcher with calculations. Consequently, it became widely known that Mu Hui was an excellent teacher. Her 2 sons exhibited remarkable talents. One was eloquent, while the other excelled in arithmetic, much to her chagrin. leaving her contemplating the wisdom of the old adage that childlessness is a blessing. Had she truly been oblivious to her fortune in her past life? Clearly, all her previous efforts seemed in vain, and thus, she resolved to send Bao to school. She struggled to articulate to Bao the necessity of education, finally grasping the sentiments expressed by other parents who insisted on enrolling their children in classes they may not understand now, but if we do not make decisions for them, they will resent us in the future. She desperately clung to this rationale. Although Bao did not voice his dissent, his discontent was palpable. He awoke with a sullen expression, remaining silent even during breakfast. Was school not enjoyable? Bao, perceptive as ever, recognized his brother's discontent and understood that his elder sibling was unhappy. Of course, it was not enjoyable. Failure to memorize lessons would result in punishment. The butcher chimed in, holding Bao in one arm while clutching a rice cake in the other. Instead of hastily consuming the treat, he amused Bao, who felt increasingly disheartened. After Old Song's departure, he found himself entrusted to the butcher's care. Thus, he felt he had transformed from a beloved child into merely a plaything for the butcher. The flour butcher amused himself idly, for instance, by taking a cake for himself but refusing to share it. He did not wish to cry, so he engaged in a battle of wits with the flour butcher daily. Could he fight? The second brother looked utterly terrified. Hey, do not presume to judge my son with your intellect. My eldest is quite clever. How could he possibly forget his lessons? Mu Hui glared fiercely at the flour butcher, for her eldest already dreaded attending school, and the flour butcher seemed intent on adding fuel to the fire. If he is unwilling to attend school, then let him learn martial arts. Look at how well I am doing now. The flour butcher shook his head and stuffed the cake into his mouth, completely disregarding the youngest. This provoked the youngest, who had thought he was on the verge of capturing it, to angrily slap his belly with his chubby little hands. Yet, despite his fury, the youngest did not cry, which brought Mu Hui considerable relief. He must at least be able to recognize characters and understand reason, right? My dear, I am not urging you to become the top scholar. Rest assured, I will never force you into academia, as long as you do not wish to go. I promise not to compel you. However, you must attend school for now. What about learning martial arts? Mother, can I learn martial arts? The second brother was indeed quick to speak. No, you cannot just whimsically decide. Think carefully about what you wish to learn. Mu Hui's approach to educating the second brother was entirely different from that of the eldest. In any case, whatever the second brother aspired to learn, he must strive for it himself, while she publicly opposed it. And you, eldest brother, do you wish to learn with me? The flour butcher immediately focused on the still listless eldest. Is learning martial arts useful? The eldest craned his neck, his expression quite serious, indicating he was contemplating deeply. Of course, it is useful. Do you see how I have grown so strong? Moreover, why am I able to butcher pigs and fight off those with dark skin? It is because we possess skill. The flour butcher raised his fists, attempting to showcase his strength, but the outcome appeared quite foolish. But my mother lacks such skills. You should listen to her, the second brother interjected. She can cook. If I do not heed her, I will have nothing to eat. So, should I learn to cook from my mother? The eldest turned to Mu Hui. She felt as though the sky was darkening. Why did the three of them, when discussing serious matters, manage to veer off into tangents so far removed from the topic at hand? Mother, are you angry? The second brother leaned in. No, not at all. Eldest, hurry to school. Second, go play. Mu Hui had been reflecting on herself these days, questioning if she had been too hasty, leading to the elder Zhuang's remark that her demeanor lacked softness. She resolved to be a nurturing mother, cradling the youngest and feeding him pumpkin puree bit by bit. Now she wondered, if the youngest were to be just as unreliable in the future, would she have any hope left? The eldest, pursing his lips, obediently donned the backpack Mu Hui had made for him and, dejected, walked outside. Wait for me. I will accompany you for a while. The flour butcher had intended to say he would escort him, but thankfully he was astute enough to recognize Mu Hui's sensitivities and altered his words. Yes, yes, brother. We will accompany you for a short distance. The second child, carefree and untroubled, leapt from the table, instantly filled with joy. The three of them stole a glance at Mu Hui, who remained oblivious to their presence. Thus, they returned to their respective tasks. At that moment, Xiao Chong endeavored to diminish his presence until they had all departed, at which point he cautiously emerged. "Sister-in-law, I have finished tidying up. Is there anything else I should do?" he inquired carefully. "Thank you. It's all right now," Mu Hui replied with a smile. Just as she had finished feeding the pumpkin puree, she placed the little one in a chair, allowing him to play on his own while she resumed her work. In pursuit of realism, she even sought a bit of silver from the tailor shop owner, as she was determined to present herself as someone striving to repay her debts. "Shall I take the little one and play with him for a while?" Xiao Chong pondered, feeling somewhat restless. "Let him entertain himself. Why don't you ask them what they wish to have for lunch? Bring back some dishes?" "Oh, understood." He sighed in relief and hurried outside. He simply could not remain idle. He had accompanied the butcher to slaughter pigs early in the morning, then returned to assist Mu Hui with the cooking. Now, aside from Mu Hui, he was the busiest person in the house. Mu Hui remained focused on her task, paying no heed to the little one who occasionally tiptoed and jumped around. The child clapped his hands on the board, striving earnestly to capture her attention. Without lifting her gaze, Mu Hui deftly maneuvered the needle and thread, entirely oblivious to the increasingly lively child. When the little one ceased his clapping, tilting his head in silence, he began to produce a variety of sounds, eventually prompting Mu Hui to sneak a glance at him. There he was, tilting his chubby head, making an array of silly faces and adorably cute expressions. Unable to restrain herself, Mu Hui burst into laughter. It was simply too endearing to resist. Finally capturing his mother's attention, the little one beamed even brighter, breaking into a dance of joy. Though devoid of rhythm, he radiated the natural exuberance of childhood, making the scene all the more delightful. He accompanied his movements with sound effects, which amused Mu Hui to no end. At that moment, she truly felt that children are angels. Despite the times they may drive her to despair, they ultimately fill her life with immense happiness. Time slipped away, and before she knew it, it was noon. She hurried to complete her writing for the day, managing to sleep only at 2 o'clock. This morning, she had fallen asleep in class after a long day at work. In the evening, while attempting to draft for the next day and browsing the internet for updates, she found herself frustrated. All sites were accessible except for the women's section. Was life truly so cruel? Just as she was writing, she learned that her male best friend's father had passed away, and she would need a visit tomorrow. Yet, she still had to prepare for her upcoming release. Tears filled her heart. Chapter 61. Early in the morning, I was playing with my son in the courtyard when Aunt Tang came to collect the sauce. I had intended to do some work, but the little one has increasingly refused to stay by himself. With a smile, Mu Hui picked up Xiao Bao and accompanied Aunt Tang to get the sauce. Her side business, aside from preparing meals for the butcher, involved making sauce for Aunt Tang's shop, which she visited once a month to earn a little pocket money. Aunt Tang instructed Akai to load the sauce onto the cart, but did not follow as she had previously. Instead, she sat down and helped Mu Hui fasten her clothing. "Aunt Tang, is there something on your mind?" Mu Hui, ever perceptive, regarded Aunt Tang as a benefactor since her arrival in this world. She felt a sense of gratitude and did not treat her with the same distant politeness as she did with Aunt Lu. "It's nothing. Your life is becoming a bit easier, yet you find yourself in debt again. Now you have to provide for Dabao's education. When will you catch your breath?" Aunt Tang sighed, softly without lifting her head. "Isn't it always like this?" Mu Hui paused, reflecting on the universal struggle. A friend once remarked that falling in love is a crime, marriage feels like a sentence, and having children is akin to a grave sin, resulting in life imprisonment without parole. Previously, she had yearned for what she could not attain, and now it seemed she had overreached. However, the difference between a life sentence and multiple life sentences felt negligible. Though she was somewhat weary, she sensed a growing adaptation to her circumstances. "Is this truly how you wish to continue? Your husband has been gone nearly a year, and you have laid him to rest while nurturing the children so well. You have done him justice. For the sake of the children, you must consider the future." Aunt Tang finally articulated her intent. Mu Hui was taken aback. The memorial for that scholar Zhang was still months away. Was she suggesting remarriage? Yet, the thought of remarrying had not crossed her mind. While 15 Niang had never married, she had genuinely experienced marriage. In a world where the gossiping aunts possessed an uncanny ability to see through facades, If 15 Yang were to enter the town carrying Xiao Bao, no one would believe him to be her child. Her virginity was unmistakable, impossible to feign. However, for Mu Hui, who had recently joined this world, such matters were of no consequence. She was a mature woman. It was far more challenging for her to adopt the guise of a maiden. At that moment, she needed no pretense. She was simply herself. She had no desire to dwell on her previous marriage. She and her ex-husband remained friends. She felt it best to avoid the institution of marriage altogether, as it brought harm to both parties. I know. That scoundrel at least left me a shop. What do you have? 3 sons? And everyone knows they can be quite burdensome. The butcher currently relies on your meals, but he will eventually marry and have children. You cannot expect to earn from him for a lifetime. Without his assistance, how will you raise the children? Mu Hui paused in contemplation. Indeed, she had children. Her adaptation was facilitated by the butcher's help. If he were to stop providing meals, managing 3 children alone would be quite arduous. Primarily, she needed to earn some money before the butcher ceased his support, at least enough to secure a shop like Aunt Tang's. Surely, she needed some capital for a stable life. Tang. Pray tell, how much silver does one require to purchase a shop? Mu inquired promptly. You child, I am discussing serious matters. Tang vito. While you are still youthful and charming, seize the opportunity. Seek a suitor of good standing, so that the child may enjoy a comfortable life. Marriage brings not only companionship, but also sustenance. If you cling to the notions of a poor scholar's family, you shall doom yourself for a lifetime. Aunt Tang, visibly anxious, gave Mu Hui a firm pat on the back. Little Bao, feeling discontent, hesitated for a moment before gently tapping Aunt Tang's hand, expressing his dissatisfaction, yet his demeanor betrayed a hint of shyness, clearly aware that he ought not to treat Elder Tang in such a manner. Indeed, Mu Hui lightly reprimanded Little Bao, indicating that he was mistaken. He buried his head in Mu Hui's shoulder, covering his face with his chubby little hands. This elicited a laugh from Aunt Tang, who sighed softly, observing how endearing Little Bao was. Consider finding a reputable family and devote yourself to nurturing them. If these 3 children achieve greatness in the future, you will have done right by the Zhang family. For the sake of the children, Mu Hui gazed at Aunt Tang, pondering for a moment. Aunt Tang, has someone asked you to convey this? Are you merely probing for my sentiments? Is this feasible? Aunt Tang immediately perked up, her face filled with concern. I provide meals for the butcher, which ultimately equates to being a mother to others. If I were to remarry, and in the future, should Bao and the others attain success, how would they face the world? Even if not for the future, think of the children being labeled as burdens. Even if they have prospects, they might find themselves under someone else's roof, relying on the whims of others for their meals. What future can they possibly hope for? In truth, Mu Hui believed that while there may be good stepfathers, they are indeed few and far between. Even in modern times, blended families often present challenges for children. Thus, she would not be easily swayed. Aunt Tang, upon hearing this, sighed gently, understanding. You carry on with your business. As a mother, Aunt Tang's decision not to remarry was not solely because of their shop, but rather from a genuine desire to shield her children from hardship. Though the children might endure some struggles alongside her, they would live with dignity, subsisting on meager fare together. In recent days, she had observed that Mu Hui bore a striking resemblance to her younger self, while she had not taken that step in her youth. Whether Mu Hui should or should not do so remained uncertain. Perhaps what was claimed to be for the children, in fact, was best served by not remarrying. Yet, having traversed this difficult path, she understood the burdens of being a widow with children. With each step, during times of difficulty, regardless of the man's character, there was, at least, a shoulder to lean on, a partner to consult. Yet now, witnessing how well the Bao and the others were being educated, and how Little Bao thrived under care, Mu Hui was tirelessly striving for her children. Even if the butcher ceased providing meals, she could find other means of support, and as the children gradually matured, they could lend a hand. Life would eventually improve. Thus, she ceased her encouragement and quietly rose to leave. Mu Hui gently extracted Little Bao, attended to his needs, and returned him to his chair. This time, she truly felt pressed for time. She realized she must earn money, to prove to the world that she could provide a good life for her children, even without a man by her side. She never once considered inquiring about who had asked Aunt Tang on her behalf. To her, there was nothing to ask. If she were to probe, it would only seem pretentious, bordering on a coy invitation. So she resolutely refused to give Aunt Tang that impression, let alone the shadowy figure behind it. De Bao was to attend school for the entire day, and Xiao Chong prepared a meal for both him and his teacher. Mu Hui took special care to prepare a plate of stir-fried meat slices for Xiao Chong to distribute among the school children, clearly indicating that they would be good classmates moving forward and should foster a harmonious relationship. Mu Hui was well-versed in the unspoken rules of the workplace. Such ostentation might provoke envy among the classmates. Hence, De Bao's meal consisted of simple home-cooked dishes, devoid of extravagance. She even instructed Xiao Chong to ensure De Bao received a few pieces of meat when distributing the food, allowing the other children to see that his lunchbox contained the same humble fare as theirs, devoid of meat. At the outset, Xiao Chong had also taken the time to explain to the teacher that this was De Bao's first day at school, and sending a meal was a gesture of respect. They would not be sending meals in the future, and he hoped the teacher would not hold it against them. This was a well-crafted statement, one that also conveyed to the children that the Zhang family was not wealthy, and that the meal was merely a formality due to De Bao's inaugural day at school. Even so, Mu Hui remained somewhat anxious. After all, De Bao was still young. After lunch, she discreetly took Xiao Bao and peeked outside the school to see how De Bao was faring. Inside the classroom, students typically spent the morning reciting lessons and the afternoon practicing writing. Mu Hui was not concerned about De Bao's academic performance. Rather, she feared he might develop a sense of resentment. She grappled with how to explain that their father's inability to succeed had burdened the family, not because of their studies, but due to their father's shortcomings. Such words would be too hurtful, and besides, there were countless scholars in the world, all aspiring to their dreams, akin to those who venture to the north in search of opportunity. The successful few continuously inspire the next generation to press forward. So whose fault was it but fate? These sentiments would be lost on De Bao if expressed now, so she refrained from voicing them. She observed the classroom, where the desks were neatly arranged, but the teacher was evidently absent, as it was self-study time. Those who failed to submit their assignments would face the teacher's disciplinary measures, and thus she felt no concern. However, these were children, and no one is born with the ability to adhere to rules. Thus, they would inevitably create a ruckus, albeit minor. While stealing glances at the door, fearful of the teacher's return, Mu Hui, of course, paid little mind to the mischief of other children. Her focus was solely on her son. De Bao sat in the front row, being the youngest, where it was relatively quieter as it was closest to the door, allowing for easy observation. De Bao seemed oblivious to the happenings outside, diligently focused on his writing, his hands free of ink, indicating that his composure extended into the classroom. Yet, Mu Hui wrestled with her thoughts. Under normal circumstances, she would view this as steadiness, but in the school setting, it seemed more akin to withdrawal. Her intention in sending him to school was to prevent him from selling meat and bargaining with others. That was not the life she envisioned for her son. She could not bear to raise a son who became a petty vendor. Now, taking a glance around and then at her son, a sense of inner turmoil enveloped her. The prospect of her son becoming a street vendor seemed increasingly unlikely, yet she found herself reluctant to accept her son's condition of autism. At this age, he should be forming friendships like his younger sibling, embarking on adventures together. Shun Tihi, Mu Hui silently departed, her head bowed. Little Bao wished to call out for his elder brother. Although he was incapable of calling anyone, he could certainly scream. However, cradled in his mother's arms, he missed the opportunity to call out, leaving him with a tinge of regret. Nevertheless, he clung tightly to Mu Hui's neck, fearing a fall as she hurried away. There was money to be picked up off the ground. A towering figure obstructed their path. Chapter 62. While Mu Hui was lost in thought, Xiao Bao had already been taken away by the butcher. Though he did not toss him high, held him much more comfortably than Mu Hui did. Although Xiao Bao offered a flattering smile to Mu Hui, he resolutely clung to the butcher. "Mother, how is big brother?" "Yeah, Bao," holding a candied hawthorn in one hand and tugging at Xiao Chong's hand with the other, inquired with an inquisitive tilt of his head. You just had a meal. Mu Hui replied, somewhat exasperated. He truly was a glutton, having just dined yet already reaching for a sweet treat. I know, so I'm just having some hawthorn to aid digestion, Bao asserted with a serious demeanor, indicating that his intentions were solely for health. Mu Hui immediately raised her gaze, scrutinizing the butcher. If this was not her teaching, then it must have been his influence. Hawthorn aids digestion. The butcher took a significant step back, attempting to defend himself, though lacking the confidence that Bao possessed. Mu Hui found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. Her discontent stemmed from her aversion to children indulging in snacks. She would rather provide them with proper pastries. After all, how could a Bao and Bao grow tall and robust if they were to indulge in too many treats? This notion was ingrained in her since childhood, leading her to ensure that no morsel went to waste, redirecting it all to Bao and Bao. Upon noticing the candied hawthorn in Bao's hand, Xiao Bao began to pester the butcher again, now acutely aware of any food in sight and feeling indignant. All right, when you have teeth, Uncle Hua will buy you some, Bao replied calmly. Yet, standing on the ground, while Xiao Bao was held high, Xiao Bao remained oblivious that Bao was speaking to him, fixated solely on the butcher. Go back and get him something to eat, the butcher expressed his helplessness. Mu Hui, weary of the situation, retrieved Xiao Bao and silently headed back, with Xiao Bao resting his chin on her shoulder. Extending his chubby hand to bid farewell to the butcher, his eyes filled with melancholy. The butcher initially followed for a couple of steps, but then halted, waving his large hand at Xiao Bao in a wordless farewell. Xiao Bao felt quite despondent. Mu Hui ignored them and quickened her pace to leave. Bao hesitated momentarily. Contemplating visiting his brother, but seeing their mother in such a state, he figured his brother might not require a visit after all. If their mother was this upset, perhaps it would be wise to avoid adding to the tension. Savoring a piece of candied hawthorn, he tilted his head and asked strong uncle, "Are we still going to see brother? Big brother?" Xiao Chong, being clever and resourceful, naturally refrained from making any decisions, deferring instead. "Let us see. We ought to understand why your mother is upset. What if she gets so angry that she refuses to cook?" The butcher, after all, was still the butcher. Bao found this reasoning sound and took hold of Xiao Chong, urging him towards the school. He inquired why he no longer sat on the butcheress' shoulders. This change could be attributed to Mu Hui's growing influence. Every time she saw Bao or Bao perched upon the butcher's shoulders, her expression would darken. Nowadays, children are quite perceptive. Thus, unless they were utterly exhausted, they generally made an effort to walk on their own. The butcher, along with the others, could discern the underlying issue, which was merely Mu Hui's maternal instincts at play. Now she understands the age-old adage, children are best when they are one's own, while wives belong to others. She is not angry, but rather conflicted. Observing her eldest son diligently practicing his calligraphy, she initially felt immense pride, believing no child could be as adorable or obedient as her son. Truly, he embodies grace in his posture, both seated and standing. However, pride soon morphed into a yearning desire for her son to excel in all aspects, morally, intellectually, physically, aesthetically, and in labor. She is aware that her perspective lacks objectivity. Yet she contemplates that he is her son, and objectivity is unnecessary. As she returns home, juggling her chores, her internal struggle remains hidden from others, who might mistakenly perceive her as burdened by worries. Despite her turmoil, when the time comes, she dutifully prepares dinner, deliberately cooking her eldest son's favorite dish, braised pork ribs. When he remains silent, Mu Hui can only guess his preferences. She discovers that whenever she makes braised ribs, he is inclined to eat an extra piece. Whereas when she prepares sweet and sour dishes, his appetite remains unchanged. Gradually, Mu Hui learns her son's tastes. However, on ordinary days, her children would typically return by now, with her second son likely standing at the kitchen door, complaining of hunger. Yet today, as dusk approaches, there is still no sign of them. Even the butcher, who usually lingers in their yard after selling meat, is nowhere to be found. He enjoys spending time with the children and, most importantly, urging her to prepare dinner. The sudden silence leaves Mu Hui feeling somewhat disoriented. Holding her youngest son, she steps outside to wait. Although spring has arrived, the air remains slightly chilly, causing her youngest to sneeze as he emerges from the warm house. Unable to ignore the situation, Mu-hui hurriedly dons a hat on him and rushes outside. Her eldest son and others are seated at the alley's entrance, with the butcher wearing a grim expression that appears rather intimidating. Little Chong bears a face that seems on the verge of tears, glancing around anxiously, yet afraid to speak. "What are you doing out here in this cold?" Mu-hui exclaims in frustration, primarily directing her ire at her eldest and second sons. The second son's little face pales, and although he prides himself on cleanliness, his nose twitches in discomfort. "Mom, if you remarry, will you take us with you?" The second son seems to have found a glimmer of hope, throwing himself into Mu-hui's embrace, nearly on the verge of sobbing. Mu-hui is taken aback and exasperated. She glances around, realizing that although the street appears deserted, there are still residents on either side who can undoubtedly hear her son's words. "Enough nonsense. Let's go home and eat," she shouts once more, handing her youngest to the butcher and taking each son by the hand as they hasten back home. Little Chong finally breathes a sigh of relief, glad to be returning to dinner. As for the notion of remarrying, he harbors no worries. In his eyes, his sister-in-law would naturally end up with their eldest brother. Whether she marries or not makes no difference to him, and thus there is nothing to fret about. He follows behind, cheerful and carefree. Meanwhile, the butcher clutches the youngest tightly, his expression still dark. Before they reach home, Mu-hui begins to comprehend the crux of the matter. Earlier in the morning, Aunt Tang had visited, and it dawns on her that both the east and west courtyards are occupied. Under normal circumstances, when Aunt Tang comes over, they would all be expected to greet her. Aunt Tang is the landlord of the community, and simply by virtue of her ownership of the property, no one dares to disrespect her. However, today, by an odd stroke of luck, everyone seemed to be absent. Previously, Mu-hui found this somewhat peculiar, but did not dwell on it. Now, reflecting on it, what could be so difficult to comprehend? It was merely the sight of Aunt Tang whispering to herself that stirred their curiosity, prompting the women from both families to eavesdrop. Once Aunt Tang departed, the two women naturally felt compelled to piece together what they had overheard and engage in further speculation. What gossip or rumors could possibly remain unspoken? The saying, "Meeting is pleasant, living together is challenging," applies not only to family, but often to neighbors as well. Despite the adage that distant relatives cannot compare to close neighbors, the reality is that each household grapples with its own myriad of domestic affairs. Living in close quarters makes it difficult to truly embrace tolerance. Thus, both families harbor a certain annoyance towards Mu-hui. The Liu family, without needing elaboration, has experienced Mu-hui's culinary skills firsthand, and young Ernyo's heart has been stirred, albeit briefly extinguished by Liu's intervention. The dynamic between Liu and Ernyo has noticeably soured. As a widow with a sole son, Liu has relied heavily on her child. Mu-hui's presence has disrupted their bond, and it would indeed be strange if Liu bore no resentment towards her. As for the couple in the East Room, though they have recently moved in with their child, they initially shared a cordial relationship with Mu-hui due to their children being of similar ages. Yet, as time wore on, tensions arose. While Bao indulged in sumptuous meals, the enticing aromas wafting from their kitchen would inevitably stir envy in their child. Mu-hui, not one to be stingy, would occasionally send over some treats for the children to foster friendship, hoping to encourage Bao to make more friends. However, after a few exchanges, she quickly realized the necessity to refrain. Offering a sampling was a gesture of neighborly goodwill, but the act of constant gifting could easily breed resentment. The residents of the East Room grew increasingly irked. Upon receiving gifts from Mu-hui, they felt obliged to reciprocate, leading to a cycle of expectations. The allure of a favorable environment was not the only reason for renting the so-called haunted house. Cost was a significant factor. Despite Mu-hui's generosity, their attempts to repay her kindness paled in comparison, leaving a lingering sense of dissatisfaction. Fortunately, Mu-hui adeptly adjusted her approach. Otherwise, conflicts could have escalated. Yet, children are inherently unrestrained. Even though the child from the East Room did not hail from affluence, he was nonetheless his parents' cherished gem, having never faced hardship. When he observed Bao enjoying his meals, and compared them to his own modest portions, could he be expected to remain calm? Parents, at their core, often exhibit favoritism, attributing any issues to external factors. Consequently, tensions flared anew, with the belief that if not for their shared residence, their child would not be so unruly. Thus, it seemed strange that the two families maintained a cordial relationship. Not long afterward, having gleaned snippets of information, the residents of the East Room concocted an excuse to visit the West Room, where they exchanged insights with Liu, corroborating their eavesdropped accounts with imaginative embellishments, leading them to believe they had uncovered the truth. Just as Mu Hui went to visit Dabao, the small town buzzed with the latest gossip. Widow Zhang was preparing to remarry. Mu Hui did not venture outside, hence remained oblivious to such gossip. However, upon exiting the school, Dabao and his companions, driven by curiosity, inquired if Dabao wished for a stepfather, casting furtive glances at the flower butcher. Consequently, Dabao found himself reluctant to return home. Deep down, he understood that Mu Hui was not their mother. If she truly remarried, could she genuinely take them along? Even if she did, how would he and heir Bao navigate their place within a new family dynamic? Chapter 63. Mischief dinner was rather somber. Dabao poked at the tender braised pork ribs for an eternity, yet refused to bring them to his lips. Heir Bao, on the other hand, had a desire to eat, but feeling the heavy atmosphere, he hesitated, his mood clouded. Surprisingly, Hua the butcher, who was usually the most enthusiastic about meals, clutched his large bowl without taking a bite, his face dark as though someone owed him money. Enough. Who told you I planned to remarry? I haven't uttered a word about family matters, so disregard whatever anyone says. Mu Hui was exasperated by their incessant chatter, slamming her chopsticks down with a sharp command. A room full of men, including the drooling Xiao Bao at the side, were taken aback, all looking up at Mu Hui. After all, in this household, she was the sole woman, the one who provided meals, and, unknowingly, she had become the head of the family. Of course, Mu Hui had not considered that Hua the butcher was included in this family unit. Was she not remarrying then? Heir Bao, who was indifferent to the notion of remarriage, thought of his mother as his mother, regardless of where she might go. The idea of her remarrying was of little concern to him. However, since Dabao seemed troubled by it, he decided to inquire on his brother's behalf. Mu Hui Po said, for her, the decision to remarry was monumental, not one to be made lightly. Are you going to remarry? While the butcher slammed his bowl down, his expression darkening further. I cannot definitively say no. Perhaps one day, I might find it unbearable or encounter someone kind, someone who treats both me and the children well. I might not hesitate to take that step. But for now, that is not my intention. Moreover, Dabao, Heir Bao, you are my sons, my own flesh and blood. Wherever I go and whatever decisions I make, your happiness will always come first. If the person you like also cares for you, then I will consider it. Do you understand? Mu Hui said calmly, serving each of her sons a piece of meat. Dabao looked up at Mu Hui, pondering for a moment. Will you take us along? Of course you are my sons. Mu Hui smiled, gently stroking Dabao's forehead. She realized that perhaps she truly needed to have a heart-to-heart with Dabao. Silence might only exacerbate the unspoken tension, weighing heavily on his mind. Mother will definitely take us with her. Brother, you are being strange, Heir Bao mumbled through his mouthful of ribs, having long forgotten past grievances. Zabao Chuka Sopti, returning to his meal without further words. Even Hua the butcher, slow to grasp the situation, understood Mu Hui's sentiments. She did not entirely reject the idea of remarriage, but it was not an immediate consideration. Moreover, her only stipulation was that any potential partner must treat her and her children well, and that her children must also like him. It felt as if her conditions were tailor-made for her own desires. Feeling uplifted, while the butcher resumed his meal with renewed vigor. One must not indulge in excessive joy, for happiness can be fleeting. He had a hearty appetite, and, as a result, he often outpaced the others at the table. Once he finished his meal, he noticed everyone was staring at him. What was the matter? There were no more vegetables left. Xiao Chong, with a troubled expression, realized that his bowl was empty. The vegetable dish was also devoid of any remnants. Meanwhile, Mu Hui's small bowl of rice had hardly been touched, and Dabao still had more than half a bowl. Xiao Chong and Heir Bao fared slightly better. Xiao Chong had finished his rice, while Heir Bao still had a few bites left. See, if you eat slowly, you end up with nothing. The flour butcher admonished Bao and Heir Bao. Mother, why don't we eat separately? Heir Bao said glumly. Previously, when they ate apart, the three of them had trouble finishing their meals. Now, if they didn't compete, they would have nothing to eat. There's still rice. How about I make you some glutinous rice soup? Mu Hui suggested, not wanting her sons to go hungry. She recalled that she had cooked a generous amount of rice today, intending to make glutinous rice soup in the morning. It seemed she would have to prepare it right away. Glutinous rice soup is somewhat akin to dumpling soup, but one is made from rice while the other is made from flour. The rice is pounded into a paste and boiled in a pot of broth, with a few slices of meat and vegetables added. Then, small balls of glutinous rice are torn and dropped into the soup. There's no need for seasoning. It's simply enjoyed for the fragrant broth and the texture of the rice balls. Bring me a bowl, the flour butcher called out eagerly. Mu Hui was left speechless. She set aside the leftover rice for the next day's chicken feed, washed a large bowl, and filled it with rice, placing it in front of the flour butcher. Eat this much, and then do some work, she instructed. The flour butcher didn't mind. He took the pestle and diligently began to pound the rice. He had seen Mu Hui do this before and relished glutinous rice, often requesting her to prepare it, whether boiled or fried. Thus, he was wholeheartedly engaged in the task. Mu Hui rekindled the fire to prepare the soup. The quality of glutinous rice soup lies in the broth, and fortunately, she always kept some on hand, so it wasn't a hassle. Xiao Chong casually took the dishes to wash them. Bao noticed Heir Bao conversing with the flour butcher, so he followed into the kitchen, obediently standing beside Mu Hui. I never considered asking Mother not to remarry. Bao finally spoke after a while. He had come to a clear understanding at the alley's entrance. He had no right to prevent Mu Hui from remarrying. As an adopted son, Mu Hui had taken them in, providing for them, so how could he dictate her choices? Though he understood this, it was still difficult to accept. Now that Mu Hui had expressed her intention to take care of them no matter what, he felt compelled to articulate his own stance. Mother knows you worry, afraid that I might leave you behind. Rest assured, you are my sons, now and forever. Of course, if your biological mother comes and wishes to take you away, and if you are willing, I will let you go. In any other circumstance, unless I am no longer alive, I will always protect you until the end. Mu Hui gently patted Bao's cheek and spoke softly. You are my real mother. Bao replied with a flash of disdain, stating it plainly. Mu Hui's heart sank. She now realized that their biological mother was indeed alive. What would she do with another's household registration in the future? Yet, she gently caressed the face of her eldest child, chuckling softly, I am indeed their mother. The situation would not unfold as Mu Hui envisioned. Although she had reassured her sons, it did not imply that the townsfolk would remain uncurious. If she were to remarry, whom would she choose? Every household had its share of gossip, and naturally, inquiries began to circulate. Moreover, the town was not devoid of bachelors and widowers. Who could resist being enamored by Mu Hui's beauty and intellect? Although 3 children might seem a burden, it was hardly insurmountable. The thought elicited a few chuckles, as if Mu Hui were already a prize to be claimed. Of course, there were also those already married, lacking sons, who entertained their own thoughts. With 3 sons, Mu Hui appeared to be quite the catch, and it was not unheard of for someone to take her as a concubine. Acquiring a document from the authorities to take a concubine was certainly feasible. Being a wealthy man's concubine was undoubtedly preferable to being a poor man's wife. In no time, the threshold of Mu Hui's home was nearly worn thin from the incessant visits. From dawn, the myriad of aunts and neighbors flitted in and out, some even bringing official matchmakers, ostensibly seeking to take her as a concubine. Despite Mu Hui's usually amiable disposition, she had grown weary by morning's end, dismissing the last visitor with haste. Primarily, she wished to escape her home, as the relentless chatter from those nosy neighbors had filled her with frustration. They belittled her, suggesting that no one would mind her 3 children. She felt a surge of indignation. What was there to be ashamed of regarding her sons? She had no interest in hearing such remarks again, swiftly ushering them out. Upon hearing that someone sought to take her as a concubine, they even mentioned providing her with a separate courtyard for her children, allowing her to visit them frequently and even inscribing their names on the walls. Mu Hui's dismissal was somewhat softened by the sincerity of this particular suitor. Nevertheless, she had no intention of becoming a concubine. She did not even aspire to be a primary wife, so why would she entertain the notion of being a secondary one? When Mu Hui arrived at her workplace, the shopkeeper's wife, with remarkable speed, maneuvered past her husband to intercept Mu Hui, as if fearing that she might converse with him further. Having navigated the workplace for many years, Mu Hui was well aware of the nuances of human nature. She quickly observed that the shopkeeper appeared to be in his 40s, and his wife had yet to bear any children, not even a daughter. The idea of taking a concubine had likely been on the shopkeeper's mind for some time. Mu Hui remained unfazed, gently patting her youngest child while engaging the shopkeeper's wife in soft conversation, her demeanor exuding warmth and humility. Initially, the shopkeeper had little regard for Mu Hui, treating her potential remarriage as mere gossip. His financial situation was not particularly robust, and the prospect of supporting 3 children was something he had never considered. However, as he was pushed aside by his wife and observed Mu Hui's maternal grace and gentle speech, he began to see her in a different light. Truly, she was a refined woman, beautiful and kind-hearted. Rumors suggested she was literate and capable with numbers. As he compared her to his own weary spouse, a sense of despair washed over him, and his imagination began to wander through various possibilities. Mu Hui, apart from exchanging a brief greeting with the shopkeeper upon her arrival, did not once cast her gaze upon him throughout her visit. Yet, she possessed an intimate understanding of these individuals. There was no need for her to engage or even exchange a glance to ensure that the shopkeeper's wife would soon find herself in misfortune, entirely unrelated to her. After completing the delivery, settling the accounts, and acquiring new materials, she strolled along the road, finding the situation somewhat amusing. Reflecting upon it, she realized that her actions were perhaps driven by impulse. The shopkeeper's wife was not truly at fault, for it is human nature to protect one's interests, albeit her demeanor was rather unbecoming. Mu Hui had merely vented her frustrations from the morning onto the shopkeeper's wife, and she felt a twinge of remorse for that. However, sometimes inaction leads to no consequence. It seemed she had done nothing at all, after all. Chapter 64. Work diligently, speak less upon returning home. She set down the little one and prepared to cook dinner. However, before she could even start the fire, someone entered. When Mu Hui looked up and saw it was Aunt Lu, she sighed in relief. This was also her home, and Aunt Lu's presence felt entirely normal. She greeted her and focused on picking vegetables. Mu Hui, have you really never considered taking a step further? Aunt Lu inquired, taking a seat beside her and assisting in the vegetable picking. Mu Hui paid little attention to Aunt Lu's words, focusing instead on the manner in which Aunt Lu was handling the produce. She felt deeply that her help was unwarranted. Aunt Lu's standard was simple. If something was slightly spoiled, she would tear off the bad part, deeming the rest acceptable. As for the old vegetables, what was the harm? They were merely a bit fibrous. Eventually, they could be spat out. Mu Hui's frustration mounted. Her son was still young, and spoiled leaves could be toxic. Moreover, fibrous vegetables might deter a child from eating them altogether, leading to picky eating. Whose responsibility would that be? After much internal turmoil, she decided not to stop Aunt Lu. Fearing the accusation of being wasteful, she resolved to sort through the vegetables again in the kitchen later, reasoning that it was not worth offending anyone. I suggest you consider taking that step, Aunt Lu continued. You have many children, and doing it alone is difficult. Think of yourself, but also think of your children. Would you agree? I heard that Mr. Wang from the town. Noticing muet silence. Aunt Lu assumed she was waiting for more and began to speak enthusiastically. Mrs. Lu, you're not old. You could still bear children. Why not consider remarrying? A loud voice interrupted Aunt Lu's flow, causing Mu Hui to nearly burst into laughter. It was not the words of the butcher that amused her, but rather the sight of him. The Bao and Air Bao each held a skewer of candied fruit, perched on the butcher's shoulders, creating a hilariously absurd image. You. Aunt Lu was visibly shaken, feeling as though she had been insulted despite her intentions. What? The old saying goes, distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors. We live in the same courtyard, after all. My sister-in-law has looked after you quite a bit. I don't expect repayment, but please don't harm others. Mr. Wang is already 60, surrounded by a wife, concubines, and numerous servants. Do you truly have the audacity to make such a proposal? How much silver did the Wang family promise you? Or are you waiting for my sister-in-law to move away so you can marry her off? Have some decency. Be careful. You might end up with a grandson you can't claim. At that moment, Xiao Chong emerged with a basket of vegetables, angrily voicing his discontent. Xiao Chong. Mu Hui quickly intervened, not wishing to stifle her son's expression, but concerned about him being exposed to such negativity. Sister, one cannot let such a person go unscolded. Xiao Chong handed the basket to Mu Hui, clearly indicating he had more to say. Uncle Hua, why don't you take the bao and the others outside to play some more? Mu Hui suggested, glancing at the basket before turning to the butcher. He nodded, preparing to leave, but paused to shake his fist in Aunt Lu's direction before quietly departing. Aunt Lu turned pale, swiftly retreating into the house. Mu Hui nodded at Xiao Chong, saying, see, insulting others is exhausting. No wonder he is the eldest. Xiao Chong nodded, deciding against scolding, suggesting they steam meat patties for dinner, as the Bao and the others loved them. The eldest also enjoyed them. You go chop the meat, he instructed. Mu Hui nodded. Steaming meat patties was quite simple, yet both the big and small ones relished them. Her sons liked to mix them with rice, while the butcher appreciated the meaty texture. Mu Hui herself savored the soup and the large shiitake mushroom atop the patties. Xiao Chong, following orders, headed to the kitchen. His skills had improved tremendously. Mu Hui found the butcher to be rather decent. Upon reflection, she realized she could not pinpoint any flaws in him, aside from his voracious appetite. Was being unattractive really a flaw? It seemed not. Thus, this man appeared to have no significant shortcomings, primarily because he had brought Xiao Chong into her life. Mu Hui now regarded the butcher with an endearing fondness. Aunt Zhang, the daughter-in-law of the Wang family next door, peeked out, cautiously scanning her surroundings. Seeing Xiao Chong chopping meat in the kitchen and the butcher out with the children, she ventured out carefully. Mu Hui contemplated whether to call out to Xiao Chong directly. I haven't been sent by anyone, truly. You know, I just moved here and am unfamiliar with everyone, the daughter-in-law said hurriedly, waving her hands. Is there something you need? Mu Hui, however, was not entirely at ease, as everyone she had interacted with that day seemed eager to play matchmaker. No, I just wanted to mention that what Aunt Lu said is not entirely wrong. If you are alone and lack the support of Master Hua, life can be quite difficult. The daughter-in-law spoke somewhat haltingly, as though reciting lines. So, Mu Hui understood that the daughter-in-law was not particularly fond of her, and she had not made any effort to bridge their relationship. She was not the type to foster closeness. Hence, why was the daughter-in-law coming out to say this? It's nothing, really. I just wanted to chat, she replied, retreating back inside, her face flushed. Mu Hui was genuinely puzzled by her behavior. During dinner, Mu Hui remained in a state of confusion, disinclined to speak. However, aside from the children's chatter, she herself was not particularly talkative. Mom. Mu Hui was startled from a reverie by Air Bao's sharp cry. What is it? She quickly turned to look at Air Bao. Uncle Hua has been calling you for ages. What are you thinking about? Air Bao indicated it was not himself who had called her. Oh, what is it? Mu Hui glanced towards the butcher. What are you thinking? If you're not going to eat your portion of meat patties, could you let me have them? The butcher pointed to the small bowl of meat patties in front of Mu Hui. She preferred not to steam them in large quantities, as the meat would be tough and the broth less flavorful. She would use small clay bowls to serve individual portions. During steaming, several small bowls were arranged in a large pot, resembling a canteen setting. Mu Hui looked at the large clay bowl in front of the butcher and felt an inexplicable gloom settle over her. Just that afternoon, she thought he had no flaws. But now she truly felt that perhaps eating excessively was not merely a flaw, but indeed a concern. How much have you eaten? Be careful not to fall ill. Mu Hui, no longer wishing to speak of money, decided to alter her approach. Oh, all right. What were you just thinking? Have you forgotten to eat? The butcher's temperament had improved markedly, becoming increasingly amiable. I haven't even completed my morning period. Why are they so impatient? Mu Hui decided to seek counsel from this local. For at least he was a native, seemingly more knowledgeable than herself, a mere imitator of ancient customs. In the historical dramas she had watched, she had never encountered such a situation where scarcely a year after her husband's demise, suitors were clamoring at her door. Was this a reflection of the flaws within her own era, or a testament to the character of the people here? Yet, she had perused the bookstore. The 4 books and 5 classics, along with Zhu Shi's annotations, were still available. How could the saying about prioritizing moral integrity over hunger hold no weight in this place? What was the point of mourning? The butcher, now finished with his meal, observed that others had not yet completed theirs and began to nibble on the side dishes of pickled vegetables. He then cast a somewhat incredulous glance at Xiao Chong. Her brother-in-law's adherence to mourning seemed a trivial concern when faced with hunger. In her homeland, if a brother passed away, the sister-in-law and children would be left without provisions. Thus, an unmarried younger brother would be compelled to marry the sister-in-law to support the family. Xiao Chong, possessing greater worldly wisdom than the butcher, promptly elucidated. Mu Hui had indeed heard of such customs. Even in the remote mountain villages of the 21st century, similar practices persisted, where the survival of the family took precedence over all else. Am I truly so impoverished that I cannot afford a meal? Mu répondait, questioning whether her appearance suggested such dire straits. Yet, you have 3 sons to feed, clothe, and educate, who will eventually need wives. Did you not observe how the widow Lu across the street is saving every penny to marry off her son? She can only afford meat during the festivals, and she has but 1 son. Xiao Chong, evidently more gossipy than the butcher, had quickly acquainted himself with the townsfolk. She is only skilled in laundry. Mu Hui shot Xiao Chong a disdainful glance. She understood Lu's frugality, yet she was acutely aware that washing clothes yielded little income, especially since Ernyo, working as an apprentice, received only a single meal in exchange for his labor and no wages. Thus, despite their household consisting of 2 able-bodied individuals, they did not earn as much as Mu Hui alone did. Of course, even when Ernyo eventually found proper employment, the pay would be modest, merely enough to scrape by. Meanwhile, she possessed a skill. Even without providing meals for the butcher and his family, she could sustain her sons, especially since she had some hidden savings. Thus, you're indeed in demand. Xiao Chong nodded, noting her beauty, competence, and ability to bear sons, rendering her the quintessential candidate. Your Uncle Hua, you have yet to pay Xiao Chong's meal expenses. Initially, Mu Hui found Xiao Chong to be a decent fellow, but now she resolved to ask the butcher for the payment. Oh, very well. The butcher, rather simplistic, was becoming increasingly obedient to Mu Hui's directives. Upon her request, without even a glance, he handed over his purse to her. Mu Hui sifted through it and selected a small piece of silver, weighing it at 9 xian. By the butcher's standards, this would suffice for Xiao Chong's meals for 2 months. However, considering Xiao Chong's hearty appetite, she retracted the purse and firmly stated, 9 xian. Let's consider it 1,001, accounting for his meals for 3 months. The butcher nodded, growing more familiar with Mu Hui's temperament. She would not suffer losses. Yet neither would she take advantage of others. Mu Huishun casually pushed a fragment of silver toward Xiao Chong, signifying half a year's wages. From now on, speak less and work more. Both Xiao Chong and the butcher were taken aback, their expressions bringing joy to Mu Hui. She turned to bow, inquiring silently if he understood. Annie has collected Uncle Chong's meal money. This silver is a token of gratitude for Uncle Chong's assistance, indicating that Auntie does not wish for his help to be in vain. Zabao notet, Gerlan sing tawat xiao kiang. Uncle Chong, 9 qian of silver. Annie is calculated as 1,001, which covers your meals for 3 months. From now on, you may eat to your heart's content. Additionally, Auntie has given you 1,001 as a reminder that you must work diligently and obey. Chapter 65, Reassurance and Disquiet Boss. Have you figured it out? Xiao Chong's mind was even more muddled. It wasn't that he was confused. Rather, he always perceived Mu Hui as a sister-in-law. The boss's lingering presence here seemed solely to win her affection. As for the sister-in-law, her intentions revolved around the children and her reputation, waiting for the mourning period to pass. Unfortunately, she was a scholar's wife, and thus more delicate than the women from their town. His assistance with the children and household chores was, in essence, aiding the boss. How did it come to a discussion about money? What is there to be unclear about? You eat 3 coins worth of meals each month and work for 1.5. It may seem like a loss at first glance, but you must understand that you receive wages while working for me. Your help is, in fact, a favor to me. That 1.5 coins are essentially a gift to you. Be sure to thank your sister-in-law, the butcher declared, revealing his authoritative demeanor. Oh, indeed, sister-in-law, it's unnecessary. The boss has already compensated me. Xiao Chong hastily returned the silver coins to their place. The main issue was that 9 coins of silver would last him 6 months, and he could not allow this situation to become a matter of public knowledge. He could not afford to lose face. He earned merely 1.5 coins of silver for an entire month of labor. I am who I am, and I do not eat for free, nor do you work for free. Do not belittle the amount. A small maid can be purchased for 3 to 5 coins, and after some training, she can work from dawn till dusk, undoubtedly accomplishing more than you. Mu Hui had initially intended to pay Xiao Chong. At heart, she was a businesswoman who believed in fair compensation for labor. As she stated, even if she were to acquire a maid for 3 to 5 coins, the cost of feeding her would be significantly less than that of the current arrangement, despite the maid doing less work. From the perspective of market rates for hired help, what she offered Xiao Chong was indeed reasonable. The butcher consumed meals at her establishment, and she earned only about 100 coins a month. If it weren't for the butcher frequently providing meat, her charges would not be justified. Furthermore, Xiao Chong's consumption was not insignificant. She had previously covered his meals and felt gratitude towards him. For someone like Mu Hui, who abhorred being in debt to others, this had long since become a burden. Now, seizing the opportunity, she clearly articulated the terms, ensuring mutual comfort, especially her own. Thus, she offered Xiao Chong 170 coins, which was quite generous for merely assisting her. After all, he was only considered a casual laborer. Xiao Chong was on the verge of tears. He had no issue with the 3 coins for meals. Paying for food was only fair, and he did eat well. However, accepting the reality of earning 1.5 coins in a month was overwhelming for him. Sister-in-law, I am volunteering. It's truly not about the amount. You even taught me how to chop vegetables. Didn't you say you would teach me to cook in the future? Being able to assist you is a fortune of 3 lifetimes. If you give me wages, wouldn't that be a blow to my pride? Xiao Chong, in a moment of hesitation, quickly regained his composure. His eloquence could indeed charm the heavens. Speak less and work more. Wash the dishes. Mu Hui placed the money into his hands, assigning him tasks while also handing the meat pie she had prepared from the fragrant mushrooms to the butcher. She then took the little one back to the house. With the payment made, there was no chance of retraction. Assigning tasks made her feel much more at ease. This was no longer a matter of obligation. Indeed, it was clear that settling accounts among close kin is the best way forward. Dear Uncle Chong, you must study diligently. You cannot compare to my brother in matters of accountancy. Bao, trailing behind Mu Hui, playfully jabbed at Xiao Qiang. Boss. Xiao Qiang felt a wave of despair wash over him. He flung himself towards the butcher, who was savoring a meat pie, having already been disheartened by earning merely 1.5 coins. The additional taunt from Bao made him feel as if his life was a tragic comedy. As a butcher, I earn only 5 taels a month. Who mumbled through his mouthful, understanding Xiao Qiang's plight, yet he felt little sympathy. But you earn 5 taels and spend 5 coins, while I earn 1.5 coins and spend 3. Xiao Qiang was on the brink of madness. It was a matter of pride. The money he earned barely sufficed for meals, and the thought of his reputation being ridiculed by his peers back home was unbearable. Your meals are on me. You didn't spend a dime. Why not learn accounting from DeBeo? Look at that brain of yours. Who playfully patted Xiao Qiang, finished his pie, wiped his mouth with a hand, and headed off to wash the dishes. I'm leaving now. Xiao Qiang, with tears in his eyes, begrudgingly washed the dishes. In truth, his mind was quite sharp. He had grasped Mu Hui's intentions. In the past, when he assisted her, she expressed her gratitude with thanks and even offered to buy groceries, complimenting him with more than just coins. Yet, when she asked him to wash the dishes earlier, her tone had been rather assertive. He understood the psychology behind it, but could he voice that his assistance was sanctioned by the elder and the matriarch? If he spoke of it, would Mu Hui still welcome him? She had just mentioned he spoke too much. Clearly, he had said something that displeased her. But what was it he had said? He could not recall. Once outside, who shouted back to the house, "I'm back." He needed no reply and departed. Xiaoqiang hurriedly washed the remaining dishes and, instead of re-entering the house, called out before running off. The courtyard finally fell silent. Mu Hui emerged to tidy up and called for Debao and Bao to come out for their baths, while she also helped little Bao with his. Debao and Bao had grown accustomed to daily baths. It was just a matter of consuming a bit more firewood. However, since they used a stove, hot water was always available, so it wasn't a significant burden. "Should we ask Uncle Chong for some money?" Debao, reassured by Mu Hui, felt a newfound lightness. Indeed, people require assurance. Now, he no longer felt distant from Mu Hui. Sometimes, receiving money felt better than receiving none. Without it, he felt obliged to express gratitude for the help he received, and he was hesitant to ask for more, often rushing to assist, which could be exhausting. Now, with money involved, he could accept his work and meals without reservation, which was far more comfortable. Was it not akin to having clarity? Debao felt a stirring in his heart. Indeed, Mu Hui smiled, recognizing that Debao had grasped her point. She picked up little Bao, urging them to rise quickly as the water would cool. Wrapping little Bao tightly, she hurried back inside, then returned to gather Debao and Bao. Every day unfolded like this. During summer, Debao and Bao could return to the house on their own. But now, with the freezing cold, only Mu Hui could bundle them up one by one and carry them back swiftly. Debao has now reached the age of 5, thriving with a healthy appetite, and his weight has transformed from that of a mere twig. As Mu Hui awaited her turn to complete the 3 courses, exhaustion washed over her, draining the color from her face. Leaning against the doorframe, she gasped for breath, yet she still had to tidy the kitchen. Anyone who has bathed children knows the chaos that ensues, with water splashed everywhere. Although Debao and Bao are relatively well-behaved, they still engage in playful splashes during bath time, while Xiao Bao revels in his bath, energetically splattering water everywhere. By the end of it, Mu Hui often finds herself drenched. In those moments, she contemplates restraining him, but seeing his sheer joy makes her hesitate. This is his happiest time of the day, and with little opportunity to play with him otherwise, she tolerates his mischief during bath time. Thus, she bears the brunt of the exhaustion, cleaning the kitchen, quickly washing herself, and laundering the family's soiled clothes, which takes nearly half an hour. Upon returning to the living room, she finds her 3 precious treasures joyfully playing on the con. Xiao Bao rolls playfully between Debao and Bao, each brother clutching a toy, while Xiao Bao desires both. Caught in indecision, he observes them, contemplating which toy to choose, rather than rushing to grab one. At this moment, Debao and Bao are truly childlike, their laughter ringing out joyously. Mu Hui pays no heed. Such camaraderie among the brothers is vital. After checking the doors and windows and lowering the curtains, she reflects on how she had crafted the large window drapes upon moving in. Though fashioned from modest fabric, they provide a sense of security, especially in winter, enhancing warmth. "Are we going to sleep?" Debao inquires, noticing Mu Hui drawing the curtains, a sign that it is indeed time for rest. "You may play for a little longer, but keep your voices down. Do not disturb anyone." Mu Hui shakes her head, settling under the light to resume her needlework. "Mother, do I have to take an exam?" Debao bravely poses a question that has lingered in his mind. Although Mu Hui had previously assured him that she did not expect him to excel in examinations, he now seeks confirmation. "I truly do not expect you all to return with any prestigious titles. However, you must study and write beautifully. That is of utmost importance. Beyond that, I ask for nothing more," she replies with a gentle smile. "Then what is the purpose of studying?" Bao intellects e agali. For he has many friends who believe that if one struggles with academics, it is better not to pursue education, as it wastes money. Instead, they suggest learning a trade to alleviate family burdens and earn a living sooner. Why does mother insist on our education without demanding we achieve scholarly success? "Because I am your mother." Mu Hui shoots Bao a knowing glance. Can she even explain her reasoning? Even if she could articulate it, would Bao comprehend? Studying enables one to calculate, making one wiser than Uncle Hua and Uncle Chong. Just look at how Uncle Chong struggles with arithmetic. Debao promptly agrees, recalling the pride he felt at the dinner table, realizing that education and the ability to calculate are indeed essential. With this thought, he rises once more and begins reciting the multiplication table to Xiao Bao, not considering whether the little one understands. Bao quickly joins in, and soon the three of them are caught up in joyful chaos once again. Mu Hui truly breathed a sigh of relief, yet visions of midnight flooded her mind. For the sake of Xiao Bao, she ought not to have permitted Bao and the others to pursue their studies. They indeed possessed the lineage of scholars, and, as they matured, their academic pursuits would likely yield remarkable results, potentially leading them to attain official status, which would complicate matters significantly. In this world, there exists no impenetrable wall. She was assuming the identity of Dabao's mother, who remains alive, hidden away in some obscure corner. Dabao has memories, at present. He does not comprehend the issue of identity, but as he grows older, he will inevitably question his circumstances, pondering the fact that he is living under the auspices of the Zhang family name. Even if he does not turn against her, who can predict what future events may unfold? Furthermore, even if Dabao remains loyal, will not their political adversaries unearth the truth? A profound sigh escaped her heart. What was she to do? The matter of identity and household registration had become a thorn in her heart. How could she extract this thorn before Dabao came of age? Chapter 66. The troubled patron. As the days passed, Dabao found himself free from burdens, and thus he became increasingly cheerful. Essentially, he and Heir Bao were born of the same parents, and their intellectual disparities were not significant. Dabao was simply not as naive as Heir Bao. His mind was exceptionally astute. With his mental burdens lifted, his academic progress surged remarkably. The lessons he engaged with were those that Mu Hui had previously taught him at home, and he had also received training in mental arithmetic. His master imparted wisdom in a manner that fostered a logical acumen unmatched by his peers, which was precisely why Mu Hui had chosen to teach him mental arithmetic, not for the sake of calculations, but as a means to train the cognitive abilities of young minds, while simultaneously honing their concentration. To visualize numbers in the mind as if they were images requires unwavering focus, imagination, and comprehension. When Mu Hui next stole a glance, although she still saw Bao practicing calligraphy alone in silence, her perspective had shifted from concern to admiration. Indeed, one's state of mind is unmistakable. The difference between writing with a heavy heart and writing with tranquility is profound. The master remarked that Dabao was the most talented child he had ever encountered. The butcher, Hua, appeared by Mu Hui's side at an unknown moment. Would you like to teach him some martial arts? Though Mu Hui had faced some frustrations lately, her attitude dictated everything. Moreover, Hua had not merely showcased his prowess in front of Luani. Thus, the matchmaking attempts gradually dwindled. Of course, the number of those who criticized Mu Hui only increased. Once, whispers circulated regarding her association with Hua. Now, fresh rumors emerged. However, Mu Hui did not hastily distance herself as she had before. No one could discern her thoughts, and she continued to live her life as she saw fit. This was the essence of Mu Hui. She genuinely considered the perceptions of the world. She left her parents at the age of 15, which shaped her into who she was meant to be. Furthermore, having faced death once, what was there left to fear? Her priority was to raise her son well. Both Dabao and Heir Bao were in good health, rendering martial arts training unnecessary. Il a comprendé de mieux sant. He quickly realized that encouraging them to learn martial arts was not about emulating him, but rather about strengthening their bodies. In his view, this was unwarranted, as Dabao and Heir Bao were already healthy, and he believed that regular outdoor activities would suffice. It was about providing options. One could not truly expect them to defend themselves without any knowledge of combat. Mu Hui was a well-rounded individual, and she raised Dabao and Heir Bao in accordance with her parents' educational principles, so she did not perceive this as erroneous. Hua scratched his head, unable to fully grasp this notion, but he decided it was best not to dwell on it. There was no need for understanding. Execution was what's required. Neither Dabao nor Heir Bao formally apprenticed under anyone. Hua might have thought that his teaching would be too formal, but having Xiao Chong instruct them was a different matter, more akin to play. Xiao Chong misunderstood, believing that Dabao and Heir Bao had been bullied, coming from the streets. He instinctively understood that such matters should not involve adults. Without mentioning that topic, he began teaching to Bao and air Bao the most practical techniques for street fighting. Did you see what street fighting truly entails? It is not merely a display of martial prowess. Rather, it resembles a brutal contest among ruffians, a clandestine affair where underhanded tactics are employed. Of course, some combat skills have been imparted, such as when one receives a punch head-on, yet simultaneously, a swift kick aims for the vulnerable spots below. However, all of this is unbeknownst to Mu Hui, who harbors a favorable view of the butcher. Although he may be somewhat simple-minded, there is an endearing quality to his naivety. He bears no ill intentions and showers affection upon the children. As for Xiao Chong, she regards him as a younger brother and thinks little of it. Watching Xiao Chong escort to Bao home from school each day, often practicing outside before returning, brings her joy. She believes that Xiao Chong's instruction surpasses that of the butcher, and as long as the children acquire some self-defense skills, she is content. Were the butcher to be overly rigid, she fears it might cause her distress. Presently, the situation is satisfactory. The children are happy and learning, and she finds solace in that. Thus, everyone continues to drift further down the erroneous path. In due course, Xiao Bao's first birthday arrives. Having previously celebrated Bao and Air Bao's birthdays, Mu Hui feels it imperative to properly commemorate Xiao Bao's milestone. However, with the anniversary of Zhang Xiukai looming just days after, she finds herself in a quandary. How should Xiao Bao's birthday be celebrated? As Mu Hui ponders this, the butcher unexpectedly lifts his head from his bowl of food. For the first birthday, although we may not know many people here, I propose inviting our neighbors for a bowl of noodles. While we celebrate at home, he suggests. Mu Hui glances at the Bao and the others. They had simply invited Aunt Tang's shop patrons for noodles on their birthdays and enjoyed a meal at home without gifts, merely as a gesture. Yet Xiao Bao's occasion is different. After all, it is his first birthday. That is rather meager. Xiao Chong interjects, feeling dissatisfied. Now, he shares a camaraderie with the Bao and Air Bao, often holding Xiao Bao in his arms. Among the three children, Xiao Bao is the most cheerful, always laughing like a little Buddha. Presently, he sports a few strands of yellow hair atop his head, but a ring of black hair encircles the back, giving him the appearance of a tiny deity when viewed from afar. He genuinely adores this little bundle of joy. However, Mu Hui does not wish to draw attention. What do you mean by not knowing anyone? How large can this town be? Sister-in-law, are we short on funds? I could contribute. Xiao Chong misinterprets. A child's birthday need not be extravagant. The main concern is that the Bao's father's anniversary is approaching. Mr. Zhuang had previously suggested inviting a monk to chant scriptures during the anniversary, not for the purpose of exorcism, but to bestow blessings upon the child. Reflecting on it, Mu Hui feels it would be inappropriate to allow Xiao Bao's birthday to coincide with such an occasion. Everyone falls silent. There are protocols to uphold, and it is fortunate that the events do not occur on the same day. Mu Hui refrains from mentioning that there is still midnight. She can only assert that the midnight ceremony will take place the following day, thus not conflicting with Xiao Bao's celebration. Consequently, Xiao Bao's birthday proceeds as Mu Hui suggested, with longevity noodles distributed at Aunt Tang's shop according to the number of attendees. They express gratitude for the care shown toward Xiao Bao, who is now a year old. Finally, they set a table at home, consisting solely of their family, the butcher, and Xiao Chong. Xiao Bao was indeed adorned in festive attire. Clad in a vibrant red jacket and donning a small tiger head cap, his fair and tender features revealed the essence of his beauty. In truth, both the Bao and Air Bao were quite handsome, yet when compared to Xiao Bao's delicate charm, they seemed somewhat lacking, a notion that had not been apparent until now. As Xiao Bao matured, it became evident to all that he resembled his mother, while the Bao and Air Bao bore more resemblance to their father. Of course, aside from the banquet, the most significant aspect of the first birthday celebration was the zhou ceremony. Mu Hui was uncertain about what to prepare, so she simply utilized items already present in the household. For instance, there was the abacista Bao used for practicing mental arithmetic, his school textbooks, and a small dagger contributed by Xiao Chong. Noticing that there were only 3 items, Air Bao found it rather uninteresting and decided to add a piece of pastry. Mu Hui shot a disapproving glance at Air Bao, Was it customary to include pastries in his joie? If he added that, would Xiao Bao have any other options to choose from? It was as if she feared that others would think their household was filled with gluttonous children. Before Mu Hui could remove the pastry, Xiao Bao swiftly crawled over and began gnawing on it, all the while grinning foolishly, barely glancing at the other items. Mu Hui was incensed, feeling the urge to chase after Bao for his audacity. Did their children truly lack such trivial food? Seeing Xiao Bao indulge in the pastry made her heart sink. Xiao Chong burst into laughter, for to him, this was merely a trivial matter. What child was not drawn to food, especially Xiao Bao? Mu Hui was quite strict with Xiao Bao, adhering to a regimented diet. Egg yolk was introduced at 4 months, vegetable puree and rice porridge at 6 months, and by 8 or 9 months. He could start on thin noodles. Now at 1 year old, Xiao Bao had sprouted several tiny white teeth. Ironically, during this teething phase, Mu Hui was reluctant to provide him with regular food. His meals were meticulously prepared, low in oil and salt, utterly devoid of flavor. If Xiao Chong had tasted such bland fare, how could a Bao and Bao resist sneaking a taste? Consequently, a wave of sympathy washed over everyone for Xiao Bao. Otherwise, why would Bao place a soft rice cake on the table? He genuinely felt that Xiao Bao was pitiful, deprived of enjoyable food. He had long sought an opportunity to share his own food with Xiao Bao, though he had never mustered the courage to do so. Today, upon seeing the steamed rice cake, he had even inquired whether Xiao Bao could eat it. This rice cake, freshly steamed by Mu Hui using finely ground rice flour mixed with eggs and sheep's milk, was not overly sweet but was fragrant and delicate, suitable for Xiao Bao. Thus, despite her irritation, Mu Hui refrained from snatching it away from him. Yet, one had to ponder, was this truly the time to discuss food? The Bao appeared much more cheerful now, laughing heartily as he watched Xiao Bao enjoying the cake, while Bao scurried about, chased by their mother. Xiao Chong joined in the laughter. To him, the joie ceremony was merely a light-hearted affair. Did one truly believe that if Xiao Bao grasped an official seal, he would become a government official? If that were the case, few would strive for success. Like Hua the butcher, both he and Xiao Chong were orphans. Yet they had never participated in such a ceremony and were nonetheless faring quite well. Hence, he viewed it all as a source of amusement. Sister-in-law, grasping food is the way to ensure Xiao Bao will never have to worry about sustenance throughout his life. Xiao Chong chuckled as he lifted Bao into his arms and spoke to Mu Hui. Anyone can utter auspicious words, regardless of what one grabs. One can embellish it into art. Mu Hui pondered, realizing that Zi originally wished for Xiao Bao to lead a smooth and prosperous life. Should one grasp a book or a knife? Perhaps even a counting board would not suffice. Perhaps grasping food would be the safest choice. Indeed, it is best for Xiao Bao to grasp food. What if he takes up a knife and resorts to violence? Grasping a book may lead to financial loss. A counting board is even worse, confining one to a lifetime of toil for wealth. It seems the butcher has truly lost his tongue. Time for a meal. Mu Hui erupted, her previously uplifted spirits plummeting back into despair. It dawned on her that none of her efforts bore any fruit. She deeply regretted inviting these two to celebrate Xiao Bao's birthday. It was truly disheartening. Chapter 67. Legal troubles. Zhang Xiaocai's anniversary was meticulously conducted according to Mr. Zhuang's initial instructions, astonishing the townsfolk. After all, they were ordinary people, and such elaborate funerals as Zhang Xiaocai's were rare among them. Typically, they would simply invite friends and family to assist, find a piece of land, purchase a coffin, and hold a lively ceremony to see the deceased off, feeling that was sufficient to honor the departed. However, Mu Hui had invited a Taoist priest to oversee the grave and perform rituals, and on the anniversary, she also engaged a monk for a prayer session. Such actions were typically reserved for the affluent. Although the townspeople regarded the butcher as not particularly wealthy, they wondered why Mu Hui undertook such extravagant measures. Consequently, speculation arose. While the prayer session was underway at Mu Hui's grave, someone reported to the authorities, alleging that Mu Hui conspired with the butcher in an illicit affair, leading to the murder of her husband, and that now they were guilty of conscience. Thus, The solemn occasion was disrupted as the fierce constables demanded that Mu Hui and the butcher accompany them to the magistrate's office. Initially, Mu Hui had asked Aunt Tang to take her children, De Bao and Air Bao, home, while Xiao Bao was being held by the butcher. However, De Bao and Air Bao refused to leave, clinging tightly to Mu Hui's hand as they followed her resolutely. Xiao Chong was on the verge of losing his temper, nearly springing up to confront the officers. Yet, Mu Hui remained remarkably calm, prepared to comply. However, when someone approached with a shovel to unearth the grave, Mu Hui's fury ignited. This was a feng shui arrangement established by Mr. Zhuang. If disrupted, how could she possibly locate him now? De Bao's father had passed away at the Renji Hall in the capital, with a former steward having arranged the funeral and purchased the coffin, while the local authorities had even sent representatives to oversee the proceedings. Why was this issue only arising on the anniversary? You may open the coffin, but if there are no grounds for this, what of the accuser's guilt? Mu Hui's cold gaze swept over the various onlookers, recognizing that among those present for the rituals, Aunt Tang and the butcher were there to assist, but the crowd following the constables likely included those with ulterior motives. Who knows if someone has bribed them to fabricate this? A voice murmured, neither here nor there. Mu Hui smiled, inhaling deeply before turning to the tombstone, saying, De Bao's father, keep watch over these people. Let none escape. Her words, chilling in their delivery, caused even the man with the shovel to take a step back. Mu Hui ceased her words, taking Xiao Bao back in her arms, while asking the butcher to carry De Bao and Xiao Chong to hold Air Bao. With a swift motion, she retrieved a prepared red envelope from her pocket and handed it to Aunt Tang, instructing, please distribute this to the masters. Ontang note that. Just moments ago, she had harbored doubts, but at this moment, she chose to place her trust in Mu Hui. Shall we go to the magistrate's office? Mu Hui directly inquired of the captain of the constables, eschewing the need for shackles. The captain, having a slight acquaintance with the butcher, recognized that everyone needed to buy meat. The butcher's temperament was amiable, not as meticulous as the previous butcher Liu. He was casual about minor discrepancies in weight. Although they were not close friends, the captain possessed a discerning eye for character. He truly did not believe the butcher would resort to murder for a mere widow. Even if he had committed such an act, it was improbable he would seek refuge in a place so close to the emperor, knowing full well the risks of being so brazenly associated with her. However, who truly aspires to the meager salary of constable? They thrive on the interplay of accusations and rewards. Regardless of the veracity of the claims, once someone lodges a complaint, they are bound to pursue the accused, indifferent to the question of innocence. Yet at this juncture, he harbors a premonition that fortune may elude him. The primary distinction between Mu Hui and the 15th daughter lies in their temperaments. The latter perpetually anticipates the worst, embodying a profound pessimism. This is understandable, given her youth. In contrast, Mu Hui has long surpassed that phase of despair, and at present she regards these petty schemes with disdain. Cradling her youngest, she disregards others and strides toward the city. What significance does the government office hold for her? Let them chase their grandiose dreams, she muses. The butcher silently follows, carrying the eldest upon his shoulder, while Xiao Chong, observing their silence, too, remains mute, hoisting the second child atop his own head. Little Bao is disgruntled. Why should his brothers tower so high while he languishes in his mother's embrace? He begins to call out to the butcher again. Now, capable of uttering a few words, he can call for his brother and mother, but his attempt to address the butcher falters, resulting in the endearing moniker Hua Hua. Each time he calls out, Mu Hui bursts into laughter, the sound reminiscent of summoning a small puppy. The butcher, though scowling, cannot bring himself to chastise the child, resigned to the laughter that ensues. Eventually, even the butcher finds amusement in being affectionately dubbed Hua Hua, gently patting the child's bald head and imploring him to cease. The government office lies along East Main Street. While not distant, it is far from close. The journey serves to dissipate much of Mu Hui's earlier ire. After all, she is merely a destitute widow. Any funds she possesses ought to be spent on sustenance, not squandered on land or hiring priests for rituals. Now, even soliciting monks for prayers seems incongruous with her status. Upon reaching the court, the county magistrate emerges and formally convenes the session. She kneels with a composed demeanor. Who stands before the court? The magistrate, accustomed to the routine, begins the proceedings. I, Zhang Yan, come seeking the magistrate's justice against those who have falsely accused me. Although Mu Hui does not weep profusely, her tone conveys considerable sorrow. The magistrate hesitates. He had dispatched officers to apprehend the adulterers. Yet now it appears she is the accuser. The constable understands the crux of the matter. For the magistrate to proceed, there must be a plaintiff and a defendant. The magistrate inquires, who stands before the court? The next line should naturally be, what is the accusation? With no plaintiff present, Zhang Yin must speak, thus positioning herself as the accuser in her counterclaim against the original one. However, the complication arises as her prior case remains unresolved, raising questions of propriety. Your Honor, here stands a defendant, Zhang Yin. Someone has accused her of committing adultery with the butcher Hua and conspiring to murder her husband, Scholar Zhang. I have just apprehended the two at the scholar's gravesite and am now en route to exhume the body for examination. Years of experience as a constable have sharpened his intellect. He knows he cannot allow Mu Hui to steer this case. Bold Zhang Yin, how dare you deny the charges in court? The magistrate promptly strikes the gavel, revealing a talent for theatrics. Mu Hui found herself stifling a laugh, recalling that she had once starred in similar dramas. The parallels to a theatrical performance were undeniable. Yet, she remembered those storylines all too well. Mishaps could easily transform into tragic tales, and what if she were to be coerced into a false confession? She had no intention of enduring such torment, nor did she wish to provoke the magistrate's ire. The common woman felt a sense of trepidation as she bowed her head in contrition. Zhang Yinsher, do you confess? The magistrate inquired. My lord, since the coroner is prepared to exhume the body for examination, I shall await the testimony of the coroner, she replied. My late husband suffered from a prolonged illness and passed away at the medical clinic, his remains resting in the charitable mortuary outside the city, with witnesses to attest to this. After accumulating some savings, I chose a burial site for him, seeking only peace for his eternal rest and blessings for our descendants. Today marks the anniversary of his passing, and I have engaged 4 masters to recite the rebirth incantation, as advised by the feng shui master. I am perplexed as to why I am being falsely accused, especially when the accuser's presence is nowhere to be found. Mu Hui straightened her back and responded softly, her voice not loud, but each word articulated with precision. She refrained from adopting an accusatory tone. She wished not to embarrass the magistrate, nor did she wish to perform a heart-wrenching lament. She remained composed, gentle, and dignified. Where is the accuser? Is there any evidence? The magistrate was not a man devoid of discernment. He understood what the constable was contemplating. He merely wanted to ascertain the desired outcome. If the accuser was indeed fabricating claims, they would face consequences. If the defendant appeared guilty, they would be held accountable. Should a case arise, they would gain political capital, ensuring favorable evaluations in the following year. Thus, they stood to lose nothing. Otherwise, why entertain such a case? However, cases of spousal murder were not to be taken lightly. The proximity to the capital made them cautious. Documents could travel to and fro within a day, and the officials at the Ministry of Justice were far from naive. They would comprehend the circumstances from the files, and any missteps could lead to dire consequences for themselves. Thus, the trial served primarily as a means of financial gain, and upon observing the defendant, it became apparent that her situation was tenuous. The magistrate was aware. Proceed with the exhumation. I'm not afraid. Besides, a death occurring in the capital means that transporting a corpse without scrutiny is nearly impossible. Given this, they dared not delve deeper. My lord, the accuser claims that Zhang Yinsher conspired with a certain Hua to commit adultery and murder her husband. Even if the murder charge does not hold, the adultery may still be substantiated. The constable stated coldly. He was indeed somewhat incensed. While magistrates made a part, constables seldom did. The magistrate had opportunities for advancement, but for constables, such prospects were rare. The Six Doors had its own hierarchy, and they did not rely on promotions. Rather, they sought a stable and comfortable existence. Certainly, their notion of stability differed from that of the common folk, as did their idea of comfort. The magistrate had authority over this domain. He was also governed by my hand. How could a mere woman dictate the truth? If he did not offer bribes, that is one matter. But to seek the accuser and then counter with accusations of defamation, attempting to appear more astute than I, whether it is defamation should be determined by me. And you ought to be grateful for my efforts in clearing your name, rather than arrogantly kneeling here to defend yourself. While the butcher chuckled, he remained standing, and Xiao Chong certainly would not kneel, coldly observing the unfolding narrative while holding onto the bow and air bow. At this moment, upon hearing the constable's words, the butcher found the situation exceedingly amusing. Even a fool could discern that there was no plaintiff, or perhaps the constable was reluctant to reveal one, evidently having accepted a bribe from the accuser. Since he could no longer expect a benevolent resolution, he felt compelled to fabricate a charge against them. Adultery, after all, was a capital offense. How audacious to stand there without bowing. The county magistrate was no fool. Having worked alongside the constable for 2 years, he understood the underlying implications of his actions. Typically, he would overlook such trivialities, yet now, nearing the end of his term, he had no intention of doing so. However, unwilling to undermine the constable's authority, he raised his eyes and noticed the butcher smirking, towering over him. Consequently, he struck the judge's block and redirected his attention to the butcher, seemingly ignoring the constable's remarks. Due to suspicions regarding my router, I purchased a new one on Taobao early this morning, anticipating its delivery tomorrow. Just as I completed the payment, my web page suddenly opened, granting me access to the author's backend. One might wonder if my router has become enchanted. Thus, comrades, competition breeds progress. Chapter 68. The courtroom to hold a minor official position in the capital's vicinity is no trivial feat. It is not a role meant for the ordinary. This is not a remote, impoverished region. This is the outskirts of the imperial city, beneath the very feet of the emperor. Though the jurisdiction may be small, it is directly governed. Hence, the county officials here are not mere commoners. They are individuals of notable connections and exceptional intellect. In essence, they are here to enhance their credentials. A standard process involves entering the Hamlet Academy, obtaining a post, then serving in various departments, ultimately positioning themselves as candidates for high office. Since their aim is to embellish their status, they are unlikely to seek quick gains. As long as they can serve their term without incident, they can soar to greater heights in the future. Naturally, they would not jeopardize their prospects over trivial matters in their final year. Just consider, the accusation of murdering her husband was swiftly dismissed by this woman with just a few well-placed words. Now, to claim they engaged in an affair? Have you lost your senses? Generally, the charge of adultery is not easily shaken off. The constable, in this instance, displayed a measure of cunning. Simply uttering the accusation, irrespective of evidence, could tarnish one's reputation irreparably. Yet, the county official discerned that this scholar's wife was no ordinary woman. She was not one to be easily intimidated. To allow himself to be coerced into a false confession would jeopardize his own reputation and future. Most importantly, it would diminish his status. Alleging an illicit relationship could be straightforward to adjudicate, yet it could also prove complex. Typically, one must catch the offenders in the act or demonstrate resultant consequences. However, if caught in the act, there would be no need for court intervention. The aggrieved party could simply dispose of the adulterers themselves. A word to the local enforcer would suffice, as the community would reach a consensus, and the authorities would not interfere. Those who sought judicial recourse did so only to establish consequences. For example, claiming that an affair led to the murder of her husband, which was precisely the initial charge. Yet, this accusation was swiftly dismissed, and there was no need for further deliberation. It was clear that Scholar Zhang had succumbed to illness. There was no plausible alternative. No consequences had ensued, nor was there evidence of the act, and not a single plaintiff had emerged to warrant a ruling. How could he possibly deliver a verdict? How could he navigate the path to future office if he ruled against common sense? Even if the case were to fail, how could he endure the ridicule of his family upon returning home? Reluctant to offend his superiors and noticing the butcher's amusement, he decided to target him instead, administering a few lashes for disrespecting the court. Thus, the matter would be settled. Let them return to their lives, as was their rightful place. "My lord, observe," the constable interjected. "The youngest and eldest sons of the Zhang family bear no resemblance whatsoever. This is evidence of their infidelity." The constable, feeling trapped, insisted. He recognized that if he did not assert some authority now, who would respect him in the future? The county official was preparing to depart. Yet he still had to remain in this position. It was imperative to establish who truly held power in this locale. The county official was on the verge of exclaiming in frustration. To assert that children resemble their parents is one thing, but have you ever seen Scholar Zhang? Even if this youngest son does not resemble his brother, it does not necessarily follow that he resembles the butcher. Regardless, given the constable's insistence and the multitude of onlookers outside, the county official could not remain silent. One cannot definitively assert his allegiance. However, a silent resentment brewed within him, leading to a clandestine resolve to confront the constable upon his return, seeking to inflict a semblance of authority. How could one forget whose dominion this realm belongs to? "Zhang Yinshi, do you have any defense?" The county magistrate cleared his throat and addressed Mu Hui. "Let the blood test proclaim kinship, then." Mu Hui retorted nonchalantly. She was acutely aware that the so-called blood test was mere nonsense. The mingling of blood was merely a matter of time. Any blood could amalgamate if combined. What could not merge was the result of manipulation. Did they truly believe they could ascertain DNA? Even if she were to undergo a DNA test now, she would not be intimidated. A comparison between Xiao Bao and the butcher's son would suffice, sparing the need for comparisons with Dabao or Air Bao. What kind of reasoning was this? Casting a sidelong glance at the constable, she smirked and suggested, "Why not procure additional bowls and let you drop a drop of your own blood into one?" "Zhang Yinshi." The magistrate rapped the gavel once more, reaffirming his stance. This woman was either utterly unperturbed or a nefarious villain. Those of lesser caliber were no match for her. He aspired to advancement and would not allow such trifling matters to impede his career. After a brief moment of contemplation, he resolved to procure 3 small bowls. In no time, the constable returned with 3 small bowls. The magistrate himself summoned a jar of water, pouring it into the bowls before instructing the constable to add a drop of his blood, followed by the butcher and Xiao Chong, each contributing a drop. He then called out to Mu Hui, "Zhang Yinshi, as you wish, you may bring the child forward." "My lord, the child is too young. If this method proves effective, why not first use the blood of a common woman?" Mu Hui laughed, having never intended for Xiao Bao to bleed. Who would soothe him if he cried? Without waiting for the magistrate's response, she handed Xiao Bao to the butcher, seized a dagger from Xiao Chong, and lightly sliced her fingertip, letting her blood fall into the 3 small bowls. The constable, indeed, was incensed. What use was it to draw her blood? Just as he was about to voice his discontent, he observed that the drops of blood in his bowl had inexplicably merged together, leaving him speechless. The constable, only in his 30s, could never father a daughter like Mu Hui, and since his father had passed over 20 years ago, they could not possibly share a sibling bond. This revelation rendered everyone momentarily speechless. The magistrate was equally taken aback, uttering a soft gasp as he scrutinized the resemblance between the constable and Mu Hui, finding no resemblance indicative of a blood relationship. Observing the other 2 bowls, though they merged more slowly, they too were gradually blending. Naturally, once fully amalgamated, the blood would dissipate within the bowls. This method was one he had often heard of, but had never attempted himself. It appeared that this approach was indeed ineffective. So why was it still documented in the case files? Mu Hui remained silent, merely pressing her fingertip against the wound, lifting her gaze to smile at Xiao Bao. Although the child had been startled by the gavel several times, he had grown accustomed to the butcher's unpredictable antics. At times, he would jump in fright, casting a reproachful glance at the magistrate before resuming his interactions with those nearby. Such was the nature of a child with an exuberantly cheerful disposition. His unrestrained enthusiasm was simply inescapable. Now he is cradled in the arms of the flour butcher, with the elder brother seated above him. At long last, his mother is paying him some attention, and he immediately becomes lively, making a grimace to the left and a silly smile to the right, seemingly indifferent to the court proceedings. Since it cannot be proven that the little treasure is my child, can we not conclude this case? The flour butcher spoke coldly. Yet, It cannot be proven otherwise. The head constable suddenly raised his head, nearly driven mad with frustration. The little treasure has just turned 1 year old, and I can indeed provide evidence of my whereabouts at that time. Unlike his usual furious demeanor, the flower butcher spoke with remarkable cordiality. The elder treasure remained perched on his shoulder, never having come down. The little treasure even greeted the head constable, clearly indicating his indifference to the courtroom. Let be. In due time, they will still require proof of where you were at the birth of the elder and second treasures. Mu Hui chuckled, addressing the flower butcher. Have you ever taken a wife? No. The flower butcher's tone was markedly different when speaking to Mu Hui than to the head constable. Each word delivered with conviction despite the 2 children he bore. Of course, Mu Hui was aware of his unmarried status. If he were married, he would be dining at her home every day. Thus, she turned to the county magistrate. Master, the flower butcher is unmarried, and I am recently widowed. If there were any impropriety between us, it would have been natural to come together after my husband's death, without the need for such concealment. Mu Hui spoke plainly, asserting that if Scholar Zhang was not murdered, and if she had previously had an affair with the flower butcher, there would have been no scandal in marrying him after her husband's passing. Such customs had been established long ago. For the impoverished, they hardly mattered. With a white gown on the front foot and a red veil on the back, it was evident that, for the sake of survival, nothing was truly off limits. What a ridiculous argument. Is there any reason to commit adultery? The head constable retorted in anger. Indeed, adultery is simply for pleasure, requiring no justification. But does your wife know that you buy meat daily but do not bring it home, instead delivering it to another household? Xiao Chong chuckled leisurely. Of course, you need not conspire with the murderer of another's husband, thinking that everyone else behaves as you do, taking advantage of a man's illness to woo his wife, right? How Xiao Chong relished gossip. He had already familiarized himself with the tales of every household in town. Mu Hui often thought to ask him where their secret stash of money was hidden, but ultimately refrained, illustrating his passion for the gossip trade. Thus, exposing the head constable's shortcomings in public was merely child's play for him. Upon finishing his remarks, the spectators outside erupted in laughter. It is impossible for a town to be entirely discreet. It is merely that people choose not to speak. Or perhaps they refrain from speaking openly. Otherwise, how would Xiao Chong possess such knowledge? Previously, he had shared these tales as jokes in the kitchen with Mu Hui, and now, with her elder brother being slandered, he certainly would not let the opportunity pass. Utter nonsense. The head constable, truly incensed and ashamed, found that the situation had escalated. Originally, he had no deep-seated animosity toward Mu Hui, but matters had reached a point where neither side could afford to relent. The esteemed elder, Chuozhua, has returned. Even the constables could no longer contain their excitement upon witnessing Chuozhua's arrival, nearly exclaiming in joy, eager to ascertain the situation and quell the commotion in the hall. Elder, Chuozhua, somewhat bewildered by his unexpected popularity, nonetheless adhered to decorum and offered a respectful bow to the county magistrate. Is there need for an autopsy? The magistrate sighed in relief, realizing that if the situation escalated, it would undoubtedly become quite troublesome. Indeed, Scholar Zhang succumbed to illness. His skeletal remains faintly yellowed, devoid of any other injuries. Zhang had been deceased for over a year, laid to rest in the charity cemetery for more than half a year. In truth, the flesh had long since decayed, leaving only a set of white bones. Consequently, Chuozhua could merely examine the bones for any localized discoloration indicative of poisoning or any fractures in the skull and other vital areas to ascertain whether he had suffered any fatal injuries during his lifetime. Observing the uniformly pale yellow of the skeleton, it was evident that he must have been ill for some time prior to his death. The skeleton was remarkably intact, and the burial garments, along with the books and writing implements placed in the coffin, though not of great value, were meticulously detailed. If there were indeed any supernatural occurrences, such care would not have been possible. As an elder, Chuozhua, even without conducting an autopsy, could discern that there were no issues at hand. Today, a new gaming device has arrived, and its setup is quite straightforward, allowing for swift utilization. I hope future updates proceed seamlessly. I have noted the comments. While I'm unable to respond directly, I wish to address the matter of virginity here. In the text, I've already stated that Miss 15 is indeed a maiden. However, now over 20, her demeanor reflects that of a mature woman. Virginity can sometimes be a matter of mindset. Those familiar with Miss 15 would not readily identify her with Mu Hui at this moment, as aside from their appearance, they share no resemblance. Furthermore, should it be proclaimed in court that none of the 3 children belong to Mu Hui, asserting her virginity to demonstrate her innocence regarding the shopkeeper Hua would be an act of folly. Would it not be tantamount to self-incrimination? Chapter 69. A further beating enough. The county magistrate is well aware that the truth cannot be uncovered, as evidenced by the indifference displayed by the 3 individuals below. Clearing his throat, he declared that the plaintiff was truly wasting everyone's time, and such behavior must not be tolerated. Let the culprit receive 20 lashes. And let us see who dares squander public funds again. The magistrate sensed that someone had bribed the constable, intent on bringing this butcher to ruin. Yet, he also recognized that this particular butcher was not to be trifled with. Otherwise, merely striking the gavel would have sufficed to silence him. It was evidently impossible to convict Zhang Yanshi. In a bid to avoid further disturbances from the constable, he resolved to hasten the conclusion of the case. Your Honor, the carpenter has stated that Scholar Zhang has been ill for quite some time. How could he possibly have fathered a child? The constable was growing increasingly obstinate, gesturing toward the plump, cheerful little Bao. How dare you? Did I slay your father or dishonor your mother to warrant such slander? Can you not see my son is bald? If I were indeed with this great baboon, would my child have only these few strands of yellow hair? Even Mu Hui, known for her temperance, found it difficult to restrain herself. She had been tactful until now, aware of the need to avoid provoking the magistrate. However, at this moment, her patience wore thin. Fortunately, with little Bao cradled in the butcher's arms, she had the freedom to retaliate. Of course, her prowess in combat was not to be underestimated. As she pointed at little Bao, who bore a resemblance to the bald-headed child from a distance, even the magistrate was compelled to observe. He compared the butcher's sparse hair and beard with little Bao's fair and delicate features, which were decidedly more appealing, lacking any hair whatsoever. Seizing the opportunity, while all eyes were on little Bao, Mu Hui was not one to be underestimated. Her skills had been well honed, after all. It was worth noting that during their first encounter, she had bested the butcher himself. The constable, in all honesty, lacked the butcher's finesse, and before long, he found himself struck down by a board that Mu Hui had snatched from an officer. Unlike her treatment of the butcher, she showed no mercy to the constable, attacking with fervor. As onlookers regained their composure and rushed to aid the fallen constable, Xiao Chong swiftly stepped in front of Mu Hui, pulling her away from the fray. The board was indeed heavy, and upon her retreat, Mu Hui found herself exhausted, collapsing in the center of the courtroom, weeping uncontrollably. She uttered no claims of injustice, but clung to the now standing heir Bao, crying in sheer despair. At that moment, no one paid any heed to the constable's fate. It was not that they were indifferent. Rather, they regarded it as inconceivable that a mere woman could pose any threat to the constable. Enough, court is adjourned. The magistrate, feeling the futility of further inquiry, called for the session to end and departed without rendering a verdict. He neither sought to conclude nor to inquire further. And as for the constable's beating, he had not witnessed it. The crowd erupted in laughter as they dispersed, and Xiao Chong hurried to support Mu Hui. While Bao was also set down. Filled with indignation, he approached Mu Hui, while little Bao continued to pat his own head. Alas! Little Bao's lack of hair had become a source of concern for Mu Hui, who often lamented it. Thus, the child had developed a reflexive response, touching his head whenever she mentioned hair. He expressed confidence, untroubled by fear, yet his countenance betrayed a deep conflict, as if he were aware of the gravity of the situation. The butcher, indifferent to the constable, crouched down. "Stop crying. We must return and renter Scholar Zhang," he said. "Can you locate Master Zhuang? Will we need to set up another arrangement?" Mu Hui had already risen, wiping her tears as she spoke. "Yes, I will send someone to find him and tidy things up." The butcher pondered. Indeed, the formation had been disrupted, and it was necessary to reassess whether a burial could proceed. It was quite a hassle to think that the coffin would need to be taken to the mortuary and then returned once the proper arrangements were made. Mu Hui's resentment flared again, realizing she would have to spend more money. As she turned, she noticed the constable had already been helped to lean against a pillar. In a fit of anger, she kicked him several times. Do you know how much I spent to bury my husband last time? Hiring a feng shui master. Asking monks to chant, and you ruin it all. Now I have to do it again. Do you think saving money is easy for me? Onlookers who remained couldn't help but feel sympathy as they witnessed Mu Hui's outburst. A poor widow, who had painstakingly saved and even borrowed to ensure her husband's south peaceful resting place, now saw her efforts wasted. They felt it was excessive to bully a solitary widow. Shaking their heads and sighing in disapproval, Xiao Chong managed to persuade Mu Hui to leave. This time, as the constable was kicked, the nearby officers did not intervene. After all, the constable was merely a low-ranking official. Their meager salaries placed them among the common folk, and they understood many of the underlying issues. Witnessing the constable's relentless harassment of a widow was too much to bear. Previously, they had refrained from intervening when he wielded a stick, but now, with Mu Hui's retaliation, they simply chose to overlook it. Thus, the constable found himself at a loss for words. Xiao Chong went outside the city to handle subsequent matters, while Mu Hui and the butcher returned home with the children, utterly exhausted after a long day, both physically and emotionally drained. Mu Hui felt no joy. To her, the constable appeared as if he were intent on devouring her. A chill ran down her spine. The neighbors, despite their resentment, would not stoop so low as to bribe a constable into a vendetta against her. Who had she offended to provoke such cruelty? She held Xiao Bao tightly. Was this related to midnight? After a year, had they finally been found? Once home, the butcher, feeling guilty about making her cook, took the children out to a restaurant. Fortunately, although the town was small, it was bustling with activity and had a variety of eateries with decent flavors. They chose a place close to the city gate, sitting at a small entrance on the ground floor, allowing them to see Xiao Chong when he returned. That person is truly despicable, Bao said indignantly. Xiao Bao was now able to eat softer foods, so the butcher had steamed an egg and ordered a bowl of thin noodles, which he fed to the little one. Xiao Bao delighted in the meal. Bao and Bao enjoyed their vegetables with rice. My father truly died of illness, not because of my mother, Bao said earnestly to the butcher. I know, no matter how fierce your mother may be, she could never sink to that level. The butcher exhibited remarkable patience with the children, feeding the youngest while addressing the eldest. Why does that person keep berating my mother? The second child, infuriated, slammed his chopsticks down. This was their second visit to the restaurant. This time, not due to their mother's busyness, but because her tears rendered her unable to cook. This left the second child seething, not because the food was unpalatable, but out of sorrow for their mother's distress, which diminished his appetite. Who knows why? Hurry and eat. Your mother has a bad temper. She may have unknowingly offended someone, leading to such remarks about her. The butcher, lacking in comforting words, failed to grasp the nuances of consolation. The eldest child felt a pang of sadness. Though still young, he possessed a maturity beyond that of his peers. He understood that their mother could simply declare she was not their mother to extricate herself from the situation, yet she refrained from doing so. He too felt fear. Several times, he summoned the courage to assert, "She is not our mother," but ultimately held back, terrified of the potential loss. Although the matter was settled, he still felt a sense of shame. Upon entering the city gate, Xiao Chong spotted them. He had arranged for the cemetery to be tidied and for Scholar Zhang's coffin to be returned to the ancestral hall. And he made some repairs to the grave before coming back. Seeing them there, yet not spotting Mu Hui, he naturally deduced that she must be too upset to cook, leaving only the eldest to take the children out to eat. How is your sister-in-law? Can Master Zhuang be found? Let his apprentice come first, quickly. The previous rites are done. We just need to select an auspicious day and adjust the array. It shouldn't be too difficult, Xiao Chong remarked, calling for a bowl of noodles for himself, only to take a sip and spit it out. Uncle Chong, you are too messy, the second child, a neat freak, quickly turned away. Can you even cook noodles? They must be boiled to 7/10 doneness, then plunged into cold water before being placed into the boiling broth, followed by greens. There mustn't be a single drop of oil, do you understand? Not a drop. Xiao Chong shouted at the second child. Do you think you're still at home? The butcher shot him a glare and handed him a new bowl of rice. Little Bao had finished his meal, and the butcher cradled him in his arms, then began eating the plain rice. The rice was a bit dry, though not unpleasant. The hot dishes at this tavern were decent enough, and given that they were paired with rice, the standards could be somewhat relaxed. Eldest brother, what about sister-in-law? Xiao Chong glanced at the weary children and softly inquired. Oh, I'll bring something back for her. What does she like to eat? The butcher asked the eldest. She likes. The second child initially attempted to interject, but, after much contemplation, scratched his head. After thinking it through, it seemed their mother didn't have any particular favorites. She ate steamed meat patties, but only the large shiitake on top, and when it came to braised pork, she merely mixed the sauce with her rice. He observed her cooking every day, yet upon reflection, it appeared she ate very little, perhaps only a mouthful of rice and a taste of each dish per meal. When asked what her favorite food was, even the meticulous eldest could only shake his head in confusion. Unfilial children, the butcher chided them with a disapproving look, then tilted his head back, pondering for a moment before shaking it. Boss, make some porridge. After finishing the call, he casually mentioned that his mother was upset and would likely find it difficult to eat, suggesting that porridge would be a suitable option. However, the porridge available outside was notoriously unpalatable. Xiao Chong felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. He had not managed to learn the finer points of cooking from Mu Hui, yet he had certainly mastered the art of making a mess. Although noodles and porridge appeared deceptively simple, they truly demanded a great deal of skill. Observing Mu Hui prépare porridge, he noted that if the rice was crushed and the starch did not release properly, the result would be a concoction that was neither rice nor porridge, which Mu Hui would undoubtedly refuse to eat. Henti, she just rejected the noodles. Are you going to cook it? The butcher's wife shot Xiao Chong a disapproving glance. Oh, I was inquiring about lunch. I was asking what your plans are, sister-in-law. Xiao Chong finally recalled what he intended to say and quickly redirected the conversation, casting a meaningful glance at the butcher's wife. Chapter 70. Remarriage. The butcher, Hua, was no fool. The fact that Xiao Chong referred to him as big brother rather than brother-in-law spoke volumes. Given the current turmoil, the rumors of Zhang Widow's alleged affair had undoubtedly overshadowed previous gossip, not to mention Mu Hui. Even the three children were likely to find it challenging to navigate their lives amidst such scandal. Looking at the three adorable children, Hua felt a pang of discomfort. Nevertheless, he realized he could not voice such sentiments in front of them. He urged Bao to eat quickly, as he needed to prepare a meal to take back to Mu Hui. Upon hearing the mention of food, the Bao was reminded of his mother alone at home and hastily dug into his bowl of rice. Bao, a true foodie, despite the slight difference in flavors from their home, relished the dishes from one of the town's renowned restaurants, and he was already on his second bowl. Meanwhile, Mu Hui pondered her situation at home, contemplating her future. The prospect of a public scandal would severely tarnish her reputation. She had previously resolved not to take any further steps for the sake of her children's honor. Yet now, her reputation seemed to be slipping away inexplicably. The only path forward appeared to be to sever ties with Hua and relocate with her children to a new environment. However, such conventional thoughts did not align with Mu Hui's perspective, possessing the wisdom akin to that of the shrewd 15 Niang. She understood that while it was prudent to anticipate the worst, one could still be wise. If matters could not worsen, perhaps it was time to embrace the situation and remarry. Mu Hui found no surprise in her thoughts mirroring those of 15 Niang. Indeed, she echoed the sentiment that she would not bear this tarnished reputation in vain. In her own words, she questioned whether it was wise to endure the scorn of others and subject herself and her children to hardship. Their raucous behavior aimed to prevent her from remarrying. Wanting to witness her suffering, she resolved not to fulfill their wishes, pondering what they could do to her. Having made up her mind, she did not allow herself to rest. She rose to take action, understanding that even if she were to remarry, she must continue to fulfill her responsibilities. She was accustomed to relying on herself and would not depend on Hua to support her children. Even if she decided to marry Hua, she would ensure he would not utter a word of reproach. When Hua returned with the porridge, Mu Hui settled back into the main room, quietly sipping her bowl of plain porridge, which was quite satisfactory. Hua had refrained from adding any unnecessary ingredients, allowing her to enjoy it with her own pickled vegetables. Finishing a small bowl. Afterward, Xiao Chong suggested taking the children out to play, but Mu Hui stopped him. "Uncle Chong, I have something to say that I'd like the children to hear," she remarked, dabbing at the corners of her mouth with a cloth. Xiao Chong grew anxious, fearing Mu Hui intended to distance herself from them. "Sister-in-law, it's better not to heed the vile gossip outside. If we become estranged, it would merely serve the malicious intents of those ill-willed creatures," he replied earnestly. His words held truth, yet regardless of the source, the gossip would persist. "I apologize for any trouble I have caused you, Uncle Hua," he added sincerely. Mu Hui smiled softly and nodded respectfully at the butcher. "Not at all, de Baonyang," he stammered, taken aback by her courtesy. This was the first time he had experienced such politeness from her, leaving him momentarily speechless despite having prepared a response. Given the circumstances, it would be unwise to remain idle. "Would you consider marrying me?" Mu Hui asked calmly. Both the butcher and Xiao Chong were momentarily stunned. De Bao and Air Bao understood the words, but being so young, they could not grasp the underlying implications. They did comprehend that the notion of their uncle marrying their mother was conveyed, yet something felt amiss to them. "I apologize for putting you in such a predicament. Nevertheless, take your time to ponder it. If it doesn't work out, that's perfectly all right," Mu Hui added, signaling the end of their conversation. She had not anticipated that he would refuse. Although she had previously drawn a line between them, he had lingered by her side. At her age, having crossed into her late 30s and being a seasoned career woman, she was well aware of any small-mindedness. By proposing, she had foreseen the butcher's reaction, understanding the nature of times. Were she to remain silent and let him depart, he would undoubtedly return the following day, beseeching others to propose on his behalf. Yet, such naive tactics were beneath her. She did not wish to be in a position where, years later, the butcher's affections would wane, only for him to claim he had been coerced into marrying her. She had always been forthright, unwilling to entertain even the slightest notion of compromise. Her words were clear. She was at an impasse. It was either for him to distance himself or to marry her, providing a resolution to their situation. Should their feelings fade one day, she would have her own narrative to share. She had raised her son on her own, thus owed him nothing. Although divorce was not an option, cohabitation separately could be arranged without interference. As for De Bao and Air Bao's futures, she would plan accordingly. Xiao Chong, suddenly enlightened, kicked the butcher lightly. Now was not the time for words. They should return home and not come back tomorrow. Where would he eat dinner tonight? He had already purchased a variety of ingredients to honor Zhang Xiaocai's anniversary, ensuring they could also enjoy a good meal together. Though they typically dined well, no one would complain about an abundance of food. The butcher, comprehending the situation, nodded absent-mindedly after the kick, unsure why he had done so. However, he quickly shook his head. "I will go find a matchmaker this afternoon and ask for assistance." Yes. The eldest must not be taken lightly in marriage. I will inform the old master right away. He will surely be delighted. Xiao Chong eagerly nodded, understanding the importance of the matter better than the butcher. Mu Hui acknowledged his response. Indeed, the butcher's character was commendable. "I will raise the children myself and will not burden you. Household expenses will remain unchanged. As for Xiao Chong, I shall not provide him with extra allowances," Mu Hui added with a subtle smile, expressing her own intentions delicately. The flour butcher did not comprehend the meaning behind it, but Xiao Chong understood. He held on to the flour butcher and smiled reassuringly at Mu Hui, stating that these were trivial matters. There were various affairs outside, and he urged her to rest while he and the elder brother arranged things, assuring her that she would not be disappointed. After saying this, he took the flour butcher and left. Mu Hui smiled again. Little Bao was not yet walking, but had started to crawl. However, this was the main hall, and naturally, Mu Hui would not allow her son to crawl on the floor. She placed him in a chair instead. At that moment, he appeared somewhat drowsy, so she picked him up and called for De Bao and Air Bao to return to the room for a nap. Once little Bao was set down, he fell asleep immediately, while De Bao and Air Bao remained silent. "Are you unhappy?" Mu Hui inquired. "No. Uncle Hua is very kind," De Bao replied with a smile. "I will treat Uncle Hua well, but rest assured, I will also nurture you properly. Even if the widow remarries, I worry it may tarnish your reputation. However, taking you away might not guarantee stability, There is much gossip surrounding widows. No matter what I do, even simply speaking with others may invite rumors. It would be better to comply with their wishes and find a good man, at least to minimize external troubles. This way, you can focus on your studies. Of course, life may become more challenging. At that time, your classmates may mock you as burdens. Are you prepared for that? Mu Hui was not particularly concerned about other matters, but this weighed heavily on her mind. They can say whatever they like, Bao replied indifferently. Mu Hui looked at the sensible Bao, and her worries deepened for him. In truth, her concerns were unfounded. For Bao, knowing that Mu Hui was not his biological mother had its downsides. It also had an advantage. He understood clearly that Mu Hui had no connection to their father. Thus he held no resentment towards whom Mu Hui chose to marry. For him, the discomfort lay in the changes to their daily lives. Should we call Uncle Hua father? Zhao Bao hes tita. That is entirely up to you. If you wish to call him father, then do so. If you prefer to call him Uncle Hua, that is acceptable too. Just remember, it is your mother who bears the burden of your lives. She vowed before your father's spirit to raise you well. I will not go back on my word. Seeing this, Bao quickly leaned in, wanting Mu Hui to do the same to him, which made him feel comforted. As for who raised them, did it truly matter? Bao did not find it of great significance, and thus he too fell asleep. Indeed, in the afternoon, the official matchmaker arrived. Mu Hui invited Aunt Tang, and since it was a second marriage, a marriage certificate was prepared for registration at the magistrate's office. As for the wedding ceremony, if they wished to perform it, they could do so immediately without anyone objecting. If they preferred to wait for a date, that was acceptable as well. However, with the marriage certificate in hand, their union was essentially solidified. Dinner that evening was truly lavish, and Aunt Tang stayed to dine, as she was the witness to the marriage. Throughout the day, Aunt Tang had also felt a tremendous burden. For a year, she had watched Mu Hui progress to this point. After returning from the cemetery, she had tried to inquire about who harbored such hatred towards Mu Hui that they wished to see her brought to ruin, but she uncovered nothing. Upon glancing back at the constable, he was taken home by his wife, who summoned a physician. Despite the revelations made in the court, where his shortcomings were laid bare, his wife appeared oblivious, maintaining a profound silence. Residing in the same town, the townsfolk were well aware of her temperament. Otherwise, the bold Xiao Chong would not have dared to expose him publicly. In truth, the spectators awaiting the spectacle were not few. Yet when nothing transpired, confusion swept through the crowd. What could this mean? In this context, Aunt Tang felt uneasy and contemplated whether to lend some money to Mu Hui, intending to send her back to her family's town, although that place lacked the vibrancy of their current locale. Mu Hui's industrious nature would surely enable her to support her children. However, to her surprise, Mu Hui resolved to marry the butcher, a turn of events she had not anticipated. It is hoped that readers will not take offense at Xiao Pi's portrayal, for while 15 Niang is not remarrying, Mu Hui's situation is complicated by her status as the wife of Zhang Xiaocai, rendering her a remarried woman. Yet, as Xiao Pi previously noted, such conventions hold little weight for the impoverished, especially for those without the protection of a family. Chapter 71. The bustle as evening descended. After the departure of the flower butcher and his companions, Aunt Tang remained behind. Little Bao, with a large rice cake strapped to his back, struggled to crawl on the heated bed, while the Bao and Bao laughed and teased him from the side. Aunt Tang furrowed her brow, questioning the size of the rice cake. I made it, Mu Hui replied nonchalantly, her eyes cast down as she stitched the hem of her garment. In our customs, it is said that if a child has a rice cake strapped to their back, they will stand up on their own, symbolizing that they will eventually venture far from their parents. The previous one was too small. He managed to crawl up immediately. Thus, I crafted a larger one to ensure he remains grounded. Mu Hui recalled vividly from her childhood the animated series Smart Icken, where Lady Kiku tied a rice cake onto little Icken, who, despite being repeatedly toppled, persevered and ultimately stood tall. Lady Kiku wept, lamenting Icken's indomitable spirit, fearing he would one day stray far from her. Mu Hui's intention in creating a larger rice cake was not merely to prevent little Bao from straying, but rather to nurture a resilient heart akin to Icken's. In modern educational parlance, it could be termed as education through adversity, fostering robustness in a child's character. Thus, when he began to crawl at 9 months, she attached a smaller rice cake. Once he could manage that, she would replace it with a larger one. Now, it had grown to the size of a soup bowl, and it was evident that little Bao was adapting well. It was merely a matter of days before he would crawl again. Nonsense! How tender a child's bones are! What if they get damaged? Aunt Tang exclaimed, rising to rescue little Bao, only to be gently restrained by Mu Hui. Mu Hui herself was uncertain of little Bao's future. Ideally, he would remain by her side, but should he be discovered, there were 2 possible outcomes. One, he could be eradicated entirely. The other, he might be reclaimed, potentially under some pretext that would elevate his status. Regardless of the outcome, she believed little Bao must possess the ability for self-preservation. A resilient character was essential. She would not impose such burdens upon him if she did not believe in his capacity to endure. Everyone has traversed this path. Look how joyfully little Bao smiles. Mu Hui pointed out, indicating his flushed face adorned with a radiant smile. Aunt Tang, recognizing Mu Hui's deep affection for the children, reflected on her own overprotectiveness and settled back down, realizing her concerns might have been unfounded. Despite having signed a marriage contract for Mu Hui, it was merely a reluctant act to remain in the town. Since you all wish for me to marry the flower butcher, I shall do so and see what unfolds. However, to assert any genuine affection for the flower butcher would be a stretch. Aunt Hui, before old Master Song departed, he did mention you. Aunt Tang hesitated, gently grasping Mu Hui's hand. What did he say about me? Mu Hui asked, momentarily taken aback, pondering who old Master Song might be. But upon seeing Aunt Tang's expression, she quickly deduced that he was the flower butcher's adoptive father and mentor. Rest assured, Aunt Tang continued, he holds you in high regard. He told me that the flower butcher is impulsive and not particularly handsome, yet possesses a good heart. He wished for me to act as a matchmaker for you. He himself was taken in as an adopted son, and the flower butcher was rescued by him. Thus, you need not worry about Dabao and the others. Regardless of whether you give birth or not, their surname is inconsequential. Their family does not place importance on such matters. Aunt Tang, fearing she might be misunderstood, hurriedly spoke up. Indeed, old Master Song's words lacked the clarity she possessed. He merely rambled in a haphazard manner. Yet, Aunt Tang grasped the essence of it. Their family placed no significance on lineage, nor did they prioritize inheritance. To them, it sufficed that Mu Hui resonated with them. Even with 3 children in tow, it was of no concern. As long as Mu Hui held no disdain for the butcher, all was well. It was this sentiment that initially moved Aunt Tang to approach Mu Hui with a proposal, although at that time, Mu Hui had declined. Now, after such a lengthy interval, fate had led them to this point. Aunt Tang's words were intended to convey that the butcher's affections were not fleeting. Although the initial encounter had not unfolded smoothly, it was best to embrace the present circumstances. I understood that once a decision was made, there was no turning back. Thus, one must strive to make the best of it. Mu Hui offered a comforting smile to Aunt Tang, yet internally, she felt a twinge of unease. In truth, Aunt Tang's remarks, rather than providing solace, only intensified her discomfort. Their family did not mind whether the children were biologically theirs. They merely sought a woman to bring home. So, why had the butcher yet to formalize their union? If they were indeed unpicky, she could not fathom why they would choose her. Was it for her culinary skills or her ability to bear sons? If it were merely for these 2 reasons, she would feel less than honored. To them, it seemed that acquiring a woman was simply a means to fulfill a reproductive purpose. In a few days, Mr. Zhuang and old Master Song arrived, one to tend to Zhang Xiaocai's grave, the other to discuss his son's marriage. Mr. Zhuang remained silent, overseeing the restoration of the grave site. Mu Hui watched over the children, noting that the previously buried offerings had been replaced with an entirely different set, and the original excavation site had been filled and compacted. After rearranging the site, they selected an auspicious day to reinter Zhang Xiaocai. Naturally, as this took place, the curious townsfolk lingered, observing Mu Hui diligently following instructions. The town also had its own feng shui masters who, while unable to perform such tasks themselves, could discern the underlying principles. They remarked that the Zhang family matriarch was indeed virtuous, as this arrangement would bless the Zhang lineage with prosperity and enduring fortune. At this juncture, no one dared to inquire whether Zhang Xiaocai had met an untimely demise. The teachings of Taoism espouse the notion of cause and effect, a concept not exclusive to Buddhism, but rooted in traditional Chinese philosophy, manifesting across various sections. If Zhang Xiaocai had indeed suffered an unnatural death, the arrangement should have been designed to disperse his 3 souls and 7 spirits, ensuring he could never return to seek vengeance. No murderer would contemplate creating a protective arrangement for a lineage. Thus, this served as the finest testament to Mu Hui's character. Of course, the local butcher claimed he had died of illness, but the words of a butcher lacked the persuasive weight of a feng shui master. As a result, few believed that Zhang Xiaocai had died under abnormal circumstances. If Mr. Zhuang were merely to repair the tomb, he would not be Mr. Zhuang. After completing the repairs, he instructed Mu Hui to plant a locust tree along the road not far from Zhang Xiaocai's grave and placed a substantial stone slab beneath it. Although this is public land, planting trees is not a hindrance. However, it does require Mu Hui to spend a considerable sum, as the stones are not sourced from this area and must be transported from afar, incurring significant labor costs. Nevertheless, Mu Hui understands the necessity of this endeavor and proceeds without question, silently parting with her money. After completing the task, she stands beneath the trees, glancing back at Zhang Xiaocai's grave, gently stroking Debao's head. Her actions are not solely in remembrance of Zhang Xiaocai, but rather for the sake of Debao and Erbao. While this sentiment may appear somewhat idealistic, it is essential for peace of mind. Can father finally rest in peace now? Erbao, noticing that his mother is only caressing his elder brother, becomes displeased and quickly climbs onto a stone, tugging at Mu Hui. Yes, your father can finally rest, and it will be much more convenient for us to visit him. Are you happy? Mu Hui smiles at the clever Erbao. Erbao, lacking understanding, merely nods. From now on, it will just be the 3 of us. Debao, being more perceptive, quickly adds. He understands well that Mu Hui has already signed a marriage contract. At this moment, she is no longer Zhang Yanshi, but Hua Yanshi. Even though he knows that this mother has never had any connection with their father, he cannot shake a faint sense of loss. Mu Hui remains silent, offering no consolation. In truth, she has never honored Zhang Xiaocai as a wife should. In front of the county magistrate, she refers to him as the late husband, but in the presence of outsiders, she simply calls him Debao's father. During the customary rites, she holds Xiaobao in her arms, allowing Debao and Erbao to stand in front. She does not fully comprehend the significance of her actions, yet she continues to perform them. At this moment, she feels somewhat strange in assuming the role of a widow who has remarried. After these events, a month has passed. The previous rumors have dissipated somewhat. Following the conclusion of the matter, although the butcher, Hua, has become engaged to Mu Hui, their interactions remain distant. They continue their routine of strolling through the streets for breakfast and returning home after dinner, as usual. Mu Hui resumes her work and shopping for groceries as if the engagement were inconsequential. However, at this stage, others seem disinclined to comment further. They have become engaged, and there is nothing more to discuss. Previously, many had sought to marry Mu Hui. Thus, no one uttered words of impropriety regarding a widow. The uproar at the Yamen stemmed merely from the constable's claim that they had been involved prior to Zhang Xiaocai's death, which warranted legal action. Otherwise, there would be no purpose in filing a complaint. However, with the constable returning home to recuperate and a new constable being appointed from the capital to assist, the original constable's injury has been forgotten. He is reluctant to speak up, for who would wish to hear that he was injured by a widow? If he were to voice it, he would be the one lacking face to see anyone. At last, the auspicious day chosen by the venerable elder Zhuang has arrived. A second marriage need not be excessively extravagant. However, Elder Song holds a different view. Thus, a resplendent crimson bridal sedan chair has been prepared, accompanied by the sounds of celebratory music and festivities. As Mu Huilin prepares to enter the sedan, the auspicious trio appear almost foolishly captivated, gazing around in wonder, utterly oblivious to the fact that it is their own mother who is about to wed. As the moment approaches for Mu Huilin to ascend the sedan, little Bao grows restless upon seeing the bridal veil cover her face, obscuring his view of her countenance. A wave of panic washes over him, prompting him to reach out for her, throwing himself towards Mu Huilin. Aunt Tang swiftly intervenes, scooping up little Bao and urging others to assist Mu Huilin into the sedan. Distressed by the inability to see Mu Huilin's face, little Bao bursts into tears. At that moment, Aunt Lu from the West Room chuckles, exclaiming how astute the child is. Today's update should have been double. The second will be posted at 9 o'clock, as time is simply not on my side. Chapter 72. The Burdens of Marriage. The occasion of marriage, initially intended to be a joyous celebration, was marred by the presence of numerous onlookers. Despite the modest size of the residence, it was not a grand estate, and the chatter of the crowd easily permeated the air. While few genuinely wished Mu Hui well, it was clear that they were not merely there to relish her misfortune. Thus, all eyes fell upon Aunt Lu, who, despite her seemingly innocuous remarks, managed to utter something particularly perplexing about little Bao's tears of intelligence. What sort of intelligence was she referring to? Was it the understanding that their mother had remarried, thus ushering them into a life burdened by the weight of step-family dynamics? Aunt Tang, not wishing to dampen Mu Hui's spirits on this auspicious day, chose to ignore Aunt Lu's comments and focus her attention on comforting little Bao. Although little Bao was somewhat familiar with Aunt Tang, he harbored a greater fondness for Old Song, the butcher, and Mu Hui, who was preoccupied with the ceremony and unable to hold him as he mounted the bridal sedan. As a result, Aunt Tang's efforts to soothe him seemed futile. Elder Bao cast a glance at Aunt Lu before climbing onto a stool to gently pat little Bao. Upon seeing his elder brother, little Bao, limited by his vocabulary, could only point towards Mu Hui and babble in his own language of frustration. Little Bao, be good. Soon, Mother will hold you. We are going to Uncle Hua's house, where he will play with you and toss you high into the air, Elder Bao reassured. Little Bao, hearing the mention of Uncle Hua and the delightful game, wiped his tears and, with a reluctant glance at the bridal sedan, nodded vigorously while calling out, Hua Hua. Elder Bao chuckled and planted a kiss on little Bao's cheek, which effectively wiped away his tears, leaving him smiling. All right, let us hurry and board the sedan, lest we miss the auspicious hour, Aunt Tang urged as the matchmaker hurriedly helped Mu Hui into the carriage. Mu Hui, grappling with conflicting emotions, contemplated whether to take little Bao with her into the sedan. She had little regard for the ceremonial aspects of marriage, viewing it as merely a formality. Yet she did not wish to disappoint Old Song, who, having never married, desired to witness the full traditional rites. However, she too carried her own burdens of concern. Though this was not her first marriage, it was indeed the first for the 15-year-old bride, and certain truths could not remain hidden in the nuptial chamber. How could she possibly explain the existence of 3 children to the butcher? If she were to claim them as her own, perhaps he would more readily accept them, for blood ties are not easily severed. Yet, if he were to discover that they were adopted, would he feel a sense of injustice and demand their departure? As her thoughts spiraled into despair, a mere mention of being tossed high into the air caused little Bao to forget her entirely. His heart set on seeking out his Hua Hua. Mu Hui felt a wave of hopelessness wash over her. With a resigned turn, she boarded the sedan, choosing not to dwell on the misfortune of the 3 children. In ancient times, the wedding ceremony was indeed a cumbersome affair. Mu Hui suddenly recalled her previous wedding, which had been quite simple, dictated by her ex-husband's child's disposition, almost as though he sought to proclaim to the world he was to wed. However, Mu Hui felt that marrying a dandy was fraught with uncertainty. Not only did she doubt the opinions of others, but she also harbored concerns about her own future. It was better to avoid drawing attention to herself. There was an unspoken rule within their circle. Flaunting affection leads to a swift downfall. This adage proved infallible. The more extravagant the wedding, the more dismal the outcome. Thus, she resolved to maintain a low profile. Their nuptials were to take place in America, reminiscent of a Hong Kong drama, in Alaska. For a mere $8, they could wed in a quaint chapel, akin to a child's play. From Mu Hui's perspective, it felt like a game. She would often jest with her ex-husband, referring to it as romantic. Upon their return, They hosted a modest gathering at her in-laws' villa, inviting significant relatives and friends to announce their marriage, thus commencing her 2-year journey of make-believe. In hindsight, she believed those 2 years were not entirely lacking, at least in terms of pretense. Her husband was somewhat playful and lacked ambition, yet after years of friendship, they were intimately aware of each other's strengths and weaknesses. Apart from the initial awkwardness of intimacy, their time together was relatively pleasant. Yet therein lay the crux of the matter. They were friends who had grown up together. The awkwardness of intimacy made their domestic life peculiar. Why else would she take cooking classes or enroll in parenting courses? It was not to curry favor with anyone, but rather because she and her ex-husband were too familiar with one another, necessitating change. As they began to adapt, she unexpectedly discovered a defect in her uterus, rendering her incapable of bearing children. Her ex-husband had known all along, but chose never to inform her, igniting her fury. After 2 years of effort, she felt foolish, laboring under the pretense of hope while he remained silent. Thus ensued their first and only argument post-marriage. Once the confrontation concluded, their union reached its inevitable end. Years later, she gradually came to understand that her ex-husband had initially thought this secret insignificant. However, witnessing her frantic desire for children, he had lost the courage to reveal the truth. Perhaps they were meant to be only friends. In fact, when they eventually resumed their friendship, she found a newfound sense of ease. Now, she was to become a bride once more. In her previous life, her desire for motherhood had driven her to marry. In this life, she felt she was already a mother, marrying for the sake of her children. Clearly, neither beginning was particularly auspicious, rendering her expectations for this marriage somewhat unrealistic. Consequently, she felt no joy in her role as a bride. Rather, she was filled with indignation towards her youngest son, whom she mockingly referred to as Flower. It felt as if her efforts in raising him had been in vain. Moreover, her eldest son employed the same nickname to placate the youngest, further fueling her frustration. And the second son remained silent, clearly preoccupied with his own amusements. This troublesome child seemed to have been raised in vain as well. Mu Hui recounted her trio of mischief makers, her heart brimming with indignation as she arrived at the former Lu residence, now the Hua household. Curiously, Mu Hui had never visited this place before. There had been no reason to do so until after the engagement, when Xiao Chong suggested she take a look at their future home. She thought of the butcher's son and wondered if she would be expected to provide a dowry. The flower butcher and Xiao Chong were momentarily stunned, and thereafter, no one dared to suggest she visit the new house again. In truth, Mu Hui was not being pretentious. Rather, her current status made it rather inappropriate for her to visit. As a widow remarrying, her reputation was already quite tarnished, and at this juncture, she was attempting to redeem herself. The notion of visiting the Hua family to inspect the house and furniture, fearing others would lack fresh gossip, was rather absurd. Although she was not one to fear public opinion, having been subjected to it in her previous life, this time was different. She had sons to consider. She needed to demonstrate to them that she was not a woman of loose morals. Thus, veiled and guided like a blind person, she entered the residence, relying solely on her senses to visualize the dwelling. The entrance featured 3 steps, more orderly than Aunt Tang's yard, and these steps were constructed from large blue bricks. To her surprise, there was even a screen wall upon entry, indicating this was a well-structured courtyard, perhaps with several sections. Based on her steps, it appeared there were at least 3 sections. Having invested in period dramas and visited filming locations multiple times, she could discern the layout from the first section. Considering they had approached from the east gate, the location was evidently superior to theirs. Indeed, the Liu family seemed to possess some wealth, while the flower butcher claimed to earn merely 5 taels of silver a month. What fortune had he expended to acquire this residence and shop? For the first time, she contemplated that she should have conversed with Aunt Liu regarding this man. Given Aunt Liu's penchant for gossip, she might have gleaned more insight into this simpleton. Yet, was he truly a simpleton? Initially resolved to discuss matters with the flower butcher that evening, uncertainty now clouded her mind. How could she explain Xiao Bao's lineage and her own origins? The wedding ceremony was a minor affair, as she followed the officiant's instructions, kneeling and bowing. She couldn't help but reflect on the complexities of marriage rituals in ancient times, and even in modern times. For ordinary families, marriage was no trivial matter. Her own wedding, though uncomplicated, was certainly not something just anyone could manage. Consider the visa for traveling to America, the round-trip first-class tickets, and securing a beautiful five-star hotel for a luxurious honeymoon suite. Admittedly, she was being rather mundane. These were not her calculations, but rather a conversation she had had during a gathering with chefs when the topic of a chef's son's wedding arose. The chefs, accustomed to discussing annual salaries, lamented the costs associated with weddings. She casually remarked that her own experience was vastly simpler, as she had hardly demanded anything and simply married, albeit ultimately resulting in divorce. One chef began to tally the expenses, claiming that her wedding's airfare alone could have hosted a banquet for his son, without even considering other expenses. Another chef chimed in, expressing that if she had so nonchalantly married, he would prefer to spend lavishly on a grand celebration for his son. At least the money would not be wasted. The labor of planning a wedding was exhausting, and heated disputes could be avoided if the wedding was celebratory rather than quietly concluded, only to result in arguments and subsequent separations. Mu Hui fell silent. At that time, she was already unwell. Though it was uncertain whether her days were numbered, she had begun to reflect deeply on her life. At that time, she could not help but ponder if she and her ex-husband had experienced a typical relationship, filled with quarrels and reconciliations. Perhaps they would not have parted ways so hastily, even upon discovering her issues. However, she and her ex-husband had never shared the joys and tribulations of a romantic courtship. Thus, a tumultuous wedding was beyond their reality. So, it remained merely a fleeting thought. Now, as she finds herself gradually progressing to this point, standing upright, supported by others, adorned in garments heavy with years of memories, she navigates through one challenge after another. As the encounters pile up, she is left devoid of even the capacity for whimsical musings, with only the lingering question, when will this come to an end? While filming, how could she not foresee the toll it would take on her? The second act has arrived, and although it is already 10 o'clock, the journey continues. Chapter 73. Brainwashing at last. She was assisted back into a room, utterly disoriented, and only felt relief upon being seated. Just as she exhaled a sigh of relief, a small, plump figure leapt into her arms. Looking down beneath the veil, she was greeted by the sight of her second child. Previously, she had not perceived him as chubby, but now, she could no longer deny his adorably rotund appearance. Suddenly, her eldest child burst in and pulled the second child away. Laughter erupted from the matchmaker, urging the groom to lift the veil. A copper rod was thrust under the red veil, and Mu Hui understood this symbolized auspiciousness. While she held little hope for the flower butcher, the mere act of unveiling brought her a sense of relief. The veil, though light, was still uncomfortable. Once the veil was lifted, she did not bother to glance at the flower butcher. Instead, she busily searched for her first child, who had been silent for quite some time. Though she had felt indignant moments ago in the palanquin, now a wave of worry washed over her. With so many people around and her child's adorable appearance, the thought of someone abducting him was alarming. "Mother," came a voice from above. She looked up to see her first child perched on the flower butcher's shoulder, his little round face and shiny head radiating an air of pride. However, something felt amiss, though she couldn't quite articulate it. After observing for a while, it dawned on her. He had shaved his beard. "Yes," he replied, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his demeanor. The fact that she had taken so long to notice his clean-shaven face surprised him. He absent-mindedly stroked his chin, realizing that his beard had not simply been trimmed overnight. The sensation was peculiar, akin to being unclothed. He felt strangely bare. Mu Hui scrutinized the flower butcher, now devoid of his beard, and found him not much different from the fierce warrior Zhang Fei. How could she have taken so long to recognize the difference? Although he was now beardless, perhaps their months of acquaintance had rendered the absence of hair insignificant. His appearance seemed to matter less now. Upon closer inspection, she conceded that he appeared much cleaner than before. Previously, his beard and eyebrows had obscured her view of his face. Of course, she had never truly examined his visage. Now, with a clean-shaven look. Although his complexion was not fair, he bore little resemblance to her initial impression of a dark and rugged figure. She had always thought him to be at least 30, but upon closer inspection, he seemed to be around 24 or 25. His height and robust build, coupled with his previously careless attire, had given him an intimidating air. Now, dressed in formal wedding attire, with a clean face, he exuded a certain gallant charm, accentuated by his prominent eyebrows and large eyes. In a modern context, she mused, without anyone needing to tell her, he would undoubtedly be signed as a model. With a bit of refinement, he could easily become a new generation's heartthrob, starring in a couple of military dramas, a definitive symbol of masculinity. However, at that moment, clad in the groom's ceremonial attire and adorned with a traditional doll on his head, he appeared somewhat comical. She refrained from voicing this thought, as it might embarrass him, and instead offered a gentle smile. "You look much cleaner now." "I actually bathe every day," the flower butcher replied, feeling conflicted. He had never been fond of such attire, nor of shaving his beard. The combination of the two, coupled with her comment about his cleanliness, left him with an overwhelming desire to retreat from the situation. "Let us drink the ceremonial wine first." The matchmaker was rendered speechless. As the couple prepared for their union, the bride could at least feign a moment of shyness. Yet, she gazed unashamedly at the groom, surrounded by numerous neighbors in attendance. The matchmaker felt tears welling up. As for the groom, could he not appear less foolish? With a son on his head, did he fear that others might not know of their second marriage? They were indeed adhering to the customs of a first wedding, which was somewhat justifiable, given that the groom was truly a first-time husband. Otherwise, the situation would have been rather awkward. She quickly endeavored to steer matters back on course. The butcher, feeling slightly embarrassed, took a seat at the bedside opposite Mu Hui. Little Bao was handed over to the understanding Aunt Tang, and at last, the couple began to resemble a pair of newlyweds. The matchmaker presented the ceremonial wine, each holding a cup to drink in unison. The wine was of a low alcohol content, considerate of the bride. However, Mu Hui was quite capable of holding her own. As a strong woman, she was accustomed to socializing over drinks. In contrast, the 15 lady abstained completely, and Mu Hui was content to keep the festivities within limits. A bit of teasing arose from the crowd, yet Mu Hui found it difficult to feel bashful. After all, no one doubted the reality of her second marriage. The butcher, on the other hand, appeared somewhat flustered, his cheeks tinged with an unmistakable blush, which amused Mu Hui. Was she inadvertently teasing a novice groom? Once the ceremonial wine was consumed, preparations for the feast commenced outside. The butcher finally stepped out, while the matchmaker had other duties to attend to. Aunt Tang assisted the matchmaker in ushering everyone out. Inside the new home, it was just Mu Hui and her 3 auspicious treasures. She cradled little Bao while the 2 older children, De Bao and Air Bao, had a table of dishes sent in, allowing her to dine with the children on the Kong in the eastern room. Mu Hui removed her phoenix crown, changed into a red traditional garment, washed her face clean, and restyled her hair before taking a formal look around her new living quarters. This space, too, was a main room of the northern house, sharing a similar layout with her previous dwelling, yet the scale was incomparable. In her former residence, the main eastern room was where she and her 3 children slept, while the western room was cramped, merely accommodating some odds and ends. The main hall was also irregularly shaped. After all, one could not expect much from Hodgepodge Courtyard. Here, however, was a proper Sihiyuan, with the new bedroom located in the western room, featuring a grand bed. The ceremonial wine had just been shared in this very space. Adjacent to the bed was a toilet area and a washstand, while a small door on the left led to a quaint garden. The front area was not a window, but a small partition. She recognized it as a warm chamber, suitable for guests or for servants to keep watch at night. This was the standard for an ordinary, prosperous household. The main hall was adorned with a formal table and an 8 immortals table, accompanied by 2 grand chairs. The lower end displayed 4 pairs of small official hats and a tea table for receiving guests. The eastern and northern rooms were of equal size, but where the bed was placed, a Kong had been constructed. Alongside the Kong was a shelf displaying a few trinkets. However, as she suspected, the original Liu family was not particularly refined, and under the butcher's ownership, it had not improved much. There were only passable vases and porcelain, lacking any notable distinction. Yet, even so, it highlighted the stark contrast between this place and their previous hodgepodge courtyard. Mother looks truly beautiful today. Erbao sat on the Kong, eagerly bouncing and shouting as she approached. Mu Hui smiled. Erbao's little mouth was truly unmatched by ordinary children. Today, all three of them were dressed festively, and looking at them made her reflect on her previous feelings of having treated them well. Now, it was evident that her capabilities fell short. They resided in such a lovely home, and her son was finally dressed with a semblance of dignity worthy of their fine appearances. Xiaobao, still unsteady on his feet, a deliberate choice by Mu Hui, had been trained to crawl after 9 months, though he was reluctant. To encourage him, Mu Hui used a large rice cake to motivate his crawling, and now he could outpace most children. However, he had grown less inclined to walk. Instead, he enjoyed pulling himself up on others, grasping their legs, and climbing up their pant legs. His physical strength was remarkable, yet the rice cake strapped to him caused him to wobble as he walked. At that moment, he and Debeo played on the Kong, having been adequately taught, though hunger was beginning to set in. Still, the food on the table remained untouched by the three of them as they awaited Mu Hui's arrival. "Stop playing and come eat," Mu Hui called, lifting Xiaobao and instructing Debeo and Erbao to take their usual seats. Breakfast had been hurried that morning, and she had barely eaten herself. The children likely hadn't tea either, so she prioritized their meal. "This is from Chunhua Tower. It's quite delicious." Erbao, truly famished, watched Mu Hui pick up her chopsticks and quickly served a piece of fish in her mouth, nodding in satisfaction. Mu Hui glared at Erbao, fully aware of her gluttony. Yet it wasn't as if she could tell whose dish it was just by tasting. She tried to bite herself, but had no recollection of where it might have come from. What did you go there to eat? Mu Hui genuinely did not remember taking them to a restaurant. After all, she prepared 3 meals a day, leaving them little chance to dine out. "We want to try the dishes with Uncle Hua. Today's banquet was all arranged by Chunhua Tower, and I chose the dishes," Erbao declared proudly. Mu Hui was a loss for words. Was there really such a thing as pre-selecting dishes for a banquet? She honestly had no idea. In her time, weddings were held at home, with numerous tables set up, often requiring multiple days to accommodate all guests. Thus, restaurants nowadays did not host the grand banquet scene in later times. 15th Niang's memory did not include such practices. Her family was considered clan, and gatherings were held collectively, making it impossible to dine out. Grandpa Song insisted on maintaining dignity, hence sought the assistance of the chefs at Chunhua Tower, which turned out to be cost-effective. Debeo, being the thoughtful eldest son, quickly clarified. Mu Hui nearly misconstrued cost-effective as meaning inexpensive, but 15th Niang's wisdom reminded her that it referred to convenience. Xiaobao, witnessing his mother converse with his siblings, clung to Mu Hui, charmingly seeking her affection. After all, being the youngest, he was favored by her. To be honest, Mu Hui did indeed dote on him. If he didn't act like a child, what would he be? "Speak nicely," she encouraged, adjusting him in her arms. At just over a year old, he was already capable of calling out, typically forming 2 to 3 word phrases. In fact, Xiaobao had begun vocalizing quite early, and during Debeo and Erbao's lessons of the 3-character classic, they often included Xiaobao in their recitations. Over time, it became a habit for Debao to read aloud to Xiaobao whenever he studied. Erbao, unwilling to be outdone, engaged in endless chatter with Xiaobao, determined that Xiaobao should not preferentially favor his elder brother over him. Consequently, the first word that Xiaobao learned to articulate was second brother, a result of daily mental conditioning. Following closely, the next term he mastered was Hua Hua. Due to his early verbal development, he could never quite rectify this, and thus continued to refer to the butcher as Hua Hua, much to the butcher's chagrin. Regretfully, it was too late for the butcher to reconsider the mental conditioning he had imposed upon Xiaobao. I also stumbled upon comments regarding Xiaopi's verbosity. Indeed, Xiaopi wishes to amend this tendency. However, habits can be quite stubborn, and it is not an intentional effort to flood the conversation. Rather, it is a belief that some matters require elucidation. Please extend your understanding to Xiaopi, as today's offering still consists of 2 updates. Chapter 74. To speak or not to speak, however, Mu Hui did not intentionally urge Xiao Bao to speak early, as doing so might suggest an inclination to hasten growth unnaturally. Just as a child who learns to walk too soon, without first crawling, is likely to lack the balance of those who have honed their crawling skills. Speak sparingly and wisely is an old adage, one frequently imparted to her by her mother, and she often relayed this wisdom to her three treasures. Of course, Bao still had not mastered the art of speaking. Whenever she encouraged Xiao Bao to articulate his thoughts, he would shout, prompting her to swiftly intervene. Consequently, Xiao Bao had grown accustomed to remaining silent, contemplating his words before expressing them. Mother meat? Xiao Bao pressed his lips together, pointing at the steamed meat pie on the table. After exclaiming, he exaggeratedly gestured to indicate his desire for a substantial piece. Upon receiving a stern glance from Mu Hui, he quickly donned a charming smile. Mother, you look lovely. Mu Hui chuckled, for today, she was indeed radiant. She had adorned herself with makeup, donned ceremonial attire, and adorned her hair with jewelry, a striking contrast to her usual simple garments. Though she had since removed her adornments, the remnants of her embellishment, coupled with her vibrant red dress, rendered her all the more enchanting in the eyes of the children. Mu Hui served him a piece of the meat pie, allowing him to eat it from her lap using his small wooden spoon. Mother, let's eat, Bao said, offering Mu Hui some vegetables, though she had barely touched her meal. You should eat more. It's quite noisy outside. Do refrain from going out, Mu Hui advised, nodding in agreement. Bao acknowledged her with a silent nod, bowing his head to continue his meal. Bao, glancing around, quickly brightened up. Mother, my room is quite large. Would you like to see it? Your room? Mu Hui raised an eyebrow at Bao, having grown accustomed to their togetherness. The notion of his own room seemed peculiar to her. She had already considered that, upon arriving here, although the children could not remain with her, they should reside nearby. While she was unaware of the conditions at the butcher's house, she had firmly instructed him that the children must live within her sight. Just moments ago, she had been contemplating whether to occupy the west room and modify the east room for Bao and Bao, while Xiao Bao could reside in the warm alcove at the front of the west room. In this manner, they would still be close, now with separate rooms. Was this truly within her sight? Her son in the east wing, Bao in the west wing, and little Xiao Bao still too young to be apart, residing in the main house's partition. Once they're older, my son can transition to the outer courtyard, Bao promptly clarified. Mu Hui surveyed the east and west wings outside. Although they were situated within the same courtyard and not too far apart, a sense of discomfort lingered in her heart. Additionally, with such young children, having each occupy a spacious room seemed excessive and could lead to unforeseen troubles. With such a vast arrangement, who would handle the tidying? Mu Hui understood that this arrangement was indeed practical. However, therein lay the issue of separation. With such a large courtyard and numerous individuals, each with their separate quarters, the daily task of maintaining order would be daunting. Moreover, would she need to trouble the butcher to hire additional servants? And then, would she have to worry about how to enable the butcher to earn more to support this entire household? It's all right, Uncle Hua will manage everything well, Bao reassured, displaying unwavering confidence in the butcher. Mu Hui cast a glance at Bao, sensing that he still appeared somewhat off-kilter. It is unavoidable. After all, Bao has endured hardship since childhood, bearing burdens heavier than those of his peers. Bao, your mother is always here, so do not worry. Mu Hui gently reassured him, offering a piece of meat. Bao understood that his mother would not change, yet his sensitivity, cultivated over time, wavered as he found himself in this new environment, within such an expansive residence, where his room was more magnificent than the one he shared with his family of four. Memories of days spent with his father in various shabby inns, facing disdain and expulsion, flooded his mind. Ultimately, his mother left, and his father fell ill, plunging their lives into further despair. It was only after his father's demise that they were rescued by their mother, and life gradually improved. Yet, he pondered whether all this was truly meant for him. Rest assured, I will provide for you in the future. You shall not face difficulties at Uncle Hua's home. Mu Hui emphasized, as she served Bao some vegetables with a smile. She had expressed this sentiment before, but today, adorned in a striking red wedding gown, It resonated with a promise. Her sons would be self-sufficient, and should anyone dare label them as burdens, she would fiercely defend them. While Heir Bao remained oblivious to the implications, De Bao felt a sense of relief, carefully serving Mu Hui more food, and the family shared a genuine moment of warmth. Mu Hui, however, did not recall that this was her wedding day. The sounds of drums and firecrackers outside seemed to hold little significance to her. What mattered most was present in that very moment. The atmosphere outside was indeed lively, with the butcher, Hua, having recently moved in, yet he was unfamiliar with many people. Unlike Mu Hui, who preferred to avoid social interactions, content to let others perceive her as a poor widow, Hua quickly integrated himself with the local prosperous families, even inviting De Bao's teacher and the county magistrate to the feast. Old Song humorously ensured the magistrate sat at the head table, not due to his elevated status, but because he was the matchmaker. Without him, the magistrate mused, he might still be waiting for the opportunity to enjoy the bride's tea. He raised a glass in a gesture of respect, creating a moment of awkwardness as the magistrate contemplated whether to drink or not. Ultimately, the wedding banquet was a resounding success, leaving guests envious as they departed. They remarked on Mu Hui's fortune, having remarried into a good family, soaring to new heights. Aunt Tang, too, felt joy as she observed the residents and the good-natured butcher, recognizing that Mu Hui had made the right choice. Reflecting on the past, when Mu Hui had worn mourning attire and appeared frail, it was a relief to see her finally settle down, evoking a bittersweet mix of pride and happiness akin to that of a parent marrying off a daughter. As the guests departed, Hua could not return home immediately. He needed to accompany Old Song and Mr. Zhuang for a while longer. With daylight still bright, the remnants of a celebration would be cleared by the staff of Chunhua Building. They set up a small table in a side room where the four of them, Hua, Old Song, Mr. Zhuang, and Xiao Chong, could relax together as family. At last, you are married, Old Song remarked, feeling a sense of pride in his son's maturity. The road ahead is long, Mr. Zhuang commented, taking a sip of his drink. You old rascal, what nonsense are you spouting again? Nowadays, he has a wife and children. The road ahead is bound to be more challenging. He can no longer act with reckless abandon. The journey is indeed long. Mr. Zhuang, unfazed by Old Man Song, leisurely remarked, when will you break the news to your wife? Old Man Song disregarded Mr. Zhuang and fixed his gaze upon his son. I dare not say. The butcher muttered gloomily. Huh. Mr. Zhuang laughed heartily, not bothering to lift his head as he picked up a piece of food and savored it slowly. Mr. Zhuang, your intellect is unmatched. Please assist the eldest. Xiao Chong, understanding the veiled conversation, hurriedly poured wine for Mr. Zhuang, wearing a smiling face. This matter, no one can assist. It must rely on him alone. Mr. Zhuang continued to chuckle. I say, just speak plainly. If even a butcher is willing to marry, why should he fear anyone else? Old Man Song thumped the table. Once she marries into our family, she becomes one of us. When you marry a chicken, you follow the chicken. What is there to fear? Perhaps the sister-in-law prefers the butcher and not someone else. The butcher can provide her with meat and aid in childcare. If she truly decides otherwise, she might just leave with the children. She is not incapable of supporting them. Her marriage to the eldest, to put it bluntly, stems from necessity. If she does not marry, she must move, and she is unwilling to relocate. Hence, she has no choice but to marry, not out of genuine affection for the eldest. Xiao Chong, who has spent the most time with Mu Hui, understands her better. Put in some effort. If she becomes pregnant, she won't be able to leave you. Old Man Song concocted a devious plan. Old man, both Mr. Zhuang and Xiao Chong exclaimed in unison, shouting at him. The butcher remained silent, lowering his head to sip a small amount of wine. Over the past 6 months, he had gradually reduced his drinking. He was no longer as fond of alcohol as before. Dinner was prepared by Mu Hui herself, just a few of them, with a new kitchen redesigned according to her preferences from the old house. The utensils were all those she was accustomed to using. Xiao Chong, helping out, felt somewhat embarrassed, thinking it would have been better for Chunhua Lu to deliver the food rather than having her cook today. What is there to gossip about? Quickly serve the dishes. Mu Hui, unfazed, efficiently handed a plate of stir-fried vegetables to Xiao Chong and proceeded to wash the pan for the next dish. Mother-esque cooking is indeed delightful. Bao nodded eagerly. He enjoyed dining out but favored Mu Hui's cooking even more, finding it to his taste. Of course, what is the point of being cooped up in the kitchen all day? Mu Hui turned to Bao. Uncle Chong is merely assisting. I'm growing up and can help too. Bao protested, expressing his fondness for the kitchen. Bao, go outside with Uncle Chong. Xiao Chong also felt it was best for Bao not to linger in the kitchen and quickly chimed in. Bao, however, had no objections and happily skipped outside with Xiao Chong to deliver the dishes. Mu Hui focused on cooking. She had spent some time in the afternoon napping with the children, though her slumber was light. She was also troubled about what to do with the butcher that evening. What should she say? Should she admit that her children were adopted, or should she lie, claiming they were relatives' children? She feared for their well-being, pondering whether to take on the role of their mother. She disliked lying. She could conceal the truth, but did not wish to expand upon falsehoods, for that would ultimately harm their feelings, especially regarding Xiaobao's origins. If a day of reckoning truly arrives, will she inadvertently lead the innocent Huaduo family to ruin? At that moment, not only will Huaduo suffer, but she too may find it impossible to live with herself. Yet, what good would it do to speak the truth? Some matters are mutable. Should she compel Huaduo to flee with her, or would that ultimately bring harm to his family? She finds herself engulfed in profound regret. Perhaps she should have clarified everything with him before their marriage. But now it seems that every choice is fraught with error. Everyone harbors their own secrets. Yet since they are secrets, they remain unspoken. Huaduo possesses his own, as does Mu Hui. Should they divulge them? What will be the consequence of revelation? Chapter 75. Reversal as night fell. Dabao and Bao found themselves once again assigned to the eastern room, a 5-year-old and a 3-year-old, each expected to occupy a separate chamber without the company of a maid or servant. Was this some sort of jest? Within the eastern room, as before, their accustomed bedding was laid out, adorned with floral fabric at the sides. Efforts were made to maintain familiarity, yet despite these attempts, Dabao and Bao still felt an undeniable strangeness. Xiao Bao could have been here too. Dabao sensed the emptiness of the room and contemplated bringing Xiao Bao along. Previously, Xiao Bao's cradle had been positioned beneath the Kong, allowing Mu Hui to attend to him with ease whenever he stirred. If you need to get up at night, can you carry him? Bao, with the chamber pot at hand, was reminded not to misbehave. Mu Hui had arranged everything according to their prior habits, and if Bao adhered to his usual routine, all would be well. Bao, for once, found himself in a quandary. Typically, he would snuggle with Mu Hui at night, seeking comfort in her embrace when nature called. Now, faced with such a vast Kong and without his mother, he clutched the blanket, casting a forlorn gaze at Mu Hui without uttering a word. Let us sleep. Tomorrow morning, we'll have fried dumplings, shall we? Aren't you fond of lamb-filled dumplings? Mu Hui felt a twinge of reluctance. Yet she needed to discuss matters with the butcher. It was simply not feasible for her to remain here. I don't want to eat, Bao sniffled, yet he obediently lay down. Then what would you like to eat? Mu Hui was taken aback. It was rare for Bao to express disinterest in food. Nothing. He replied languidly, eyes closed. Mother, it's too hot. Just make something simple. The Bao gently pinched Bao, playfully addressing Mu Hui. Indeed, is quite warm. How about sweet rice dumplings and syrup paired with stir-fried noodles? Mu Hui tenderly rubbed Bao's back, recognizing that he was merely seeking affection. But she could not utter, then I shall stay here with you. All she could do was soothe him. All right, whatever mother makes will be delicious. Dabao chimed in cheerfully. Seeing Bao silent, Mu Hui leaned down to plant a kiss on his forehead. Mother is just in the other room. Bao sniffled, but did not cry. Mu Hui refrained from sighing, yet she genuinely felt a pang of guilt towards her children. Upon returning to her chamber, Xiao Bao and the butcher were engaged in joyous laughter. Noticing the time, Mu Hui realized Xiao Bao should have been asleep by now. However, he was now too exhilarated to settle down. Upon seeing Mu Hui enter, they quickly subdued their laughter. The butcher recalled that Mu Hui had asked him to lull Xiao Bao to sleep in her absence. He stood upright, awkwardly cradling Xiao Bao, though his movements were stiff. Xiao Bao, undeterred by the butcher's unease, greeted his mother with warmth. Mu Hui took Xiao Bao from him, placing him in the cradle partitioned off from the room. Since he was 4 months old, Xiao Bao had slept alone in his cradle, and thus he had developed an awareness that being placed in the cradle signaled bedtime. His smile faded, replaced by a sorrowful expression directed at Mu Hui. Unperturbed, Mu Hui ignored his antics, knowing that engaging him would only heighten his excitement, proving counterproductive to sleep. She simply wiped his brow with a dry cloth and changed his little outfit. A small piece of paper was gently placed on his belly, while soft pats on his back lulled the little one into a tranquil state. Although no lullaby was sung, the tiny infant gradually succumbed to slumber, despite his feeble struggles against the allure of sleep, murmuring softly before finally closing his eyes and drifting into dreamland, bubbles escaping his lips. Not wishing to intrude, Mu Hui observed him as he slept and quietly stepped outside. However, as soon as she emerged, the butcher, Hua, immediately expressed his innocence. Infuriated, Mu Hui swiftly kicked him, silencing his protests before turning back to glance at the sleeping child. Little Bao had turned over and murmured a couple of times. Mu Hui could only bend down once again to pat him gently. Watching as his breathing deepened, she cautiously withdrew and closed the door behind her. The butcher dared not speak further, obediently watching Mu Hui in silence. She felt a pang of guilt facing such an honest man. How could she convey to him that marrying her would be the gravest mistake of his life? She had grown accustomed to referring to the butcher as Uncle Hua, as she was uncertain how else to address him. Shopkeeper Hua felt too distant, while Brother Hua seemed rather awkward. Now that they were to be wed, what should she call him? Surely she could not resort to calling him Underpants Lord. The mere thought made her chuckle. The title was amusing indeed. Noticing her laughter, the butcher joined in, scratching his head bashfully. "You may call me whatever you like," he said. "What about head of the household?" Considering that such a term was commonplace in the marketplace, and she had no qualms about it. "Certainly," the butcher replied, finding the title agreeable, as it sounded more pleasant than husband. With the mode of address settled, she found herself in turmoil again when it came to the main topic. How should she broach the subject? She sat down, poured a glass of water for the butcher, and placed it before him, her mind racing with thoughts on how to begin. The origins of little Bao must remain a secret, yet she needed to speak the truth about whose child he was. 15th lady, the butcher interjected, as Mu Hui was still turning the cup in her hands. Startled, she lifted her head sharply. "I already know, so there is no need to elaborate," he said with a gentle smile. At that moment, Mu Hui ceased her internal conflict, her gaze turning icy. By calling her 15th lady, he indicated that he had been aware of everything from the very start of their acquaintance. So, why had he approached her? If it were for little Bao, he should have taken the child away long ago, rather than dragging it out for over half a year, ultimately leading them to this point. "Do not rush. I have not been searching for you. I have been looking for the imperial concubine." The butcher softly restrained Mu Hui, his tone calm, yet resolute. She regarded him with confusion, struggling to decipher his words. The truth was rather straightforward. After the conflagration in the palace, once the flames had been extinguished, the search revealed only the charred remains of a single woman. Even if presented to the coroner, the circumstances would remain ambiguous. Mu Hui understood that, while dissection techniques existed at that time, distinguishing between a married woman and an unmarried one would be challenging. If the body had been fresh and intact, it might have been feasible, but a corpse reduced to ash would require considerable effort to identify, even with modern technology. Not to mention the rudimentary methods available to coroners of that era. To the royal family, the corpse held little significance. Their paramount concern lay in locating the young prince. The emperor, now well into his 50s, had but one son, a child he had only just acquired, and yet fate had snatched him away before he could even lay eyes upon him. How could he resign himself to such a loss? Thus, he discreetly dispatched his younger brother, the Prince of Li, to investigate the matter, having ruled for many years. The emperor was acutely aware of the panic that would ensue following the prince's disappearance. To quell the public's anxiety, he publicly announced that the favored consort had succumbed to excessive hemorrhaging after childbirth, plunging the nation into mourning. However, there was a glimmer of hope. They had a new prince, and thus, a general amnesty was proclaimed. The young prince was officially named Dai and was to be raised under the queen's auspices. The royal family's intent was unmistakable. Regardless of whether the consort was dead or alive, she was effectively deemed deceased. The existence of the young prince, nurtured within the queen's palace, assured the emperor of having an heir to the throne. The Prince of Li concurred with this course of action and, after much contemplation, appointed the most capable individual he could think of, General Hua, once a bandit king, now known as Hua Fusuo, a name bestowed upon him by the strategist of his camp, which he found quite elegant. Consequently, in official circles, he was referred to as Brother Fusuo or General Hua. After listening intently, General Hua remained bewildered by the Prince of Li's intentions. Had a consort fled with her child? Was he to pursue her and retrieve the child? Surely such a task required no personal effort. A frail woman, clutching a newborn, would be easily apprehended by anyone. The Prince of Li chuckled, for he once harbored similar thoughts, even suspecting that the consort might still be hiding within the palace, merely undiscovered. Yet, the search yielded no results after several days, revealing not only the consort's disappearance, but also the presence of an additional female corpse within the palace. Hua Fusuo refrained from inquiring further, for he discerned from the prince's cryptic smile that this individual was likely someone he knew. Within the palace, the only person he recognized was his betrothed, the 15th lady. As they exchanged their marriage vows and set the date for their union, she had entered the palace to serve as a maid. Initially, he believed she was merely captivated by the allure of riches, but soon he discovered that once she entered the embroidery room, she had not emerged since. He had gained the Prince of Li's unwavering trust, and, as the prince managed the internal affairs of the palace, gaining access was a simple matter. He clandestinely visited her, each time finding her seated, either embroidering or sewing, seemingly motionless. She rarely spoke, existing in silence, as though she had never graced the palace with her presence. On occasion, he found himself reminiscing about her, secretly visiting her, and her perpetual demeanor of lowered eyes, either stitching or sewing, led him to ponder. Was she unwilling to marry him? Or, as her uncle suggested, was she truly ensnared and forced into the palace? Now that she too had vanished, he wondered, was the corpse that of the consort or of his beloved 15th lady? However, he has now grasped the intent of Prince Li. Regardless of whether it concerns 15 Niang, he is determined to uncover the truth, unwilling to allow others to meddle in the matter. Consequently, within the palace, the identity of the female corpse remains unknown. It is noteworthy that 15 Niang and the Empress entered the palace together and were assigned to the same sewing room, having shared a living space. Although there have been no reports regarding the nature of their relationship, it is certain that they have some acquaintance. Now, with the young prince missing, both 15 Niang and the Empress have vanished, and an additional unidentified female corpse has appeared. Who could have taken the prince out of the palace? Prince Li gently twirled the Buddhist prayer beads in his hand, casting a gentle gaze upon Hua Fusuo. Surely, you do not wish for others to intervene in this affair, do you? This chapter has undergone numerous revisions, yet I remain unsatisfied. Chapter 76. The search. What does the prince mean? Hua Fusuo gazed at the prince, acutely aware that he certainly did not wish for others to intervene. If only the 15th lady were outside, he could rescue her. However, that hinged upon the prince's desires, regardless of who it was. The paramount task was to locate the young prince. The Prince of Li chuckled, having summoned Hua Fusuo. To put it plainly, he harbored suspicions that the one who had taken the young prince might be the 15th lady. After all, for the frail consort to escape after childbirth was quite implausible. Yet, if the robust 15th lady were involved, it seemed more plausible. He was not averse to granting Hua Fusuo a favor by releasing the 15th lady, but he was adamant about finding the young prince. Nonetheless, whether it concerned the consort or the 15th lady, Hua Fusuo was the most fitting individual for the pursuit. The Prince of Li was well aware of all that the 15th lady had done, and he recognized that Hua Fusuo had frequently observed her over the years. It appeared that Hua Fusuo held a fondness for the 15th lady. Be it for vengeance or to seek her out, he was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. Indeed, the only one who would exert his utmost efforts and remain uncorrupted by the queen's faction. But how to find them? Hua Fusuo had been by the Prince of Li's side for many years, although he held the rank of a 5th-grade general. He was responsible for the security of the royal residence, as well as certain confidential matters. Of course, the Prince of Li oversaw the internal affairs court. Hence, he occasionally intervened in the security of the inner palace. His authority was indeed substantial, indicating the trust the Prince of Li placed in him. Now tasked with the pursuit of the young prince, the prince had not instructed him to bring them back, only to locate them, which was thought-provoking. Indeed, merely to find them. The Prince of Li still wore a gentle smile. Hua Fusuo stepped back, clutching the token bestowed by the Prince of Li, and commenced his investigation anew. The Prince of Li showed no concern. Although he had already conducted multiple inquiries, he still held hope that this reckless man might uncover something he had overlooked. By the time Hua Fusuo received the assignment, more than half a month had already elapsed. During that time, he had been at home celebrating his father's birthday. Although his father had chided him for his ineptitude, lamenting that the bride had slipped away, the reprimand was merely a pretext. His father genuinely wished to counsel him. If nothing else, he suggested selecting a partner from the mountain village. This advice would inevitably be reiterated whenever he met his father. Previously, before descending the mountain, his father had urged him to choose a bride from the village, to marry and have children, advising him not to live a life as muddled as his own. Upon his return to the mountain, his father reiterated that in the city, women were haughty and would not deign to notice them. After being spurned by the 15th lady, his father's words rang true. Now, feeling utterly useless, with the bride slipping through his fingers, he should have heeded his father's counsel to marry in the village. Children could run about freely there. Their mountain village was quite sizable, encompassing several neighboring villages, and there were many good women to be found, beautiful in appearance and amiable in temperament. Most importantly, they were obedient, unlike the proud city women who might look down upon them, rendering any efforts futile. Hua Fusuo recognized that his father spoke with wisdom. He was not particularly infatuated with the 15th lady. Rather, his previous reluctance to marry stemmed from a life of comfort, having grown accustomed to his father's carefree existence. The prospect of true marriage was daunting. He seeks someone to oversee his life, believing that would lead to his own demise. However, since it was personally arranged by the Prince of Li, despite her being the daughter of a mere official, he reflects that the women of the mountains are either daughters of the village or daughters of the common folk. Naturally, there are also those of the rivers and lakes. Yet he finds little affection for them. The village girls and the mountain maidens often regard him with fear. As for the female heroes of the Jianghu, he struggles to perceive them as women at all. Contemplating the notion of marrying an ordinary official's daughter and leading a mundane life does not seem so unappealing. Yet, as the elder often remarked, women from the city look down upon them, even if they have received amnesty or attained official titles. This explains his frequent visits to Miss 15, for it remains the greatest blow to his self-esteem. A girl who would rather be enslaved than marry him has left his pride deeply wounded. Over the years, he has observed a silent, demure woman who diligently toils away. Perhaps it is during this time that he has gradually etched Miss 15 into his heart. He pondered whether Miss 15 had left the palace. If she had, what reason could she possibly have for refusing his hand? In that instance, he would discern whether her reluctance stemmed from personal choice or other circumstances. Upon his return, he was informed that Miss 15 had either escaped the palace or succumbed within its confines. Whichever the case, neither outcome was what Hua Fusuo desired. Without further contemplation, he resolved to search for her. He did not believe Miss 15 could have met a tragic end, so he first ventured into the palace to inspect her belongings. It was his inaugural foray into her private domain, as he had only ever observed her from a distance. Accompanied by a young palace maid in service to Miss 15, he entered the sealed chamber. The room had once been quite pristine, but time had allowed a thin layer of dust to settle upon the surfaces. The palace's imperial guards had sealed this place, and no one dared to enter. Without the Prince of Li's token, Hua Fusuo would not have gained entry. Thus, the room remained untouched, preserving everything as it had been. As he stood quietly, it felt as though he was stepping into Miss 15's world for the first time. The room was tidy, though there was little to behold. It was evident that the owner had departed without the slightest intention of not returning, as everything suggested her imminent return. On the table lay a comb that had been confiscated, while her vanity box remained open. A cloth, twisted into a ball, rested in the soap dish, and water still filled the basin. On the small table by the bedside sat a medicinal bowl containing remnants of dried medicinal liquid. Aunt Domu had fallen ill, suffering from fever for several days. Aunt Lu had discreetly summoned a trusted physician, who warned that if her condition did not improve, she might not survive. The young maidservants attending Miss 15 were nearly in tears, having repeated the same sentiments countless times. The physician had also been interrogated, confirming the maid's assertions that Miss 15 had been gravely ill, her life hanging by a thread. She could not possibly assist the imperial concubine. In truth, most familiar with her in the palace believed that Miss 15 was already among the deceased. Were there any missing items? Hua Fusoa had previously reviewed the investigation records compiled by the Prince of Li, which contained such information, yet he felt compelled to inquire nonetheless. No, everything is arranged perfectly. Clothes, shoes, and socks are all in place. Behold, the aunt's silver coins and jewelry remain here. The little maid deliberately opened the hidden compartment at the bedside, revealing several pieces of jewelry, a bit of broken silver, and a 50-tael banknote. As for the concubine's palace, though it may have been consumed by flames, traces surely linger, and the concubine's possessions are evidently more than just a mere few items. If it is said that the 15th Miss was gravely ill at that time, and the concubine was weak after childbirth, neither was in a position of strength. Thus, Hua Fusu began to believe that it was the concubine who had departed, rather than the 15th Mississippi. Hua Fusu commenced a thorough search of the palace. And, as the Prince of Li had stated, he began to doubt their ability to escape the palace. The moment the great fire ignited, the palace gates had closed tightly. To attempt to carry a newborn through those gates was akin to a fool's dream. The secret passages known only to the emperor and the Prince of Li had already been scoured by them. Those involved were not foolish. They would not allow Hua Fusu to uncover secrets only known to the royal family. Hua Fusu was not eager to learn this. He understood well that if these were indeed pathways known solely to the emperor, even the favored concubine might not be privy to such knowledge. Moreover, this concubine enjoyed no favor at all. Had she not fortuitously become pregnant, she might have perished in some forgotten corner. Thus, he did not pursue that line of inquiry. He simply sought to ascertain whether they had truly lingered in the palace. Ultimately, Hua Fusu discovered some traces in the cold palace, but these merely indicated that someone had stayed there. However, they offered no useful clues. He remained unaware of how the individual had departed. He did not uncover the secret passage, but he had the cold palace thoroughly cleaned, burning away the weeds, and found no traces of dog holes or signs of passage. Did someone then simply fly away? One thing he was certain of, someone had left the palace, and thus he must pursue them. The maternal family of the 15th Miss, her uncle's household, had long ago dispatched individuals to keep watch. If they dared to make contact, they would have already fallen into a trap. Therefore, Hua Fusu never considered that they would willingly ensnare themselves. The only thought occupying his mind was to capture that woman. After 4 months of pursuit, he even summoned the brothers from the stronghold. He had nearly turned the land upside down, yet he truly found nothing. He did not even know how that woman had departed the capital. They returned to the capital to investigate anew. There were no records of anyone exiting the city, but news of a woman leaving with a child had been announced at the time. The guards at the city gate were not fools. They would never permit a single woman to leave the city cradling a child. Furthermore, without a travel permit, exiting the city was utterly impossible. The butcher contemplated this and sought to investigate who had given birth in the capital during those days, checking for any records. Indeed, there were numerous births coinciding with that of the concubine, over 10 cases. He examined each one, discovering that they all had families, and indeed, neither the concubine nor the 15th Miss was among them. Thus, for Hua Fusu, regardless of who she was, he felt an immense admiration for that woman. For 4 months, he exerted unimaginable resources and manpower in search of her, yet ultimately found nothing. She concealed herself, secured her identity, and began to live a tranquil life. He felt like a complete fool. The general noted that there was another child born on the same day, although that was likely a coincidence. The scribes were uncertain whom General Hua was seeking. They merely took a birth date to identify registered children. This task was not particularly challenging, as in the vast capital. It was common for dozens of children to be born each day, many of whom were never registered unless circumstances necessitated it. Thus, they did not see the point in this endeavor. Nevertheless, since it was requested, they proceeded with the search. I began to contemplate that Hua Fusua's affection for the 15th lady was not merely due to their previous engagement, but rather the journey of discovery itself. For 4 months, they unraveled a mystery, and even if Hua Fusua were to find the 15th lady, he would still be captivated by her intellect. It is only natural for a remarkably astute woman, who is to be his fiancée, to look down upon him, is it not? Chapter 77. Unease. It was only then that Hua Fusua realized how they had managed it. However, upon examining the registration date, it was evident that it was merely the 5th day since the birth of the young prince. This meant they had achieved a flawless transformation of identity in just 5 days. Now, what was he to do? Should he carry the corpse out of the city and place it in the communal grave, accompanied by the 3 children who could conceal his identity? He could vanish without a trace. In other words, he would have to start his search anew. The only fortunate aspect was that this time the woman possessed a name and a title. Given her notoriety, it was natural to begin the search in the nearest town. To his astonishment, they were located in the most prosperous town nearby. He had truly found her, yet Hua Fusua hesitated to confront the reality. Was it the 15th lady or the imperial concubine? If it were the latter, he feared he might be unable to restrain himself from taking her life. But if it were the 15th lady, what course of action should he pursue? After 4 months of relentless pursuit, it appeared that if this woman were indeed the 15th lady, she had not been wronged. She simply refused to marry him. This revelation plunged Hua Fusua into profound anguish and turmoil, leaving him uncertain of how to present himself before them. Is it this easy to locate me? Mu pondered, a twinge of despair surfacing. It was indeed astonishing how effortlessly she had been found. The vulnerabilities were too numerous. With a determined seeker, one could easily be traced. Was this truly simplicity? It seemed time had come for her to change her household registration. After some contemplation, Mu shook her head. She would need to secure a new registration, which was not particularly challenging at that moment. There were always vacant registrations available in the government office, with the right maneuvers. Acquiring one was certainly feasible. Yet, she had overthought her situation, fearing the online adage that one would not perish if one remained inactive. Consequently, she had done nothing, leading a mundane and low-profile existence, only to be found by this man in just 4 months. A surge of indignation welled within her. The 15th lady, Hua Fusua, was utterly speechless. At that moment, his wife was contemplating how she ought to have procured a new household registration. It made sense. After leaving the capital to reside in a remote town, she could have obtained a new registration. Then, with each new location, she could acquire yet another, ultimately returning with the children in a manner that would evade all scrutiny. Are you planning to send little treasure back to the Prince Li's residence? Mu was no longer interested in discussing anything else. Now that they had been located, the primary concern was the fate of little treasure. She understood that Hua Fusua would not harm her. By marrying her, he had sought to prevent Prince Li from taking her life. But what about little treasure? Should she allow him to take the child away? Prince Li is still unaware that I have found you. I informed him I was still searching, Hua Fusua replied candidly. Don't be foolish. Do you truly believe you can evade their watchful eyes? You have resided in the same place for half a year and deliberately married a widow with 3 children. They have likely encircled this area tightly, Mu Hui retorted. This is why the constable was so intent on pursuing me. It was a matter of life and death. My prolonged stay in town means that my sudden disappearance would incite panic. Furthermore, you certainly won't let the ones who attempted to kill me go unpunished. Hence they would employ overt justifications to eliminate me. Mu could hardly bear to look at this man any longer. He was simply too foolish, though perhaps it was to be expected. Truly foolish, yet unable to discover oneself. The conundrum lies in the fact that he possesses both intelligence and a profound stupidity. It is a struggle to find words to encapsulate such a paradox. What to do? Hua Fusua has grown accustomed to Mu Hui's treatment of him. Upon hearing her speak, he recognizes the truth in her words. Previously, the prince had urged him, and in recent months, he had casually inquired about visiting the capital, feigning concern. Evidently, he either knew in advance and sought alternative plans, or he had simply ceased to care. Regardless of the scenario, he must devise a strategy. Does the old man return to the stronghold each time? Thus, your stronghold remains under your control, and the prince has no stake in it, correct? Mu Hui's premise is that she must care for her son herself. It is inconceivable for her to relinquish Xiao Bao. You wish to accompany me back to the stronghold? Did you not express your disdain for bandits? Hua Fusuo was taken aback. The implication was clear. She intended to return to the stronghold with the children, and the matters concerning the little prince were of no concern to her. After all, Xiao Bao is her son, and no one shall take him from her. Yet, for the sake of her son, could she truly become the matriarch of a bandit stronghold? This revelation astonished him. It is not that I despise bandits, rather, I have an aversion to those who submit to authority. How foolish must one be to accept such submission, even without formal education? One should seek the counsel of the learned. Throughout history, how many bandits who submitted have met a favorable end? They are all cast aside once their utility has waned. Thus, you are akin to a pig, and to liken you to a pig is an affront to the animal. A pig may die yet still serve a purpose. But you, should you perish, would drag down your brothers and father. How foolish would I be to willingly leap into a fire pit, fully aware of the danger. As Mu Hui pondered this, her anger flared, a fire igniting within her. Were it not for you, could I have entered the palace as a servant? Were it not for you, could I have met Zai? Were it not for you, would I now be burdened with 3 children, fleeing for my life? Tell me, have you not brought calamity upon us? Hua Fusuo, reflecting on this, realized that he had sought submission merely for amusement. Otherwise, he could have descended the mountain alone. To put it plainly, he found the mountain unexciting, so he sought other diversions, intending to marry a respectable woman and lead a proper life. Yet, this choice had led to a cascade of troubles. Had it not been for him, 15 Niang would have been matched with a suitable family by her uncle years ago, leading a peaceful and uneventful life, entirely free from such strife. Thus, upon reflection, he truly felt remorse for her. I understand now. I shall inform my father tomorrow that we will return to the mountain, as this official position holds little meaning. Hua Fusuo gently confortait de Mui, affirming that he remained the obedient butcher. Tomorrow, we shall not be able to leave. Our marriage will surely reach the prince's ears. Therefore, once we conclude our discussion, we must establish a plan. The prince awaits your response. Thus, should we wish to depart tomorrow, we might have to fight our way through, which is far too perilous. The children are too young to take such risks. Mu Hui felt overwhelmed, cradling her head in her hands as she muttered to herself, "Fear not, I am here." Hua Fa, ever earnest, lightly patted her back. It was his first genuine contact with her, and his immediate thought was not of excitement, but rather how slender she appeared. Upon reflection, I pursued my way to the quaint town, and at the very first glance, I beheld her. She was toiling away while cradling a child upon her back, reminiscent of her days in the palace, the sole distinction being the addition of a little one. Despite her grave illness, she had ventured forth, bearing the burden of a friend's entrustment, striving diligently to earn a livelihood for 3 children with whom she shared no familial ties. In truth, beyond her intelligence, it is her innate kindness that stands out. Over the course of many months, our interactions have increased, and though she has grown somewhat fierce, I comprehend that her fierceness is a necessity for the sustenance of her 3 children. She is a devoted mother, nurturing each child with great care. At this juncture, her marriage to me is, in essence, for the sake of her children. I shall retire for the night and inquire with the elder and Mr. Zhuang in the morning. Mu Hui, fatigued, could no longer raise her voice at him. Instead, she turned to the partition, gathered the little one, and proceeded to the eastern room to rest with the eldest. Hua Fusuo's hand remained suspended in the air, feeling the weight of her departure. A wave of despondency washed over him. Had he known, he would have preferred to speak after their wedding night. Now, with his wife gone, the longing for her return felt like an interminable journey. As the second child, still half asleep, reached out for his mother, he was pleasantly surprised to find her still by his side, as well as the little one, a joyful revelation that brightened his morning. The eldest, though sensing something amiss, was nonetheless delighted, for to him, a mother remains a mother, and that was of utmost significance. Mu Hui resumed her morning routine, preparing breakfast. After the eldest and second child had washed up, they went to check on the little one, who was babbling away in the embrace of old song. Whenever Mu Hui was absent, the good habits he had previously cultivated seemed to dissipate. He would babble and babble, regardless of whether anyone understood his words. In her haste, Mu Hui forgot the customary morning tea offering to her father-in-law. Yet, it is not entirely her fault. Had she truly consummated her union with Hua the butcher the previous day, she undoubtedly would have remembered this morning ritual, but given the circumstances, it seemed implausible to expect her to do so. Little Chong, as was his custom, busied himself with assisting and did not perceive anything amiss, for they were all unacquainted with the proprieties of the occasion. As the family settled down, Mu Hui took her place at the head, cradling the little one and feeding him. The child often preferred to eat independently, wielding his own tiny spoon, delighting in his autonomy. However, upon witnessing his mother's stern expression, he dared not resist. As soon as the spoon approached his lips, he would open wide, chewing rapidly, lest he be overtaken by the next bite. "Dear wife, do slow down. The little one is on the verge of choking," the elder remarked, his heart aching at the sight of the child's struggle, believing Mu Hui to be somewhat excessive in her haste. Noticing the little one's flushed cheeks as he fervently chewed, Mu Hui realized she had momentarily lost focus and gently stroked his fine hair, encouraging him to take his time. "I had previously advised you to soften your demeanor. Such an intelligent child, yet how can he be so obstinate?" Mr. Zhuang mused, taking a slow sip of sweet fermented rice. Mu Hui lifted her gaze to Mr. Zhuang. As a feng shui master, could he truly grasp the intricacies of the underlying narrative? The eldest and second child also looked up, the latter with a noodle dangling from his mouth. "Hurry and eat. The eldest has school to attend," she urged. Hua observed silently, recognizing that certain matters were best left unspoken in the presence of children. "Little Chong, take the second child to the shop later," he instructed. "Are we opening the shop today?" Little Chong queried, taken aback. "Since we have nothing else to do, we might as well." Hua Fusuo still felt a sense of unease. He had risen early to slaughter pigs, working up a sweat, and only after bathing in the river did he return, yet his heart remained unsettled. "Oh, sister-in-law, this morning the eldest brother slaughtered numerous pigs and brought back a hind leg. What accompaniments should I purchase today?" Xiao Chong hurriedly glanced at Mu Hui, pondering how to prepare the pig's hind leg, as it had not been touched yet. Mu Hui couldn't help but sigh. How had this child become such a glutton? Who inquires about side dishes for dinner while still having breakfast? Nevertheless, it was unnecessary for all to share in their discomfort. It sufficed that they could enjoy life, even if only in fleeting moments of joy. Now, the time had come to decide whether to retreat or advance. Thus, their true journey began. Chapter 78. Unreliable, what would you like to eat? Despite her exhaustion, she felt compelled to inquire, suspecting that his words hinted at some intention. "Let us roast something. Now that we're at home, we can start a fire in the yard and roast a whole piece. You can season it. I'm quite adept at roasting meat." Xiao Chong exclaimed with enthusiasm. "That sounds delightful. It will surely be fun." Bao echoed, his excitement palpable at the thought of gathering around a fire in the yard, savoring roasted meat piece by piece. Such a delightful notion. "All right, I will marinate the meat." Mu Hui nodded. Glancing down at Xiao Bao, she noticed he had nearly finished eating, slowly sipping on sweet rice wine. Though it was termed sweet wine, it was merely a pot of boiled mixture with just a hint of sweetness for flavor, primarily consisting of rice dumplings and eggs. Its slight tanginess made it particularly appealing to the children. Now that Xiao Bao was free from being force-fed, he was happily enjoying his meal. Reflecting on Xiao Bao's growth since birth, she found him to be quite well-behaved, having grown up close to her heart. Even though he was not her biological child, every little action of his had been under her watchful gaze, and in hindsight, he was truly adorable. "Dear, hurry up and eat. The noodles are getting cold," the old man remarked, aware that their conversation yesterday may not have gone well. Though he was not privy to many details, he understood that his son had faced rejection in marriage and was now pursuing a fugitive while simultaneously taking an interest in a widow. He believed that this widow was preferable to the city girl from before. She was understanding and nurturing, having raised children well. All that was needed was a little financial support to separate their households. To the old man, this situation was of little consequence as long as someone cared for his son. Nothing else mattered. His only concern was whether the daughter-in-law had learned of her husband's true identity, which could lead to discontent. He wished for her to finish her meal quickly, so he could persuade her. After all, they had exchanged vows and received a marriage certificate. It was time to settle down properly. Mu Hui felt hesitant around Old Man Song. After all, he was the father of the notorious bandit, a real outlaw. She observed how Xiao Chong dared not even breathe heavily in the old man's presence, leading her to believe that the old bandit must possess some intelligence. She smiled at him briefly, then lowered her head to eat her noodles quietly. Being inherently picky, her appetite waned when her mood soured, and despite having prepared the noodles herself, she found it difficult to swallow them under such circumstances. After a while, she relinquished her resolve, taking her half-finished portion and transferring the remainder into a large bowl meant for the butcher's shop. This habit, which had developed over time, led her to separate food she could not eat or did not enjoy, offering her share directly to him. Hua Fusu did not look up, quietly consuming his meal. Once everyone had departed, Mu Hui carried Xiao Bao and followed the old man to the east room. The east room had already been tidied, and she placed Xiao Bao on the Kong before beginning to brew tea. She understood that it was not the appropriate time for tea, but she needed something to occupy her hands. My dear, you should not complain. Our kind may be a bit simple-minded, but we are dependable. Though we were once bandits, we are now at least officials under the imperial court. Old man, Hua Fusu thought, feeling utterly exasperated. The old man had once again missed the point. You dislike my name, don't you? The old man misunderstood yet again. I am not. Esteemed elder, I am indeed the target that General Hua seeks. At this moment, General Hua intends to take my son away. Little Bao is still young. If he is sent away, his fate is uncertain. I'm not afraid of death, truly. However, could you assist me in bringing the children back to the mountain stronghold? Allow them to grow up safely and lead ordinary lives? Mu Hui interrupted them, aware that if she did not intervene, the two would continue to ramble endlessly. She hastily articulated the crux of the matter, albeit somewhat vaguely, contemplating that sending the children back to the stronghold was the best course of action, while she could be sent to the Prince of Li's residence to buy some time. Target? What target are you pursuing? The elder truly seemed oblivious. This is the Crown Prince, and this is the 15th lady. Hua Fusuo helplessly pointed to little Bao, who was merrily crawling about on the Kong, and to Mu Hui, whose face bore a look of despair. The 15th lady? The elder could be ignorant of many things, but he certainly recognized the 15th lady, the very woman who had looked down upon his son 5 years prior. His expression changed immediately. You would rather marry a butcher than my son? Mu Hui felt exasperated. Was this elder a master of turning things askew? I never even met General Hua, so my reluctance to marry was not directed at the pacifying General Hua, but rather at the Bandit King. If you had approached me directly as the Bandit King, I would have certainly agreed. Mu Hui, firant entanglement, spoke candidly. After speaking, she lifted the cheerful little Bao and placed him in the elder's arms. Since little Bao was merely 1 year old, sending him to the royal residence would only lead to his demise. Can you bear to see him slain by the prince? The prince is searching for a son for the emperor. Hua Fusuo could not help but interject. Initially, the prince had stated that they would find the person first, and he had contemplated this for a long time. Previously, he had no affection for little Bao. His true feelings lay with the 15th lady. He understood well that if it were Zai, he would kill Zai and bring back the little prince. If it were the 15th lady, he would return the little prince to the palace and take the 15th lady back to the stronghold. Now, having spent considerable time with little Bao, he found himself entangled. Otherwise, he would not have hesitated to return to the Prince of Li and express his thoughts. He was aware that there were certain matters he dared not attempt. I would rather entrust little Bao to the Empress than to the Prince of Li. The Prince of Li has 3 sons. If the Emperor has no heir, the courtiers will undoubtedly select one of the Prince of Li's sons as the successor. If little Bao is entrusted to the Prince of Li, does he still have a chance at life? No one dares to claim that the Prince of Li is a virtuous ruler who would safely return the little prince to the emperor. Regardless of who it is, Everyone harbors selfish motives. No one is willing to risk a life to test the true intentions of the Prince of Li. If it comes to the worst outcome, none of them can truly navigate that perilous path. The elder, a man of lawlessness, held little Bao in his arms, captivated by his radiant smile. His heart melted as he embraced and kissed him. I will take him away tomorrow. It's of no concern. The feeble soldiers of the court would not dare to harm us. Esteemed elder, you must not do this. Mr. Zhuang finally spoke up. He had been divining with tortoise shells and copper coins, though none knew what he was divining, nor did anyone have the time to attend to him. Now, he was addressing the solution to the problem. The issue is that, at present, neither the Hua father nor son comprehend the core of Mu Hui's predicament. At this moment, is Mu Hui truly only allowing the old man to take away the auspicious trio? Is this the crux of the matter now? Everyone desires to survive, and now they must stake their very lives. Have you calculated your escape route? The old man hastily turned his gaze towards Mr. Zhuang. Softening his demeanor, Mr. Zhuang looked at Mu Hui and reiterated his statement. Speak plainly, not in riddles. The old man snapped at Mr. Zhuang, visibly irritated. Although little Bao had not spent much time with the old man, their bond was surprisingly deep. He straightened up and glared at Mr. Zhuang in a manner reminiscent of the old man. Though he could not articulate the old man's words, his expression was a perfect imitation. Mr. Zhuang chuckled, nodding at little Bao. Would you like to help him shave his head? This way, new hair will grow more quickly. And he went to be so bald all the time. Sir, please say something useful. Hua Fusuo lamented. Couldn't this person communicate effectively? Mui gazed Skywah, recalling her previous resolve to soften her stance. At that time, she believed Mr. Zhuang was teaching her to go with the flow and adapt to reality. She had dismissed this notion, thinking she was already well adjusted to her circumstances. Now, with Mr. Zhuang reiterating this advice, what did it truly signify? After a moment of contemplation, she realized that going with the flow also implied leveraging circumstances to her advantage. Since she could not change the situation, she could certainly transform the most unfavorable conditions into those most beneficial for herself. However, she quickly shook her head. She had lived a full life and, as her previous self would have put it, had fought against heaven, earth, and humanity. Yet, she did not find joy in such struggles. Ultimately, she felt that it was never herself who triumphed. Considering her current situation, she was loath to predict the outcome of another conflict. Yet, the result would inevitably be little Bao ascending to the throne, with her family basking in wealth and prosperity. But was this what little Bao desired? Certainly, it was not what Ziyi and she wished for. Given that little Bao currently lacked agency, she truly did not want him to take such a risk. How about we summon General Hua back to the Wangfu to report that they have found us, and then see what the prince intends? Mu Hui suggested after pondering for a moment. The old man should be capable of discreetly rallying assistance, but it was likely the town was already besieged, and any escape would require preparation. Mr. Zhuang fell silent, smiling as he returned to fiddling with his tortoise shell. Although Hua Fusuo did not grasp Mu Hui's intent, he had grown accustomed to being obedient, so he nodded and rose to leave. The old man regarded Mu Hui. Although he often engaged in banter with his son, his intellect was not to be underestimated. Could they truly stall Prince Li? That would be impossible. It was merely an opportunity to reveal the prince's true nature. Mu Hui let out a light laugh, followed by a long sigh. Aren't you worried about him? The old man, growing displeased again, remarked on the folly of sending his son into peril, reflecting a certain awareness of his responsibilities as a husband. The Prince of Li should have known where we were on the day he became the butcher. His silence suggests he is waiting for something, though I cannot ascertain what it may be. However, I wager that he dares not make a scene at this moment. If they are not yet prepared, they certainly would not dare to harm General Hua. Thus, we still have time to prepare. Yet now that the matter has been exposed, I presume our time is limited. Mu Hui pondered her thoughts, articulating her reasoning aloud, though her mind was occupied with other considerations. Last night, she found herself unable to sleep, for the butcher had mentioned the emperor decreeing that the young prince be named Dai and raised by the Empress Dowager. This is precisely why Mu Hui expressed her preference to entrust the young prince to the Empress rather than to the Prince of Li. With Zi deceased and the prince entrusted to her, she would eventually become the Empress Dowager, nurturing a greater hope than anyone for the young prince's healthy growth to solidify her position. In contrast, the Prince of Li, embroiled in a struggle for power, finds himself in a less secure position. However, the Empress would pursue her relentlessly. She would not allow anyone influential to remain close to the young prince, as she must be his sole mother. The Prince of Li, on the other hand, seems only to desire the young prince's life, indifferent to the fate of others. Thus, Mu Hui has resolved not to align herself with either party. Chapter 79. The Making of a Bandit. You have arrived. In the study of the Prince of Li's residence in the capital, the prince appeared as composed as ever. Suddenly, Hua Fusuo recalled the first time she had encountered him. His disheveled hair half tied up and half cascading down, his brocade robe a patchwork of mismatched pieces, still hinting at its once splendid form. He stood there, attempting to maintain an upright posture, yet exuding an air of utter ineptitude. One could easily surmise that his hair was in such disarray due to someone having removed the ornamental hairpiece. And the tattered state of his attire suggested he had adorned himself with numerous valuable accessories. As a seasoned bandit, Hua Fuso often found herself bemused by such hapless individuals. How could they wander about in such a state without expecting to be robbed? Yet, considering his pitiful demeanor, she had little inclination to hear what he had to say. After all, he was not someone they had intended to rob. The bandits had merely respected his status as a leader and sent him as a gesture of goodwill. However, the thought of sending someone to retrieve a ransom for such a pathetic figure seemed rather laborious and pointless. Just then, the man spoke up. "Brave sir, I have certain connections with the county. If you were to send someone, they would certainly be willing to pay a ransom." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chong's interest piqued. He eagerly jumped down to write a letter. The man contemplated for a moment before asking, "How much should I demand? How would we know how much you're worth?" Xiao Chong retorted with a scoff, as he, like his companion, was not accustomed to using his intellect, having seldom done so during their time in the mountains. After some thought, the man boldly declared a ransom of 1,000 taels of gold. Xiao Chong was taken aback, staring at the letter for quite some time. "You said it at 1,000 taels? In gold. Do you really think that such a remote county could afford that?" The man straightened his posture, brimming with pride. Hua Fusuo waved her hand, signaling Xiao Chong to proceed. She found the man rather endearing and invited him to share a drink, even going so far as to have him change into more comfortable attire. He enjoyed a few pleasant days amidst the mountains. Remarkably, Xiao Chong did manage to procure 1,000 taels of gold, although it appeared to be hastily assembled, with some jewelry included to make up the sum. "You have some decent relatives?" Hua Fusuo remarked, feeling somewhat moved. She then gathered the jewelry into a bundle and handed it back to the man. "Take this back. It seems inappropriate to keep your fiancé's belongings. That would be unacceptable." The man protested, feeling as though his worth would diminish as a result. In life, one must know when to cease. They have paid such a substantial sum for your release, even contributing their own family jewelry. Their sincerity outweighs gold. Return it to them. I would consider it sufficient to charge you 1,000 taels. By the way, here are some travel expenses for you. You look quite frail. I shall arrange for someone to escort you to the outskirts of the county, from where you can find a sedan chair. Hua Fusuo, believing herself to be quite benevolent, also offered him some silver coins. "I shall reward you with interest," the man exclaimed. I understand, consider a gift. And don't forget to express your gratitude to their lady. Should you ever find yourself captured again, they will surely come to your aid once more." The floral trousers truly believe themselves to be of good temperament. "Are you really the king of bandits?" The good-for-nothing appeared somewhat displeased, gazing at the tall figure, struggling to believe. To be honest, I too found it hard to accept, yet they insisted. I had no choice. "Off you go. Oh, take this. We have a custom in our 10 villages and 8 hamlets. No second robbery. The next time you pass through, present this token, and they shall let you through." The floral trousers handed him a piece of bamboo, on which the character for pass was inscribed in a crooked manner. That was their first encounter. 3 months later, the good-for-nothing returned, brandishing the pass token, and stood once more before the floral trousers, this time bearing a decree. 6 years had swiftly elapsed. At this moment, The once good-for-nothing sat comfortably in his study, adorned with a golden crown, draped in a purple robe, holding a jade cup as he sipped tea. The contrast with the former good-for-nothing was striking. "Your Highness, here is a congratulatory gift for you. Congratulations on finally achieving your desire and winning the love of your life." The princely smiled at him. It was only then that Hua Fuso noticed an open brocade box on the table, containing a beautiful jade wine pot and 5 jade cups, with an empty space evidently where the one in the prince's hand belonged. It was a complete set. "Your Highness is too courteous. Though it is 5 years late, I am profoundly grateful for your grand matchmaker," Hua Fuso replied with a smile, clasping his fists in respect. Their relationship was not as hierarchical as it seemed in public. Given their shared past, it was impossible to maintain a conventional subordinate dynamic. "Miss 15 is indeed clever. It took me a year to find that exit within the palace. Do you think she discovered it on her own or had knowledge of it beforehand?" The Prince of Li produced another jade cup, pouring him a drink and gesturing for him to sit. "I do not know. I did not inquire," Hua Fuso replied candidly, shaking his head. It was said that this secret passage was left by the previous dynasty, known only to a few old palace servants, and passed down orally. Fewer than 5 in the palace were aware of it. Moreover, none of those 5 had any connection to Miss 15. They had never even seen her, nor knew how she had learned of it and escaped. The Prince of Li chuckled, gently shaking his head. Hua Fuso recalled that he had searched through the cold palace and found nothing, and the Prince of Li had spent a year digging up those 5 individuals, who likely no longer lived, and there was no reason for them to lie. Thus, it could only be concluded that Miss 15 was indeed very clever. With this thought, he could not help but smile, recalling how Miss 15 had been hopping mad at him last night, scolding him while fearing to disturb the child. That was truly endearing. "It seems you genuinely have a fondness for your little wife," the Prince of Li remarked with a smile. "Your Highness instructed me to find someone. I have already located her. Miss 15 asked me to convey a message to your Highness." Hua Fuso remained silent. Taking pride in his wife was no disgrace, requiring neither shyness nor the need to bicker defensively. It was better to discuss serious matters, as he still needed to return for lunch. "I have always wanted to ask you, how did you come to be a bandit? To be frank, after all these years, I have yet to discern any banditry in you. Rather, you seem more suited to be a butcher." The Prince of Li, seemingly deaf to the conversation, inquired again about a matter completely unrelated. Hua Fuso was momentarily taken aback, yet he chuckled along. It was a rare occasion for anyone to pose such a question to him, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of injustice about it. Back then, he was merely passing time in the mountains. Old Man Song was not a notorious bandit king, and his standing was not inherited from his father. To be precise, it seemed that his involvement in banditry had inadvertently brought trouble to Old Man Song. In truth, the latter had thrived as a hero of the martial arts world and had little disdain for the life of a bandit. Old Man Song had been discovered in those very mountains by his master, where he honed his skills before descending to make a name for himself. However, for Old Man Song, that mountainous realm was home. Thus, each year, he would return to reside there for a while, residing in a solitary cave. In his words, he was simply nostalgic. During one such visit, Old Man Song stumbled upon a flowery pair of trousers. A man of fate, he believed it was destined, and so he took the trousers back to nurture them. Unlike his master, Old Man Song had always kept the trousers close since childhood. Though he had not taught them exceptionally well, he certainly had not led them astray. If anything, they had grown a tad willful. On one occasion, while they were both returning to the mountains for a brief stay, the trousers were merely 15 years old. They had completed their martial training, albeit their skills were not as refined as they would later become. However, Old Man Song was not the type to seek conflict, and neither was the trousers. One day, when he ventured down the mountain to procure food, since neither he nor Old Man Song could cook, and even if they were willing to hunt, they would need someone to prepare the game for them. Thus, he was dispatched by Old Man Song to search for provisions. Just when hunger struck and he found himself halfway down the mountain, he chanced upon a group roasting meat. Laziness is a universal human trait, and reaching the town at the mountain's foot would take at least half an hour. So, he shouted boldly, resolved to seize their meat. Yet after his shout, the people vanished, leaving behind meat, wine, a collection of large crates, and an assortment of chaotic weapons. The most comical sight was a solitary shoe. This marked Hua Fusua's first, and indeed only, experience of robbery. As for the escort agency, the Prince of Li shook his head with a smile, reflecting on his first encounter. He mused how fearsome it was for a mere childish shout to scare off a group to the extent of abandoning a shoe. Military supplies. Hua Fusua felt somewhat speechless. He had never intended to steal silver, only the roasted meat. Consequently, before he even realized what had happened, he found himself with a heap of crates, an array of weapons, and a collection of useless odds and ends. With the military supplies lost, the court was bound to pursue, dispatching troops to encircle them, compelling them to resist, thus transforming the officials into oppressors of the people. The Prince of Li's face turned pale, for it seemed that the recorded account of his first experience as a bandit was indeed a true version. The records depicted a notorious bandit king, leading 100 men, masked, as they ambushed a convoy. They fought valiantly but still lost the military supplies, along with a list of casualties. Now, he was informed that the individuals had not even shown their faces, but had merely thrown the crates aside. Infuriated, the Prince of Li felt a tremor of indignation, yet one could not help but admire the success of his royal education, despite being seething internally. His expression merely tinged with a hint of green as he masked his anger with a sip of wine, leisurely speculating about the ensuing events. No, Hua Fusua shook his head. The Prince of Li glared at him. For the information he had obtained from the archives revealed that the court had attempted to besiege 13 times, each endeavor returning in vain, suffering tremendous losses. Within the records, the character known as Flowered Shorts had almost become a figure reminiscent of the underworld's king. Subsequently, the emperor had dispatched him to oversee the military operations. However, before he even reached the destination, he was ambushed. Otherwise, why would he resort to the tactic of reconciliation? In his perspective, the fact that they graciously escorted him back indicated their immense confidence, allowing him to traverse the mountains without concern for whether he surveyed the terrain or assessed the troop strength. These considerations hindered his resolve to mount an offensive. Persuasion to surrender was the simplest and least costly approach. In his view, the outcomes over the past few years had been quite satisfactory, even though he had yet to secure those forces. At the very least, they no longer plundered the military funds. Chapter 80. Understanding they surrounded the mountain but failed to find us. Their intent was to slaughter the mountain folk and appease their superiors. Then my father beheaded their leader, thus saving the villagers. The others fled, abandoning a plethora of weapons scattered across the mountain, along with a heap of useless supplies. The mountain dwellers, accustomed to their rugged life, possessed considerable skills. My father, fearing that our departure would leave them vulnerable to exploitation, imparted a few additional techniques to them. The following year, upon our return, we encountered 10 villages and 8 strongholds. Hua Fusuo raised his hands in exasperation, clarifying that the issue was not one of rebellion, but rather that they had carelessly discarded weapons, tents, and various military supplies without a second thought. What could we do? Bringing them down the mountain was impractical. Thus, we bestowed them upon the villagers. Consequently, they formed their own self-governing organization. What could they do against the 13 encirclements? The Prince of Li, now pale rather than flushed, instinctively clutched his chest, feeling a twinge of vulnerability. They deceived you. They never ascended the mountain, but merely circled its perimeter, setting fire to a few patches of forest before retreating. Indeed, they had genuinely supplied the village with an abundance of weapons and provisions. It was agreed that once the fires were extinguished, they would leave, instructing the villagers to remain indoors. Hua Fuso offered a disingenuous smile, cruelly sprinkling salt onto the prince's wounds. The prince felt as though he might vomit blood. It turned out that the 13 encirclements, costing an immense fortune, were merely a farce. The presence of bandits legitimized their efforts to eradicate them, allowing them to share the spoils with us, ensuring a semblance of peace and mutual benefit. The merchants who frequented the area were also aware of the unspoken rules, and everyone had thrived over the years. You are their king. The Prince of Li fixed his gaze upon Hua Fuso. Therefore, I appreciate individuals from your government. You exhibit understanding. They lack this comprehension. Their intent was genuine aggression, demanding that we acknowledge them as kings. Hua Fusuo smiled innocently. The prince felt a surge of frustration. In his eyes, those generals who colluded with them were deemed understanding, while the brigands who dared to challenge them were labeled as ignorant. The ignorant were naturally subdued, ultimately bowing in submission to them. Thus, in the vast southwestern territories, wherever bandits roamed, he was king, not merely of his direct lineage as 10 villages and 8 strongholds. Pray tell, should I personally lead the troops, were the odds of success? The Prince of Li lightly tapped the polished table with his slender fingers, which seemed far removed from those of soldier. In Hua Fusuo's eyes, they resembled chicken feet, yet he dared not underestimate these delicate appendages, for they possessed the power to command vast armies. Truthfully, if you are resolute, we could indeed prevail, albeit with considerable losses. Hua Fusuo pondered seriously, nodding in agreement. In that southwestern region, with your formidable army, while not every opponent can be vanquished individually, inflicting damage gradually is not insurmountable. The Prince of Li was not foolish. He recognized that Hua Fusuo had refrained from specifying who would suffer the greater injuries, indicating a mutual risk. Why then did previous armies refrain from entering the mountains during those 13 attempts? To put it plainly, the southwestern territory was encircled by formidable mountains and numerous villages. Even a child could traverse the mountains with eyes closed, while their grand army would find themselves ensnared by even the simplest of traps, making exit far more challenging than entry. The army looms ominously, and unless they are encircled to the point of annihilation, not a single soldier will be allowed to descend from the mountains, nor will they resort to setting the mountains ablaze. Yet, such an act is also fraught with impossibility. Firstly, they cannot be completely surrounded. Why have the 10 villages and 8 strongholds become formidable? It is due to the geographical advantages of the Southwest. These mountains are interconnected, providing mutual support, and the Huajia have unified these strongholds into a cohesive whole. As they besiege from one side, they can launch an attack from another. Secondly, the notion of igniting the mountains, as mentioned in military treatises, often remains theoretical. While successful examples exist, they are limited to independent terrains and do not apply to the unique topography of the Southwest. Should the mountains truly catch fire, a gust of wind could unleash the noxious vapors within, and their troops would likely perish even more swiftly. However, such sentiments would never escape the lips of the Prince of Li, for to utter them would signify his defeat in both men and strategy. Hua Fusuo remained unusually tranquil, seemingly unfazed by the impending crisis. "Are you not concerned?" the Prince of Li queried, his irritation palpable, even if the two factions of the court wielded little influence. In a genuine confrontation, they would not emerge unscathed. After all, they were but a disorganized rabble, and enduring a siege for months would be untenable. They possessed the court as their backing, whereas their strongholds would dwindle with each loss. In the end, it was clear they could not withstand the might of the court. "This is of no consequence to me," Hua Fusuo replied nonchalantly. "Our time in the mountains is limited, and each village merely dispenses a portion of silver to us at appointed times. They live their lives as they please. My father and I do not truly reside atop the mountains." With another gesture of indifference, he conveyed that his title was merely conferred upon him. He was unconcerned with such matters, though he still regarded the Prince of Li with a smirk. "Moreover, you are not one to lead troops in a battle. You find it bothersome. You would rather simply behead the leader, am I right?" The Prince of Li shot him a cold glance, retracting his smile. He had little faith in Hua Fusuo's claims of detachment. After all, during their first encounter, how had they managed to slay their commanding general with a single stroke? Indeed, behead your brother, a single strike suffices. Hua Fusuo maintained a nonchalant demeanor, suggesting that engaging in warfare was merely a matter of targeting a significant figure. He even referenced the Prince of Li's brother, the current emperor. "Is this truly your intention?" The Prince of Li refrained from calling him audacious, for he knew Hua Fusuo possessed that very audacity. He had his limits, yet assassination of the emperor was decidedly beyond those boundaries, and the same applied to the prince. "Honestly, I am quite lazy. The truth is, I descended from the mountains seeking a wife to prepare my meals. Now that I have a wife and a son, I am even less inclined to consider such matters. As my wife often says, Who would tidy up such a large house? Hua Fusuo chuckled again. Your son? The prince suddenly noted the emphasis on the child, his brows furrowing slightly. Of course, I previously mentioned my infidelity, resulting in the birth of my son. Hua Fusuo beamed brightly. It seems this gift is rather modest. I must extend my congratulations on your new arrival, the prince of Li remarked with a smile, giving a light clap of his hands. At that moment, an elderly figure, resembling a eunuch, floated into the room. Though his gait was slow, each step was executed with such steadiness that it appeared as though he were gliding. He carried with him an ornate silk box. Hua Fusuo rose gracefully, gently taking the box from the eunuch's hands. He opened it briefly and remarked, Thank you, Prince Xie. My wife will surely adore this. With that, he closed the box and strode out with a cheerful demeanor. Li Qinyang remained motionless for a moment before turning his attention to the eunuch. The eunuch slowly turned around, sighed softly, and murmured, It appears that we're truly aging. Even the esteemed lord cannot be restrained? Li Qinyang furrowed his brow, having seen nothing at all. It felt as if he had merely sent a eunuch to deliver a gift. Yet he understood the underlying truth. This eunuch held the highest position among the palace guards, even surpassing the emperor's closest confidants. Otherwise, how could he have dared to seize Hua Fusuo? He was acutely aware that allowing him to leave now would render it difficult to summon him back in the future, if he were truly to abduct the young prince. Retrieving him later would be nearly impossible. Should he mobilize troops to suppress the southwest, half the kingdom would be thrown into turmoil, without any guarantee of victory. The simplest strategy for securing the state would be to eliminate the father and son. The eunuch quietly bowed his head and took a step back, acknowledging, This humble servant has failed the prince's heavy trust. Could he perceive his intentions? Li Qinyang's lips pressed into a thin line, his countenance darkening further. Too swift. The old eunuch narrowed his eyes for a moment, then shook his head. The instant the box was taken from his grasp was no ordinary feat, and the speed at which it occurred left him astounded. Li Qinyang waved his hand, and the eunuch silently withdrew. Li Qinyang sat in place, immobilized for quite some time. When Hua Fusuo returned home, it was dinner time. A table was laid out, and his bowl was filled with rice, patiently awaiting his arrival. He casually handed the box to Mu Hui and settled into his seat, glancing at the table laden with dishes.